Chapter 1. The All-Devouring Emperor's Eye. In the Eastern Spirit Continent, within the city of Nanshan, lies the Yi family. In a dim and damp dungeon, a youth, his eyes shrouded in blood-stained cloth and his hands and feet bound by iron chains, sits despondently in the corner. Blind young master, it's time for your meal. A servant forcefully kicks open the dungeon door and harshly slams the food onto the table. If you spill it, you'll lick it clean yourself. No one will clean up after you. The already rancid food emits a repugnant odor. Not even a beggar on the street would dare to consume such vile fare. The family has disowned you. Finish your meal and be gone. The servant disdainfully glances at the pale and filthy Yi-chun. Disowned from the family. Ha ha ha. Leaning against the corner, Yi-chun clenches his fists, letting out a string of self-deprecating laughter. 11 years ago, at the tender age of 5, Yi-chun and his sister were taken in by the family patriarch, Yi Beixian, as adopted children. 5 years ago, Yi-chun awakened his bloodline and gained the fabled Eye of Destiny, one of the 10 ancient divine eyes. With his gaze, he could pierce through the heavens and unravel countless laws. To this day, he has reached the mountain-opening realm, becoming the strongest within his clan. Later, he was exceptionally accepted as an inner disciple by the Jotian sect, one of the 3 major sects. He was heralded as an Ancient Millennium prodigy. In gratitude for the kindness he received, Yi-chun repeatedly ventured into perilous realms to assist his incompetent elder brother, Yi Tian, in searching for rare treasures. He even helped the second-rate Yi family seize control of 5 cities, leading to Yi Beixian being honored as a lord of a territory. Yet, merely 3 days prior to departure, Yi-chun was deceitfully tricked into drinking poison wine by Yi Beixian, who then brutally had his eyes gouged out and his martial blood extracted to clear the path for Yi Tian. Had it not been for Yi-chun's profound martial foundation, he would have already met his demise. With his Eye of Destiny plucked away and his martial blood drained, Yi-chun has now become a cripple, with no hope of resurgence. Even the most fervent hatred is futile. He only laments why he could not see through the vile nature of that father-son duo sooner. Bang! Moments later, the dungeon door is kicked open once more. A splendidly dressed, spirited youth strides into the cell. Do you know what you resemble now, Yi-chun? A wretched dog, barely clinging to life. Yi Tian glances down at the disheveled Yi-chun, mocking him. Where is Linger? Maintaining his previous posture, Yi-chun replies coldly. In the 3 days since he was imprisoned, his foremost concern has been his sister. Since the Yi family has acted against her, Yi Linger is surely in grave danger. Although Yi Beixian had previously vowed not to harm Yi Linger, Yi-chun no longer dares to trust his words. Truly a bond of sibling affection, even in such dire times, you still find the leisure to worry for others. Rest assured, she is quite well. By noon at the latest, she will be wed to the Tianwang mansion. Even I would not dare to lay a hand on her. As Yi Tian speaks, a hint of regret flickers across his face. Yi Linger, with her stunning beauty, has blossomed into an enchanting maiden at just 13 years of age. Yi Tian had previously harbored designs on her once. He even intruded upon her chamber at night, only to be caught by Yi-chun and left bedridden for half a month. Since then, he has behaved himself considerably. Originally, Yi Tian intended to take this opportunity to forcibly claim Yi Linger, but unfortunately, the Tianwang mansion has taken an interest in her. The Tianwang mansion controls the northern territories and holds the Yi family's lifeline for the sake of his future. He had no choice but to relinquish his ambitions. What did you say? Upon hearing that Yi Linger is to be wed to the Tianwang mansion, veins bulge on Yi-chun's forehead as he suddenly looks up. That old lecher from the Tianwang mansion is notorious for his debauchery, having sullied countless women. Many of the wives and concubines he has taken have met tragic ends at his hands. Yi-chun would never allow his sister to be married off to such a man. Seeing Yi-chun's reaction, Yi Tian instinctively feels a twinge of fear. But this fear quickly morphs into rage. Damn it! Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in that tone? As he speaks, Yi Tian delivers a brutal kick to Yi-chun's chest. For over a decade, as the legitimate heir of the family, he has been relentlessly suppressed by Yi-chun, forced to endure his lectures. The resentment has been building up for far too long. Now that he finally has the chance to assert himself, he wants to see Yi-chun grovel at his feet, becoming a mere lapdog for him to command. I am giving you an opportunity. Kneel before me and bow 3 times. Acknowledge me as your master, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, mark this day next year as your death anniversary. Yi Tian seizes Yi Chen's hair, his face twisted with malice. You merely took my eyes. They grant you a martial foundation, but nothing beyond that. With your temperament, it won't be long before you perish because of them, while I will become your lifelong nightmare. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's complexion grows even paler, yet his aura remains strikingly fierce. In this moment, although trapped in a dungeon, Yi Chen feels no hint of a prisoner's despair. His stance resembles that of a king delivering judgment upon a petty scoundrel. Seeing Yi Chen still retaining his pride, Yi Tian's anger flares uncontrollably. The scenario he envisioned does not unfold. This is far from what he wished to see. Feeling tough, are we? Starting tomorrow, I will sever a limb from you each day, then toss you into the latrine, turning you into a human puppet. Let's see how long that bravado lasts. With a swing of his arm, Yi Tian violently slams Yi Chen against the wall. Then, filled with rage, he storms out of the cell. Yi Tian's blow leaves no room for mercy, and the already weakened Yi Chen succumbs to unconsciousness. In his stupor, a brilliant light suddenly appears before Yi Chen. It is a dim altar, its edges inscribed with intricate runes. Thick chains the size of small calves extend into the central area, shrouded in dense black mist. You have finally arrived. Before Yi Chen can comprehend what is happening, an ancient voice resonates in his ear. The voice seems to emanate from the dawn of time, evoking an irresistible urge to bow in submission. Yi Chen cannot ascertain who the speaker is, but he is certain that the voice originates from within the black mist on the altar. Are you speaking to me? Upon finding no one else around, Yi Chen promptly inquires. The old servant has been punished for 90,000 years and has finally met his master. The aged voice reverberates again, filled with unbridled excitement. The surrounding chains begin to tremble at the sound, and the black mist starts to churn violently. Just as Yi Chen is about to glimpse the figure, the runes at the altar's edge suddenly glimmer with red light. The agitation subsides, and everything returns to its original state. I do not know you, my sister is in peril, and I cannot afford to waste time here. Yi Chen remains resolute, undaunted by the unfolding spectacle before him. He is acutely aware of what he must do now. I am well aware of your plight, my master. The mere divine eye is insignificant. What you have lost is but a feather, incomparable to a phoenix's plume. All you need to do now is stand upon the altar, sit cross-legged in meditation, and you shall reclaim all that you have lost. Yi Chen furrows his brow slightly upon hearing this. He harbors deep suspicions regarding the elderly voice's intentions, especially since this is their first encounter. From its state, it seems to have been trapped here for a long time. Yet, Yi Chen understands that even if he manages to escape from the dungeon, he would have no means of rescuing his sister. Do I take a gamble? Recognizing his lack of options, Yi Chen contemplates for a moment, grits his teeth, and strides purposefully to the altar. The moment Yi Chen settles down, the runes that had previously glowed red suddenly emit a dazzling white light. A scroll unfurls within Yi Chen's mind. The all-devouring Emperor's Eye. Chapter 2. Slaying Heaven, Annihilating Gods. The all-devouring Emperor's Eye, a boundless cultivation technique. As the white light flashes, Yi Chen clearly sees the blood-red characters within the scroll. Cultivation methods are ranked from high to low as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, divided into 4 tiers. Each tier is further subdivided into low, medium, and high sublevels. The concept of a boundless cultivation technique is entirely foreign to Yi Chen. The introduction to the technique is succinct, consisting of only 8 words. Endure through countless tribulations, ascend to the heavens, and claim the throne. The tone is exceedingly arrogant. The all-devouring technique is divided into 9 volumes. The first volume is titled Life and Death Tribulation, equivalent to a mid-level profound technique. Just this first volume surpasses the techniques of major families. Previously, Yi Chen had only practiced a high-level yellow technique. Yet, This is merely the first volume, What Lies Beyond. However, the cultivation threshold for the all-devouring emperor's eye is exceedingly high, demanding a divine eye's endowment, only to be established after total loss. This means that only those who possess a divine eye may cultivate after having lost everything. The all-devouring emperor's eye, while termed a technique, is in essence a pair of eyes. Eyes that far surpass the 10 divine eyes. The foundation of a martial artist lies within their eyes, determining the path ahead. As long as he possesses a new pair of eyes, Yi Chun can continue his cultivation. The potency of these eyes dictates his future achievements. Cultivating the all-devouring emperor's eye involves nurturing the eyes with one's life, using them for battle, and gaining vitality through combat. The first volume of the all-devouring emperor's eye consists of 9 transformations, with the first transformation requiring 100 drops of martial blood. Martial blood is the foundation of a martial artist. With each drop lost, one suffers considerable damage. Previously, Yi Chun had cultivated to the mountain opening realm, possessing merely 15 drops of martial blood. And that is with Yi Chun's exceptional talent for others. Having 10 drops is already commendable. Moreover, as one ages, the quantity of martial blood diminishes. This is not a technique that can be mastered through individual cultivation. Once the Empyrean Eye of Annihilation is activated, it demands 3 drops of martial essence blood each day. To avoid demise, there exists but one recourse: to take lives. Yet, this is merely the initial stage of absorption. It is difficult to fathom what lies ahead. At this moment, Yi Chun has no alternative but to place his hopes in the Empyrean Eye of Annihilation. As the technique commenced, the cryptic inscriptions upon the altar transformed once more into a crimson hue. Blood-red tendrils flowed forth from the inscriptions, merging into Yi Chun's being. The instant the sanguine threads entered his body, Yi Chun felt as if ants were gnawing at him. In but a fleeting moment, beads of sweat soaked through his garments. The agony rendered Yi Chun's entire form trembling, making it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. However, he soon sensed an unusual sensation emanating from his eyes. The Empyrean Eye of Annihilation had begun to coalesce. With the flicker of hope, the torment became more bearable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as Yi Chun's focus was on the verge of dissipating, the pain abruptly ceased. In its place, a soothing warmth enveloped him. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the bones and sinews of Yi Chun's body echoed with resonant sounds. His strength surged back, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the Shattered Stone realm. In the Eastern Spirit Continent, warriors are held in high esteem, and the hierarchy of cultivation is meticulously delineated. The Pulse Opening Realm, Shattered Stone Realm, Mountain Opening Realm, Earth Rift Realm, Core Formation Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, and Soul Condensation Realm. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 stages. Though Yi Chun had not regained his peak mountain opening realm prowess, he had nonetheless achieved the 3rd stage of the Shattered Stone realm. This level is a pinnacle that many aspire to reach. Within the Yi family, aside from the patriarch Yi Beixian, none could rival him. Yi Chun exhaled a cloud of murky breath, slowly opening his eyes as a golden radiance flickered forth. The Empyrean Eye of Annihilation proved to be even more profound and focused than the previous Destiny Eye. While it may not yet match the capabilities of the Destiny Eye, once it fully matures, there shall be none in this world who can stand against Yi Chun. Your Majesty, receive the sword. Before him appeared a long sword of unknown materials, measuring 4 feet in length and 4 inches in width, with a deep blue crystal hilt and a transparent, colorless blade. As he grasped it, Yi Chun was astonished to find that the sword bore no weight at all. He wielded it with a flourish, as though slicing through the very air, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Each movement flowed seamlessly and effortlessly. Though Yi Chun had previously wielded a sword, he could never achieve such finesse until now. Today, he finally understood what he had been lacking: not merely the sword itself, but the mindset of rebirth. What is the name of this sword? Examining the long sword in his hand, Yi Chun inquired directly. Godslayer. Godslayer, a splendid name. I am fond of it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen swiftly departed from this realm. Farewell, your majesty. Patriarch, patriarch. In the Yi family council chamber, all the high-ranking members were gathered, engrossed in discussions about the family's future following Yi Chen's loss, when a guard rushed in, breathless and frantic. What chaos is this? Upon witnessing the guard's demeanor, Yi Beixian slammed his palm upon the table, his expression one of displeasure. Reporting to the patriarch, Yi Chen has burst forth from the dungeon, heading straight for the council chamber. The guard knelt on the ground, urgency radiating from him. Humph. A fish out of water cannot stir much of a storm. Send Zhou to intercept him, but remember, do not kill him, merely bring him here. Leaning back in his grand chair, Yi Beixian remained remarkably composed. Captain Zhou has already been slain. Including the various young masters and mistresses of the clan, Yi Chen has killed over 100 people without anyone able to stand in his way. At this revelation, shock rippled through the assembly. What? Where is he now? Yi Beixian could hardly believe that Yi Chen still possessed such formidable capabilities. He understood that Yi Chen had a solid foundation, yet having drained his martial essence blood, he should have been on the brink of death. Even if he retained some strength, it would only suffice to eliminate a few subpar guards, a matter of little consequence that did not concern him. However, Yi Beixian never anticipated that even Zhou, the clan's guard captain at the 5th stage of the Shattered Stone Realm, would fall to Yi Chen. No need to search, I have arrived. Before the guard could respond, a chilling voice echoed from outside, accompanied by 2 agonized cries. Evidently, the guard stationed at the entrance had not escaped Yi Chen's wrath. Amidst the astonishment, a blood-soaked Yi Chen leaped into the courtyard. You, how have your eyes regained their form? Someone gasped, realizing that Yi Chen's lost divine eyes had miraculously returned. Moreover, these eyes appeared even deeper and more profound than before. Where is my sister? Yi Chen ignored their queries, flicking the blood from his sword and fixing his gaze upon Yi Beixian. The patriarch, who should have been worried, now displayed a glimmer of delight. He could clearly sense that Yi Chen's cultivation had not fully returned, being notably weaker than himself. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question was how he had recovered and how his eyes had been reborn. Currently, what troubled Yi Beixian most was the divine eyes recently implanted in Yi Tian. Despite Yi Tian's power rising sharply in a short span, thanks to Yi Chen's martial essence blood suppressing any abnormalities, the potential for backlash loomed as an inevitability once the essence was depleted. Now that Yi Chen's cultivation had regained more than half, it indicated he had reserves of martial blood to sustain Yi Tian's fusion with the divine eyes. Furthermore, the newly formed pair of eyes appeared even purer than the previous divine eyes. Though they were merely ordinary eyes, one glance was enough to ascertain that Yi Chen would surely ascend to greatness once more. However, Yi Beixian felt no fear. He did not believe that Yi Chen possessed the capability to defeat him. He sought not only the martial blood within Yi Chen, but also the method by which his eyes had been reborn. Once he procured these, countless ancestral figures would surely come seeking him, and he would no longer be merely the lord of 5 cities, but the ruler of an entire nation. How could this not fill him with exhilaration? Chapter 3. The Royal Mansion. If you were to stealthily slip away, given your current strength, it would indeed require considerable effort to locate you. Yet here you are, naively presenting yourself to meet your doom. Truly as innocent as ever. Gazing at Yi Chen in the distance, Yi Beixian spoke directly, one last time. Where is Ling? Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly frigid. Before the onslaught, he had already visited the residence of the 2 sisters, only to discover that Yi Linger had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Having fought his way here, he found no sign of her. Coupled with Yi Tian's previous words, a surge of anxiety gripped his heart. If his sister had indeed been sullied, he would bear the weight of self-reproach for a lifetime. You will not have the opportunity to learn of her whereabouts. Yi Beixian sneered coldly, dismissing him with disdain. Then you may as well die. With that, Yi Chen ceased to engage in further conversation, brandishing the Min-Shin sword and propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Observing Yi Chen's rapid approach, Yi Beixian refrained from immediate action, instead turning to the second elder beside him. Understanding the intent, The second elder slightly nodded, seizing the long sword from the hands of a bystander and charging directly at Yi Chun. Bang! The two swords clashed, generating a substantial wave of force. Crack! Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they witnessed the second elder's neck erupting with blood that in an instant, his head was severed, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. This scene sent a chill through the spectators. As the family's second elder, his weapon was no mere trinket, but at the very least, a low-tier spiritual tool. Both weapons and armor are meticulously classified by rank. The lowest tier comprises iron weapons used by guards and servants, followed by spiritual tools, elemental tools, pseudo-sacred tools, and sacred tools. Each category is further divided into 9 ranks, with the 1st to 3rd being low tier, the 4th to 6th being mid-tier, and the 7th to 9th being high tier. The rarity of these tools is only surpassed by martial arts techniques. Upon his strike, Yi Chun shattered a low-tier spiritual longsword, and it was evident that the weapon he wielded belonged to a far superior class. Space treasure. Yi Bei Xian's gaze sharpened, slowly articulating. I have thoroughly searched Yi Chun's person and residence, yet I uncovered no trace of this transparent longsword. That it was clear that this weapon must have been concealed within a spatial treasure. Such artifacts were beyond the reach of even him, the family patriarch. Moreover, acquiring a long sword of this caliber would enable him to establish a firm foothold in the 5 cities, even without the deterrent of Yi Chun. You continue to surprise me as you always have. It is fortunate you came today. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the multitude of secrets you harbor. As Yi Bei Xian spoke, he flickered and appeared within the courtyard. Standing less than 10 meters from Yi Chun to him, there was nothing to discuss with Yi Chun. The moment he appeared, he unleashed his full power to confront him. Overestimating yourself. Seeing Yi Chun initiate an attack, Yi Bei Xian scoffed. Despite having reached the 9th level of the Shattered Stone Realm, far surpassing Yi Chun's current abilities, he dared not meet the blow head-on. Instead, he drew his own long blade to deflect the force. Buzz! As their weapons clashed, Yi Bei Xian's long blade emitted a piercing hum, visibly developing a tiny crack along the edge. Though his blade was a high-tier spiritual tool, it was still no match for Yi Chun's Min Shin sword. The destructive power was indeed astounding, yet this was where it would end. Seeing that his long blade was merely nicked, far from breaking, Yi Bei Xian felt a surge of confidence, without holding back. He swung his sword towards Yi Chun's neck. Bang! With a tremendous roar, the ground beneath them collapsed into a sizable crater as both unleashed their full might. After the clash, they both retreated. After 8 steps, Yi Chun halted. After 10 steps, Yi Bei Xian came to a stop. In this contest of power, the victor was evident. Everyone, join forces. Whoever can subdue Yi Chun shall be the new Grand Elder of the Yi family. Glaring at the long blade in his hand, which bore signs of damage, Yi Bei Xian bellowed to the crowd that he had not anticipated that Yi Chun would prove to be so troublesome. Merely a few exchanges had caused his blood to surge, leaving him in a state of agitation. Although he understood that sending these individuals against Yi Chun was akin to throwing eggs against a stone, it would still inflict considerable damage. That if he could just wear down Yi Chun's strength slightly, victory would be within his grasp. Originally hesitant, the crowd's eyes lit up with greed upon hearing Yi Bei Xian's promise of the Grand Elder position. The Grand Elder of the Yi family wielded authority over a city, akin to that of a city lord, and was not bound by family constraints. Attaining the position of Grand Elder meant not only power, but also boundless wealth. The status of an elder equated to that of a city lord, and such an offer was enough to drive one to madness. In an instant, the crowd surged forth, rushing to besiege Yi Chun. Facing the incoming onslaught of over a dozen individuals, Yi Chun remained entirely unperturbed. Domain. With a fierce cry, Yi Chun's eyes shimmered with golden light, an aura erupting forth. The domain was a unique ability bestowed by the 10,000 Calamities Emperor Si. Once activated, the murderous intent emanating from Yi Chun extended over 30 meters. According to records, when honed to perfection, this killing intent could manifest countless swords within the domain to swiftly subdue foes. Although Yi Chun had yet to reach that level, it was more than sufficient to hinder the movements of these attackers and diminish their strength. The assailants, suddenly engulfed in an icy chill, felt a surge of uncontrollable fear welling up from within, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Previously, they had only heard rumors of individuals capable of manipulating killing intent to attack their opponent's psyche for an advantage. But such claims had seemed nebulous and dubious. It was only upon experiencing Yi Chen's released killing intent that they realized such a phenomenon truly existed. As they sought to retreat, their minds were clouded, their strength suppressed, and their speed drastically diminished. In the blink of an eye, two individuals fell tragically beneath Yi Chen's blade. The assault faltered entirely at that moment. Yi Chen, growing ever more emboldened, swiftly dispatched 8 adversaries in mere moments. Surrounded by a mist of blood, Yi Chen embodied the very essence of a killing deity. Including the previously slain second elder, Yi Chen had accumulated 37 drops of martial blood essence, leaving him just 63 drops shy of achieving the first stage's perfection. Gazing at the rapidly ascending aura of Yi Chen and then at the remaining members of the clan, Yi Bei-Xian hesitated not a moment longer and turned to flee within Yi Chen's domain. Even his strength would be suppressed by 20%. Already at a disadvantage, the additional suppression rendered victory utterly unattainable. Though he longed for the treasures Yi Chen possessed, the time was clearly not right. Seeing Yi Bei-Xian escape, Yi Chen disregarded the others and leaped forward in pursuit. Yi Chen, I advise you to go save Ling now, or else. Recognizing that he was outmatched, Yi Bei-Xian displayed no signs of panic. Instead, leveraging the situation concerning Yi Ling, he was all too aware of Yi Chen's Achilles heel. Moreover, the individuals from the royal mansion had already escorted Yi Ling away, with none other than Yi Tian accompanying them. Possessing such knowledge, Yi Bei-Xian was certain he would emerge unscathed. He merely needed to stall Yi Chen until he reached the royal mansion, where even 1,000 Yi Chens would be akin to ants. Chapter 4. The blockade of the bridal sedan. If Linger suffers even the slightest harm, I shall annihilate the royal mansion, and you shall surely perish. Contemplating the pitiable state of Linger and the fate she would endure upon reaching the royal mansion, Yi Chen's fury surged to the heavens, and the entirety of his domain's power surged towards Yi Bei-Xian. Bang! As Yi Bei-Xian attempted his escape, he suddenly found himself ensnared as if mired in a quagmire. Crashing down from the rooftop to the ground below, in an instant, dust and debris were kicked up. Seeing this, Yi Chen forcefully hurled the Min Shin sword. A scream of agony erupted from Yi Bei-Xian's lips as the Min Shin sword pierced through his left calf, pinning him to the ground like a stake. Speak. Where is Linger now? Yi Chen was frantic. Every second wasted could place Linger in grave danger. Yet, Yi Bei-Xian stammered and faltered, failing to articulate a coherent response. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy, and his left hand morphed into a claw, reaching for Yi Bei-Xian's left eye. Bang! Yi Chen crushed one of Yi Bei-Xian's eyes as he endured excruciating pain. His martial foundation suffered a direct blow, causing his cultivation to plummet to the early stages of the shattered stone realm, with blood gushing from his eye socket, and Yi Bei-Xian's cries echoed in agony. However, Yi Chen remained impassive, his face devoid of any emotion. Tearing. Before Yi Bei-Xian could react, Yi Chen struck again, tearing his arm from his body. I'll tell you. She is in the north gate. Finally terrified, Yi Bei-Xian perceived Yi Chen as a demon. His anguished wails resounded throughout the street. After witnessing Yi Chen's ruthlessness, Yi Bei-Xian divulged the whereabouts of Yi Linger, upon learning that Yi Linger had already been taken by individuals from the royal mansion. Yi Chen's heart sank. The royal mansion was filled with formidable experts, and with his current strength, he would likely be unable to stir even a ripple. But he was Yi Chen, whether it be the royal mansion or the heavenly court. Should they dare to bully Yi Linger, he would face death without fear. With a sudden motion, Yi Chen yanked the Min Shin from the ground, hoisted Yi Bei-Xian aloft, confirmed the direction, and surged towards the north gate. Yi Chen firmly believed that Yi Bei-Xian would not lie under such circumstances, yet he absolutely could not allow his vendetta to be concluded so easily. It must be settled piece by piece. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of the two had long since vanished, but the onlookers had already witnessed the entire sequence of events with clarity. Shock was the only expression in everyone's eyes. My heavens, wasn't he that lad supposed to have his dual pupils plucked out? How could he still exhibit such ferocity despite losing his cultivation? I'm not sure, but I caught a glimpse earlier, and it seemed his eyes had somehow restored. Just as the crowd finished speaking, The gates of the Yi family residence were flung open, and a throng of terrified individuals began to flee, crawling and dragging their belongings in a desperate escape. The earlier cries of slaughter from the Yi family had already attracted considerable attention, and the news of Yi Chun regaining his dual pupils spread like wildfire. The royal mansion had just whisked that girl away, and now Yi Chun had burst forth. It seemed today would not be tranquil. Are you suggesting this lad is seeking trouble with the royal mansion? Impossible. The royal mansion and those noble families are entirely different entities. Even the top-tier powers of the continent would not dare to offend them lightly. To them, Yi Chun's approach, while not necessarily tantamount to seeking death, bore a striking resemblance to it. Once targeted by the royal mansion, there would be no safe haven for him, not even in the northern territories. Everyone unanimously believed that Yi Chun was embarking on a perilous journey, with a mere 1 in 10 chance of survival. In the northern pass, a wedding procession of over 100 people was making their way southward towards the royal city. At the forefront, 2 large red flags fluttered in the wind, adorned with intricately embroidered characters. The escort was comprised of attendants from the royal mansion, their strength having reached the opening mountain realm. Additionally, 2 deputy attendants accompanied them, both at the 9th level of the Shattered Stone realm. Although Yi Beixian also belonged to the 9th level of the Shattered Stone realm, his hollow cultivation, built upon pills, was no match for the steadily advancing deputy attendants. Truly a boon for that old fellow. Beside the bridal sedan, Yi Tian wore a look of regret, his gaze occasionally darting towards the beautiful maiden within Dai Ti Noon, with less than 300 miles to the royal city. A figure swiftly approached from the rear of the wedding procession. The attendants immediately sensed something was amiss and hurried forward. Before they could react, a shadow was tossed into the midst of the procession. Father, upon seeing the blood-soaked Yi Beixian on the ground, Yi Tian let out a piercing scream. Esteemed attendant, save me! Dazed and reeling from the fall, Yi Beixian, upon spotting the 2 attendants from the royal mansion before him, felt a surge of hope and hastily called for help. Yet before Yi Tian could make a move, chaos erupted in the wedding procession. From a distance, a figure wielding a long sword charged forth with an unstoppable momentum, leaving a trail of blood and flying corpses in his wake, having slain 10 men in mere moments. How dare you lay hands on someone from the royal mansion? Prepare to die. The sight of someone daring to attack the royal mansion ignited the fury of the 2 attendants, who rushed towards the back. However, they had underestimated Yi Chun's strength. After several exchanges, they found themselves retreating in disarray, compelled to withdraw. Yi Chun instantly recognized the extraordinary identities of these 2 individuals and swiftly followed suit. Upon catching sight of the bridal sedan, Yi Chun bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the wedding procession. Leave the person in the sedan. Those who defy me shall perish. In that moment, Yi Chun resembled a god of slaughter descended upon the earth, his eyes blood-red. Hearing Yi Chun's voice, Yi Tian trembled uncontrollably. This was a long-suppressed psychological trauma, not something that could be resisted merely by acquiring a pair of divine pupils. Such audacity amidst the crowd. A frail figure stepped forth to confront Yi Chun. The moment Yi Chun laid eyes upon him, a surge of intense danger washed over him. Let me see which dog dares to oppose the royal mansion. It was none other than an attendant from the royal mansion, possessing the 3rd level of the opening mountain realm. Although he was merely an attendant, he represented the face of the royal mansion to the outside world. Yi Chun's brazen words would not be forgiven. In the northern territories, the royal city, the royal mansion was akin to an emperor. Not to mention Yi Chun, even those at the 3rd realm would not dare to offend the royal mansion lightly. This thought filled him with immense pride. Not only the royal mansion, but even the divine king palace would pay dearly for daring to target my sister. Chapter 5. The battle with the attendant, however. Yi Chun was utterly indifferent to the royal mansion's authority. With the Mingxin sword raised, he pointed it at the attendant. The divine king palace was the sovereign of the 4 realms, located in the central continent. Although it was not the ruler of the continent, it encompassed 3/4 of the territory, its might far surpassing that of a mere northern royal mansion. Yi Chun, undeterred by the divine king palace for the sake of his sister, would certainly not fear the royal mansion. Arrogant fool, repeatedly disrespecting the royal mansion, prepare to die. As soon as the words left his lips, the attendant's aura surged, unmistakably revealing his 3rd level of the opening mountain realm. You two, take the bridal sedan ahead and ensure the royal lord remains unperturbed. Allow me to teach this dog a lesson on how to keep his mouth shut. With that, the attendant charged directly towards Yichun. The two nodded, not daring to delay, and swiftly directed the procession forward. To them, Yichun posed no threat, but any delay could invoke the royal lord's wrath, and even 10 heads would not suffice to pay for their lives. Watching the approaching attendant, Yichun narrowed his eyes. The disparity in their strengths was immense, and to secure victory, he would need to employ unorthodox tactics. 10,000 tribulations turn, raging blood. Yichun roared, his muscles swelling dramatically. And in that instant, his dual pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. Having previously slaughtered numerous members of the Yi family, and now over 10 from the wedding procession, Yichun had gathered enough martial essence blood to complete the first transformation. The capability of the first transformation was none other than raging blood. Raging blood coursed through him. His entire essence boiled, granting him immense power for a short duration, with the cost being 7 days of bodily weakness. However, as long as he could rescue his sister safely, he would willingly endure even the loss of his own strength, let alone suffer for 7 days. No matter what, he would not allow Ling Er to be harmed in the slightest. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. With the augmentation of raging blood, Yichun felt as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Meanwhile, his domain was also influenced by the raging blood. With gravity wildly increasing, the attendant's forward momentum momentarily faltered. With Yichun's enhancement and the attendant's diminishment, even a third-level opening mountain realm practitioner would find himself at a disadvantage. Boom! As their palms clashed, Yichun stood firmly in place, unyielding, while the attendant stumbled back 3 steps. This is impossible. The attendant's eyes were filled with disbelief. Despite holding back, this force was not something a mere third-level Shattered Stone realm practitioner could contend with. What you find astonishing is merely the beginning. Yichun snorted coldly, filled with confidence in the power granted by raging blood, especially since the technique he cultivated was of the mid-tier Xian rank. The attendant had not anticipated that he had underestimated Yichun. Seeing this, he ceased holding back. With a sweep of his arm, a long halberd manifested in his grasp. The power of his dual pupils surged, enveloping the halberd in a layer of earthy yellow light as he prepared to unleash his martial technique. The flood dragon emerges from the sea. In the next moment, the attendant launched himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the force of his assault, the halberd hurtling towards Yichun's chest with tremendous power. A mere parlor trick. With that, Yichun swiftly drew his finger across the Mingxin sword, causing a drop of martial essence blood to flow forth. In an instant, the colorless blade transformed into a deep crimson hue, its original length of 4 feet instantaneously extending to 6 feet, with its width increasing to 6 inches. As he swung, a surge of scarlet brilliance erupted forth. Star cleave. Yichun bellowed, the Mingxin sword slashing through the air. A torrent of violent energy rose, stirring up clouds of dust. As a streak of crimson light struck fiercely against the attendant's halberd, the sword technique Yichun executed was the most powerful one he had mastered before losing his divine pupils. Boom! The collision unleashed a powerful shockwave, sweeping towards the fleeing crowd. The 2 deputy attendants sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to take stock. Just as they prepared to intervene, a long sword shot forth unexpectedly. Caught off guard, the attendant hastily raised his sword in defense. Crack! The spiritual sword shattered, and the long sword continued unabated, piercing directly through his back. In an instant, his heart was pierced. As the smoke gradually cleared, the remaining attendant finally comprehended that they had encountered a formidable foe. Fear flickered in his eyes, and he dared not linger for a moment longer, screaming as he fled towards the front of the procession. In the span of mere breaths, both the attendant and the deputy attendant had perished on the spot. Now only the senior attendant might be able to quell this killing machine. This had completely surpassed his expectations. If he did not flee now, his life would surely be forfeit here. After slaying 2, Yichun appeared outwardly unfazed. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. The strain from raging blood was relentlessly tormenting his body. The frenzied blood energy rampaged within him, and any reckless movement could lead to severe injury. Fortunately, there was only one practitioner at the opening mountain realm among them. Today, Yichun likely would not be able to rescue Yi Ling Er. However, at this moment, there was no one left in the procession who could impede his advance. After taking a brief moment to steady himself and suppress the chaotic blood energy within, Yi Chun hastily pursued. Halt, everyone! Stand still! Once a grand assembly of 100, now merely a handful persevered onward. Amid their advance, a sudden cacophony of panic erupted from behind. As the group turned in astonishment, they beheld one of the two vice stewards. Vice steward, what has transpired? Yi Tian hastily supported the staggering steward, his voice laced with uncertainty that a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had not the steward declared his intent to discipline that young scoundrel? Yi Chun, why then had only one returned? The mere thought of Yi Chun darkened Yi Tian's countenance. The instinctive fear he had just experienced was profoundly humiliating, compounded by the audacity of Yi Chun to harm his father. An unforgivable transgression. You fools, a pitiful bunch of incompetents. You cannot manage even this trivial matter. The steward, upon seeing Yi Tian, reverted to his loathsome demeanor, cursing the Yi family incessantly. The torrent of abuse left Yi Tian's face a tempest of crimson and pallor. Visibly furious, yet constrained. Under the eaves, one must bow low. While Yi Chun was unafraid of the royal manor, Yi Tian trembled before it. Yes, we were foolish. We implore the vice steward to summon reinforcements swiftly. Yi Tian bowed repeatedly, silently praying for the steward to return and alert the authorities that Yi Chen's grievous injury to his father, coupled with his audacious pursuit, unequivocally demonstrated that the Yi family had fallen completely under Yi Chen's dominion. The sole lifeline for both father and son now lay with the royal manor. Chapter 6. A resplendent aura in essence. This steward was but a mere servant of the royal manor, his status hardly surpassing that of Yi Tian. Yet suppressed anger compelled Yi Tian to beseech, "Then please, Vice Steward, contact the royal city at once. Delay could prove disastrous." Too late. No sooner had Yi Tian spoken than a sword, cleaving through the air, struck him directly, pinning him against the stone wall. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure materialized before the Vice Steward. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a decisive blow. Leaving no chance for a response, blood seeped from the steward's head, merging with Yi Chen's palm. The steward is dead. Everyone flee, with the swift demise of 3 stewards and the grievous wounding of Yi Tian. The remaining formidable warriors of the group found themselves unable to withstand a single strike. The lesser fighters, mere remnants, fled in a frenzy, for their lives eclipsed the insignificance of their mission in an instant. Only the crimson litter of the bridal sedan remained. Yi Chun rushed forward, parting the curtains, his face etched with urgency. Linger inside the sedan. A young girl clad in a red wedding dress lay with her eyes tightly shut, her cherubic visage barely masking her tender age of 12 or 13. Even so, her beauty shone through. The sight of Yi Linger in such a state pierced Yi Chen's heart. Ling, what has befallen you? His repeated calls yielded no response, heightening his anxiety, and he promptly checked for her breath. To his horror, her life force flickered weakly, hanging by a thread. Yi Tian, a surge of murderous intent enveloped him, and he detonated the bridal sedan. Amidst the splintering wood, Yi Chun emerged, cradling Linger's fragile form, akin to a vengeful spirit from the abyss. Min Shun. Yi Chun grasped, and Min Shun began to tremble violently, forcibly extracting itself from Yi Tian's body. He then thrust his weapon back into the steward. The blade pierced Yi Tian's lower regions, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through his mind, his cries resonating to the heavens. "Father, save me!" In that instant, Yi Tian's forehead broke into a cold sweat, yet he found himself incapable of resistance, casting desperate glances towards the fallen Yi Beixian. However, Yi Beixian now lay maimed, one arm severed, a leg rendered useless, and his eyes gouged out. In the throes of interrogation, he had attempted to flee. "Ah, see, this is the affection of your father," Yi Chun mocked, while Yi Beixian, at that moment, could only wish his son would gain some time for escape. With frenzied movements, Min Shun stirred within Yi Tian's wound, each twist eliciting agonized screams, pushing Yi Tian to the brink of death. "Father, help me!" Yi Tian's pleas fell on deaf ears as Yi Beixian limped away. Intent on escape, I shall ask once more, what has happened to Linger? Yi Chen's gaze bore into Yi Tian, seizing his collar. "Speak not a falsehood. You know the consequences." Yi Tian, gripped by terror, nearly lost control. His eyes bulging, he stammered. It's merely a bit of soft muscle powder. She is the North Kingdom's princess. We dared not act. This was the truth. The North Kingdom's ruler cherished his daughter above all, and any infringement upon her would yield dire consequences. The gravity of his words left no room for deception. All must be considered carefully. Yet, Yi Chun had no intention of sparing either of them. With a glint of golden light in his eyes, Yi Chun commanded the swords of all present to rise, aiming them at Yi Bei Xian and his son. In that case, you may take your leave. Wait! Yi Bei Xian suddenly shouted, if I divulge your lineage, will you spare us? Yi Chun halted the advancing blades, coldly regarding Yi Bei Xian, am I not your foundling? Yi Bei Xian, sensing his own guilt, averted his gaze that if you promise not to kill us, I will tell you. Curiosity stirred within Yi Chun. He truly wished to uncover the truth of his origins. After some contemplation, he replied, I may consider it. Seeing a flicker of hesitation in Yi Chun, Yi Bei Xian's heart soared with hope. Yet he had already devised countless methods to eliminate Yi Chun. However, the fates of both father and son now lay in another's hands. It turned out that Yi Chun and his sister were not merely discovered by Yi Bei Xian, but rather sent for by the former clan leader, who had instructed Yi Bei Xian to nurture them. With the expectation that Yi Chun would one day inherit the clan leadership, at that time, Yi Bei Xian had already fathered Yi Tian and saw himself as the rightful successor to the leadership. How could he allow that position to fall into another's hands? Moreover, the old clan leader had never disclosed their true identities, merely stating they were of the Yi family bloodline. The notion that he would relinquish the family headship so easily was a farcical jest. After the demise of the clan leader, Yi Bei Xian ruled with an iron fist, and the events of that time faded into obscurity. Nonetheless, the transplantation of the fateful divine eye from Yi Chun to Yi Tian affirmed that Yi Chun indeed belonged to the Yi lineage. But what of it? Yi Bei Xian had no intention of raising another's child for free, especially when it came to relinquishing the clan leadership. That I have shared all that I know. Can we now be spared? Reflecting on his former glory, Yi Bei Xian lamented his current plight, reduced to begging for survival. The White Yi Chun remained silent for an extended period, taken aback by the newfound intricacies of his heritage. Your life may be spared for now. However, Yi Tian must die today. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chun finally spoke. Without waiting for Yi Bei Xian's reaction, he struck down upon Yi Tian's crown to that moment. A blinding light surged from the distance, hurtling towards Yi Chun's heart. In a desperate bid, he evaded, yet the residual force still struck Yi Tian. My eyes. Yi Tian's anguished cries filled the air as he clutched his face. Blood seeping from between his fingers, clearly indicating a grievous blow to his martial foundation. My dear, Yi Bei Xian wailed, glaring furiously at Yi Chun. You wretched child, you shall pay dearly. You two bastards shall perish. Silence. A cold glimmer ignited in Yi Chun's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. He had no desire to grant Yi Bei Xian such a swift end. Yet in that moment, his focus remained fixated on the brilliant light from before. Indeed, another radiant beam approached. Yi Chun's murderous resolve clashed with the light, sending clouds of dust swirling. An invisible pressure descended from the heavens, revealing a corpulent figure in the sky, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun, brimming with lethal intent. Foolish child, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions in thwarting my plans? Yi Chun recognized the figure immediately as the North Kingdom's ruler. However, his animosity towards him intensified. While he could tolerate the ruler's covetous gaze upon his divine eye, he would never allow any harm to befall his sister. Chapter 7. Confronting the king, indulgent and oppressive, do you not recognize your transgressions? Faced with the North Kingdom's ruler's imposing presence, Yi Chun felt no fear. Indeed, he retorted defiantly, Impudent! You insolent wretch, allow me to impart some lessons on decorum. The North Kingdom's ruler roared, taken aback by the audacity of this youth who dared to disregard him. In an instant, his formidable power erupted, sending shockwaves that stung Yi Chun's cheeks. Suddenly, the shadow's eyes widened in fury, and a blinding light shot forth, hurtling towards Yi Chun and Yi Linger. However, the speed of this radiant assault was astonishingly swift. If Yi Chun attempted to evade, Yi Linger would inevitably perish on the spot. In a moment of desperation, Yi Chun tightly embraced Yi Linger, shielding her with his own body to absorb the blow. Since acquiring the 10,000 Tribulations Emperor's Eye, this was the first time Yi Chun had spat blood. Merely a shadow had rendered him utterly defenseless, illustrating that although the Northern King held a notorious reputation, his strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Chen expelled the blood from his mouth, his gaze icy as he addressed the shadow. You are devoid of humanity. Your actions are mad. One day, I shall ensure you pay the price. Anyone who wrongs Yi Linger deserves death. Ha ha. The Northern King suddenly erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. Indeed, Yi Chen was but a trifling third layer of stone-shattering realm. To the king of the city, he was akin to an ant. Regardless of his innate talent, before him, he remained merely an insect. The Northern King raised his arm, and the surrounding space seemed to warp with his movement. Ignorant child, now you shall pay for your insolence. That a formidable aura descended upon Yi Chen like a heavenly seal, crashing down upon him. Boom! In an instant, Yi Chen felt as if the very heavens had collapsed upon him, forcing him into a half-kneel, his body crushed under the weight of a colossal stone. Obliterate spirit! Yi Chen shouted, as Obliterate spirit rushed forth like a beam of light. Ta-da! Yi Chen's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, beads of sweat cascading down like rain, one hand propping himself up with his sword, tightly clutching Yi Linger in his embrace. The torment he endured was unimaginable, yet the pressure intensified, his bones creaking ominously, nearing their breaking point. If this continued, they would be crushed into a pulp. The Northern King, with a cold demeanor, remarked, Yi Chen, among countless geniuses, you are the first to have etched your name in my memory. Some individuals, bolstered by their exceptional talents and the flattery of those around them, truly come to regard themselves as significant. The Northern King was not the least bit surprised by Yi Chen's performance, nor was he angered by his ability to withstand his oppressive might. Just a woman. No matter how beautiful, I have seen many, she is merely a reflection of what a city lord should exemplify. I am unwilling. Yi Chen's eyes glowed crimson as he silently activated his blood-frenzied state. His arm trembled violently as he strained to rise, glaring defiantly at the shadow above. Today, even if I perish, I shall never submit to you. Yi Chen faced the Northern King's oppressive force head-on, refusing to yield even at the brink of despair. Empowered by the blood-frenzied state, Yi Chen finally regained his mobility. Setting Yi Linger aside, his sword erupted with radiant brilliance. Simultaneously, countless red bloodlines extended from the corpses on the ground to Yi Chen's feet. More bloodlines infused into him. His eyes grew increasingly crimson. Yet, he was coalescing an immensely powerful energy. Perish! Yi Chen unleashed his mightiest strike, draining his own essence that a strand of blood-red energy shot forth, aimed directly at the Northern King. An ant dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The Northern King scoffed, merely raising his hand. Instantly, the surrounding energy surged violently, clashing with Yi Chen's assault. Crash! The two energies collided, time passing second by second, as Yi Chen was forced to retreat. The Northern King, however, wore a grave expression, his brows furrowing deeper. This Yi Chen appeared to be stronger than he had anticipated. Unfortunately, this must come to an end. The Northern King waved his hand once more, and the colossal light opposing Yi Chen grew even more formidable, sending Yi Chen hurtling away like a kite with its strings severed. Cough, cough. Amidst the clouds of dust, Yi Chen struggled to rise, while the shadow of the Northern King had vanished without a trace. In that final moment, Yi Chen had drawn the enemy's fire upon himself, timing the Obliterate spirit to pierce through the shadow. However, that strike had completely drained his strength, leaving him uncertain whether he had successfully shattered the shadow. Casting a glance towards the stone wall, Yi Chen felt a pang of regret. He had no idea when Yi Xian and his son had managed to escape. Now, surrounded by enemies, the future looked exceedingly grim. He cared little for himself, but he was unwilling to let Linger suffer alongside him. Embracing Yi Linger, Yi Chen limped away from the scene. However, ultimately, his internal strength had been depleted. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Chen could no longer hold out and collapsed. In the grand edifices of the King's city, a magnificent palace stood at its center, lavishly constructed to this moment. The great hall was shrouded in an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity. On the throne sat a corpulent elder, his eyes tightly shut as he cultivated his energy. Flanking him were numerous individuals, while Yi Xian and his son knelt in the center. After a prolonged silence, the king of the city, Guanhai, opened his eyes, emanating the oppressive presence of a split-earth realm expert. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in a suffocating aura. The Yi father and son collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from their mouths. "Spare us! O king, spare us!" "Humph, spare you? You dare to plead for mercy?" Guan Hai rebuked, "That I commanded you to find a girl for me. And what did you do? You brought me a great trouble. To be able to disperse a shadow with your own power at the stone-shattering realm. This child is no ordinary individual. Understand that I, a split-earth realm expert, can still be overshadowed by even a single shadow, which possesses the cultivation of a peak mountain opener. Yi Chun is but an ant. If he grows strong, it would be a calamity. Transmit my orders. Issue a bounty for Yi Chun throughout the northern region. Whoever brings me his head shall gain entry into my city." Guan Hai's eyes flared with rage. He intended for Yi Chun to be unable to hide anywhere, neither in the heavens nor on earth. Chapter 8. Return to the Yi family. It was unclear how long had passed when Yi Chun finally regained consciousness. His eyes fell upon a white mosquito net, and he lifted his arm. Sunlight streaming through his fingers. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Yi Chun, alert, grasped the obliterate spirit beside his pillow, his gaze fixed on the entrance that in the dappled light. A hunched old man entered, holding a bowl of medicine. The old man was startled by Yi Chun's vigilant, bloodthirsty eyes, causing him to drop the bowl, spilling the brown liquid across the floor. Yi Chun scrutinized the old man, ensuring he was merely an ordinary person without any awakened bloodline, before easing his guard slightly. "Where's my sister?" Not seeing his sister's figure, Yi Chun's expression grew slightly grave. That a lifetime of toil in the fields had left the old man unaccustomed to such a chilling gaze. Even though Yi Chun had restrained himself, the old man remained frightened. The elder's voice trembled as he shuffled towards the door. "That girl is taking care of her. Please wait a moment." With that, the old man stumbled out. Outside, Yi Chun could vaguely hear the elder conversing with another voice. "Old woman, I told you, anyone lying among a pile of corpses cannot be a good person. Just now, when I went to the town to fetch medicine, I saw their portraits. They are already wanted criminals." "Pfft, what wanted criminals? After living so many years, you still believe such things? Clearly, these two children have offended some significant figures. A good girl forced into marriage, her face streaked with tears. Who knows how long she cried. It truly breaks one's heart." The old woman sighed as she spoke. "Forget it. I cannot interfere with your matters. If he wakes up, let them leave quickly to avoid attracting trouble." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun concluded that they had been rescued by an ordinary couple. Such kind-hearted individuals were rare in this world. What he was most grateful for was that these old folks, fully aware of the bounty on them, still offered assistance. This was not a debt easily compared to mere kindness. Yi Chun hadn't anticipated their actions to be so swift. With portraits and wanted notices already prepared, had they not rescued him, he would have been in grave danger. Soon, the old woman entered. Time had etched lines upon her face, yet her countenance bore no signs of ugliness. "This young master, the bride is doing quite well, though she is somewhat weak. As for you, your injuries are severe." The woman smiled kindly, speaking with concern. "Thank you, dear elders, for your rescue. I am at a loss for how to repay such kindness." Yi Chun said, reaching for the jade pendant at his waist. As he was about to present it, he hesitated. "We seek no reward for our actions. Such a precious item we cannot accept. Please keep it safe and do not discard it." The old woman seemed to discern his thoughts and smiled, saying, "Keep this jade pendant. Should anyone come seeking you, it will ensure you too are well provided for." Yi Chun did not return the pendant, but instead placed it on the table. Rising, he began searching for Yi Ling, preparing to leave. Those individuals had begun their search. This place was no longer safe. They must depart quickly, whether to the borders or beyond the northern region. They could not remain here any longer. The couple intended to decline, but by the time they realized it, Yi Chun had already vanished like a wisp of wind. It was not that Yi Chun was particularly swift, but rather that they were not martial artists and could not perceive his movements. As Yi Chun arrived next door, gazing at the still slumbering Yi Ling, a gentle smile graced his lips as he lifted her onto his back and stepped into the courtyard, bowing deeply to the two individuals present. He subsequently departed without a backward glance. Once outside, he discovered, as the old man had foretold, that numerous wanted posters bearing their likenesses were plastered everywhere. After a thorough inquiry, Yichen learned that the North Realm's heavenly king had issued a proclamation. Whoever brought him the king's head would be granted an extraordinary promotion to a steward of the heavenly king's city. However, there were no reports of the heavenly king himself making an appearance. Given the old rogue's previous behavior, it was highly likely he would personally pursue the matter. Yet this time, not only had he not shown up, but the forces of the heavenly king's manor were also conspicuously absent, which felt decidedly amiss as Yichen left the town, his brows furrowed deeper. Sensing something was amiss, suddenly he exclaimed in a low voice. The feeling of unease did not stem from the discovery of an enemy, but rather from Yi Linger. Initially, Yichen had assumed her lack of consciousness was merely due to exhaustion and fright. But as time passed, he began to sense an alarming change, that Yi Linger's aura was gradually weakening. If it weren't for Yichen's keen attention to detail, he would have missed this crucial sign. This was far from a normal occurrence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yichen dared not act recklessly and quickly directed his consciousness into the altar, greeting his master with reverence. The ancient voice sounded even more hoarse than before. Yet Yichen had no time to ponder such matters. Why has my sister remained in a coma, her aura so faint? He urgently inquired. Logically, a mere softening powder shouldn't cause such dire consequences. Yet Yi Linger had been unconscious for an extended period, raising his concerns that "My lord, I have examined her condition. It appears that she is sealed with a formidable energy within her body, which she cannot bear, resulting in her weakened state and fainting spells. How could this be?" Yichen could hardly believe it, but upon reflecting on their mysterious lineage and his innate divine eyes, it seemed plausible. Their origins were undeniably extraordinary. Is there a remedy? Yichen's heart raced, for it concerned Yi Linger's very life. The old man did not withhold the truth. Only the seven-colored glazed grass can alleviate her condition. Where can it be found? Yichen inquired hastily. On this continent, the only place where the seven-colored glazed grass can be located is the void wasteland, the elder stated plainly. Ultimately, we must return to the Yi family. Yichen sighed deeply. Gazing upwards, the void wasteland was a secretive place, accessible to many powerful factions, including the Yi family. Given Linger's precarious state, it would be exceedingly difficult for Yichen to find an alternative solution in a short period. Although returning was akin to courting death, it still offered a glimmer of hope. During this time, the Heavenly King had not made an appearance, and the people of the Heavenly King's manor had been absent. If something had indeed happened at the Heavenly King's manor, it would provide him with an opportunity. The Yi family possessed an ancient formation that could guarantee his sister's safety upon entry, making it the most suitable refuge at present. Resolute in his decision, Yichen adjusted his course and swiftly made his way toward the Yi family estate. At this moment, the Yi family was in utter disarray. The day Yichen had fought his way out of the dungeons, he had resembled a god of slaughter. Anyone who obstructed his path was met with death. Even now, traces of Yi Beixian's blood remained at the entrance. A stark reminder of the once glorious five-city capital, now reduced to a scene of devastation. As soon as Yichen knocked on the door, two small heads peeked out from within. Upon seeing Yichen, they recoiled in terror as if encountering a malevolent spirit, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Open the door." Yichen's gaze darkened as he commanded sternly. The courtyard door was opened once more, but this time by someone else, seventh elder. The figure before him, with hair white as snow yet a visage youthful, stood at just over 5 feet tall. This was the Yi family's seventh elder, Master Hua. Upon seeing Yichen, his eyes widened in shock, and in a flash, he stood before Yichen, seizing his collar. "You traitor who has forsaken the family, how dare you return?" Without further ado, he attempted to strike. Yichen's eyes glinted coldly, and with a powerful tremor, he shook off the elder's grip. The seventh elder stumbled back 2 steps, his wrist aching from the impact. "It was the Yi family that betrayed you first, seizing my divine eyes and persecuting my sister. If this matter were placed in your hands, what would you do?" Yichen's voice was filled with anguish, recalling the torment he had endured in the dungeon and the near fate that had befallen his younger sister. Each recollection stirred within him a tempest of rage. The seventh elder faltered, at a loss for words. The deep-seated hatred he bore would naturally compel him to seek revenge if placed in a similar situation. "But you should not have allowed the Yi family to fall into such a state. As he spoke, he forcefully pushed the door open, revealing a scene of desolation within to why Yichun was momentarily taken aback. The courtyard, once resplendent, was now nothing but a wasteland. Scattered remnants of the ruins he had fought through in the dungeon lay strewn about, and he could faintly discern a few feeble figures cowering behind the rockery. Their eyes filled with both fear and hatred as they glared at him. The ground was littered with jewels that had fallen in the chaos of hasty escapes, indicating that the Yi family had undergone a cataclysmic transformation in recent days. Suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling within him, the seventh elder softened his tone, recognizing Yi Chen's concern for the family. "Young master, why must you have acted so impulsively back then?" Yi Chen closed his eyes, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Did he regret his actions? Absolutely not. For his sister, he would sacrifice everything. Yet, witnessing the destruction of the family he had fought to protect, compounded by the recent revelation of his own lineage, left an indelible bitterness in his heart that he could not swallow. After a long pause, Yi Chen opened his eyes resolutely, declaring, "As long as I am here, the Yi family shall not fall." "Ah, who do you think you are? Offending the heavenly king's manor. Do you still believe you have a chance to live?" As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a mocking voice interjected that a youth leaning on a cane approached Yi Chen, scrutinizing him with disdainful eyes, resentment evident in his gaze, that if it weren't for your selfish desires, how would the Yi family have come to this? My leg would not be broken upon hearing this. Yi Chen's expression tightened. Although he had indeed harmed many during his rampage, he had no recollection of breaking this person's leg. Seventh Elder, what happened to his leg? The seventh Elder sighed heavily. Ever since the clan encountered misfortune, the Yi family has become akin to a pack of lost dogs. The former head of the Yi family provoked numerous enemies, all of whom have come seeking vengeance. This is Yi Chingen, a branch of the Yi family that a few days ago, while he was out, he was ambushed by enemies in an alley, beaten for hours, resulting not only in a broken leg, but also leaving him with lingering ailments. Oomph. How can you speak so harshly when you cannot even identify your true enemies? After hearing the full story, Yi Chen felt a wave of irony wash over him, that he cast a disdainful glance at the young man. His contempt growing as he scoffed, "The ones you should be blaming are not me. I merely did what I had to do." With a dismissive sneer, he added, "If you had any real skill, you wouldn't have been cornered in an alley. Ultimately, you were simply too reliant on the family name." Every word Yi Chen uttered struck a chord, leaving Yi Chingen speechless, unable to muster a retort. Then, under the watchful eyes of those who dared not voice their anger, Yi Chen proclaimed, "I know that many of you harbor resentment towards me. However, this is not the time for us to turn against each other." With the Yi family in disarray, and recognizing his own ties to the family, Yi Chen resolved to not abandon them. Despite the lingering animosity, the others were compelled to endure in the face of his formidable presence. The Yi family's courtyard, having been ransacked by servants, now appeared desolate and void of life. That why Yi Chen cleared out a clean room to settle Yi Linge, gently stroking her head. "That Linge, do not worry. Your brother will ensure your safety." "Young master," the seventh elder called softly, to which Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Master Hua extended a porcelain vial towards Yi Chen, stating, "This is a chi-restoring pill, beneficial for replenishing energy and nourishing blood. I believe it will serve Miss Linger well." That why Yi Chen was familiar with this pill. Known for its exceptional restorative properties that in the past, he had gathered a few while seizing territories for the Yi family. But they had all been taken by Yi Beixian. "Thank you." After administering the pill to Linga, her complexion visibly improved. At why Yi Chen understood the value of such restorative medicine, observing the seventh elder's unwavering dedication to the family. Yi Chen felt a stir of determination within him. Gather all who remain alive and convene in the hall for a council. An hour later, scattered members of the family arrived at the assembly hall one after another. Yi Chen took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze imposing as it swept over the assembly. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, causing many to clutch their chests in pain. Collapsing to the ground, their faces pale. Once the atmosphere was sufficiently intimidating, Yi Chen's cold voice rang out, "The current Yi family is under my command. What is this attitude you all display?" One by one, they wore displeased expressions, oblivious to their own diminished status. Master Hua observed them with disdain. Having long grown weary of this lazy bunch that in their days of prosperity, they had flaunted the Yi family's name. But now that the family was in ruins, they still dared to linger. If Yi Chen truly sought to revive the Yi family, Master Hua would gladly offer his assistance. However, in the next moment, Yi Chen made a shocking announcement. Seventh Elder shall take charge. During this critical time, he has stood by the family, unwavering in the face of adversity, as soon as these words left his lips. The hall erupted in uproar. Several younger elders were particularly incensed. On what grounds? He is a man whose body is practically in the grave. What qualifications does he have to lead the Yi family? The long-silent elder Zhang Chue, his countenance dark and grim, raised an objection at this moment that I believe that, regardless of strength or seniority, the position of clan leader should rightfully belong to me. It should not be determined by who flatteringly ingratiates themselves the fastest. The Yi family, though now merely a hollow shell, is a prestigious lineage that has endured for centuries. Even in its decline, who knows what treasures lie hidden within? Yi Chen, his face shrouded in shadows, declared, I am not soliciting your opinions. This matter is settled. Anyone who dares to dissent is welcome to leave the Yi family. I shall not impose upon them. They are nothing but a swarm of traitorous sycophants. Coveting the Yi family's riches, it would be best for them to depart sooner rather than later. Zhang Chue abruptly stood, his sleeves swirling as he coldly scoffed, I shall witness how a mere child and a sycophant can resurrect the Yi family. With that, he stormed out in a fit of fury, followed by several younger members casting disdainful glances at Yi Chen before they too exited. Master Hua, his expression troubled, attempted to deflect, saying, Young master, no matter what transpires, I will steadfastly defend our clan, but regarding the position of clan leader, I must confess, before he could finish, Yi Chen reiterated, I am not asking for your opinion. I am informing you. Meanwhile, in a modest farmhouse, a couple toiled in their vegetable garden when a band of robbers suddenly invaded. The leader of the bandits, accompanied by a keen-nosed hound, commanded the beast to bark furiously at the elderly woman. With a dismissive gesture, he ordered one of his accomplices to intimidate the two elders, demanding, Speak! Where is Yi Chen? Hand him over. These men were ferocious, their snarling dogs baring their fangs menacingly. The old man, suddenly reminded of the battered youth, quickly thought, We know nothing of Yi Chen or Zhang Chen. It is only us two elders here, no one else. Yet the bandit lifted the woman's half-exposed jade pendant with his sword, inquiring, If you know nothing, then what is this? The old man's heart raced, his pupils dilating in panic. This was something we found. Yes, we found it. At that moment, another bandit emerged from the house with a bloodied garment. Woof, woof! Upon seeing the bloody cloth, the hound began to howl frantically, its claws scraping the ground in agitation, clearly fixating on this new target. The leader scoffed, not waiting for the old man to concoct an excuse, and commanded, Kill them, and hang their bodies from the rafters. Wait! A hoarse voice interjected, prompting the couple to believe they had found a savior. They eagerly approached, only to be met with a face marred by deep scars. Chapter 10. The Call for Retribution. Yi Beixian covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, bring them all to me. I know Yi Chen well that if he is to be made to yield, he must have some leverage. Removing the jade pendant, Yi Beixian inquired, Has the news spread far and wide? A village guard promptly responded, It has circulated widely. We anticipate a considerable number of people will converge on Nanshan City to besiege the Yi family. Very well, Yi Beixian said, lowering the handkerchief to reveal a conspicuous mass of black blood. Clenching the handkerchief tightly, he declared coldly, Yi Chen will undoubtedly return to the Yi family at that time. All we need to do is catch him like a turtle in a jar. Previously, he had suffered grievous injuries at Yi Chen's hands, losing limbs and an eye, and had been near death. Ultimately, he was taken to the Tianwang mansion, where he was submerged in a restorative liquid, regrowing his limbs and gaining a new lease on life. Yet his body seemed to have been tainted, as he frequently succumbed to violent coughing fits, expelling this black blood. Outside Nanshan City, many prominent families had recently gathered, including those from Gungjin City, Yintian City, and other cities that old Jin, what brings you here today? A burly man with a long beard laughed heartily as he stepped forward from the throng. Yunlong, you have come too? Old Jin, though ordinary in appearance, possessed piercing eyes that seemed to see through the hearts of men. He chuckled, gesturing at the various families around them. Each of these families has come with their sights set on the Yi family. Has it not? The Yi family, embroiled in internal strife, now languished in a state worse than that of a third-rate clan. Many sought to seize this opportunity to obliterate the Yi family and take their place among the 5 cities. The former 5 cities hoped to leverage this chance to ascend to the pinnacle, seizing control of the resource-rich Nanshan city. Unbeknownst to them, a competitive atmosphere had already begun to permeate the gathering, as each family eyed the Yi family with unyielding determination. However, in the next moment, the ground began to tremble, a forceful aura emanating that instinctively intimidated many present. They turned to see a well-organized elite force of around 40 individuals marching resolutely toward the Yi family. In mere moments, the elite squad encircled the Yi family, sealing their fate. The crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves that aren't those soldiers from the Tianwang mansion. I heard that not long ago, Yi Chun, in a fit of rage for his sister, slew 3 stewards from the Tianwang mansion. Given their grudges, this matter cannot end well. Not only the Tianwang mansion, but look, who leads this elite squad? From behind the elite formation, a stooped figure approached slowly, a blood-soaked handkerchief clutched in his hand. Yet, when he raised his head to reveal a face riddled with scars, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Yi Beixian. He hasn't even died, having secured the support of the Tianwang mansion. It seems Yi Chun is doomed. This is bad. A young servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "The forces outside aiming to deal with the Yi family have already gathered. They are about to enter the city." Dozens of families view them as stepping stones. If the Yi family were at their peak, they would not fear them. However, all eyes turned to Yi Chun when he had emerged from the dungeon. A whirlwind of destruction, he had killed several elders, leaving the Yi family in disarray. Those who remained were but orphans and widows. Their fighting strength comprised solely of the 7th elder and a few servants. Bang! Yi Chun's blood surged as he shattered the table before him with a single palm strike. This is utterly absurd. To take advantage of chaos is not the way of a gentleman. Their intentions are clear. Yi Chun was resolute in his determination not to let them succeed. Just as he was about to charge out, Master Hua grasped his arm, imploring, "Do not act impulsively. There are so many people outside waiting for your demise. If you go out, it would be akin to walking into a trap." Master Hua, a venerable elder of the clan, was aware of many matters. The family possessed a formation that could hold them off for a time. They could not breach the defenses that as time ticked away. Yi Beixian grew impatient. The Yi family's mysteries were well known. A legacy built over a century could not be easily destroyed. Uncertain of the dangers within, none dared to enter. Just Yi Beixian beckoned, and an elderly couple was dragged forth. Sever their hands and feet, and toss them inside. With that, Yi Beixian tilted his head, and his subordinates swiftly complied. The elderly couple was pinned to the ground, and 2 guards swiftly struck with their blades. The piercing screams echoed before the gates of the Yi residence, leaving the onlookers stunned by the brutal display. They swallowed hard. Truly, Yi Beixian was ruthless. It was no wonder Yi Chun would wish him dead. A man like this was devoid of humanity. Inside the Yi residence, upon hearing the familiar screams, Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Before long, bloodied arms and legs were tossed inside, along with a shattered jade pendant that lay in pieces on the ground. Beasts? Inhumane beasts! Recognizing the pendant, Yi Chun's heart sank as he confirmed that the anguished cries belonged to that elderly couple. Ignoring Master Hua's attempts to restrain him, he seized the Mingxian sword and charged out. Whoosh! The Mingxian sword sliced through the air, trailing a brilliant light as it lunged toward Yi Beixian at the same time. A figure moved like lightning, brandishing a dagger as they leaped atop Yi Beixian. "Die for me! Hurry and protect me!" Yi Beixian's eyes widened in terror. Reflecting Yi Chun's frenzied visage, he shouted loudly, and several figures rushed to his side. 5 individuals, clad in matching attire, stood before the Mingxian sword, but were swiftly pierced through by its formidable blade. 3 others joined the fray, yet one was severed at the elbow, barely managing to halt Yi Chun's rampage. In the span of a single breath, Yi Chun had slain 5 men and incapacitated another, displaying a level of combat prowess rarely seen. Yi Beixian was taken aback, taking a moment to process the scene. He understood Yi Chun's deep sense of loyalty. He had intended to draw him out using the elderly couple, but never anticipated it would provoke such a massacre. Now afforded a moment's respite. The remaining individuals closed in, forming a protective circle around Yi Beixian. With a strong backing, Yi Beixian felt emboldened, did I tell you, had it not been for the realm lord's sudden retreat into seclusion for 6 months. Standing here today would not be me, and you would not have survived to this moment. Yi Chen paid no heed to his words, his gaze fixed upon the two elderly figures, whose severed limbs lay on the ground. The agony they endured before death rendered them unable to rest in peace. That why Yi Chen gripped the Mingxian sword tightly, his blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Beixian's eye. Yi Chen, vow that in this lifetime, I shall see you torn asunder by 5 horses. Yi Beixian was seized by terror at the sight of those eyes, his resolve wavering as he collided with the cold armor behind him. With a wave of his hand, he exclaimed in a daze, "What are you waiting for? Quickly kill him!" The intensity of those eyes instilled fear within him, and Yi Beixian silently vowed that if he could blind Yi Chen once, he could surely do it again. Over 30 individuals surged forward, while Yi Chen, holding his breath, charged into the crowd with his sword. The crimson glimmers of his blade flickered incessantly, and with each strike, countless heads flew into the air, painting the ground before the Yi residence in a gruesome shade of red. Chapter 11. The god of death, Yi Chen resembled a deity of slaughter, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, whether from blood or rage. It was unclear. With the presence of the heavenly king's mansion, the others hesitated to act, fearing retribution while also yearning to witness the unfolding spectacle. Once foster father and son, now they stood as adversaries. Was this not a captivating drama? Yet they had not anticipated the sheer madness of Yi Chen, nor the ferocity of his methods. Armed solely with a blood-red longsword, he became a whirlwind of death, and the bodies that fell beneath his blade accumulated swiftly, forming a veritable mountain of corpses. In that moment, they were all struck dumb by his frenzied display, and none dared provoke Yi Chen. To do so would only lead to one inevitable conclusion: death. Yi Beixian could scarcely believe that he had summoned a formidable force of 40 elite warriors. Convinced that it would suffice to deal with a mere boy like Yi Chen, he had even promised that upon slaying Yi Chen, he would retrieve Yi Linger to present as a tribute to the Lord of the Realm. Yet, as the situation unfolded, his confidence began to crumble. Recognizing the dire circumstances, Yi Beixian shouted to those around him, "What are you all standing idle for? Do you not wish to seize the Yi family? Kill Yi Chen now, and I, as the head of the Yi family, promise a substantial reward." Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to Yi Beixian, but only disdain and mockery remained in their gazes. To kill a single Yi Chen, he would dare betray his own family. Such a person could not possibly be trusted. With no one moving, Yi Beixian gritted his teeth and pulled a rope from the throng. Shouting at Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, if you do not wish for these people to perish because of you, it would be wise to cease your actions." Amidst the chaos of battle, Yi Chen had mentally tuned out Yi Beixian's words, his sword never faltering. Heads continued to fly, crashing to the ground in disarray. Yet in a moment of turning, Yi Chen spotted a group of battered individuals, several familiar faces among them. Not only were there the fifth elder and Yi Cheng'an, who had previously clashed with him, but also childhood companions. Yi Chen's movements stilled, and in that instant, someone seized the opportunity to strike him on the shoulder. With a gasp, Yi Chen staggered forward, spitting blood, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the bound individuals. Zhang Qiwei averted his gaze, unable to meet Yi Chen's eyes, while Yi Cheng'an gazed at him with eager anticipation, knowing that only Yi Chen could save them. In stark contrast, another pair of siblings appeared remarkably composed, as if they had endured captivity for quite some time, their bodies emaciated, faces drawn. Li Sheng. Yi Chen exclaimed in shock, recognizing the Li siblings, who had played with him since childhood. They had once stood against Yi Beixian numerous times to aid him when he was imprisoned, only to be expelled from the Yi family alongside their sister. This information had been relayed to him by Yi Tian. Yet he had never imagined he would see them again under such dire circumstances. Li Sheng, bearing bruises and cuts, fiercely shielded his sister, urgently warning, "Yi Chen, Beixian has deliberately captured us to use as leverage against you. You must be cautious." That he could not voice a plea for rescue, fully aware of Yi Beixian's intentions, that if Yi Chen capitulated, he would be irrevocably doomed. What is this? You won't even rescue your closest brother. Yi Beixian, regaining a sense of superiority, glared at Yi Chen, pulling the rope tightly, causing the four captives to grimace in pain. The Yi Chen's gaze bore into him with fierce intensity. Release them. Many spectators began to comprehend the depths of Yi Beishuan's cruelty and treachery. Not only had he betrayed his own family, but he also showed no mercy to former kin. Such a scoundrel truly deserved death. Now, lay down your sword, kneel before me, and forfeit your cultivation, or prepare to collect the corpses of your dear friends. I refuse, Li Sheng shouted. Even if you comply, he won't spare us. You know this villain all too well. Yi Beishuan's expression darkened, and he struck Li Sheng with a backhanded slap. Silence. You have no right to speak here. You wretch, Yi Beixian. Yi Chen articulated each word with venomous intent, as if he longed to tear Yi Beixian apart piece by piece, that he issued a stern warning. Dare to lay another hand on them, and I will sever your arm. The hatred in Yi Chen's eyes was palpable, and Yi Beixian, recalling the agony of being pierced by a blade, felt an uncharacteristic flicker of fear. The two sides found themselves locked in a tense stalemate, with Yi Beixian momentarily deterred by Yi Chen's words, while Yi Chen feared for Li Sheng and the others, refusing to act recklessly. However, as Yi Beixian belatedly realized that he held the upper hand, armed with the support of the Realm Lord, he thought, even Yi Chen, no matter how formidable, could not defy fate. With this epiphany, he harbored vengeful thoughts, desiring to make Yi Chen experience the torment of seeing his loved ones suffer before his eyes. He approached Li Sheng, his bloodied sword in hand. Are you not a man of loyalty? Let me see how far you will go for your friends. With a swift motion, the blade grazed Li Sheng's shoulder. In immense pain, Li Sheng bit his lip, suppressing any sounds of distress. Yet with each silent struggle, Yi Chen's heart ached more intensely. Simultaneously, Yi Chen understood Li Sheng's warning. Even if he yielded, he could not save them. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Since he could not have it both ways, he resolved to act decisively. The ferocity in his gaze rivaled that of Yi Beixian, and as rage consumed him, the intent behind his sword grew more profound. With a swift motion, Yi Chen propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, his speed too great for those around him to intercept. The ominous blade in his grasp resonated with a thunderous roar, seemingly attuned to its master's bloodlust. The sword was aimed at Li Sheng, its momentum relentless, tearing through the very fabric of space. That Yi Chen. Are you mad? Yi Beixian screamed, witnessing the unstoppable force of the sword. His body retreating instinctively, releasing Li Sheng from his grasp. Was he not mad? In a bid to eliminate any distractions, he had directed his blade towards his brother. Others shared Yi Beishuan's sentiments, realizing that brotherhood meant little when pitted against self-interest. The sharp light of the sword pierced the heavens, and Li Sheng and the others felt a stinging sensation on their skin. Just as they believed their end was nigh, the blade came to an abrupt halt, poised perilously at their faces. Then, in a shocking turn of events, the Minshun sword suddenly redirected, aiming for the isolated Yi Beixian. Whoosh, 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 the sound of slicing air filled their ears. A flash of red light streaked past. Yi Beixian stood frozen, a neat gash appearing on his cheek, blood flowing freely. Yi Chen gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His earlier display had been a feint. He had aimed at Li Sheng and the others to compel Yi Beixian to relent. Had Yi Beixian possessed even a shred of honor, he would not have succeeded. But to protect Li Sheng, Yi Chen had unleashed nearly all his mental strength, achieving an unprecedented level of precision with the Minshun sword. Without a perfect bond with his weapon or extraordinary mental control, such a feat would have been impossible. The onlookers witnessed the reversal with astonishment, marveling anew at Yi Chen. What other surprises could this young man possibly unveil? Yi Beixian, feeling dazed, touched his face, collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly brushed shoulders with death. The elite squad he had brought was now diminished, their eyes filled with trepidation as they hesitated to advance. Confronting such a god of death would only spell doom for them. Finally, Yi Beixian, trembling with fury, shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly, retreat with me, flee." After reaching this point, how could Yi Chen allow all his efforts to go to waste? Domain, killing intent enveloped the area like a vast net, ensnaring Yi Beixian within its grasp. The Minshun sword returned to Yi Chen's hand, and as he remained rooted in place, the aura of slaughter intensified. Even those not directly targeted felt an icy chill creep into their hearts. instinctively retreating several paces, distancing themselves from Yi Chen's domain. Those intending to surround Yi Beixian found their movements sluggish under the oppressive aura of death. Before they could draw near, a head flew through the air with a wet thud. The severed head tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before colliding with the crowd, locking eyes with the unblinking gaze of the deceased. A chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers. When they turned back to Yi Chun, fear had already taken root in their expressions. Even the elite forces of the Heavenly King's mansion were unable to impede his advance. For these individuals, they would merely become the souls claimed by his blade. In an instant, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, each person desperate to avoid being the next to lose their head. Yi Chun, swaying unsteadily for a moment, approached Li Sheng and the others with a grim visage, and with a swift motion of his sword, he severed the ropes binding them. The remnants of bodies lay strewn before the gates of the Yi residence. Yi Chun resolutely sealed the entrance that he dashed forth, yet his steps were unsteady and chaotic. With a sudden cough, he found himself in a safe haven, but he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion rapidly paling to a ghastly white. "Young master! Brother!" A throng of people surged towards him, enveloping Yi Chun with expressions of concern. Yi Chun pressed his lips, now tinged with a dark hue, and shook his head at them. "I am unscathed, merely fatigued." While exuding an aura of dominance to deter the crowd, he had fought fiercely with the mentioned sword, having confronted the entire elite force of the Heavenly King's mansion single-handedly. Yi Chun had nearly exhausted himself. After meditating for half a day, he felt significantly better. He gazed at the assembled crowd, his expression solemn. "Esteemed friends, I fear that the Yi family shall soon face even graver challenges." Yi Beixian's words were clearly a veiled warning. "The Lord of the Northern Territory is watching us closely. The animosity between us is long-standing, and now that his entire elite force has been vanquished by my hand, we can only expect a more ferocious retaliation." The entire Northern Territory was plastered with his wanted posters. The events of today would swiftly spread that time, Yi Chun, shall become the target of all. Just then, Master Hua suddenly knelt on one knee, earnestly stating, "Young master, I believe you are far more suited to be the head of the Yi family. In times of peril, there is no one more fitting for this position than you." The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their arms in unison. "Indeed, only you are worthy to be called the clan leader of the Yi family." Even those who had previously looked down upon or even resented Yi Chun had no choice but to acknowledge that he was undeniably the rightful leader. Though Yi Chun felt a swell of emotion within, he did not wish to drag them down with him. He urged gently, "The Yi residence is a perilous place now. Remaining here will surely lead to death. Venturing out may afford us a chance to survive. Staying here is akin to awaiting our demise. The forces of the Heavenly King's mansion will not spare me." Now that the outside was unguarded, it was an opportune moment for escape. The sky was vast and free, and there would surely be a place for them to take refuge. Yi Chun wished to set them free, yet these individuals were resolute, insisting on staying. Even the fifth elder, Zhang Chue, whom he had just rescued, declared with conviction, "With you as our leader, I, Zhang Chue, am wholeheartedly devoted." Li Sheng also nodded at Yi Chun, "Believe in yourself. Only you can lead us to find a way out. Whether we live or die, we shall have no regrets." Yi Chun's eyes glistened with tears. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall not shy away. I will not betray your trust." "What are your plans, clan leader?" Master Hua pondered for a moment before inquiring. "The Void Wasteland." Yi Chun replied without a hint of hesitation. The Void Wasteland. This time, not just Master Hua, but everyone fell into contemplation. The Void Wasteland possesses a peculiar quality. One only needs to enter with their spiritual body. Even if one perishes inside, their physical body would remain, but weakened for a month. Furthermore, when the passage to the Void Wasteland opens, energy will leak out, fortifying the defenses of the Yi family. Even if the Lord of the Northern Territory were to arrive, he would not be able to breach it in a short time. Indeed, that is quite apt, but Master Hua suddenly hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. "Speak plainly," Yi Chun urged, casting a glance at him. "The ancient ground is an heirloom passed down through generations. The entry conditions are stringent, especially for the current state of the Yi family." Master Hua closed his eyes and declared, "The ancient ground lacks spirit stones. Given our current circumstances, we cannot gather the required spirit stones that he gazed at Yi Chun. His eyes filled with reluctance. Thus, clan leader, you can only enter with your physical body. Should any mishap occur, you may truly lose your life. If that were not the case, Yi Beixian would have long since sent his precious son inside. Spirit stones are exceedingly scarce throughout the entire Eastern Spirit Continent, with only the Heavenly King's mansion possessing a slightly larger stock. However, at present, the Heavenly King's mansion was far more preoccupied with killing Yi Chun than with anything else. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before looking at Master Hua. Is there truly no other way but to enter with my physical body? Master Hua merely shook his head. Spirit stones were an essential requirement to open the ancient ground. An unavoidable condition. Very well. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and declared, then I shall wager my life on this. It is better to fight than to await death. The ancient ground is not merely a location, but a teleportation passage that sends the spiritual body to the void wasteland. Some are doors, some are walls, and some are even tombs that in short. It is a realm of myriad wonders, encompassing everything. The ancient ground of the Yi family manifests as a cave entrance, surrounded by a perimeter marked as a forbidden area. After resting for 3 days, Yi Chun's essence blood had nearly recovered, and with the 300 drops he had obtained from the flame dragon, he was just short of the 600 drops needed to transcend the life and death tribulation for the second time. Before setting off, Yi Chun took Master Hua aside, his tone earnest and solemn. I entrust the Yi family to you, as well as my sister. Ensure her safety at all costs. Yes, Master Hua promptly accepted the task. Rest assured, clan leader, I will certainly protect the young lady. As Yi Chun stepped into the teleportation barrier, his gaze lingered longingly on Yi Ling. His body gradually became ethereal as he hastily said, Ling, if your brother does not return, take care of yourself and do not seek revenge. Brother! It felt as if a piece of her heart had been ripped away, and Yi Ling let out a heart-wrenching scream, helplessly watching as Yi Chun vanished from her sight. Young lady, do not be too sorrowful. Trust in the clan leader. He has never let us down, Master Hua consoled, though his gaze remained fixed on the now dimming teleportation barrier. He held absolute confidence in Yi Chun. This man would not perish in the void wasteland that Yi Chun traversed the lengthy, shadowy teleportation barrier, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a desolate graveyard. Surrounding him were the weathered remains of long-dead skeletons, while the occasional falcon swooped overhead, feasting on fresh carrion that Yi Chun covered his mouth and nose, scanning the desolate surroundings, finding no one in sight. He had indeed found a favorable spot. At least he would not have to fight the moment he appeared. Though he had never been here before, Yi Chun had heard much about it. This was a hellish realm of humanity, where all who entered were driven by selfish desires. For the sake of profit, one could disregard all human decency. Perhaps the very person with whom one had just shared a conversation could, in the next moment, plunge a sword through your heart. Thus, one should never turn their back on others and must always remain alert and aware. Who? Suddenly, a low hiss came from behind him, followed by a fierce gust of wind. Yi Chun's body froze for an instant, and instinctively, he reacted, slapping outwards. However, he held back just enough so that the force diminished by half, merely causing the attacker to spit blood. No offense. I simply happened to be here. Yi Chun's words clarified his stance. He did not wish to provoke trouble, especially since he had just arrived and had yet to find anything of value. The other party, rather foolishly, seemed to believe him, muttering under his breath, another empty shell. What bad luck. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that the individual before him was not new to encounters of this nature. It remained unclear whether he was genuinely unfortunate or simply dim-witted, having been deceived by the same method countless times before. Though the opponent had yet to reveal himself, Yi Chun could ascertain his position. The individual appeared to possess low cultivation and was likely a young master out on a trial that you've just arrived. You must know nothing. No wonder you Haven-T disguise yourself. Disguise? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, touching his own face that he indeed should not be too reliant on his appearance. Many sought his life, and it was unwise to assume there were none here. But how did you discern that I had not disguised myself? Was it not possible for him to don a handsome visage? The person chuckled lightly. It is obvious. The disguise techniques of the Eastern Spirit Continent are not advanced. They can only obscure one's appearance. not create a perfect imitation. Why Yi-Chen's eyes widened in realization. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 12. The secret realm of Tongshan. As the full moon ascended, the dense forest exuded a foul stench of decay. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, moving with the swiftness of thunder, radiating an ethereal blue light. Whoosh! In an instant, a sharp blade was launched, and with a resounding thud, the enormous shadow crashed to the ground. Yi-Chen flickered into position beside the shadow. Holding a longbow crafted from vine wood, in the faint moonlight, he discerned that the fallen shadow was a gigantic tiger, adorned with black and white stripes, though the tip of its tail bore a hint of blue. Thud! The dagger plunged deeply into the abdomen of the colossal tiger. With a forceful thrust, Yi-Chen extracted a luminous orb, shimmering with a white light. This orb was none other than the demon core of the beast. On the Dongling continent, the realm was often divided, with demon beasts infiltrating human territories to engage in slaughter and predation. In response, mercenary groups were specifically formed across the four borders, offering rewards based on the quantity and rank of the slain beasts. Demon beasts could be classified into four major categories based on the color of their cores: white for century-old low-tier beasts, yellow for millennium mid-tier beasts, and purple for 10,000-year high-tier beasts. However, the most formidable of these creatures had cultivated for no less than 100,000 years, their cores glowing a deep crimson, having even awakened a semblance of intelligence. Some could articulate human speech. Yi-Chen sat cross-legged, the milky white core levitating before him. As he activated the martial blood within him, wisps of energy began to extract from the core, compressing this energy while absorbing it. He transformed it into several drops of vibrant red blood. Martial blood was not exclusively harvested from humans. It could also be obtained from slain demon beasts. However, these creatures were cunning and vicious, causing most cultivators to hesitate in confronting them alone. Ahead, the Shinming tiger had sustained injuries and could not have fled as long as they could obtain the demon core. Everything on the Shinming tiger would belong to them. A few indistinct conversations reached Yi-Chen's ears as he glanced at the tiger on the ground, raising an eyebrow. The beast bore a long, deep scar across its belly, still glistening with fresh blood, indicating that its injury was recent. Desiring to avoid confrontation, Yi-Chen was about to make a move when a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from his left. His keen hearing instantly identified it as a human-faced serpent, renowned for its speed and venom. Encountering one would prove exceedingly troublesome. Hiss! The sound grew increasingly closer, culminating in a flash of brilliance as it lunged fiercely at Yi-Chen. Bang! Yi-Chen sidestepped to evade the serpent's sharp fangs, only to be struck by its massive body, slamming him against a tree trunk. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, leaving him breathless and disoriented, as though his internal organs had been rearranged. The human-faced serpent, having missed its target, quickly adjusted its course, extending its serpentine tongue, which measured an impressive 3 meters. With a swift motion, the tongue split in the middle like a sharp blade, piercing the tree trunk behind Yi-Chen. Over there. There are signs of a struggle. Act quickly. Do not let anyone intercept. The familiar voice echoed once more, and Yi-Chen, eyeing the troublesome human-faced serpent, thought to himself, "This is fortuitous." He hurled his dagger towards the source of the voice, striking the serpent's tail mid-flight. The force of the dagger caused the serpent to recoil abruptly, pinning it against the tree. The dagger landed precisely at the feet of the group of individuals who had spoken. It asked the human-faced serpent, "Quickly, act. Do not damage its skin." Leading the group was a young master clad in luxurious attire, whose startled expression quickly morphed into excitement upon seeing the serpent pinned to the tree. Following him were several men in yellow garments, who promptly moved to eliminate the serpent. Despite the serpent's remarkable speed, if it was of lower rank, it stood little chance against a coordinated assault. Yi-Chen had taken some measures, applying a powder of paralysis to his dagger. He had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, but the results exceeded his expectations. Observing the uniformity of the attire among the young master's entourage, Yi-Chen surmised they belonged to a certain sect. Wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements, he knew they would soon notice something amiss. Concealing himself behind a tree trunk, he quietly departed from the scene. After his departure, the yellow-clad men quickly surrounded the young master, surveying their surroundings with caution. Though the young master was somewhat spoiled, he was not foolish. the sudden appearance of the human-faced serpent, impaled by a dagger, could not be mere coincidence. The void wilderness was no benevolent place. He withdrew the dagger, examining its intricate design, that a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as a peculiar pattern gradually formed on the dagger. The young master tossed the dagger toward one of his followers. Go. Follow the tracking spell. I wish to see who dares to use this young master as a shield. Unaware of the ensuing events, Yichen had only been in this place for a few days and was still unfamiliar with the terrain. That as he aimlessly navigated through the thicket, he chanced upon a conversation while passing a stream. The Tangshan secret realm opens once every 3 years. It is the cave of ancient powers, and it surely holds many treasures that we should go and take a look. One of the individuals spoke with gleaming eyes, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Another, however, doused his enthusiasm. I advise you not to hold your breath. After so many years, do you think much remains? Even if there is, it's likely all the discarded remnants. Better than nothing. The individual still attempted to argue, but was swiftly cut off. Besides, even if you are fortunate enough to seize something, do you think you can keep it? The individual fell silent. In a place like the Void Wilderness, opportunities abound, but so do competitors for those treasures that if one cannot defend their gains, it is better to refrain from being overzealous and risk losing their life. Fine, seeing his pitiful expression, the other conceded. We can go, but do not act recklessly. Wai Yichen absorbed their dialogue, silently repeating, Tangshan's secret realm. Before entering the Void Wilderness, Master Hua had advised him to explore the secret realm, for it was the abode of ancient powers, rich with treasures. The key was the presence of residual consciousness from those mighty beings. Should he be fortunate enough to receive guidance, it would prove more valuable than any artifact. Yichen resolved to accompany this group to the secret realm, leaving the outcome to fate. 5 days later, Yichen followed the group to the Tangshan secret realm, during which they hunted several low-tier demon beasts. Observing the gradually filling martial blood within him, he noted that he needed just 300 more drops to advance to the second transformation of the life and death tribulation. Danger lurked everywhere, and he could not rely on weapons to traverse the air. He could only depend on his agility and footwork. The group moved slowly due to their low cultivation levels, and by the time Yichen reached the Tangshan secret realm with them, it was already teeming with people. Surrounding a vast circular pit, numerous teams donned in human skin masks stood gathered. Wai Yichen estimated that, visibly, there were at least 200 individuals present, that as for those concealed in the shadows or hidden within the thickets. Their numbers were even greater. Wai Yichen was one among them, concealed behind a massive boulder, having fashioned a makeshift cover from several branches. Chapter 13. Advanced Demon Core. A young master in a sky-blue robe stood a kilometer behind Yichen, examining the pattern on the dagger, that he gazed in the direction of the design, pouting in boredom. Just another greedy fellow. That he strapped the dagger to his waist, and moments later, a flash of light signaled the dagger's sudden disappearance. The young master lifted his chin. Let us go. We shall join the commotion at the Tangshan secret realm. As time passed, the blazing sun rose high in the sky, and each person began to perspire under the strain of heightened tension. Yichen was no exception. Having entered in flesh, he feared death more than any of them. As the sun reached its zenith, brilliant rays poured into the circular pit. Suddenly, the pit erupted in a dazzling light, signaling the emergence of all those who had been lurking in the shadows, blinded by the intense radiance. Yichen squinted, and when his vision adjusted, he found the ground littered with numerous corpses. Everyone was consumed by bloodlust, as if the opponents were sworn enemies. However, the bodies on the ground began to vanish slowly. It was the spiritual forms retreating from the Void Wilderness. Charge! There are only 50 spots available. This time I must enter. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. The shouts of battle reached Yichen's ears, and he suddenly realized why so many had perished in the quest for treasures. The 50 spots were indeed crucial. With this thought, Yichen ceased his concealment, his figure flashing as he approached the edge of the circular pit. Just as he was about to step into the blinding light, a long spear suddenly pierced through the air from behind him. Who dares to break the rules? I, the evil king, have yet to enter. Why are you in such a hurry? The wielder brandished the spear, its red tassel stained with the blood of others. Wai Yichen's gaze hardened, and he swiftly turned, meeting the spear with a palm, unleashing a torrent of energy from his arm that collided with the opponent's spear in a thunderous clash. Just as the spear was about to pierce his palm, A layer of crimson mist enveloped him, and a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. Domain, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. And the man who referred to himself as the evil king stared in wide-eyed terror. He had presumed he was dealing with an easy target, only to discover he was confronted by a cunning predator masquerading as prey. With his cultivation suppressed by 20%, an icy dread seeped into his bones in that moment. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat, rendering his fate entirely in another's grasp. Yichun observed the man who was now filled with regret, yet he felt no mercy. With a decisive exertion, he crushed the man's body in an instant. It was merely a spiritual injury, not fatal. Yichun bore no burden in his heart. Having dispatched one foe, he immediately leaped downwards. His thunderous methods astonished onlookers, as he effortlessly caused a man to explode in a heartbeat. Such brutality ensured that none would dare to challenge him again. Yichun elegantly entered the Tongshan's secret realm, which resembled an ordinary cave dwelling. It was evident that its owner was a person of simplicity, for the visible decorations were exceedingly modest, and the architecture was far from grandiose. He entered with a defensive posture, yet found no one around. It appeared that the participants had been dispersed through teleportation. Yichun strolled through the desolate surroundings, his gaze swept across the area. Just as the group had mentioned, after millennia of conflict, there was little of value left here. The cave was utterly barren, stripped of its treasures. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead, prompting him to activate his radar and swiftly conceal himself behind a stone pillar. The location was spacious, with only a cross in the center upon which lay a suit of armor. The armor was in poor condition, riddled with blemishes and devoid of any luster, likely not even worthy of being classified as a spiritual artifact. Yet, it was clear that the object of contention was no ordinary item. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint purple glow emanating from the heart-shaped mirror of the armor. Narrowing his eyes in realization, he discerned that it was a high-tier demon core, aged at least 3,000 years. No wonder it had incited such greed that Yichun felt a surge of avarice. The essence contained within a high-tier demon core could facilitate his cultivation of the unending transformation. Suppressing his body slightly, Yichun resolved to seize the opportunity, meticulously planning his course of action. Currently, 3 factions were in plain sight, unwilling to let any one party reap the rewards unchallenged, engaging instead in a chaotic melee. If he had been drawn by the sounds of battle, it was likely others would follow suit. Yichun ceased to focus on the visible combatants and began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, beneath the opposite stone pillar, he spotted at least 2 more groups. It was essential to deliberate carefully. Haste would lead to folly. Uncertain of how long the battle had raged, it ultimately left only 2 standing, each glaring at the other. Yet neither willing to strike first. My friend, continuing this struggle serves no purpose. Why not we join forces? One of them, panting and dragging a severed arm, suggested, while the other, though unscathed, bore a pallid complexion. He remained silent, instead scanning the area with a cold sneer. Join forces? Why did you not propose this sooner? Do you believe we still have the luxury of conversation? Truly noble of you, my friend. At this moment, the treasures in this place are beyond your jurisdiction, the other retorted. Soon as his words faded, a burly man stepped forward, flanked by several subordinates, all at the pinnacle of the shattered stone realm. A formidable assembly not to be trifled with. Yichun's expression darkened, astonished by the hidden talents residing here. Indeed, we are not alone. This demon core belongs to all who have laid eyes upon it. We must not be excluded. He boomed, inadvertently revealing several concealed positions, forcing their occupants to emerge with grim faces. Having arrived early and found a sufficiently concealed spot, Yichun had yet to be discovered. In mere moments, a gathering of at least a dozen individuals from various factions convened in the square. Yichun surmised another fierce battle was imminent. Since no one wished to yield, each would rely on their own capabilities. The other 2 brothers adopted a frigid demeanor, their indifferent gazes causing the onlookers' minds to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, the brother who had spoken earlier launched an attack, believing the demon core was within reach, only to be immobilized by an overwhelming chill. He watched helplessly as a hand, as white as jade, emerged from behind, swiftly grasping the demon core. Damn it, he cursed, biting his tongue in desperation to break free from the freezing grip. Yet before he could act, the moment of cognitive control had elapsed. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Within mere moments, the coveted demon core had vanished. It must be those two brothers. They have the demon core. We must eliminate them. No, it is not us. The two brothers, suddenly the targets of collective ire, hastily protested. Yet their explanations fell on deaf ears, driven by insatiable greed, and they soon met a tragic end amidst overwhelming assault. Chapter 14. Limitless Breakthrough. Yichun had pushed his domain to its utmost limit, nearly exhausting his vital essence in mere moments. However, it was not entirely in vain. Gazing at the cold yet radiant demon core in his hand, he struggled to contain his inner turmoil. Just then, a spectral voice pierced the air. Another opportunist. You certainly enjoy picking up scraps. The voice lingered, deliberately elongated, laced with a hint of seduction. Yichun quickly recovered, slamming his palm to the right. Crack! The stone pillar cracked under the force of his strike. Yet no figure emerged. Yichun's eyes widened in alarm as a dagger suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, he summoned the soul-breaking sword, deflecting the dagger with a spark. Clang! The dagger shattered into fragments. And Yichun glared at the metallic shards on the ground, his expression darkening to an extreme that he recognized this dagger. It was the very one he had used to slay the Xianming tiger. The appearance of this dagger here elucidated the meaning behind the previous words spoken. Look! The demon core is with him. You little brat, hand over the demon core. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. The assailant remained shrouded in darkness, relying solely on his voice and that dagger to corner Yichun into a position with no retreat. Fury ignited within Yichun's eyes. Since retreat was not an option, he would engage in battle, leaving them no room for rebuttal. Unending transformation, blood frenzy. With a low growl, Yichun's body began to transform, his veins surging with vital essence, rendering him a bloodthirsty lion. The hidden figure observed Yichun's transformation, witnessing his cultivation soar to new heights, and could not help but smirk in intrigue. How delightful! Everyone converge! Kill him! The clash of weapons and the sounds of flesh meeting flesh filled the air as Yichun found himself encircled. He swallowed the demon core whole, his pupils igniting with crimson brilliance. His domain, activated in blood frenzy, doubled in strength, suppressing the opponent's abilities by 30%. This was an immense boon for Yichun. What is happening? Why is it so cold? My body can barely move. It is the intent to kill, the domain of murderous intent. Those of lower cultivation found themselves nearly incapacitated within the enhanced domain of murderous intent, perishing in mere moments. Those of slightly higher cultivation were also suppressed to Yichun's level. With the sharp soul-breaking sword in hand, Yichun maneuvered swiftly through the throng, each movement leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Countless drops of vital essence surged into his body, allowing him to break through his cultivation limits. His meridians ached intensely, a sharp pain radiating from his bones to the surface, as he howled towards the heavens. The energy within him erupted, sending shockwaves that expelled numerous individuals from the domain. Those fortunate enough to escape fled in terror. This was a madman. Anyone who confronted him was destined to perish. Throughout the chaos, a young man in a blue robe strolled leisurely forward, toying with an exquisite fan. Your divine eyes seem to have bestowed upon you many gifts. The boy's eyes glimmered with avarice. Possessing those divine eyes would be the greatest prize of this endeavor. Everyone, handle yourselves with care. Do not damage those eyes, that a mishap would be most unfortunate. The boy stepped back, for figures clad in yellow suddenly emerged from behind him. Silent and expressionless, they wore identical masks, presenting 4 identical faces before Yichun, momentarily disorienting him. Shaking his head vigorously, he recognized that there was little to be said between him and the boy. Thus he resolved to act. Extending his domain once more, suppressing nearly 30% of their abilities, it seemed to have little effect on the 4 yellow-clad figures. They moved with such speed that only a fleeting yellow blur remained in their wake. Yichun's pupils widened as he retreated swiftly, yet all escape routes were blocked that he managed to evade a kick aimed at his front, but could not dodge the concealed palm that struck from behind. Thud! Yichun staggered, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His body had already exceeded its limits. If this continued, he might truly perish here. The youth before him regarded human life as insignificant, and it was unlikely he would easily let him go. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. With a resolute gaze, Yi Chen clenched his teeth. With death looming on both sides, it would be better to directly activate the demon core. The power of the demon core was ferocious and difficult to control. One either needed to possess significantly higher cultivation or have specialized refinement methods. Yet, Yi Chen had neither. He could only gamble everything. Suddenly, Yi Chen clutched his throat and let out a piercing scream, his anguished cry echoing throughout the grand hall. Stop him. He is absorbing the demon core. Yi Chen's life was of little importance. But a millennium-old demon core was a rare find. The chaotic energy surged into his heart veins, and Yi Chen's consciousness began to waver. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. If he faltered now, his life would be forfeit. Every vein in his body was filled with the energy from the demon core, and soon, Yi Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught. His body began to swell, the veins beneath his skin becoming distinctly visible, as if they were on the verge of bursting. Did I end that moment? Yi Chen was engulfed in excruciating pain. A white light flashed in his mind, and his vision became a blur of shadows. Relying on a flicker of that shadow, he wielded the mind-devouring sword. The blade seemed to respond to the turmoil in his body and emotions, shifting from transparent to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of flowing blood. With every strike against the figure in yellow, not a drop of blood fell. Instead, it was absorbed by the mind-devouring sword that I in his frenzied state. Yi Chen had completely lost control of his actions. His domain expanded exponentially, and his murderous intent became palpable. Anyone within that realm wore expressions of imminent death. The youth had initially been an observer, but upon witnessing Yi Chen's sinister moves capable of consuming blood, he could no longer remain idle. All you useless fools, retreat at once. In a flash, the youth appeared within the domain. The overwhelming chill and killing intent washed over him, causing him to involuntarily shiver, while sharp, smooth scales began to glimmer on his skin. Young Master, one of the yellow-clad guards, having been struck by Yi Chen, shouted out as he was expelled from the domain. Young Master, do not reveal your true form. The youth turned a deaf ear, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Come on, it's been ages since I've encountered something so entertaining. A mere boy from the stone-shattering realm dared to swallow a millennium-old demon core. Observing him, it was nothing short of a miracle that he had not exploded from the strain. The youth's garments were torn apart, revealing azure scales that spread from his neck to envelop his entire body. Glinting with a cold, hard sheen that Yi Chen's consciousness was fragmented, the ferocity of high-tier demon beasts rampaging within him, leaving only a singular thought: to kill, to annihilate everyone in sight. Chapter 15. Blood, demon body, crimson, and azure colors divided the sky as Yi Chen's body began to manifest countless tiny points of bleeding. This was a sign of his veins being unable to endure the strain. If he did not release the pressure soon, his end would be gruesome. The youth, intrigued, was unwilling to let his opponent die so easily. Given the merit of your divine eyes, I shall lend you a hand. The youth grasped Yi Chen's hand, flipping his wrist so that their palms met, violet energy coursing through the connection. The excruciating sensation throughout Yi Chen's body vanished abruptly, and his consciousness gradually returned. Seeing the unfamiliar face, he did not hesitate to whisper, "Mind Devourer." The blood-red sword tip rose behind him, aimed directly at the youth's nape. An oppressive aura of death erupted. The Mind Devourer seemed particularly enamored with blood, trembling and roaring as if urging Yi Chen to issue a command. Yet Yi Chen found himself unable to speak, but he sensed that the youth was aiding him. The force in his hand suddenly ceased, and he gazed up at the youth, whose demeanor was cool, yet carried an air of righteousness. Perhaps his gaze was too intense and fervent, for the youth appeared distinctly uncomfortable. "Hey, what are you staring at? Am I someone you can gaze at directly?" His tone was imperious, causing Yi Chen to retract any feelings of gratitude he had harbored. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Thank you, but I have regained my senses and can handle this myself." The chaotic energy within him began to wane, as the majority of the demon core's energy had been absorbed by the youth. What remained was manageable for Yi Chen. "Taish, you make me want to help you," the youth remarked, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chen. "If it weren't for your pair of useful eyes, I wouldn't care about your survival." That's irrelevant. Yi Chen shifted his arm, regardless of the youth's reasons for assisting him. He would remember this favor to Yi Chen. The youth raised an eyebrow, speaking haughtily. "Since you've introduced yourself, Allow me to share my name, that I am called Young Master No. The forgotten guard suddenly made his presence known. The yellow-clad guard, bearing wounds from Yi Chen's strikes, rushed forward to intervene. Young Master, do not forget your purpose. We are not here to make friends. The youth paused before saying, my name is rather inconvenient to disclose. You may refer to me as Young Master, to Yi Chen replied, I'm not particularly inclined to do so. Following the youth's outburst, news of the events within the Tongshan secret realm began to circulate. The Yi Chen's possession of a high-tier demon core was now the talk of the town. However, with the secret realm set to close in 3 days, Yi Chen scarcely had time to heal. What? Are you afraid of that group of petty thieves outside? The youth noticed Yi Chen's serious demeanor as he gazed toward the exit, his clever mind deducing his concerns. Now is the time for me to showcase my abilities. I can lend you my guards, but no need. Before the youth could finish his proposal, Yi Chen had already resolutely declined. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, nor are there unearned favors. From any perspective, Yi Chen did not wish to owe this individual or a beast of such caliber. Although he had been semi-conscious at the time, the vivid image of the azure scales was indelibly etched in his memory. The youth frowned in displeasure, his entitled demeanor rearing its head once more. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chen preempted him. I need to heal. If you have no business, do not disturb me. With that, he sat cross-legged, creating a barrier around himself, leaving no room for the youth to interject. 2 days later, when a white light began to appear above the Tongshan secret realm, Yi Chen understood that the time had come. Not only was it the moment for the realm to close, but it also signaled the onset of a fierce battle. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the youth and his guards had vanished, leading Yi Chen to speculate they had departed in advance. Good. This spared him the trouble of making excuses. Outside the Tongshan secret realm, nearly 30 individuals had gathered, eagerly fixated on the sole exit. Their eyes gleaming with greed that high-tier demon cores were exceedingly rare, even in the Void Desolation region. The powerful entity concealed within the armor had only resurfaced after many years, destined to incite a bloody storm. As the exit emitted its final warning light, the crowd instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes ablaze with anticipation. As the white light gradually faded, their excitement surged, unable to contain their desire to seize the treasure. However, as the light dissipated, no one appeared. Strange. Why are there no people? Could it be that he died inside from his injuries? The crowd exchanged glances, and in the distance, the youth sat nonchalantly on a tree branch, squinting his eyes as he watched. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly scoffed, a bunch of fools. While the crowd was momentarily puzzled, Yi Chen transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting past them. To Tio describe his speed as akin to a meteor would be an understatement. Did something just fly by? One person touched their body, feeling an eerie chill, as if a ghostly wind had swept through, sending shivers down their spine. It's the demon core. He brought the demon core out. There! Capture him! In this unfamiliar territory, the individuals were oblivious to each other's identities. Nor did they know who had taken the demon core, that if he managed to escape with it, such an opportunity would be hard to come by again. Instantly, over 20 people surged toward Yi Chen, exerting their utmost potential as if the one at the forefront would be the first to claim the demon core, prepared for such a scenario. Yi Chen regarded the swarm of incoming individuals with a cold smile while firmly gripping the mind-devouring sword. Since you desire it so much, allow me to grant you a taste. 10,000 calamities, second transformation, blood, demon body. Red mist erupted from Yi Chen's heart, enveloping him instantaneously as if he had donned a cloak of blood. The first individual, wielding a large blade, charged at Yi Chen, aiming to cleave him in two. Clang. The spiritual weapon struck the red mist as though it were hitting solid rock, unyielding and impervious. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's blade began to develop cracks. The great sword shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground with a crisp sound. Bereft of his mystical weapon, the individual crouched down, cradling his head as if he were utterly incapable of fighting. Yi Chen smirked coldly, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike that a head presented on a silver platter should not be left unclaimed. The fewer individuals present here, the more convenient it would be for Yi Chen's future endeavors. The longer they lingered, the quicker their identities would be revealed. The first person fell inexplicably, and the others, taken by surprise, assumed he was simply fleeing the battle point one after another. They charged forward, resolute in their determination to subdue Yi Chen. Hello. Hoarse growl escaped Yi Chen's throat as crimson mist surged once more, even more potent than before. This time, it wasn't just the first individual who felt the chill. Those behind him also sensed the ominous aura. Chapter 16. Shattering the Divine Eye Buzz. Yi Chen's arm vibrated, and the Mian Shin sword emitted a resonant hum that I in an instant. He sprang into action, transforming into a streak of red light that plunged into the crowd. With a mere flick of his hand, blood sprayed forth. In a single strike, one head was severed from its body. Upon closer inspection, the decapitated head still bore the look of disbelief, eyes wide open and shocked. Gazing at the head soaring through the air, the onlookers trembled in fear. No one had anticipated that the seemingly frail Yi Chen would possess such formidable strength. The malevolent aura radiating from him sent chills down their spines, leaving them desperate to escape. Yet it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen moved with lightning speed, eliminating the remaining foes with ease. They crumbled before him like fragile glass. The youth shook his head in awe, half joking, half serious, remarking that Yi Chen had grown significantly stronger. If Yi Chen was once a mere cub stumbling into the jungle, he had now become a fierce predator, incomparable to his former self. Crack, at this moment. Yi Chen's consciousness began to wane, his body trembling as his muscles bulged with newfound vigor, his bones crackling under the strain. Death. Yi Chen's neck turned, his once normal eyes now a blood-red hue, fixated on the youth's location. A single word escaped his lips, and murderous intent surged forth. Something was amiss. His current state felt peculiar. The youth rose, his expression more serious than ever. Yi Chen, agile and poised, propelled himself like a soaring swallow, lunging at the youth with a sword strike. The four yellow-clad guards were about to move, but were halted by the youth's sharp command. If you wish to avoid death, stay put. Though he was unaware of Yi Chen's transformation, he knew that defeating him would require immense effort. However, he had his own strategy. As he looked up, a bright light flickered within the youth's pupils. The infinite divine eye, with a commanding shout, an invisible wave of energy, surged forth. Locking gazes, a powerful consciousness surged toward Yi Chen's mind. The infinite divine eye could invade an enemy's consciousness to assert control. If successful, not only could it render the opponent unconscious, but it could also extract vast amounts of information. So simple. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's mental defenses crumble effortlessly, the youth's face lit up with joy. Yet, as he attempted to delve into Yi Chen's consciousness, he met with a formidable rejection. Using the divine eye to probe another's mind would always encounter resistance, but this rejection, he thought, could be easily dispelled. However, Yi Chen's mind was as impenetrable as adamantine. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate even a fraction. How could this boy's consciousness be so powerful? Could it be a treasure? Indeed, there were treasures capable of preventing others from prying into one's mind, yet even such artifacts should not withstand the divine eye. Though the youth was young, he possessed an immense pride that would not permit failure. Especially in the presence of his divine eye, determined to prevail, he steeled himself, biting his tongue to draw forth a drop of blood. What once flowed like gentle waves of consciousness now transformed into a sword with a fierce roar. Aiming to penetrate Yi Chen's mind. Bang! The consciousness blade fell, and a corner of Yi Chen's mental defenses was cleaved open. Seeing the breach in Yi Chen's consciousness, the youth rejoiced, though it cost him dearly. It was worth the chance to delve deeper. Yet before he could venture further, a thick black mist suddenly surged from Yi Chen's consciousness, hurtling toward his eyes. The youth attempted to evade, but the black mist moved with blinding speed. In an instant, it infiltrated his eyes. Initially intent on probing further, he now clutched his eyes, collapsing to the ground, struggling in apparent agony. "I'm fine," he shouted, commanding his subordinates to halt their movements. After a moment, he regained his composure, wiping the blood from his eyes. The guards nearby were taken aback. They were aware of their young master's abilities, yet now he bled from his eyes, appearing markedly weakened. Strangely, they had no idea what had transpired. Upon reopening his eyes, the youth fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, yet this time he dared not act recklessly. Though unaware of the source of the power, he was certain that any further action could lead to the explosion of his divine eye. The once deranged Yi Chen now regained his tranquility. Observing the youth's bloodied eyes and recalling his own circumstances, he could easily deduce what had occurred. Why Yi Chen mused inwardly, realizing that the blood demon form severely compromised his mental faculties. He must be cautious in its future use. This time, you have triumphed, and I shall not repeat the same mistake next time. With a command, the youth turned to leave. Currently, his inner energy was tumultuous, and he could not stabilize it in the short term. Continuing the battle would only lead to his demise. Though proud, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat Yi Chen in such a state. The yellow-clad guards cast one last reluctant glance at Yi Chen before obeying the command. Producing a crystalline token from their waists and shattering it in an instant, the 5 figures vanished. Did Dio not pursue the retreating foe? Yi Chen watched them depart. The crystalline token summoned a jade slip, which could be inscribed with techniques or teleportation formations. Why Yi Chen had heard that, aside from being killed passively, one could actively use the teleportation formation within the jade slip to escape, thereby minimizing damage to their spiritual form. However, such items were typically reserved for affluent families. It seemed that the youth and his companions held significant status. Nevertheless, for Yi Chen, with so many enemies already, the addition of one more was of little consequence. Departing from the Tangshan secret realm, Yi Chen did not rush to continue, but instead sought a concealed ravine to hide. The influence of the blood demon form on his mind was far too great. The urge to kill surged from within, quietly consuming his thoughts. He would need to exercise caution in its future application. Amidst the roaring waterfall, a hidden cave awaited. Utilizing the vines hanging nearby, Yi Chen leaped through the waterfall. Upon landing, he stumbled and fell, dislodging several demon cores of varying grades. In recent days, Yi Chen had done little else but hunt demon beasts to collect their cores. The events in the Tangshan secret realm had imparted a harsh lesson on the brutality of this world. Though merely spiritual forms, they inflicted real harm. Coupled with his unique circumstances, Yi Chen dared not take any risks. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes, surrounding himself with the demon cores in a circular formation. Vivid red blood was continuously extracted and absorbed into Yi Chen's body. Through the refinement and devastation of the high-grade demon cores over a millennium, Yi Chen's capacity to endure more numerous and potent cores had significantly increased. Absorbing over a dozen cores at once posed no issues. Of course, the blood demon form played a substantial role in this process. As he absorbed the demon cores, a faint red mist enveloped his body. Not overly conspicuous, but effectively diffusing the residual chaotic energy from the cores. 3 days later, Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light darting from his pupils, with a crackle of bones as he rose. Yi Chen felt his cultivation breakthrough once more. Thanks to the infusion of over a dozen demon cores, he had ascended 2 levels in one breath. Clenching his fists, Yi Chen delivered a powerful punch. Boom! A dull thud reverberated through the cave as the moss-covered stone walls displayed several distinct fissures. A smile finally graced Yi Chen's lips. The efforts of these many days had not been in vain. Chapter 17. Illusion. Upon exiting his seclusion, Yi Chen departed from the waterfall, his sights set on the 7-colored glazed grass. He could not afford further delays. Yet the vast expanse of the void wilderness left the possibility of encountering the 7-colored glazed grass entirely to chance. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the goods. It's not worth leaving so soon after finally arriving. A mere mongrel, relying on underhanded tactics to gain entry, believed himself to be a true young master. As Yi Chen passed through a dense forest, he inadvertently overheard shouts and threats. Though he had no intention of meddling, he halted abruptly upon recognizing a familiar voice. Zhang Tao, if you dare lay a hand on me, I will ensure you beg for mercy once we're outside. The voice carried a hint of youthfulness, and Yi Chen instantly recognized it as the one who had previously warned him about the human skin mask. While he might have overlooked the plight of others, this individual had shown him a kindness, and Yi Chen could not turn a blind eye. However, he could not allow himself to be embroiled in trouble. Concealing himself behind a large tree, Yi Chen subtly manipulated the stones on the ground, pinching one between his fingers. Whoosh! Narrowing one eye, he aimed at one of the assailants, sending the stone hurtling forth with force. An ambush! Scatter! The youth struck was clad in azure attire, possessing a handsome visage, yet cursed with a voice akin to that of a duck, truly grating to the ears that he assumed the role of the leader of a trio. And upon his utterance, the other 2 dispersed without delay, while he himself hastily retreated behind a large boulder. Fortuitously, his hiding spot lay directly in front of Yi Chun, who had his movements completely within his sight. With 2 fingers, Yi Chun grasped another stone, aligning it with the youth's head, and launched it forth once more. Bang! This time, the sound was significantly louder, reminiscent of a drum being struck, resonating with a sharp echo. Ah! The youth cried out in agony, but as he noticed the stone lying at his feet, realization dawned upon him. He had been toyed with. Who is it?" he exclaimed, stepping forward, his anger palpable. "Don't let me find you. Or else what?" Yi Chun, having had his fill of intimidation, emerged from behind the tree, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant expression. "Do continue. What do you intend to do?" From the moment Yi Chun appeared, the youth found himself at a loss for words. Though this individual appeared unremarkable, the aura of coldness emanating from him loomed large, suppressing him entirely. Moreover, the palpable bloodlust surrounding him suggested a seasoned killer, one who had likely taken the lives of many. Even now, he sensed a faint yet ominous intent to kill being directed at him. "Who are you?" the youth stammered, his voice quivering. "I bear no grudge against you. What do you seek?" "Nothing in particular." Yi Chun advanced step by step, and just as the youth thought he was about to meet his demise, Yi Chun bypassed him, extending a hand toward the scoundrel he had mentioned. "Is he still able to rise?" Yi Chun's tone was notably cooler, yet markedly gentler toward the one on the ground. "Who are you?" The figure below did not readily trust Yi Chun, gazing at him with suspicion, unaware that he had crossed paths with such a formidable individual. "Ha ha!" Yi Chun chuckled softly, reminding him. The mass grave, the mask, these 2 pieces of information were sufficient for the other to recollect. It seemed unexpected for him to realize that this was the very individual who had arrived without knowledge of the human skin mask. "ITSU. What a coincidence." The figure on the ground suddenly sprang to life, as if imbued with divine assistance, shedding the earlier appearance of weakness in an instant. Yi Chun's smile deepened, having deduced the unfolding events. "What a pity, you were waiting for me here." Not only was he waiting, but he had even plotted against him. With a swift motion, Yi Chun's expression turned sharp, and the Mingxin sword lunged forward, piercing the abdomen of the man before him. Yet, in the next moment, the figure disintegrated into motes of light, vanishing without a trace. The other 3 also disappeared in like manner, leaving no remnants behind. Yi Chun withdrew the Mingxin sword, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, activating the 10,000 Calamity Emperor's eye, crimson light flickering in his gaze. After a brief moment, he retracted his sight, astonished. It is indeed an illusion. Illusions are primarily designed to confound the heart with deceptive visions, making it highly probable that everything visible to the naked eye is a cleverly laid trap. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, realizing he had not even detected when he had fallen under the illusion's sway. It was likely that he had been ensnared for quite some time. In the external world, within a forest shrouded in thick white mist, a group observed Yi Chun traversing through the the forefront. A woman clad in purple gauze spoke. "Let us proceed." "He will not escape." Swish, bang, bang. Within the illusion, Yi Chun swung the Mingxin sword repeatedly, the crimson blade sweeping across the expanse. However, everything that collapsed was swiftly restored, and each of his attempts yielded the same result. Within this illusion, apart from living beings, everything else that was damaged would be restored. With a deep breath, Yi Chun inhaled the air, which remained unchanged, still carrying a foul odor. This indicated that he was still within this space, merely enveloped by a layer of gauze, more like mist. "I shall accompany you to the end." Summoning the blood demon form proved to be much smoother than the first attempt, with a few quick breaths. Yi Chun controlled the urge for slaughter that surged within him, that a tempest of blood mist erupted from his being, which he directed to envelop the entire forest. Looking out, a sea of crimson met his gaze, and Yi Chun widened his eyes, meticulously observing every corner. The illusion would exert a powerful repulsion against foreign energies. Thus, when the vast red mist appeared, the illusion would reshape the surrounding environment in mere moments. Within a range close to Yi Chun, the red mist was rapidly absorbed and transformed, save for one spot. Directly beneath Yi Chun's feet, a scattering of fallen leaves was thoroughly tainted by the red mist. Standing out amidst the surrounding verdancy and withering yellows, "I have found you." A smile crept across Yi Chun's lips as he gathered energy in his palm, channeling his vital blood to strike down upon the stained leaves with force. Boom! As the attack descended, a surge of power also erupted from the leaves, clashing against Yi Chen's vital blood. In a contest of ebb and flow, two beams of energy oscillated fiercely. Yi Chen scoffed, pushing forth with his arm, and his vital blood surged violently, obliterating the leaves completely. Moments later, the illusion that had plagued Yi Chen for days began to dissipate, revealing a stream of chaotic stones before him. The true world. Simultaneously, as the illusion shattered, the purple-clad woman, who had been rushing forward, suddenly halted. Not good. She cast a glance over her shoulder, gritting her teeth. Hasten our actions. He has broken through the illusion. The eyes of the purple-clad woman gleamed with fierce intent. We must eliminate Nansheng before he arrives. Chapter 18. The Divine King's Palace. Upon dispelling the illusion, Yi Chen pressed onward along the trail, eager to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who had dared to lay such traps along the way. His steps were both peculiar and swift as he navigated through the dense forest, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 miles. Eventually, he entered a clearing devoid of any cover, at which point he abruptly came to a halt. A chilling atmosphere began to permeate the air as Yi Chen gripped the Mingxin sword tightly, surveying each area meticulously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of splitting air echoed from behind, as a volley of sharpened bamboo poles shot forth. Yi Chen swiftly turned, Mingxin's sword in hand, sweeping his arm in a horizontal arc, unleashing a wave of crimson energy. Bang! Countless bamboo poles splintered in two, gradually dissolving into nothingness under Yi Chen's fierce gaze. Lowering his eyes, Yi Chen shifted his ears, and once again unleashed the Mingxin sword, launching it forcefully toward the right. A scream accompanied the sight of a bloodied arm, as a figure suddenly materialized from thin air on the right side. Yi Chen quickly dodged, aiming the Mingxin sword at the intruder's throat, the blade poised at a vital point. Do not move. If you wish to live, clearly state your intentions. The figure, clad in black, glared at Yi Chen with a mixture of rage and fear, blood gushing from the severed arm he clutched. Listen carefully, he warned through gritted teeth. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. The Divine King's Palace is not a place you can offend. The Divine King's Palace? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing deeper into the shadows. His interest piqued. In that case, I must see it for myself. With that declaration, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he swept the Mingxin sword horizontally, severing a head from its body. Gulp! The head rolled on the ground, its eyes still wide open in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that Yi Chen would slay him after hearing about the Divine King's Palace. Having dealt with the scout, no one could obstruct Yi Chen any longer, and he vanished from the clearing in an instant. Xin, you are truly heartless. What grievance do I hold against you, Divine King's Palace? That you would betray us and conspire with the wicked? At the edge of a cliff, a girl in an ecru gown gazed mournfully across, her lively eyes brimming with tears, her steadfast demeanor evoking deep sympathy. However, the purple-clad woman opposite her remained icy, her gaze lowered, unmoved by the display of emotion. Behind Xin, a throng of dozens spoke arrogantly. Just capture her. Why all this needless chatter? With that, they prepared to strike. But Ziyuan raised her hand to halt them, to eye the puzzled eyes of her companions. Ziyuan stepped forward, each step blossoming a black lotus beneath her feet, that I will personally extract Nansheng's soul and forge it into a puppet. As Ziyuan's sword was drawn, the black lotuses she stepped on began to take form, rising into the air, emitting a black mist as they surged toward the girl opposite. Morning dew art. Nansheng's expression turned frantic as she swiftly manipulated her hands, chanting incantations that in a fleeting moment, a grand white lotus bloomed beneath her feet, expanding rapidly, its petals lifting her into a protective embrace. Ziyuan, however, scoffed. With the disparity in our levels, you cannot defend against this. With that, she bit her fingertip, forcing a drop of crimson blood to emerge to go. The blood essence coalesced into a bead and surged toward the black lotus, merging instantly. The black lotus underwent a tremendous transformation, its petals tinged with red, doubling its might. Boom! The two lotuses collided, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Ugh! Nanxing let out a muffled groan as the protective petals surrounding her shattered like porcelain, scattering around her. She staggered back, half kneeling on the ground. "Die," she exclaimed. Seeing this, Ziyuan seized the moment to pursue. The Black Lotus moved swiftly, leaving behind a trail of black light that an onslaught of energy surged towards Nanxing's face. Her eyes widened in terror. Just when she thought her life was about to end, a long sword sliced through the air, clanging as it struck the heart of the Black Lotus, to her astonishment. The seemingly impregnable Black Lotus was pierced through its core in a mere breath. Ziyuan stumbled back, retreating dozens of steps before being steadied by someone behind her. She pushed away the outstretched hand and strode forward 2 steps. "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of Lingxia Palace?" "What is Lingxia Palace?" "I have never heard of it," a voice suddenly rang out, drawing closer, that a dark silhouette flashed past her. Ziyuan swiftly formed a hand sign. But before the lotus could fully materialize, a chilling aura suppressed her. "I care not who you are. This young girl is coming with me," as the voice fell. Ziyuan anxiously looked around, only to find no trace of Nanxing at the cliff's edge. Damn it! He is distracting us. That mysterious person had taken advantage of their distraction to whisk Nanxing away. Search. With an injured person in tow, they cannot have gone far, Ziyuan exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. While those behind her remained motionless, their expressions unfriendly. "What are you all waiting for? If we fail this mission, it matters little that I did not succeed in entering Lingxia Palace. Your lives are at stake." After Ziyuan's threats, the group finally began to move. However, they cast wary glances at her. "Don't take us for fools. The person the palace master specifically requested must not be harmed." With that, they vanished, scattering in search of Nanxing and the mysterious figure. But they found nothing, leaving Ziyuan's expression dark and filled with burgeoning hatred. "If you won't let me kill her, then I shall make it my mission to do so," within a cave beneath the cliff. Yeqing leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in recuperation. The previous strike had been his full power, and though his opponent appeared young, they had already reached the 5th level of the mountain opening realm. Yeqing, on the other hand, was merely at the 6th level of the fragmented stone realm. The gap was still too vast. Meanwhile, a young girl in a pale yellow gown was crudely bound and tossed carelessly to the ground. Not long after, her eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes, only to find herself restrained. Struggling to sit up against the stone wall, she turned her gaze to Yeqing, with a mask obscuring his face. Yeqing's appearance was quite ordinary, marred by several terrifying scars. Nanxing was taken aback upon seeing him, anxiety and fear gripping her heart. "Who are you? What do you want in this desolate void?" It seemed there was no good soul to be found. Yeqing remained indifferent, focusing on his cultivation. The moment he faced the Black Lotus, he felt as if he had touched a barrier. Now at the 6th level of the fragmented stone realm, he still had a ways to go before leaving the mountain realm behind. "Hey, why aren't you speaking?" Nanxing insisted. "That I know you can hear me. Answer me." She persisted, even attempting to kick Yeqing, but the distance was too great. Bound and sealed, she could only move her mouth. "Ugh! Boo-hoo!" Not long after, even her voice was silenced. Yeqing, irritated, flicked a finger at her mute acupoint, his voice low and hoarse. "Be quiet." Chapter 19. Awakening the Divine Eye at last. The noise subsided, allowing Yeqing to immerse himself once more in his consciousness, enabling a swifter recovery. The days of seclusion slipped away like water, and before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a surge of red light erupted from within Yeqing, causing the fragile mountainside to crack with a resounding snap. Fissures appearing in abundance, that Yeqing's eyes snapped open, the red pupils glinting with a hint of gold. He rubbed his eyes, feeling as if everything around him had become clearer. In an instant, he soared into the air, diving from the cave, arms spread wide like a great eagle preying on its quarry, and struck out with precision. Boom! The sound of crashing water echoed as Yeqing's palm descended from midair, creating colossal waves despite the distance. The waves surged several meters high, crashing down upon the trees flanking the riverbanks. With a series of cracking sounds, those trees snapped and fell with a thunderous roar. Yeqing soared back, lightly tapping the jutting rocks of the cliff to return to the cave entrance. Reaching the 7th level of the fragmented stone realm was indeed extraordinary. The further one advanced, the more difficult it became to level up, making each tier vastly distinct. You are merely at the fragmented stone realm. While Yeching was still reveling in the joy of his breakthrough, a weak voice brought him back to reality. He then recalled that he had indeed captured someone. Following the voice, he turned to see Nanxing, blood at the corner of her mouth, looking haggard and worn. For cultivators, awakening their bloodline would lead to the cessation of digestion, reducing their absorption of impurities. However, they were still in their developmental years. Her own cultivation had not been a concern, yet he had sealed her acupoints, rendering her abilities utterly useless. Yeching awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that in his fervor for cultivation, he had indeed forgotten about her. "Could you untie me?" Nanxing spoke with a slight lisp, even biting her own blood to break through Yeching's sealed to her surprise. Yeching's abilities were unexpectedly formidable. Despite her best efforts, she had only managed to unblock her mute acupoint and remained immobile. Yeching approached, lightly tapping her acupoint with his fingertip. "Try it." Nanxing looked at him, puzzled, and with a slight exertion of her arm, the ropes binding her fell away. "You really let me go?" She scrutinized Yeching from head to toe, wondering if he might be mentally unhinged. Yeching saw through her thoughts and asked, "Do you think you can defeat me?" "You?" Nanxing was momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, she realized it was indeed unlikely. Though her cultivation was slightly higher, the man before her could not be judged by ordinary standards. With a single move, he had repelled Ziyuan and had discreetly sealed her acupoints. Such a person was undoubtedly not someone she could provoke. Yeching had merely acted on impulse to save someone. He had no intention of gaining anything in return. The do know of the Divine King Palace. He was now eager to discover the true extent of its power, which dared to obstruct his path. Cough, cough. Nanxing was caught off guard at the mention of the Divine King Palace, choking on her saliva. After a few coughs, she asked Yeching, "What do you want to know about the Divine King Palace?" The master of the Northern Realm was not someone of his humble fragmented stone realm stature could inquire about. "Nothing much," Yeching replied nonchalantly, "that I was just intercepted and wanted to reclaim a little face." "Intercepted?" Nanxing looked utterly bewildered. "I have never stooped to such actions. And besides, just now..." Realizing she had let slip too much, Nanxing quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at Yeching, hoping he hadn't heard anything. If he had, she fervently wished he wouldn't hold it against her, a mere girl. Yeching turned away, seemingly unfazed that this girl was familiar with the Divine King Palace. However, he found it strange. "If you are indeed from the Divine King Palace, how is it that you are being hunted to such an extent? One would expect that a family of such stature would provide their members with teleportation jade slips, allowing them to escape danger by shattering the slips. What concern is that of yours?" Nanxing retorted, her tone haughty. "This incident will be remembered by my Divine King Palace, and once I return, I will ensure my father rewards you." She continued, "Now, you will apologize to me. You have bound me for 10 days. It was evident that the young lady had a temper. Nanxing was accustomed to giving orders as though being saved was the greatest favor. "Oh, really?" Yeching sneered, his smile devoid of warmth. The moment he moved, the air around them felt as if it had solidified. "What do you intend to do?" Nanxing took a few steps back, clutching her chest as if gripped by an unseen force. In a flash, Yeching appeared before her, seizing her. "Apologize? I rescued you, yet I must apologize." He scoffed. "What kind of logic is that, young lady?" Though Yeching wore a smile, Nanxing felt as if he were after her life. The murderous intent radiating from his crimson pupils engulfed her, and as their gazes locked, the reflection of Yeching's cold and unfeeling visage filled her brown irises, under the suffocating pressure of his malice. Her instinct for survival surged within her. A piercing scream echoed through the air as azure light swirled in Nanxing's eyes. The divine eye awakened. Yeching was taken aback, releasing Nanxing and retreating rapidly, instantly appearing 1,000 miles away. In contrast, Nanxing seemed unable to withstand the pain of her awakening, immense energy radiating from her being. Crack! The fragile stone walls could not endure the overwhelming force, soon cracking extensively. Not good. If this continues, a landslide is inevitable. Yeching turned to flee, but upon glancing back, he saw Nanxing desperately clawing at the ground, her delicate fingers drawing blood. "I truly owe you from my past life." The blood demon form. Yichen gritted his teeth and charged back, utilizing the formidable defensive capabilities of the blood demon body to withstand the shockwaves unleashed by the awakening of the divine eye. Cradling the light and delicate maiden in his arms, Yichen lightly propelled himself off the ground, leaping downwards. With a resounding crash, as they departed, a substantial portion of the cliff crumbled and plunged into the river below, creating a series of splashes. Above the precipice, the circular formation of purple feathers, which had been searching for traces of Yi Chun and the maiden, abruptly halted. The crowd simultaneously turned their gazes towards the cliff. And the leader, Purple Feather, promptly commanded, "Return." They are still on the cliff. In a flash, several figures darted back to their previous position. Yet the cliff had long since ceased to exist, the surroundings having collapsed extensively, even eliciting a wave of beastly chaos. The habitat of the demonic beasts lay in ruins, their roars reverberating with deafening intensity. Just as Purple Feather was about to advance, she was restrained by someone behind her. The beast tide was on the verge of erupting, and they would undoubtedly perish. That a mix of hatred and resignation flickered in her eyes as she eventually departed from the scene. Chapter 20. Escaping the beast tide roar. Roar! The demonic beasts howled in unison, the ground trembling violently, the scene reminiscent of a catastrophic earthquake. What is happening? What's going on? Look, it's the beast tide! A help! Whoosh, whoosh! Various types of demonic beasts seemed to have just been unleashed, their forelegs angrily pounding their chests, their blood-soaked fangs bared. They tore into flesh and skin mercilessly in an instant. This entire forest had transformed into a slaughterhouse for demonic beasts. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh flew around. A veritable inferno on earth. Yet, the corpses would soon vanish, and with time's relentless passage, this place would return to its former state, with no one to bear witness to the massacre that had transpired. Whoosh! Deep within the forest, a shadow darted past at Yi Chun, clutching the unconscious Nansheng, fled as countless demonic beasts pursued them. These brutes. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, pivoting sharply, his foot carving a deep groove into the ground. Endless cycles, raging blood. Upon activating the frenzied blood state, Yi Chun's stamina surged, the fatigue of flight dissipating in an instant. Demon Slayer. A long sword materialized before Yi Chun, its transparent blade refracting the sunlight. With a flash of red in his eyes, he bit down hard on his tongue. Splatter! Blood sprayed onto the sword's surface, igniting a momentary flash of crimson light to go. At his command, the Demon Slayer sword surged forth like a vengeful spirit. Weaving through the throngs of demonic beasts, crack, squelch, the sounds of blades piercing flesh, the roars of beasts, and the clash of sword against sharp scales filled the Yi Chun bore Nansheng deeper into the forest. The signs of demonic beast activity diminished. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt in a hollowed area. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest insect chirps. This was decidedly abnormal. The maiden in his arms stirred restlessly. Unease etched into her brow. Yi Chun looked down, only to discover that the mask had fallen away, revealing her true visage. Her delicate face was slick with cold sweat, her smooth forehead marred by several fine scratches. Most notably, her closed eyes with long, thick lashes trembled rhythmically, as if on the verge of awakening. Yet ensnared by an unseen force, Yi Chun's fingertips gently touched Nansheng's brow, a drop of his vital blood oozing forth to anoint her forehead. The divine eye is rare. Let me lend you my strength. Just then, a shadow zipped past, grazing Yi Chun's body. He looked down to find his sleeve torn, a deep wound oozing blood. The blood demon body. A crimson mist enveloped him as the wound on his arm healed at a visible pace, leaving behind only a scar. The blood demon body not only boasted incredible defense, but also accelerated his recovery. Huff! Huff! The sound of heavy breathing and the rustling of earth echoed through the tranquil forest at a wild boar. Yi Chun stared at the pitch-black beast before him, its bristly mane coarse and formidable. Somewhat taken aback, such common prey rarely cultivated into a spirit. It was exceedingly rare to encounter one even after a century. Yet here, in this merciless void, one had appeared, the boar's dark eyes fixated on Yi Chun. Its forelegs digging into the ground, poised to charge, Demon Slayer. The wild boar was strong and agile, a formidable adversary. With the looming beast tied behind him, Yi Chun had no time to waste on it. Buzz! Just then, the Demon Slayer sword, currently wreaking havoc among the beasts, emitted a thunderous roar, hurtling towards Yi Chen. Grasping the azure hilt, droplets of his blood fell onto the sword, which suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. Under this crimson glow, the previously menacing wild boar hesitated trying to escape. Yi Chen leaped forward. I dare say, it won't be that simple. The Scarlet Demon Slayer's sword became a voracious predator, as Yi Chen deftly maneuvered his wrist. Creating a flurry of sword blossoms, countless sword shadows spiraled outward, encircling the wild boar and cutting off all avenues of retreat. Die! Yi Chen clenched his palm, dozens of swords descending simultaneously. Sizzle. The sword tips pierced the wild boar's body, but were deflected by its bristly coat, showcasing defensive capabilities comparable to that of a youthful demonic beast. Yi Chen was momentarily astonished. It seemed this wild boar had not only cultivated into a spirit, but was also an ancient one. I shall see how resilient your flesh truly is. If the sword shadows failed, then he would employ true steel. Demon Slayer. Yi Chen growled, the sword's brilliance flaring. Cradling Nan Sheng with one arm, he wielded the Demon Slayer with the other. The fierce sword aura struck the wild boar from afar, instantly cleaving a gash into its side. Gur. The pained cry echoed through the forest as the wild boar began to thrash wildly. Moving so swiftly, it was nearly impossible to track. Yi Chen's pupils dilated slightly, a flash of red igniting within, a murderous intent surging forth. Stop. The chaotic killing intent coalesced, forming an invisible blade that hovered above the wild boar's head. The beast, utterly overwhelmed by the aura of death, froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Yi Chen bellowed, raising the Demon Slayer, seizing the moment while the wild boar was momentarily incapacitated, and struck it down with a thunderous blow, cleaving it in twain, from its head to its body. It was completely severed, innards spilling forth onto the ground. Thud. The wild boar's massive carcass collapsed, causing a considerable commotion, the scent of blood attracting the already agitated beast tide, which had been driven into a frenzy by the loss of their habitat. Not good. Yi Chen cursed under his breath, realizing he had forgotten the impending beast tide. They needed to vacate this place immediately. Demonic beasts possessed the most acute sense of smell. Stemming from their primal lineage, they were inherently murderous and particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Adjusting Nan Sheng in his arms, Yi Chen squinted to discern the direction and sprinted towards the spot where the wild boar had appeared. As Nan Sheng remained unconscious, he was about to face a 7-day period of weakness himself. They needed to find a suitable sanctuary for the demonic beasts, which sought only to prey upon humans. The safest refuge would naturally be within the confines of a beast's lair. 5 miles west lay a massive pit. Descending into the cavern would reveal an entirely different world. Before him lay a wide, pitch-black passageway. Yi Chen produced a fire starter, striking it against the wall to ignite it. The illumination was limited, forcing him to proceed cautiously while observing his surroundings. Crack! He stepped on something, a crisp sound echoing beneath him. Looking down, he found the ground littered with stark white bones, remnants of limbs scattered about, a testament to the ferocity of the wild boar in life. Such a demonic beast, once slain, would undoubtedly benefit countless cultivators. The passage extended for merely a few hundred meters, culminating in a fan-shaped stone chamber, where a patch of overgrown grass suggested it was the boar's resting place. The center was a clear spring, a stalactite hanging above, dripping water steadily. Chapter 21. The Heavenly Hammer. After settling Nan Sheng, Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. The cavern bore the scars of a fierce battle, deep and heavy marks etched into the stone walls. Glancing at the still unconscious Nan Sheng, he hesitated. That mysterious sect outside was pursuing this young lady. Should she perish, it would only amount to a month of weakness. However, if he were to die, it would be the end. The Yi family awaited his return, and Linger would undoubtedly be anxious for her brother's safety. With a resolute bite of his lip, Yi Chen decided he had already done enough by saving her once. Just as he was about to depart, a jade pendant hanging from Nan Sheng's neck suddenly emitted a faint glow. Moments later, a spectral figure of an elderly man with a flowing, white beard appeared in midair. Young hero, I am Nan Wentian, the Lord of the Divine King Palace, and Nan Sheng's grandfather. Upon appearing, the specter introduced himself, his tone urgent and flustered. His gaze fell upon Nan Sheng's sweat-drenched face, unconsciously revealing a look of tenderness and concern. Yi Chen instantly comprehended. You wish for me to protect her? Indeed. The ethereal figure nodded immediately and continued, I understand that some may find it challenging, but Nansheng is currently at a critical juncture in her awakening of the divine pupil. If this process is interrupted, the elder did not finish his sentence. Yet his brow furrowed with grave sorrow. The White Yi Chun had also undergone the awakening of the divine pupil, a process fraught with peril and difficulty. A single misstep could lead to an abyss of suffering, resulting not only in the impairment of one's consciousness, but also in the potential for debilitating madness. Furthermore, Nansheng's awakening was belated. Her cultivation techniques had already solidified. Should her divine pupil be damaged, her entire cultivation would dissipate like smoke. Divine pupils were exceedingly rare. Each one that manifested would be fervently sought after by various sects, nurtured with the utmost care by their entire clans. Only someone as short-sighted as Yi Beixian would forcibly strip a divine pupil from its rightful owner and offer it to a worthless individual. If the little princess of the Divine King Palace were to awaken her divine pupil, it would significantly bolster the palace's standing, potentially elevating their rank within the four realms. Moreover, for Yi Chen, gaining the support of the Divine King Palace would ensure their foothold in the northern region. Noticing Yi Chen's expression soften, the ethereal figure hastily made a promise. If my granddaughter successfully awakens her divine pupil, you shall be regarded as a benefactor of the Divine King Palace. We will assist you unconditionally with one matter. The Divine King Palace held dominion over the northern region, and words spoken by its representatives were bound to be sincere. Very well. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, encouraged by this pledge that I will do everything in my power, but if I fail, his voice lowered slightly, for he feared that the Divine King Palace might turn against him. The elder understood Yi Chen's concerns and promptly reassured him. If failure occurs, it shall be attributed solely to my granddaughter's fate, and no blame shall fall upon others. I understand, Yi Chen replied, his expression easing a fraction. It seemed the Divine King Palace possessed a degree of wisdom. Just as he finished speaking, the elder's ethereal form began to flicker, becoming increasingly insubstantial as if influenced by some unseen force. What is happening? Yi Chen's brow furrowed, and just as he voiced his inquiry, the figure vanished completely. Before dissipating, the elder cast a worried glance at Nansheng, his eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, the cave echoed with a crisp, melodious sound, reminiscent of a hammer striking stone that Yi Chen spun around, and in the dim light, he discerned two small green dots. The sharp clicking reverberated through the cavern, and a flash of white light momentarily blinded Yi Chen, causing him to stumble. Biting his tongue to remain alert, he quickly covered his ears. The sound carried a hint of mental disturbance. Soul-capturing evil spider. This creature immediately sprang to mind that a type of spider devoid of venom. Yet the sound of its 8 legs could ensnare the very soul. The more formidable varieties could even cause instant death through bloodshed from the 7 orifices. Yi Chen's expression darkened. He had never anticipated encountering such a malevolent creature in the same cave as wild boars. Or perhaps the wild boars were merely prey, kept here to nourish the spider until it grew stronger. That if this were the case, the evil spider was likely far older than he had imagined. Suddenly, Nansheng trembled violently, collapsing to the ground and curling up like a shrimp. Her brow furrowed tightly, seemingly enduring immense suffering. This is bad. I forgot about her. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he extended a finger, channeling a portion of his cultivation to create a protective barrier around Nansheng. That a faint red aura began to swirl gently, and gradually, her furrowed brow relaxed. Seeing her stabilize, Yi Chen could now focus on dealing with the vile creature before him. The soul-capturing evil spider's age was determined by the number of legs it possessed. The more legs, the higher its cultivation level. Presently, the spider before Yi Chen had 10 legs, suggesting it boasted around 500 years of cultivation. Yi Chen could barely contend with creatures of 200 or 300 years. How could he hope to face this 500-year-old spider? Fortunately, it was not venomous. Otherwise, he would have to exercise extreme caution, severely limiting his movements. Destruction Blade. A powerful radiance emerged within the cave as the blade, having just vanquished countless beasts, was now tainted with their blood. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yi Chen noticed a faint red line within the otherwise transparent body of the blade. However, This was not the time for curiosity. He summoned the destruction blade, directing its fierce energy towards the evil spider. Hiss! Sensing the provocation, the evil spider became agitated, its 10 legs moving rapidly, each thrust embedding itself deep into the stone walls. The crisp sound grew louder, echoing through the cave and incessantly assaulting Yi Chun's mind. This is troublesome. Yi Chun decided to seal his senses, and a flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes. 10,000 Calamities Imperial Pupil. In the solitude of the cave, Yi Chun unleashed the full might of the 10,000 Calamities Imperial Pupil for the first time. The vivid scarlet hue engulfed his pupils, and his domain expanded instantaneously, the intent to kill coalescing into a colossal hammer. The hammer, larger than a person, continued to grow within the confined space of the cave that in no time, it pressed against the ceiling, creating fissures in the stone above. Should this continue, they might crush themselves before the battle even commenced. Fortunately, Yi Chun halted just in time, the hammer maintaining its maximum size, with its 3-meter-long handle firmly grasped in his hand. A breaking heaven hammer. A hoarse roar erupted from Yi Chun's throat as he raised the handle high, the massive hammer descending slowly, precisely targeting the body of the evil spider. The soul-capturing evil spider. With a body as hard as iron and eyes that even sharp weapons struggled to penetrate, had only one weak point, the abdomen. However, its legs were as impenetrable as a fortified wall, rendering any attack incapable of reaching the spider's vulnerable spot. Yi Chun was acutely aware of this truth and wasted no time. Launching directly for the critical area, a swirling vortex of crimson energy churned beneath the colossal hammer, an overwhelming intent to kill enveloping the evil spider. Even though it was a 500-year-old beast, under the full force of Yi Chun's murderous aura, it hesitated momentarily. Seizing that fleeting moment, Yi Chun brought the giant hammer crashing down, that if he couldn't strike with precision, he would simply break through. Bang! The hammer collided with the spider's armored back, sending a wave of dark red energy radiating outward in a circular pattern. The shockwave struck the surrounding walls, causing additional cracks to mar the already damaged stone. Hiss! The evil spider let out a shrill cry, its head rearing back as its 10 legs flailed chaotically. The agonizing pain disrupted its movements, causing it to thrash about blindly, crashing into the cave walls in an attempt to alleviate the torment in its abdomen. Yi Chun, exhausted, leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily. The spider continued to struggle, yet Yi Chun could sense its life force waning. Before long, the evil spider's movement slowed, and with a final rupture of its abdomen, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a massive pit in the ground. Finally, after the evil spider breathed its last, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. His arm felt like lead, and just before the destruction blade could fall, he absorbed it back into his body. Plop! Yi Chun's arm fell to the ground, drenched in the crimson blood of the spider, which quickly vanished. He opened his left hand, and with a thought, a small hammer materialized in his palm, identical to the colossal one he had just wielded, glinting coldly with a silvery sheen. This was the Breaking Heaven Hammer, a technique derived from the second transformation of the 10,000 Calamities. Classified as a mid-level Xian-class martial skill, in the Eastern Spirit Continent, martial skills and techniques, though rooted in different origins, shared a commonality. A person could only practice one technique, but could cultivate countless martial skills. The grading of martial skills was akin to that of techniques. The Breaking Heaven Hammer, like the 10,000 Calamities Imperial Pupil, was currently a mid-level Xian-class martial skill, capable of evolving with the growth of one's cultivation. As this was Yi Chun's first usage, he experienced considerable discomfort. His arm had sustained injury during the prior wielding. The force of the giant hammer had split open his palm, and the swirling energy within had left a gash. With a flick of his hand, the giant hammer vanished. Just as Yi Chun intended to tend to his wound, he noticed that the previously gushing injury had miraculously closed. Were it not for the lingering white marks, he would have doubted that the injury had ever existed. He quickly examined the area around his palm, finding only a faint white scar. The wound had completely healed without any visible trace. Astonished, Yi Chun pondered deeply, then cast his gaze toward the clear spring nearby. If he recalled correctly, he had submerged his hand in it, and it was then that the wound began to mend. Could this be some sort of heavenly treasure? In a state of amazement, Yi Chun immediately turned his attention to Nan Sheng. During their recent escape, she had sustained a minor abrasion on her forehead. Yi Chun approached the clear spring, dipped his fingers into it, and gently dripped a few drops onto her forehead, but he then fixed his gaze on the wound, watching intently as the droplets seeped in. And to his astonishment, the small cuts began to slowly close in mere moments. The wound was entirely healed, leaving no trace behind. Yichen leaned in closer, scrutinizing the surface of the water, which reflected his image. Drip! A faint sound of water echoed, as droplets cascaded from the stalactites, creating ripples upon the surface of the water. Yichen lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on the stalactite, as if he sought to penetrate its outer layer and unveil its inner essence. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from behind him. Instinctively, Yichen reacted, delivering a swift palm strike. The malevolent spider, barely propped on its legs and yet to rise, fell back under the force of his blow. Observing the trail of watermarks on the ground, Yichen murmured, "I have indeed been negligent. Since the spring water was beneficial for his injuries, it would naturally hold no distinction for the demonic beasts." Summoning the soul-devouring sword, Yichen forcefully dug into the spider's abdomen, causing a white demon core to soar into the air, but he let a drop of his essence fall onto the core, sealing it with his own energy before stowing it away in his belt. The belt shimmered momentarily, and the demon core vanished without a trace. This belt was a trophy from a past conquest, serving as a repository for treasures. With the demon core secured, Yichen settled into a meditative posture. Although he had sustained no injuries in the recent skirmish, he felt a tinge of weakness. The stalactite was indeed peculiar. He resolved to investigate its mysteries once he regained his peak condition. As time passed, Yichen immersed himself in cultivation, while Nanxing too was lost within the depths of her consciousness. In a realm of white mist, she trudged forward, her feet battered and bloodied, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets. Yet, amidst the haze, she discerned a vague silhouette, like a parched wanderer in the desert who suddenly spies an oasis. She disregarded the pain in her feet and sprinted towards the figure. As she drew closer, she realized it was not merely one figure, but two, seemingly impaled by a sharp blade, strung together like marionettes. Nanxing did not recognize them, but she caught sight of a jade pendant at one of their waists. The pendant was fractured, with a yellow bead nestled within the jagged edge, mirroring the half of a pendant that adorned her own neck. It was unmistakably a pair. She recalled her grandfather telling her that this symbolized the heir of the divine king's palace. Years ago, when calamity befell the palace, her father had split the pendant in two. One half remained with him. The other passed down to his daughter. "Father?" Nanxing whispered, disbelief coursing through her veins. The figure in his arms must surely be her mother. No, it cannot be. She began to retreat, clinging to the belief that her parents would one day return for her. No, lies. It must be an illusion. In the boundless void, she ran frantically, tears streaming down her face to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yichen refrained from losing himself in his cultivation. Suddenly, Nanxing began to thrash about, her hands flailing, her face marred with tear stains. Yichen quickly rose, taking her shoulders to help her sit upright. Her weakened body threatened to topple without his support. Just before she fell, Yichen skillfully turned his wrists, pressing his palms against hers. That a gentle, warm energy flowed between their hands, and Yichen's expression turned grave. That he whispered urgently in her ear, "Wake up! Please wake up!" If he was not mistaken, Nanxing had reached the final stage of her awakening. The awakening of the divine encompassed numerous trials, yet the final stage was invariably about finding inner peace that would evoke the deepest fears harbored within, as well as the memories she most wished to forget. Yichen vaguely recalled that during his own final trial, he had been surrounded by countless corpses, devoid of doors or thresholds, a place he still could not identify to this day. Chapter 23. Restoration of the Divine Sword. Father. "Mother, please don't leave Sheng behind." "No." Nanxing suddenly opened her eyes, a golden light flickering within. Her chest heaved, eyes wide and unseeing, a thin line of blood staining the corner of her mouth. Yichen leaned in closer to inspect her. It appears she was merely frightened and has not fully awakened, but he concentrated, channeling a greater surge of spiritual energy into her body, under his soothing presence. Nanxing soon closed her eyes again, falling silent. The Yichen guarded her for 3 days, ensuring she would not slip into a state of relapse, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Miss, you must not come to harm." Even for the promise made to the divine king's palace, he was determined to save her. They had been ensconced in the cave for nearly half a month, yet the events transpiring outside remained a mystery. Yi Chun recalled the relentless tide of beasts and the unyielding pursuers. A fierce battle was inevitable, but if he could swiftly restore his strength, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous advantage. That why Yi Chun turned his attention back to the stalactite. The small spring could not be the primary source of energy. The core essence must reside within the stone itself. Heaven-shattering hammer. Yi Chun softly summoned the hammer, a silver tool appearing in his hand. Roughly the size of his fist, he leapt into the air, positioning himself before the stalactite, and began to strike it methodically. Clang, clang. He struck cautiously and deliberately, wary of exerting too much force. The cave was precarious and could not withstand much more. This stone had been nourished by water droplets over the years, enhanced by the spiritual treasures. It would not yield easily. Thus, he refrained from using overly powerful skills, persistently swinging his arms instead. After laboring for half a day, a faint crack finally appeared, and Yi Chun inhaled deeply, shaking off the fatigue in his arms. Onward. I am so close. The passage of time saw Yi Chun transition from striking the first piece of stone to the last remaining thin layer, taking a full 3 days to reach this point. Throughout those days, the ordeal had tested him profoundly. The repetitive, monotonous motion left his arms so fatigued he could barely lift them, that he pushed through sheer will to reach this juncture. As Yi Chun focused on the last layer, poised to continue, the soul-devouring sword within him suddenly surged with energy that a faint rumble resonated, the blade visibly vibrating. Could the contents within be connected to the soul-devouring sword? Yi Chun's mind wavered, yet he felt an intrinsic certainty. Even if it were not directly related, it must surely benefit the sword in some capacity. With this thought invigorating him, Yi Chun struck once more. Clang! The final blow shattered the thin layer, unveiling the true form of the spiritual treasure within. A deep blue orb, no larger than a fingernail, that as the layer fell away, it began to emit a soft azure glow. The soul-devouring sword trembled with increasing intensity, as if it had encountered a long-lost kin, clamoring for a reunion. Steady now, I must ascertain whether this orb harbors any other secrets. Yi Chun cautioned the sword, aware that some spiritual treasures might retain the consciousness of their previous owners, while others, aged and wise, could develop sentience to defend against those who sought to possess them. That he approached warily, noting a slight red mark on the blue orb. It seemed drawn to Yi Chun's aura, swiftly darting towards him. The orb brushed against Yi Chun's face, as if savoring his presence. It then leapt around his arm a couple of times before. In a swift motion, it vanished into the soul-devouring sword. Boom! A brilliant blue light erupted, sending ripples that crashed against the stone walls. With the orb now within it, the soul-devouring sword appeared to have completed part of its restoration. Yi Chun caressed the sword's hilt, where a small recess had been revealed, something he had previously overlooked. Unbeknownst to him, he had fortuitously recovered a fragment of the soul-devouring sword as the cerulean light spread from the hilt down the blade. A crimson line began to materialize as the blue light descended. So too did the red line, halting at the tip of the sword. Clink! A sudden sound resonated as another recess emerged. Buzz! The sword vibrated violently, breaking free from Yi Chun's grasp, and it reoriented itself, the tip aimed directly at him. Yi Chun was puzzled, cautiously extending a finger towards the T. Do you require my blood? The soul-devouring sword seemed to comprehend, its body swaying in response. Yi Chun chuckled softly, pressing his fingertip firmly against the blade's point. Very well. A drop of his essence flowed along the red line, embedding itself within the recess that moment. Yi Chun sensed something manifesting within his consciousness. With a mere thought, he entered his mindscape, where a miniature version of the soul-devouring sword stood proudly at its center. He could feel all its emotions. At that moment, the sword was elated, darting about within his mind, expressing its joy. Yi Chun too felt a surge of happiness. The sword's restoration was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for him. However, he still felt that something was missing, leaving it somewhat hollow. Suddenly, the cave trembled violently, the ceiling beginning to collapse. This is not good. The cave is about to cave in. This cave, once an unremarkable hollow, had endured several assaults solely due to the presence of that gem. However, with the gem now irrevocably merged into the mentioned sword, The cave lost its support and began to teeter on the brink of collapse. Wei Yichen swiftly scooped up the unresponsive Nansheng, his figure flickering as he deftly evaded the falling rocks from above. Cracks began to form in the ground, and at the very last moment before the cave was buried, a brilliant light burst forth from the entrance. Upon landing, Yichun glanced at the person in his arms. Her breathing was steady, and her pulse strong, indicating that she was not in immediate danger of death. The chain reaction caused by the cave's collapse was monumental. Concerned that the commotion would attract others, Yichun promptly left with Nansheng. Not long after they departed, a crowd gathered. The recent beast tide had evidently diminished the population here by nearly half. Among them the group led by Ziyuan from the Lingxia Palace. The Ziyuan's nostrils flared slightly, her exquisite eyes darkening. It's Nansheng. She is still alive. Remarkably, both a cliff collapse and a cave-in had failed to claim her life. Her life is tenacious. Find her. They can't have gone far. With Yichen burdened by Nansheng, his speed was significantly hampered, and he could faintly hear the chatter behind him. Suddenly, a whoosh filled the air. And Yichen thought, this is bad. How did they catch up so quickly? Shouldn't their focus be on the cave? Ahead, he heard the command, quickly pursue. It was only upon hearing a familiar female voice that Yichen realized the enemy had closed in on them. Damn, her senses are sharp. Chapter 24. Spirit Stones. The forest was dense, yet the trees were notably short, leaving no cover to be found. As Yichen dragged an unconscious individual, he was burdened with too many considerations to fully unleash his speed. It's just ahead. The melodious voice rang in Yichen's ears like a death knell. Alone, he could not contend with so many adversaries. Without assistance, he would be devoured to the last shred. Suddenly, an idea struck Yichen. If he couldn't handle them alone, he could summon some help. He abruptly veered off, slowing his pace. Seeing this, Ziyuan, who was nearly upon him, swiftly altered her technique, conjuring a black lotus flower from thin air. Go! The seven-petaled lotus floated towards him. It contained energy undeniable. Wei Yichen's gaze sharpened as he cradled Nansheng and executed a swift roll, his body twisting in mid-dash air. As he turned towards Ziyuan and her companions, a hammer suddenly materialized in his palm. The hammer was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a human head. Accompanied by a low, hoarse command, the hammer descended upon Ziyuan. A mere trick. Ziyuan halted, a flash of derision crossing her eyes as two black lotuses appeared in her palms, striking down at the hammer. Observing her reaction, Yichen smirked. How foolish. Heavenly destruction hammer, bring forth annihilation with a single command. The hammer instantaneously expanded to the size of a small hillside, raining down upon Ziyuan. The two glowing black lotuses were swiftly crushed. Help me. Ziyuan strained to maintain her stance, her internal energy surging to form a barrier to counter the hammer. Yet, she was undeniably expending her strength. And this was no ordinary hammer. Wei Yichen's fingertips twitched, and the already colossal hammer suddenly intensified in weight. Crack! Ziyuan fell to one knee, the ground fracturing beneath her as she struggled. Get up! She shouted, and her companions snapped out of their stupor. The speed of Yichen's transition from evasion to attack had been astonishing, merely a breath's duration. Moreover, he was merely a lowly figure from the shattered stone realm. How could he possibly stir such waves? The reality proved that this young upstart could indeed create turmoil and obliterate them on the shore. Like wild horses, one after another, they rushed to drag Ziyuan away just before the hammer could crush her completely. The urgency of the situation was palpable. They clutched at any fabric or hair they could grasp, forcibly pulling her out at that moment. Ziyuan appeared quite disheveled, her hair in disarray, her clothing torn, exposing much of her form. However, Yichen could not linger to appreciate this sight. Amidst the chaos, he seized the opportunity to flee. Aware that his speed alone would not suffice to escape, he made his way toward the crowd. Yichen recalled the significant noise generated by the cave's collapse, which should attract a considerable number of people. What are you staring at? Chase after them. Ziyuan, furious at her exposed state, shouted as she retrieved a new outfit from her spatial ring. Commonly referred to as a mustard seed space, that if you let them escape today, beware the palace masteress' wrath. Upon hearing the palace master's name, despite their reluctance, Ziyuan's companions were compelled to obey her orders. Their cultivation levels were already formidable, and with a sense of urgency, they soon caught up with Yichen and Nansheng. Yet, by the time they did, Yi Chen had reached the cave's entrance. Alas, what treasures might one stumble upon here? Yet, aside from a dead spider, there was not. Who could be so fortunate as to have taken away a 500-year-old demon core? That was indeed a treasure of considerable worth. Individuals began to emerge from the cave, some with expressions of regret, while others wore shifty looks, clearly having acquired something valuable that in his haste, Yi Chen had focused solely on the mission's sword and Nansheng, neglecting to search for any spoils that a beast ought to have some form of collection, after all. However, the two greatest treasures of the cave now resided with Yi Chen, the self-repairing blue gem and the 500-year-old demon core. Since the situation was so regrettable, he would provide an opportunity. Hearing the sounds of pursuit behind him, Yi Chen gazed at the dejected crowd and murmured, "What a shame." Just as he finished speaking, a streak of sword light assailed him from the side point. One of Ziyuan's subordinates wielded a long sword, diverting Yi Chen's attention while three others, each armed with their own weapons, encircled him in the middle. Their current position was somewhat precarious, and with everyone focused on treasure hunting, they had momentarily failed to notice the unfolding situation. However, none of this posed a challenge for Yi Chen. "Demon core, quickly return the demon core to me." Yi Chen suddenly shouted, his voice sufficient to reach everyone's ears that in mere moments, the news would spread like wildfire. Initially, a few black-clad individuals were puzzled by the sudden mention of a demon core. But it didn't take long for them to realize Yi Chen's intent. From all directions, unknown individuals converged, and it was then that Ziyuan recognized they had fallen into his trap yet again. "Damn it! How dare you draw them here?" Yi Chen shot her a glance of disdain. "Such a pretty face. Yet your brains are filled with water. If I cannot defeat you, should I simply allow you to kill me?" "Demon core? What demon core?" Indeed, the allure of the demon core was boundless, its essence coveted by all. Lingxia Palace is conducting business. All outsiders, leave immediately. Ziyuan glared at the surrounding crowd, issuing a threat. Seizing the moment while the numbers were still manageable, they sought to intimidate, ensuring these individuals could not escape. These young ones were like clever spirits, their minds sharp. Others hesitated, realizing that while a 500-year-old demon core was significant, they also valued their lives. Having come this far, they had already expended considerable spirit stones. Who wouldn't want to gather a few more treasures to take home? Seeing them retreat, Ziyuan continued, "If you show Lingxia Palace some courtesy, each of you may receive a low-grade spirit stone." Spirit stones were categorized into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower, with vast differences between each tier. 100 lower-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a single middle-grade spirit stone, while one upper-grade spirit stone required 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones for exchange. In recent years, the relentless exploitation of spiritual veins had led to a significant scarcity of spirit stones in circulation. For many rogue cultivators, the allure of a single lower-grade spirit stone was enough to entice them. "Silence," one of the black-clad followers barked, realizing the value of such precious items was not something they could casually dispose of. Ziyuan shot him an icy glare. "I will decide what to do." From her mustard seed space, she produced several dimly glowing diamond-shaped crystals, channeling her spiritual energy to distribute them among a few individuals. "If you leave now, Lingxia Palace will surely reward you in the future." That Ziyuan was aware that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, that if the princess of the Divine King's palace encountered a mishap in the Void Wilderness, that fiercely protective elder would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. It was wise to silence these individuals in advance. Chapter 25. A deceptive escape. Yi Chen coldly observed the stunning beauty exhaust herself in persuasion, even offering spirit stones to seal their mouths. He found it amusing. Such a beauty seemed better suited to a greenhouse. Those who had received benefits exchanged glances and silently turned to leave. Ziyuan raised her chin and shot Yi Chen a glance. "Now let us see what tricks you have left." Having been toyed with multiple times, she was increasingly protective of that wretched Nansheng. The audacity! Ziyuan could not tolerate it any longer. "Formation of the 6 harmonies," she commanded, her voice resounding with authority. Several figures clad in black responded to her call, encircling in a hexagonal formation, each wielding an exquisitely crafted dagger, its hilt embedded with a violet gem. That a dozen individuals murmured incantations, their tones low yet swift, leaving Yi Chen unable to discern their words. However, he could see the violet gem emitting an intricate thread of light. intertwining to form a six-pointed star shape. At the center, Yi Chen was starkly transformed into the prey, ensnared. The Yuan's eyes brimmed with hatred and exhilaration, as if Yi Chen and Nansheng had become puppets for her command. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A chilling breeze grazed his ears, accompanied by a low, rasping voice that mocked him. "Do you truly believe you have emerged victorious?" Zi Yuan's pupils dilated in disbelief. This was the voice of that insufferable brat. But how could it be? She hastily looked, only to find Yi Chen at the center of the formation, smirking derisively at her. Yet, Zi Yuan could not comprehend how one so confined could exhibit such audacity. Was he merely putting on a brave front? It was evident that Yi Chen never undertook actions without certainty. His understanding of human nature, honed over years in the Yi family, was nothing short of masterful. Those who appear to have benefited and complied would undoubtedly spread word of the events here, enticing more to converge. The demon pill would remain unattainable for them, and they would not permit anyone else to claim it. If worst came to worst, they would perish together. Yet if fortune smiled upon them, perhaps they could see some advantage amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, even if they did not act as Yi Chen anticipated, he would not remain idle. A dozen adversaries may be formidable, but dealing with one Zi Yuan was more than sufficient. Where is it? The 500-year demon pill resides within that woman. Charge! The command echoed, resolute. They could not allow the villains of Lingxia Palace to acquire the demon pill. Driven by greed, the collective sense of honor surged strongly among them as over 20 individuals charged forth with formidable vigor, as though intent on leveling the very mountain itself. Damn it! Those treacherous scoundrels! Zi Yuan's expression darkened, urging, dissolve the formation. Take them away first. Outnumbered, retreat was the wisest course. That Yi Chen flashed a grin, but his demeanor abruptly turned cold. Leave? You wish. The silver hammer reappeared, now the size of a hill. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground, and the ensuing energy was manipulated by Yi Chen into a barrier, ensnaring them within. He, however, vanished in a flash, confronting Zi Yuan with her venomous glare. Yi Chen shrugged. Apologies, but you shall remain here to exhaust one another. Having spoken, he turned and fled. The tumultuous struggle would take time to resolve, yet unforeseen events could arise. The vast expanse of the void wilderness offered no exit. Devoid of maps or guidance from predecessors, he was akin to a headless fly, flitting aimlessly. Hero, please wait. Suddenly, an ancient voice emerged, and the jade pendant around Nansheng's neck glowed once more, revealing the ethereal figure of an elder. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Truly, it was as if the very mention of him summoned his presence. Palace Master, might you kindly offer some guidance on where I should proceed next? This protective old man, having allowed his own granddaughter to enter, must have thoroughly scouted the area. Ha! Nen Wentian laughed heartily, momentarily taken aback by the youth's straightforwardness. Decisive and unpretentious. I like that. I would truly like to get to know you better. Yi Chen smiled politely, non-committal. Meeting in person was a different matter altogether. After the pleasantries, Nen Wentian's expression turned grave. Recent shifts in the void wilderness have resulted in significant geological changes. Previous maps are now rendered obsolete. Yi Chen's countenance darkened, the implication being that even the Palace Master could offer limited assistance. The Palace Master stated plainly, with your cultivation, you should be able to discern the general direction. Not a question. Yi Chen was the first to dare speak so directly to Nan Wentian. The elder did not take offense. He appreciated Yi Chen's forthright nature. The beast tide you incited is not yet quelled. The scent of blood is poised to unleash an even more formidable wave of beasts. Thus, avoid the mountains and opt for the valleys or the cliffs. This way, you can mitigate the impact of the beast tide. However, therein lay another concern. These areas were largely uncharted territory. Many had perished in their relentless quest to explore, their souls shattered, left in eternal slumber. There no other way. When will your reinforcements arrive? The void wilderness has always remained accessible. Entry merely requires a bit of spiritual stone. It truly that the entire Divine King Palace cannot muster a handful of capable allies. For a moment, Nan Wentian fell silent, refusing to respond to Yi Chen's query. Yi Chen felt a weight settle in his heart. He should have sensed this earlier. The elder's sudden disappearance was already peculiar, and his reappearance now seemed significantly more transparent, a sign of spiritual exhaustion. A foreboding intuition gripped Yi Chun as he tentatively asked, "Has something happened in the Divine King Palace?" Silence answered him. The elder's pained expression spoke volumes. The Yi Chun suddenly understood. And no wonder Nan Wentian emphasized that Nan Sheng's divine eyes were of paramount importance to the Divine King Palace. Hero, Lingxia Palace is intent on capturing Nan Sheng. To refine her spiritual body into a puppet, they are launching a massive assault on the Divine King Palace. Nan Wentian's face clouded with worry as he conceded. Indeed, the Divine King Palace is unable to spare personnel. Rest assured, they are but a band of jesters, not to be feared. They merely require time to deal with the my promise to you remains unchanged. Such humility was rare for Nan Wentian. He had lost his son and had but one granddaughter left. The future of the Divine King Palace rested upon his shoulders. Nan Sheng's survival was paramount. Yi Chun pondered deeply before nodding. We must not delay. Please lead the way. Chapter 26. The 1,000 Buddha divine eyes upon the steep cliff, a dark figure moved swiftly, each leap causing the stones beneath to shatter, sending countless rocks cascading down. Sweat glistened on Yi Chun's brow, splattering onto Nan Sheng's face with a sharp sound. "Elder, are you still there?" Yi Chun called twice, but received no reply, fearing that Nan Wentian's ethereal presence had vanished once more. "Roar, roar! I'll help! Get away, beast, do not come any closer!" In the distance, the roar of the beast resounded thunderously, mingled with the agonizing screams of cultivators being torn to shreds. Even from afar, Yi Chun felt a chill of dread. He could scarcely imagine the horror he would face had he remained there. Not far behind him, several dark figures moved rapidly. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, already knowing who they were. Truly persistent, he scoffed. "Neither the ambush nor the beast tide could extinguish you. Your lies are remarkably resilient." His gaze drifted towards the distant, uneven mountain range that obscured his view. Uncertainty loomed ahead, and with Nan Wentian's guidance gone, he was left to navigate alone. Glancing down at the still unconscious Nan Sheng, he chuckled lightly. "Your fate now rests in my hands, my lady." With a gentle push from his toes, Yi Chun launched himself into the air once more, the ground beneath him crumbling as he landed. This terrain was particularly fragile. With each step, it threatened to collapse further. Proceeding cautiously, Yi Chun explored his path, fearful that one misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, the treacherous landscape worked in his favor, as the pursuers dwindled with time. Now, only 5 remained, with Ziyuan leading the charge. With each step, Ziyuan moved gracefully, her pace greatly outstripping Yi Chun's. Sustained by the calming influence of the lotus flower, as the distance closed, anxiety welled within Yi Chun. He feared not Ziyuan, merely a 5th-level cultivator of the mountain opening realm. He could handle her. However, the treacherous terrain posed a grave risk. One miscalculation, and he could find his grave here. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out from behind. The Yi Chun did not look back. Continuing his flight, the Ziyuan gritted her teeth. Quickening her pace, propelled by the blooming lotus, surrounded by jagged rocks, devoid of vegetation, the path ahead grew, increasingly oppressive, an intense heat wafting toward him. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air as Ziyuan, having closed the distance, impatiently drew an arrow from her spatial pocket, launching it directly at Yi Chun. The arrow, imbued with dark energy, sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Yi Chun's vulnerable back. Madwoman, she is utterly deranged. Yi Chun thought, recognizing the peril of attacking in such a treacherous location, clearly intending for them both to perish. Blood, demon body. A crimson mist enveloped him, disregarding the arrow hurtling toward him as he accelerated his speed. Clang! The metallic arrows pierced through Yi Chun's body, but upon encountering the crimson mist of the blood demon form, they shattered into 2 halves, falling to the ground, but as the blood demon was activated. The earth beneath Yi Chun began to collapse on a grand scale. Leaving him with no solid ground to stand upon, a thunderous roar erupted as the mountainside experienced a massive landslide. The tremors far surpassing those caused by the previous wave of beasts. Damn it! Yi Chun hastily retracted the blood demon form, fearing that in the next moment, the entire mountaintop would be reduced to ruins. Whoosh, whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air came from behind, as Ziyuan shot 2 arrows in quick succession. Her eyes filled with venomous fury aimed at the front. "That I refuse to believe I cannot kill you this time." Faced with Ziyuan's relentless pursuit, Yi Chun could only twist his body in midair. With a whoosh, several arrows grazed his flesh, droplets of blood splattering onto the stones, only to evaporate into thin air. Yi Chun's pupils dilated, sensing something was amiss. Something was profoundly wrong. The blood seemed to trigger a catalyst, causing the entire mountain to shake violently, a stark contrast to the previous landslide. Rubble continuously cascaded from above. And with one arm cradling Nansheng, Yi Chun raised his other arm to shatter the falling stones. Just then, Ji Yuan loosed another arrow from behind, her hatred for Yi Chun relentless and unyielding. "You madwoman!" Yi Chun cursed under his breath, struggling to extract a massive stone from his grasp. At that moment, as he prepared to withstand the onslaught, a white lotus slowly ascended, floating gracefully into the air. Whoosh! When it collided with the oncoming arrow, the white lotus remained unscathed, still swaying like a flower in a lotus pond. In stark contrast, the arrowhead was left nothing but a mere remnant, corroded beyond recognition. Ji Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! How could you awaken the divine eye? The divine eye typically manifests at the moment of bloodline awakening. It is unheard of for someone to cultivate for years before achieving such a feat. In that critical moment, Nansheng awakened. Her divine eye fully realized, golden light swirling within her eyes. She nodded gently at Yi Chun before striding towards Ji Yuan. Her graceful figure swayed as she walked. Her pale yellow gown now muddied from their escape, yet it seemed to radiate an unmatched beauty. "Ji Yuan, you have betrayed the divine palace and harmed your sister. Today, I shall cleanse our lineage in my grandfather's name." As Nansheng slowly raised her arms, palms facing upwards, two white lotuses danced and swayed, their centers igniting with a brilliant golden flame. The Thousand Buddha Divine Eye, the Ming Wang Fire Lotus. The Thousand Buddha Divine Eye is the only one among the ancient 10 divine eyes capable of incinerating souls. Each of its myriad flames can torment the soul, leading it to the brink of annihilation. With a forceful push, Nansheng sent the lotus hurtling toward Ji Yuan, the fire lotus streaking across the sky like a falling star, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. With the emergence of the fire lotus, the air around them intensified with heat, causing sweat to bead upon their brows. It was too swift. The speed of the fire lotus was beyond the naked eye's ability to follow. Before Ji Yuan could mount a defense, the scorching waves surged towards her, the fire lotus closing in rapidly. "Let us go." With little regard for Ji Yuan's fate, Yi Chun seized Nansheng and fled as the mountainside threatened to topple over. While Nansheng distracted Ji Yuan, Yi Chun had observed the surrounding terrain, that if they remained here, the entire vicinity would surely face catastrophic destruction. However, with their current cultivation, they could not instantly traverse 100 miles. They needed to find a location amidst the tumultuous rocks that would not crush them. Activating his divine eye, Yi Chun scrutinized his surroundings with meticulous detail, magnifying every nuance until he discovered a valley. The valley lay a mere 10 miles away, small in size but surrounded by monstrous stones. Save for a narrow gap, but if they could enter, they might evade this calamity. Two figures darted like beams of light towards the valley, slipping within just as the mountainside began to roll. Boom, bang. The mountains crumbled, dust billowing into the sky, obscuring half of in an instant. The heavens seemed draped in a thin veil, rendering direction indiscernible. The frenzied beast horde sensed danger, scattering in every direction. The surviving cultivators barely had time to rejoice before being engulfed by the overwhelming destruction, as the vast expanse of the void wilderness descended into desolation. Chapter 27. The strange phenomenon of the valley in the lush valley. Vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, while countless butterflies fluttered gracefully. Within a flower field lay two enormous depressions, which upon closer inspection revealed the forms of Yi Chun and Nansheng, who had fallen into the valley. Hiss! Nansheng stirred suddenly, and as she lifted her neck slightly, a dull ache forced her back down. She recalled her intent to obliterate Ji Yuan's spiritual form when suddenly a force from behind yanked her, pulling her into a narrow crevice. The subsequent chaos was marked by rocks tumbling from above, crashing down upon her. Just as she was about to be struck, a sturdy and broad figure appeared suddenly. The memory abruptly returned to her, and Nansheng forced her head to turn, only to behold a handsome, resolute face smeared with blood. "Oh, this is your true visage," reflecting upon the unremarkable face she had first seen upon awakening in the cave. The stark contrast was like comparing the heavens to the earth. Before long, Yichen also regained consciousness, but his injuries were far more severe. The massive stones had battered him, and despite his blood demon form, he was now covered in wounds that he inhaled deeply, a faint fragrance wafting to him, bringing an inexplicable sense of serenity. However, he quickly closed off his sense of smell. Something was amiss. The void wilderness reeked of foul odors. This place could not possibly be exempt. Are you awake? Can you move? Suddenly, a face loomed large before Yichen. Nanxing stared at him with wide eyes, a hint of concern evident. Hey, you're not dazed from the impact. Are you? Yichen squeezed his eyes shut, recalling the events that had transpired. It seemed this young lady had awakened her divine. I'm fine, he rasped, his voice hoarse as if coated with sand. Nanxing awkwardly produced a water flask, tilting it towards Yichen's lips. That on account of you saving me. Have a sip of water, that will make you feel better. This was her first experience attending to someone, and despite her awkwardness and clumsiness, she nearly tipped the flask onto Yichen's nose. That I don't want to drink. Yichen turned his head away, though his throat felt parched and uncomfortable. Nanxing was about to lose her temper when Yichen added, You'd better not drink either. Something feels off here. The fragrant aroma and the pristine water flowing were certainly not elements to be found in a hellish realm. Nanxing's eyes darted around, surveying the valley that seemed to stretch endlessly. Rest assured, I've already checked. There won't be any issues. Her words carried a subtle hint of pride, yet Yichen paid her no heed. He trusted no one in this place. Seeing Yichen's silence, Nanxing chose not to press further, instead focusing on regaining her strength. Yichen too began to meditate, aware that this valley was steeped in mystery. He needed to prepare himself. As time passed, Yichen's expression grew increasingly grim. Why now? Nanxing's heightened instincts sensed something was amiss. Cautiously, she edged closer to Yichen, seeking a semblance of security. Hey, do you think what time it is now? She whispered, pointing to the sky. Why is so long past? Yet it's still not dark. Outside the valley, there had been cycles of day and night, providing them with a sense of time. Yet within this valley, it felt eerily static. Despite their prolonged cultivation, the sun remained high, seemingly unmoving. Yichen shook his head, signaling Nanxing to remain silent. This place was devoid of sun and moon, and not a single living creature existed. Aside from themselves, even the butterflies in the air appeared as if made from paper. Yichen casually grasped one, pinching its delicate form between his fingers, only for it to disintegrate into nothingness. Carried away by the wind. Witnessing this, Nanxing swallowed hard, instinctively pinching her own fingers to ascertain whether they too would vanish in this strange space. The reality proved they were indeed real. Even when pinched to the point of turning blue, they did not dissipate. What should we do next? The sheltered princess, having had little experience in the world, found herself flustered at encountering such circumstances for the first time. However, Yichen noticed Nanxing's attempts to maintain composure, her stubbornness refusing to reveal her vulnerabilities. She possessed a glimmer of intellect, far superior to that of Ji Yuan, if I'm not mistaken. This should be an array. Yichen approached the boundary, extending his hand to feel the air. Indeed, an invisible ripple emanated, causing his hand to be repelled back. They were trapped here. An array. What do we do now? I don't understand arrays. Are we to be stuck here until we perish? The young princess could no longer maintain her composure. Upon hearing the word array, she panicked, pacing frantically. What of the array? Yichen observed her trepidation, seeming particularly fearful of the concept. You wouldn't understand. Nanxing appeared as if she had experienced much, if it had not been for Xena's cunning use of an array. The numerous skilled individuals by my side would not have met such a tragic end. The memory of being besieged on that fateful day made Nanxing's teeth grind in frustration. Yichen remarked, so many capable individuals. It seems Nan Wentian was quite generous, and no wonder the divine king's palace fell prey to others. Yichen said nothing further. Arrays, after all, were merely tools. Everything in existence is interdependent and adversarial. And where there is existence, there lies vulnerability. He harbored no concerns whatsoever. After countless leisurely strolls, Yichen ultimately returned to the spot where they had first landed. The two figures stood out conspicuously amidst the flower field, creating a jarring dissonance. Yichen gazed intently for an extended period, So long that Nansheng began to suspect he might have momentarily lost his mind. "That I understand," he finally said, his eyes glowing red as he beckoned Nansheng closer. "Come here. What attitude is that? Am I just some random person? Just because you call, I'm supposed to come?" Despite her protests, Nansheng found herself moving towards Yichun against her will, grumbling. "What do you want?" Yichun disregarded her fiery temperament and gestured to the flower field before them. "Use your fire lotus to incinerate this place." "Why?" she began, but realizing she desired to leave, she refrained from questioning further. With a reluctant pout, golden light flickered in her eyes as a blazing fire lotus materialized in her palm. "Are you certain?" she asked Yichun once more. "That I am certain," he replied without hesitation. His gaze fixed upon the spot where they had just lain. There several flowers, their roots crushed, ought to have fallen to the ground, yet that area was devoid of anything, as if nothing had ever existed there. With a whoosh, the fire lotus erupted forth, instantly engulfing the flower field in flames. The towering inferno consumed all the blossoms, and as the fire intensified, the space around them seemed to shatter like a mirror, shedding its vibrant allure and leaving only boundless darkness and withered grass behind. Chapter 28. The Earth Painting. What is this place? "Hey, can you hear me? Why can't I see where you are?" Nansheng's mystical eyes seemed sealed in this realm, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not summon the fire lotus. She groped around like a blind person, while Yichun stood silently beside her, a fleeting red light flashing in his eyes. From the moment they had fallen into this place, he realized he had fallen into a trap. What appeared to be an exit was, in fact, a deeper entrance. Now, even he was uncertain of their whereabouts. After a while, Nansheng succumbed to immense fear and the unknown dangers. She squatted down, wrapping her arms around her knees, burying her head within them, stifling her sobs. The sound of her choked cries echoed starkly in the hollow environment, faintly eliciting a response. Sighing deeply, Yichun initially intended to abandon her, as his task had been accomplished, protecting her until her divine eyes awakened. However, witnessing the lonely and helpless tears of the young girl stirred memories of his sister, Yi Linger. Had she not felt similarly helpless when she was married off? "Who?" Nansheng jumped at the sound of his sigh. Taking a moment to recall who it was. "That I asked that you. It really is you, isn't it? You scare me to death. I'm terrified of the dark. Where are you? Can I come find you?" At this moment, all her noble demeanor dissipated. She was utterly frightened, as if a mere jest would cause her tears to flow freely. Why Yichun retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and blew gently, igniting a few flickering sparks. In the pitch-black space, the faint light allowed Nansheng to easily discern Yichun's direction. However, he did not allow her, a young girl, to traverse the darkness alone. "Stay where you are and do not move. I will come to you." Though Nansheng was not far away, it did not take Yichun long to reach her. However, what lay before him left him astounded. "Look at the ground," he said, crouching down and lowering the fire starter to reveal a pattern on the ground. Nansheng gasped, startled. It depicted an eye, its pupil a deep azure with a vertical slit, though merely a painting. The murderous intent and malevolence contained within the eye were vividly portrayed. Even Yichun was momentarily taken aback, though his composed nature prevented him from reacting excessively. "Perhaps we should leave. Let us not linger here any longer. Shall we?" Nansheng disregarded everything else, clutching Yichun's sleeve as she hid behind him, fearful of what lay behind, pulling his hand around her waist. Through the thin fabric, Yichun could distinctly sense the fragrance of the young girl in her slender waist, causing his face to flush as he hastily withdrew his hand. Before Nansheng could let out another terrified cry, he shifted to embrace her shoulders, pulling her closer. Leaving may not be as simple as it seems. First, we encountered a valley, and now this peculiar earth painting. The situation is likely more complicated than we realize. Nansheng touched her eyes, a despondent expression crossing her face. "But if only my divine eyes could be of use here." She lamented, "I have no idea where this place is. Even my divine eyes are suppressed." Yichun paused, feigning indifference as he asked, "Your divine eyes cannot be used?" "Indeed," Nansheng replied, unthinking. "It seems there is some kind of restriction here. Each time I attempt to use my divine eyes, my body feels weak and powerless." Yichun responded casually, though inwardly he began to strategize. His eyes were not like ordinary divine eyes and could not be easily exposed. He could only pretend they were ineffective for the time being. The two of them advanced a short distance, relying on the flickering light of the fire starter, yet they had barely seen half of the earth painting. From the eye to the body, it occupied a significant expanse that it must be some kind of beast, with claws and wings. Yichen murmured, rifling through his memories of the beast depicted in the beast scrolls. But regrettably, none matched that I don't know either. For a beast with such a long body, the only thing I can think of is a snake, Nanxing said, shaking her head uncertainly. She had never ventured far from home and could only rely on snippets from books for her knowledge. Let us not dwell on what we do not understand, Yichen decided, leading Nanxing further down. The deeper they went, the more familiar the glimmering scales appeared to him that I feel like I've seen these scales somewhere before. He muttered, though the memory was fleeting and not particularly vivid. When they reached a spot just 3 inches from the forefoot, they beheld 3 particularly radiant and rounded scales. Suddenly, an image of a folding fan flashed in Yi Chen's mind. So it's him, he realized. That boy who had attempted to invade his sea of consciousness had also possessed similar scales. Moreover, as far as Yi Chen knew, only the Divine Dragon clan could possess 3 heart-protecting scales. What's wrong? Do you know what kind of beast it is? Nanxing asked softly, glancing at the 3 scales, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a divine dragon. Yi Chen replied in a hushed tone. The divine dragons are classified into various types, but regardless of which type is depicted in this earth painting, the artist is undoubtedly extraordinary. Stay close to me. And do not stare too long at anything unusual. Yi Chen cautioned, for lingering gazes could lead to one's soul being drawn away to him. Nanxing responded softly, her voice filled with affection. Yet even so, it was not the only course of action available to Yi Chen, and Nanxing moved closely together. However, after he passed, Nanxing's foot struck a hidden mechanism. The ground beneath her suddenly vanished. And with a startled cry, she instinctively grasped the most stable object beside her. Don't let go. Pull me up. Nanxing clung desperately to Yi Chen, her nails digging into his flesh as fear overwhelmed her. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, signaling for her to remain quiet. With a powerful tug, he pulled her back up. Stop screaming. Every step here is perilous, and noise may trigger another mechanism. The sudden danger heightened both Nanxing's fear and Yi Chen's anxiety, causing his tone to grow serious, laced with irritation. Nanxing fell silent, burying herself in Yi Chen's embrace, unable to push away. Enough, enough. Do as you wish. Yi Chen sighed, one hand protectively around her while the other illuminated the area below with the fire starter. What appeared to be a very ordinary trap, often used by hunters, lay beneath. A pit filled with spikes as thick as a man's arm, ready to impale anyone who fell into it. Nanxing peered cautiously through the gap between his arms, terrified and urged, "Let us hurry." With no other choice, and fearing the worst was yet to come, Yi Chen scooped her into his arms, carrying her as he navigated forward. "Here, take this," he said, handing the fire starter to her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Chapter 29. The stars move and the constellations shift in the dimly lit, elongated space. A faint candle flickered, casting a wavering glow that Yi Chen held Nanxing tightly, cautiously feeling his way forward. Every step taken with utmost care. Crack. A faint sound beneath their feet caused Yi Chen to come to an abrupt halt. He exchanged a glance with Nanxing, both of their faces etched with a familiar blend of resignation and gravity. Approximately 3 days had elapsed since their entrance into this place, devoid of light and sound, save for the intermittent traps that lay in wait. The traps, while ordinary in nature, posed a lethal threat in their unseen circumstances. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. After countless encounters with these snares, Yi Chen had discerned a slight pattern. Each time they triggered a trap, an almost imperceptible mechanical sound would accompany it. However, this knowledge proved of little consequence, merely allowing them to brace for the impending peril without offering a foolproof means of evasion. Drawing in a deep breath, Yi Chen steadied Nanxing in his arms, murmuring, "Hold on tight." The low, mature timbre of his voice brushed against her ear, his warm breath enveloping her. The normally fluttering heart of a young girl, filled with burgeoning emotions, was now consumed by an overwhelming fear. Nanxing expertly looped one arm around Yi Chen's neck, while her other arm hung limply, the flickering light of the firebrand casting shadows upon the ground that it was unclear when they had traversed to the farthest end of the mural. There, a deep blue dragon's tail coiled around a pearl of greenish-yellow hue, emanating a soft glow that illuminated their surroundings. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, Dawai-Ichin swiftly lunged forward, executing a powerful leap. His feet barely grazing the air as he cradled Nan Sheng in a protective embrace that as they soared over the abyss. A flicker of firelight revealed a vast pit below, teeming with serpentine creatures that writhed along the stone walls. Nan Sheng bit her lip, instinctively burrowing deeper into Yi Chen's embrace. Despite the multitude of trials they had faced, she found herself unable to fully acclimate. Her only progress lay in stifling her screams. Yi Chen tightened his grip around her, landing effortlessly on the opposite side. The walls were coated in an unknown substance, causing the serpents to be inexplicably pressed back after reaching a certain distance. Only after a moment did two stone slabs unite, signaling the completion of this particular trap. Dawai-Ichin and Nan Sheng exhaled in unison, a shared relief washing over them. Thank goodness. That wasn't particularly difficult, Nan Sheng exclaimed, patting her chest in a gesture of gratitude. Earlier, they had encountered a trial requiring the slaying of a centuries-old beast, which had drained much of their energy. Yet, Yi Chen found no solace in this victory. Logically, the deeper they ventured, the greater the dangers that awaited them. It could not be as simple as a few serpents that do not celebrate too soon, Yi Chen cautioned, dousing her optimism with a cold splash of reality. I cannot shake the feeling that this is not over. Instantly, Nan Sheng fell silent, instinctively curling closer to him. Over the days of their shared ordeal, coupled with Yi Chen's steadfast nature and protective demeanor, she had grown to trust him implicitly, hanging on to his every word. With the tension momentarily dissipating, an eerie stillness enveloped them once more. The firebrand, having burned for too long, began to dim. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept toward them, extinguishing their flickering source of light in a series of sputters. Not good. Yi Chen sensed the impending danger, catching a whiff of a metallic scent carried by the wind. Clutching Nan Sheng tightly, he retreated rapidly. Startled, Nan Sheng clung to his arm, attempting to nestle further into his embrace to alleviate her weight. Dawai-Ichin's speed was exceptional, fueled by both diligence and the enhancement of the Wan Jie Emperor's eye. He could cover vast distances in mere moments. However, their pursuer was evidently swifter than as they continued their retreat. Yi Chen's back collided violently with something solid. Before he could turn to investigate, Nan Sheng cried out, "It's the mural!" The eye on the mural, before them, mere inches away, loomed a colossal vertical pupil, its cold green gaze devoid of emotion. Fixated upon them, Dawai-Ichin's instincts kicked in. He pushed off the object behind him, distancing himself from the looming threat in that instant. He clearly discerned the two green eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Suddenly, a fiery lotus materialized above them, hovering in the air. "Hey, my divine, I can be utilized," Nan Sheng joyfully exclaimed, tapping Yi Chen's shoulder, urging him to release her. "Flame King Lotus." As she gestured, several similar blossoms began to form, and with a gentle push, she sent them scattering throughout the chamber, illuminating the darkness that had enveloped them for days. Only then did they grasp the true nature of their surroundings. They found themselves in an expansive, hollow chamber, devoid of any furnishings, save for a grand mural that adorned the floor. The previously observed green eyes belonged to a depiction of a divine dragon. Yet, both Yi Chen and Nan Sheng wore solemn expressions, for the eye they had first glimpsed had been on the ground. Was the mural shifting? Nan Sheng whispered, her voice trembling, as she once again clung to Yi Chen. Dawai-Ichin instinctively wrapped his arms around her, shaking his head slightly. "That I fear it may not be so simple." He meticulously scrutinized every detail of the chamber, sensing an unsettling strangeness that if the mural was indeed in motion, he felt an overwhelming conviction that the entire room was shifting as well. Yet, if that were true, they would have triggered new mechanisms with each movement. At the far end of the room stood a narrow door. Dawai-Ichin glanced at the position of the vertical eyes, instructing Nan Sheng, "Keep an eye on those eyes, that if anything changes, inform me immediately." With that, he held Nan Sheng close with one arm, while summoning the Mieshin sword with the other to go. The sword sailed forth, enveloped in crimson light, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh. The blade struck the stone door with a resounding clang. Almost instantly, It seemed the Mie Shin's sword could not withstand the force, vibrating violently before returning to Yi Chen's grasp. His arm trembled around the hilt. Blood seeping from his palm where the vibrations had taken their toll. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling upon his features. Nansheng, have you noticed any changes? His gaze remained fixated on the stone door, acutely aware of the situation. Nansheng? Nansheng? As he called her name, the absence of a response sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Urgently, he set her down, realizing her pupils had narrowed, now glowing with an eerie green light. A clear sign that she had fallen victim to some dark force, but he turned to the eyes on the mural, striking the stone wall with a powerful palm infused with spiritual energy. Yet it stirred not a ripple in the surface, the eye maintaining its unwavering glow. But the situation with Nansheng was dire. An attack aimed at the wall had somehow redirected to her, leaving her in a state of paralysis, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Only then did Yi Chen comprehend the gravity of the situation. Damn it, it's a transfer, the unique ability of the dragon. Star Shift allowed for instantaneous redirection of attacks over vast distances, striking without warning. Chapter 30. The third space with one arm cradling Nansheng, Yi Chen pressed his other hand against her back, channeling warm, potent spiritual energy into her. Thankfully, he had refrained from using his full strength earlier. The damage was merely superficial. The energy could mend wounds, but the healing speed paled in comparison to that of medicinal herbs. Having fought for the Yi family for many years, he had amassed a considerable supply of healing potions. Yet all had been taken when the divine eye was seized from him, as a princess of the Divine King Palace. Nansheng undoubtedly possessed valuable items. However, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon a simple, ancient ring adorning her slender finger, her mustard seed spaced at eye and her current state of unconsciousness. He could forcibly breach it with his consciousness if he so desired. But he hesitated, recognizing the sanctity of her possessions. After contemplating for a moment, he chose to let it be that he accelerated the flow of spiritual energy until her complexion began to stabilize, at which point he ceased his efforts. As he withdrew, the blood mist surrounding them gradually dissipated. Earlier, for their safety, he had invoked the blood demon body, forming a protective barrier from the blood mist. As the barrier dissipated, two beams of brilliant light shot through the air, carving a profound chasm in their wake. Yi Chen swiftly pivoted, leveraging the stone wall to propel himself, and Nansheng passed the pair of emerald eyes, racing towards the exit. Buzzing echoed around them. The exit was tantalizingly close, merely a step away, yet the room underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The narrow passage, with the shifting of the stone door, was swiftly obscured by several heavy stone slabs, rendering it untraceable. Yi Chen executed a sudden halt, swiftly cradling Nansheng as he retreated. Yet from above, a shadow descended, a robust dragon's form slithered past, humbly transitioning from the ground to the ceiling. Yi Chen's expression darkened. It appeared this place was not merely shifting, but the very artwork within was in flux as well. At that moment, they felt as though they were ensnared in an onslaught, unable to escape the myriad attacks from all directions. What was ostensibly just a mural now resembled a legion of warriors. Yi Chen felt a tightening around his neck, a wave of suffocation washing over him. The constricting force grew heavier, and the emerald eyes above deepened ominously. With a flick of his wrist, the Mingxin sword materialized, its blade shimmering with a dark crimson glow. However, Yi Chen hesitated to strike, and he remained fixated on the emerald eyes, detecting a hint of provocation within. The sword in his grasp was raised and lowered, his gaze shifting to the pained expression of Nansheng cradled in his arms, but he found himself unable to act. The shifting of space was a latent threat. Each strike he attempted would inevitably rebound upon Nansheng. This mural seemed acutely aware of this, its actions both cryptic and elusive, making it perilous to strike. Whoosh! Although Yi Chen could not attack, the emerald eyes were resolute in their pursuit. A green laser suddenly shot forth, precisely aimed at Yi Chen. Bang! Yi Chen rolled to evade, the laser striking the stone wall and causing a tremendous uproar. Yet mere moments later, the marks left behind vanished, the wall returning to its previously smooth state. The pattern that had been scorched by the laser dimmed inexplicably. Yi Chen's keen eyes observed the subtle changes around him, leading to the revelation, it is. Yi Chen murmured, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Mingshin's sword, the sleek blade, adorned with red lines, began to shift in hue in response to Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations, transitioning from faint to striking, resembling boiling blood. With the hilt directed towards him, the sword rotated in accordance with his gestures, sometimes aimed at the stone wall, other times at the ceiling, and then down towards the floor tiles. Throughout this process, the emerald eyes remained fixed upon him, their gaze both indifferent and inquisitive. The entity seemed akin to an otherworldly sage, observing Yi Chen's actions from afar, as though spectating a performance or testing his reflexes. Break! Abruptly, Yi Chen pivoted, pointing the sword sharply at the stone wall behind him. With a resonant roar, the Mingshin sword transformed into a radiant beam, targeting the protective scales of the dragon. Crack! The sound of shattering shell and the piercing of flesh echoed conspicuously in the vacant room. Seizing this chance, Yi Chen swiftly summoned the Mingshin sword back into his grasp. With a leap, Yi Chen soared into the air, gaining momentum as he executed two powerful thrusts aimed at the dimming emerald eyes. Roar! The thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the space, causing the room to suffer severe damage, fragments cascading like a shattered mirror. Yet, much like the previous vibrant realm, Yi Chen remained vigilant, gripping the Mingshin sword with utmost readiness. However, as time passed, all scenes began to blur into the ethereal. When he regained his senses, the environment had transformed once again. Nansheng, cradled in his arms, inexplicably opened her eyes, gazing at Yi Chen with confusion before peering around at their surroundings. "Have we emerged?" she exclaimed, leaping from Yi Chen's grasp. The sudden lightness in his arms momentarily caught Yi Chen off guard. He replied, "We should have." Your eyes appear unscathed. Nansheng instinctively touched the corner of her eye, finding it intact, smooth, and free of any injuries. Perhaps it was the complete departure from that space that had allowed a mysterious force to mend her wounds. Yi Chen surveyed their surroundings. Compared to the previous bizarre atmosphere, this place resembled an ordinary valley, complete with flying dust and rocky terrain, encompassing an area roughly the size of two small hills. Yet a stream traversing the valley occupied a significant portion of the landscape. Yi Chen approached and gazed into the water, clearly seeing his reflection, a testament to the stream's clarity. However, one peculiar detail caught his attention. Water that is too clear harbors no fish, he mused, acknowledging a natural law. Yet, within the crystalline depths, countless small fish and shrimp swam joyfully, their tails flicking with vitality. Some even leaped from the water's surface, seemingly welcoming the arrival of guests. Having experienced numerous extraordinary environments, Yi Chen instinctively grasped Nansheng's hand. Lifting her effortlessly into his arms, startled, Nansheng found herself airborne, clutching tightly to Yi Chen's collar. "What are you doing?" she inquired softly, her eyes reflecting both fear and reliance. She no longer regarded Yi Chen as a stranger. Nestling her face against his neck, "Don't frighten me. I'm not easily scared." Yi Chen stiffened, rendered motionless. After a prolonged moment, he summoned his composure, extending his arm to create distance between them. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "This place also feels amiss." Chapter 31. The Dragon Beneath the Water. As they resumed serious conversation, Nansheng ceased her playful demeanor. Lifting her head from Yi Chen's shoulder, she asked gravely, "Are we still being manipulated?" From the very first world, they had been ensnared in a passive scenario, perpetually led by unseen hands. Wasn't that manipulation? Yet, Yi Chen shook his head, a hint of perplexity in his gaze as he surveyed their surroundings. Hesitating to draw conclusions, "While I cannot pinpoint what feels off, I believe this is the true world," he asserted, revealing the valley's genuine visage. Descending from Yi Chen's embrace, Nansheng joined in the exploration. The expansive valley was too vast for them to investigate every corner thoroughly. Yi Chen unleashed his consciousness, striving to capture the myriad of sights, while Nansheng ventured forth to scout, their collaboration seamless. Whenever Yi Chen raised his gaze, Nansheng instinctively knew where to go. Finally, they arrived at a normal night. "Phew, I'm exhausted," Nansheng sighed, collapsing against Yi Chen, resting her head on his shoulder. "How much more do we have to explore?" Having spent the entire day in a state of depletion, they had not dared to rest, driven by their urgency to escape this peculiar place. The valley was too enigmatic, and with numerous people vanishing without a trace. They remained on high alert. Yi Chun, lost in thought, remained silent for a while, his gaze fixated on the flickering fire lotus. Unwavering. "That I've figured it out," he suddenly declared. Nanshan quickly turned to him. What? What did you discover?" Yi Chun gestured towards the nearby stream. The sole waterway traversing the valley held the potential key to their escape, that if we are to seek an exit, it must surely lie within this stream. He concluded. Nansheng, following his gaze, questioned the stream. "Haven't we already examined it thoroughly?" The inexplicably appearing small fish and shrimp had been Yi Chen's initial suspicions. Together, they had scrutinized the entire stream with their combined consciousness, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet they had uncovered nothing. Not necessarily. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, pointing at the stream. "What we examined was merely the surface. What lies beneath? Many matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. One must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. The stream's clarity, capable of sustaining fish and shrimp, may not stem from the water itself, but rather from the mysteries hidden below. And what do you propose we do? Should we drain the stream?" Nansheng scoffed, considering Yi Chen's notion absurd. What could possibly exist beneath? If there were something, we would have discovered some trace during our thorough search. Perhaps it's best to abandon the idea. It would only waste our time, she concluded, recognizing the stream's vastness, occupying nearly half the valley, making any search a daunting task. Yet Yi Chun remained steadfast in his conviction that if you are unwilling to act, simply stand aside and observe. With that, he began to shed his garments, layer by layer, until his robust, well-defined physique was revealed. His muscles were evenly distributed, and his skin bore a healthy sun-kissed hue, radiating the allure of a mature man. Even Nansheng, the willful princess, found herself compelled to avert her gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" "In broad daylight, behaving indecently," she exclaimed, feeling utterly mortified despite not being the one disrobing. Yi Chen laughed heartily. "It's rare to see you, young lady, feeling embarrassed." With that, he leapt into the stream with a splash. Although the stream appeared shallow, once Yi Chen plunged in, it seemed as if he could never reach the bottom. He swept his arms through the flowing water and propelled himself downstream, his legs thrashing with vigor. After descending nearly 5 meters, he halted. While observing from above, he estimated the stream's depth to be approximately 5 meters. Yi Chun turned to wave at Nansheng, who was on the water's surface, but she seemed oblivious, her gaze darting around with a hint of anxiety. "Hey, can you hear me? Answer me. I still don't know your name." After hearing the sound of splashing, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Nansheng, filled with trepidation, bent down to look for Yi Chun, yearning for solace from his sturdy shoulders. However, as she lowered her head, apart from the swimming fish and shrimp, there was no trace of the man. Panic set in as she shouted, "Come up quickly. I'm scared. Don't go down any further. Let's find another way, shall we?" Yet, no matter how desperately she called, there was no response. Not even a single bubble. Worried for the man's safety, she released her consciousness recklessly, following his guidance to delve deep into the earth. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. Her consciousness felt as though it had plunged into a bottomless pit. No matter how far it descended, there was no reply. Especially when her consciousness reached its limit and could advance no further, it seemed to lose some of its potency, allowing her to sink a little deeper. Yet that slight descent revealed a more terrifying sight. Although the view was unclear and incomplete, she was certain that beneath the stream lurked a divine dragon. With little time for contemplation, Nansheng's thoughts were not on her own safety, but rather on Yi Chun, who had dived in. She quickly shed her outer garment and, with a graceful dive, plunged into the water. Yi Chun observed every shift in Nansheng's expression from below, and only when she resolutely submerged did he begin to act. From her demeanor, Yi Chun was convinced that something sufficiently fearsome lay beneath. The little princess of the divine king's palace, unafraid of the heavens, could slay beasts with her bare hands and face the collapse of mountains with composure. But the moment those green eyes appeared, she was thrown into chaos, abandoning even her royal composure. The memory of Nansheng cowering in his embrace from fright caused an involuntary smile to creep onto Yi Chun's lips. After a moment, Yi Chun raised his hand and began to set up a barrier. He could not allow Nansheng to take any more risks. Knowing what lay below and still daring to jump was merely a reflection of her concern for him. This genuine emotion in the face of danger warmed Yi Chen's heart immensely. Yet that was enough. He did not require her to sacrifice anything for him. Casting one last glance at the graceful figure swimming towards him, Yi Chen turned away without a trace of reluctance and swam deeper into the abyss that lay in the dark, enclosed depths of the stream. Yi Chen's body was carried by the current, his arms and legs growing numb from fatigue, rendering him temporarily immobile. Fortunately, having practiced breath-holding techniques, he was unaffected by the lack of air for a short duration. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Chapter 32. The mysterious iron plate underwater. The body naturally tends to float upwards. A phenomenon of nature. Yet at this moment, Yi Chen found himself being inexorably pulled downward by an unseen force. His eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively resisted. The more he struggled, the stronger the pull became. He could clearly feel that this force was merely a tug, not inflicting any real harm upon him. Understanding that he was spinning, he speculated that this might be an opportunity to delve deeper into the earth. With that thought, Yi Chen relaxed his body, attempting to move in accordance with the force. Before long, a small whirlpool appeared beneath his feet, the water swirling aside as Yi Chen plummeted downwards. Splash! Yi Chen emerged from the water, droplets cascading from his hair, gliding down his resolute cheek and disappearing into his robust form. Before him lay a circular cavern, illuminated by a faint beam of light filtering from above. The circular hollow had nothing within it. Save for the water well-like formation Yi Chen currently occupied, but he glanced upward, uncertain of the hidden dangers lurking above, and hesitated to ascend the bank, but he released several strands of consciousness, dispersing them in various directions. The circular cavity was not large. One could see the bottom at a glance, accommodating only 4 or 5 individuals. After a brief moment, his consciousness returned, providing him with an overview of his surroundings. There was nothing amiss. The years of water exposure had merely fostered a layer of moss that Yi Chen cautiously extended a hand. Lingering in the water was not a viable option. After waiting for a quarter of an hour and confirming that no anomalies or dangers had appeared, he rotated and steadied himself on the ground. However, the instant his feet made contact with the solid surface, the previously faint beam of light suddenly intensified. The white light streaming from the small circular opening above grew stronger as it descended, ultimately illuminating the very spot where Yi Chen had just surfaced. With the divine sword of oblivion grasped in hand, Yi Chen retreated a step, raising the sword defensively. Yet as seconds ticked by, nothing transpired. No traps, no ambushes, merely the most ordinary of light beams. Nevertheless, Yi Chen did not dare to let his guard down. In the void wilderness, dangers lurked at every turn. Often, one moment could be heaven, the next hell. This place, untouched by human feet, was especially perilous. Yi Chen murmured, cold killing intent surging forth, rapidly coalescing towards the source of the light. That was the way he had entered. After all, inevitably, he would have to return. Just as Yi Chen's aura of lethal intent approached the beam of light, a faint crimson glow rippled outward that a small iron plate spun within the light, its surface coated in a layer of reddish rust. A wave of residual energy surged forth, prompting Yi Chen to hastily retreat, but his speed was outpaced by the spreading wave. Having braced himself for a severe impact, even summoning the blood demon body, he was astonished to find that the wave passed harmlessly through him, leaving no harm in its wake. Looking down at his body, he found no wounds, no blood. How peculiar. After encountering countless dangers along the way, he found himself unharmed here. The only explanation was that they had drawn closer to the core of this place. The initial threats had merely served as a deterrent against unwelcome intruders. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chen took careful steps towards the rotating iron plate, confirming that no backlash or attack awaited him. Sparks ignited in his eyes, the eye of eternal calamity. His pupils glowed a fierce red, unleashing a chilling aura of killing intent to its fullest extent, dimming even the beam of light piercing through the iron plate. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen lunged forward, grasping the iron plate with force. Bang! The sudden loss of weight sent him tumbling to the ground, and when he turned to look, the beam of light had vanished completely, as if its existence had solely served to confine the iron plate. The scorching heat emanating from his hand grew increasingly unbearable, transitioning from warm to scalding, making it evident that he could no longer hold on to it. He tossed the iron plate aside, only to accidentally cut his palm on its sharp protrusion, causing a few drops of blood to splatter onto its surface. Crack, crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the rust on the iron plate began to peel away slowly, fissures appearing as a faint green glow seeped through. Tightening his grip on the sword, red mist began to rise from its blade, enveloping his entire body. The green glow struck a familiar chord within him, resembling the emerald eyes of the divine dragon. Without a second thought, Yi Chun relinquished his grasp on the divine sword of oblivion, the hilt slipping from his fingers. Clang! A sharp clang resounded as the sword's tip struck the crevice of the iron plate, not only failing to suppress it, but accelerating the rust's decay. The waves of light erupted repeatedly, and Yi Chun initially managed to remain stationary, supported by his immense gravitational force. However, during the third wave, he found his feet gliding along the ground. With a hiss, he crossed his arms protectively over his head, retreating while stealing glances through the gaps between his arms. The rust was accumulating further, revealing what lay within. That a crystalline eyeball emitted a faint glow, its light waves circulating, illuminating the surrounding space ever more brightly. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it. Apart from a slight warmth and a tingling of electricity, it posed no harm to him. Yi Chun boldly lowered his arms and slightly crouched, maintaining this posture. In a moment, he surged forth like a streak of light. With a whoosh, he passed over the position of the eyeball, aiming to plunge directly into the water. From his earlier observations, it seemed this entity had a profound dread of water. The divine dragons, rulers of the aquatic realm, would certainly not harbor such fears. This could only indicate that something within the water instilled terror in them, perhaps even contaminating the water itself, causing these divine dragons to shun their own domain. At this juncture, Yi Chun had no intention of contending for these treasures. His sole desire was to survive and escape. Yet as he neared the water's surface, an invisible barrier repelled him. The force was considerable, sending him staggering back several paces, skimming past the eyeball's position. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though the eyeball had stirred slightly, its green vertical pupil drooping, as if it pitifully regarded Yi Chun, on the verge of shedding tears. In that moment, Yi Chun was unexpectedly moved, halting his escape attempts and instead regaining his composure. "Do you wish for my assistance to leave this place?" The entity, uncertain whether it understood, shifted its eyelids slightly. Yi Chun instinctively sensed a nod. Perceiving its apparent need for help, gradually approaching, enveloped in a crimson mist, he cautiously reiterated, "I am drawing closer with no ill intent. Please do not attack me." Yi Chun had already experienced the formidable power of this eye, capable of overturning the entire space and rendering him a headless fly in an instant. As Yi Chun drew nearer, the eerie green glow began to dim, as if shedding its defenses against him. This action undeniably laid bare its vulnerabilities. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yi Chun. His gaze flickered as he quickened his pace. It was only when a wave of warmth emanated from before him that he sensed the entity's acquiescence. A faint dragon's roar resonated within his mind, and though he remained on guard, he felt no adverse effects. This dragon's lament seemed devoid of other intentions, merely expressing its sorrow. "What do you wish for me to do?" Yi Chun gently placed his hand above the eyeball, soothingly attempting to calm it. He could feel the entity's emotions beginning to fluctuate, with the surrounding heat intensifying. Soon, under Yi Chun's gentle reassurance, the eyeball settled into tranquility. Then, a flash of green light shot forth, piercing directly into Yi Chun's brow. A dragon scale began to form at his forehead, and with it, an influx of memories not belonging to him flooded his mind. In ancient times, the heavens and earth were torn asunder. A cataclysmic battle ensued, wreaking havoc upon the living. The realms of gods, demons, and immortals erupted into an unprecedented war, led by the Dragon Clan, a faction of traitors allied with the demon realm, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the divine lineage. The owner of the eyeball, before Yi Chun, had once been a towering figure among the Dragon Clan, a colossal dragon with azure scales soaring through the cosmos, its claws capable of bringing the heavens crashing down. The Dragon Clan then was undoubtedly one of the most formidable factions across the realms. Yet they later faced betrayal, resulting in grievous losses, leaving them all but extinct. The harrowing scenes of that cataclysmic war flickered before Yi Chun's eyes. The thunderous dragon roars echoed as a mighty dragon deity was torn to shreds by an overwhelming force, particularly at the end. The dragon clans suffered defeat, with all captured puppets bound to towering pillars, mercilessly stripped of their heart scales. These heart scales were the most vital elements of the divine dragons. To pluck one was to endure excruciating agony. To extract two would result in shattered bones and loss of blood. To remove three would lead to death and obliteration of the soul. As Ichin emerged from this vision, he gasped for air. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, that he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, as though he himself had endured the inhuman torment. When he looked back at the eyeball, his state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. A wave of friendly energy radiated from him, and with a choked voice, Yichin murmured, "Ancient dragon-scale beast, once a mighty leader, now reduced to this. Here lay the vengeful spirit of the ancient dragon-scale beast. Unwilling to depart even in death, the deceased, with their deep-seated obsessions, would linger in this realm, enduring the tortures of hell for eons before returning to the mortal world." Yet, it was unexpected that the traitor had anticipated this. Setting a trap to ensnare the dragon-scale beast as it emerged from the valley, employing various arcane treasures to forcibly suppress this soul that transcended the infernal realm, the eyeball's emotions began to waver again. Crimson tears streaming down its surface, that it began to move up and down, swirling around Yi Chun. As if it had something to convey, to Yi Chun quickly approached, lowering his defenses that he trusted that a being filled with hatred, who had survived in this realm for countless millennia, would not harm him. And indeed, as he suspected, the dragon sensed Yi Chen's trust and slowly drew closer, emanating a soft glow. Before long, the eyeball edged toward Yi Chen's brow, and the dragon scale mark that had previously embedded itself there began to take shape. The imprint of the dragon scale seemed to be seared into him, gradually sinking in, creating a concavity. Yi Chen felt as though he were undergoing the imprinting process himself, his entire body trembling from the pain, yet he feared making sudden movements that might provoke the eyeball. The slow and torturous process persisted for nearly 2 hours. Yi Chen had already spent considerable time here, and he sensed his body's heat gradually dissipating. What is happening? Yi Chen moved his body, the pain in his brow still vivid, yet his limbs began to feel weak and unresponsive. The eyeball, however, seemed unperturbed, suddenly retreating swiftly, and then, with a surge of speed, it plunged into Yi Chen's brow. The dragon scale imprint was gradually filled, akin to a parched well suddenly brimming with water. This sensation of fullness made Yi Chen's body feel heavy. Yet this weight was not a burden. That he lifted his arm, and several dragon scales began to manifest along his wrist, glowing with an ethereal blue light, cold and sharp. The Yi Chen squinted slightly, seemingly catching glimpses of flickering currents along the scales. On the riverbank, Nansheng, pushed up by an unseen force, realized it was Yi Chen's doing, frantically calling out, "Hey, are you all right? Speak to me. Give me a sign. Who do you think you are to prevent me from going down? What right do you have?" As time passed, Nansheng's voice grew choked with tears, her sobs unceasing. Time and again, she attempted to plunge into the water, but each time she reached the previous spot, she was repelled by the barrier Yi Chen had erected. Ironically, despite her superior cultivation, she found herself powerless to alter the situation. "Just wait. I will break your barrier," as she lifted her skirt, preparing to leap into the water once more. A sudden clap of thunder erupted from the sky. Boom, one after another, the thunder rumbled, and purple lightning coiled through the air like a dragon, twisting and turning. The uncontrollable lightning struck indiscriminately, and in an instant, the surrounding trees and wild grasses were decimated, leaving chaos in their wake. Suddenly, the lightning seemed to find its target, darting fiercely toward the water below. There was no sound of water splashing, had it not been for the charred marks surrounding. She might have thought she was seeing things. This is bad. Nansheng thought of the man below, her heart racing with urgency. She wanted to jump in, but the lightning continued to flicker ominously. If she were to dive in now, she would surely meet the same fate as the trees, reduced to mere ashes. Yet, as her concerns mounted, the lightning above the water intensified, in the center of the water. A circular sphere began to rise slowly, Yi Chun stood within it. His eyes slightly widened, and within his pupils appeared the shape of a dragon's body, with a blue glow radiating from his wrist. With his emergence, the erratic lightning seemed to have found a target. The scattered bolts suddenly twisted together like a rope, descending from above directly toward Yi Chen's water sphere. However, as the lightning struck, it was significantly diminished by the sphere, and by the time it reached Yi Chun, its power had waned considerably. Such an act was undoubtedly a provocation. Soon, the thunder receded, and though a new wave did not follow, the storm clouds began to coalesce in one area. Nansheng widened her eyes instinctively, preparing to rush forward. Don't come any closer. That intense lightning could turn a person to ash. Yi Chun shouted loudly, his state at this moment unstable, as the dragon within his sea of consciousness had yet to calm down. The thunder in the sky grew increasingly intense, subtly forming a gigantic vortex, the center of the vortex. Purple lightning flickered incessantly, as if poised to strike at any moment. Yi Chun lifted his gaze in astonishment, his heart filled with disbelief. How could it be so powerful? Currently, it was merely a wisp of a wandering soul. Yet if it were at its peak, how formidable would it be? Indeed, had it not been for the traitors and the demonic realm's alliance back then, such an exalted being would not have met such a humiliating demise. What are you doing? Quickly get away, or you will die. Nansheng had evidently noticed the ominous signs above, and with such a massive bolt of lightning descending, even surviving would be foolish. She lightly tapped her toes and leapt into the air, forming a lotus beneath her feet. King Ming's fire lotus. With a flourish, hundreds of fire lotuses shot forth from her hands, creating a 3-meter-long fiery bridge. Amidst the searing flames, Nansheng gazed at the distorted face of the man and called out, "Fire conquers water. Come over quickly." She risked exhausting her own cultivation to buy Yi Chun a moment of respite. The number of fire lotuses exceeding her limits was almost draining her completely. Her body swayed precariously in the air. Her moist red lips stained crimson from biting down, yet she persevered, declaring, "No, I will not allow you to die." Yi Chun, witnessing Nansheng exerting herself to the utmost, felt a profound stirring within. However, at this moment, his body was beyond his control, and the water orb surrounding him remained unaffected by the fire lotuses. Even the 1,000 Buddha's divine eye, capable of refining souls, now seemed as useless as a mere trinket, unable to assist him in any way. "Step back. Don't come over, I'm fine," Yi Chun shouted back, waving his hands at Nansheng, insisting he was unharmed. Yet almost instantly, the thunderous vortex above descended directly upon him. Boom! Crack! As the lightning coursed through him, Yi Chun felt every hair on his body stand on end. Flashes of blinding white light erupted before his eyes, and chaos reigned in his sea of consciousness. Ah! Yi Chun howled at the heavens, his body bending backward in excruciating pain, his limbs extending to their utmost limit. The lightning struck not only his body, but also his bones and soul, seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes from the inside out. Finally, just as he was on the brink of collapse and his consciousness began to fade, the lightning subsided. The blue dragon in his sea of consciousness had absorbed enough lightning power, its form becoming full, radiating a gentle, auspicious glow. Yi Chun's legs weakened, and he sank to his knees, one hand bracing himself on the ground as he gasped for breath. That moment, he truly believed he was on the verge of death. From the moment he accepted that eye, and when compassion stirred within him, he had prepared himself to endure whatever came next. The blue dragon soared freely within Yi Chun's consciousness, as if reclaiming its place in the world. Moments later, the dragon transformed into a mature middle-aged man, his sharp profile directed at Yi Chun. "Fated one, I am the ancient dragon-scaled beast, a spirit long departed. Now, with your aid, I can escape this suffering." His voice, resonant and ethereal, echoed in Yi Chun's mind, causing him to halt and listen intently, driven by a singular obsession. The middle-aged man suddenly turned to face Yi Chun, his gaze slow yet profound. "The traitors remain unvanquished. The vengeful souls cannot disperse." As the words fell, Yi Chun's spirit was profoundly shaken, as if he had experienced that calamity himself, as if it were his own responsibility and mission. Once his mind regained clarity, Yi Chun resolutely declared, "If I, as a junior, have the chance, I will undoubtedly eradicate the enemies for the elder. Very well, our meeting is fated, but it is a pity that I shall not witness the retribution of my great enmity." The figure of the middle-aged man gradually faded, leaving behind his regretful words. Yi Chun had no time for sorrow, as a complex and profound incantation suddenly appeared in his mind. Then came a blue jade slip. inscribed with the ancient dragon scale beast's lifelong insights. The mysterious thunder technique, drawing heavenly thunder into the body, refining the true body of thunder. Yi Chen perused it swiftly, and after a moment, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. With a thought, the lightning that had just ceased in the sky flickered once more. Nanxing's heart, which had just settled, surged with tension as she turned to look at Yi Chen. However, at that moment, the bolt of lightning vanished in a mere breath, failing to fully materialize. That Yi Chen observed a small wound in his palm, and the lingering doubt in his heart dissipated. That's more like it. The secret technique of the ancient dragon scale beast. How could I possibly wield it effortlessly? Given his current cultivation, he feared he could barely unleash 1/10 of its power, and instead would be backlashed by the formidable technique. Forget it. I shall take my time. The water orbs surrounding him began to gradually descend, yet they emitted no sound. The water surface also receded, and soon, the once flowing stream transformed into a dry riverbed, completely devoid of anything. What is happening? Upon seeing that Yi Chen was unharmed, Nanxing rushed over. Her gaze fell upon the desiccated stream before shifting to Yi Chen, whose scale at his brow had yet to retract. And she vaguely understood something. Each person has their own opportunities. Nanxing did not wish to pry too much and awkwardly changed the topic. How do we get out of here? Noticing Nanxing's intent, Yi Chen smiled, appreciating that the little princess could be so perceptive at times that he truly did not wish to delve deeper into the matter of the dragon scale beast, for it was not something to boast about. On the contrary, to Yi Chen, it was a heavy responsibility, pressing down on him until he could scarcely breathe. Yet, now was not the time to discuss such matters. His current cultivation was far from adequate to avenge the dragon scale beast. He glanced at Nanxing and then at the largely devastated surroundings, suddenly stating, I believe I may have a way. With that, he raised his arm, the scales on his wrist shimmering, and the mark on his brow reappeared. Break! With a low roar, a clear dragon's chant erupted from his throat, and then the surrounding space began to shift once more. Unlike before, where the space shattered like a broken mirror, a deep vortex materialized at the source of the dry river. I believe the exit should be over there. Yi Chen turned to Nanxing, extending his hand. Do you still want me to carry you? Nanxing's cheeks flushed, and she swatted his hand away, playfully scolding as she ran off. Who needs you to carry me? Pervert. As they approached the vortex, the world spun around them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves transported to a completely different place. This was an utterly ordinary expanse of void, surrounded by hills and mounds, providing excellent cover for concealment. Yi Chen looked at Nanxing and said softly, Let us find a cave to rest and recuperate. Nanxing nodded. I'll do as you say. In a hollow space, entwined tightly around a towering holy pillar, there lay a dragon hundreds of meters long. Its eyes were half closed when suddenly a peculiar sound echoed, and its eyes snapped wide open, revealing a red gaze brimming with murderous intent. 10,000 years, and you still managed to escape, my dear elder brother. Chapter 35, The Cold, Evil Secret Technique in the Heart of the Void. A considerable number of individuals gathered in groups of 3 or 5, that there were solitary cultivators, as well as disciples clad in matching sect robes. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the initial opening of the Tongshan secret realm. Yet one key difference stood out. While the previous crowd had been intent on seizing treasures, this assembly bore somber expressions, engaging in discussions, and occasionally exchanging information. Still no response? What on earth has transpired? I don't know. I've heard from many sects that their teleportation jade slips have malfunctioned. Various rumors flew about, but the central theme remained clear. 3 months prior, an unexpected beast tide and inexplicable landslides had wreaked havoc upon the void wilderness, causing untold suffering among its inhabitants. Many of the souls lost in this calamity did not dissipate as they usually would, slowly returning to their original forms. Instead, their bodies remained trapped in this place, effectively sealing their spirits, leaving their true forms to become mere shells of madness. This change sparked widespread panic, prompting a hasty exodus. Yet reality dealt them a harsh blow. Neither the teleportation jade slips nor any legitimate exits could facilitate their escape from the void wilderness. Behind a nearby large tree, 2 figures cautiously approached. Moments later, their bodies began to shift, gradually blending into the surrounding environment. Unless one focused intently, they would not discern the presence of individuals concealed within. This was one of the ancient dragon-scale beast's innate abilities. Assimilation that it could alter the color of its body, perfectly merging with the surrounding environment. Unless one's spiritual awareness was extraordinarily potent, it would go unnoticed. Why are we hiding here? Nansheng, who had been moving forward, suddenly felt a tug at her wrist, and, before she could react, was pressed against the tree, though she felt somewhat disgruntled by her current predicament. The little princess could only voice her mild complaints. Next time, could we choose a better spot? This color is utterly hideous. Yi Chen remained silent, leaning forward to observe the situation outside. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from a height, clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Notably, the cuffs were bound by a verdant green cord that appeared to writhe slowly upon closer inspection. That it was from Lingxia Palace, Nansheng suddenly exclaimed, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. This was not the first time Yi Chen had heard that name. The woman skilled in the Black Lotus was also a member of Lingxia Palace, seemingly required to complete a task to gain admission. What manner of organization is Lingxia Palace, and why do you fear it so? Nansheng, the pampered princess of the Divine King's Palace, typically feared nothing. Yet, every time Lingxia Palace was mentioned, her expression betrayed an innate terror. Nansheng's pupils constricted, and after a lengthy pause, she slowly replied, Lingxia Palace. It is a deranged organization. The origins of Lingxia Palace remain shrouded in mystery. Even its location is unknown. That it is only known that during a certain period, widespread massacres occurred, encompassing arson, murder, and pillaging. Even infants in their cradles were ruthlessly slaughtered, their tender bodies torn into countless fragments. Each time at the site of a massacre, the words Lingxia Palace would be inscribed on the walls in blood, boldly and brutally proclaiming its existence. Such a sect has it not been besieged by any forces. Yi Chen pondered, reasoning that a newly emerged threat, no matter how troublesome, should have been subdued by now. Observing the arrogant black-clad individuals, Yi Chen thought to himself that they certainly did not appear to be diminishing in power. However, Nansheng shook her head. I don't know why, but at that time, no faction dared to step forward. As if. Nansheng struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet Yi Chen grasped the implication instantly. That it was as if some leverage was held over others, forcing them to turn a blind eye. Yes, just like that. Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative. If this were indeed the case, then the force behind Lingxia Palace was likely more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain silent and heed our words. As Yi Chen delved deeper into the understanding of Lingxia Palace, the black-clad individuals began to take action. The leader, a man named Mo Shi, was obscured by a black cloth that concealed his face, leaving only his sharp eyes to scan the crowd below. Mo Shi. He is the protector of Lingxia Palace. Lingxia Palace's hierarchy is stringent. The lowest disciples don yellow robes, relying on tasks to earn their keep. Above them are the black-clad protectors, who possess authority over the yellow-clad disciples. Beyond the black robes, no one knows what ranks exist, as if they do not exist at all. Moreover, it is worth noting that ascending to the rank of black-clad protector is not solely based on strength. The entire structure of Lingxia Palace is determined by the completion of tasks. Yi Chen was unfamiliar with these details, yet he could see that many present were clearly in a state of panic, as if the very name of Lingxia Palace carried an aura of dread. Indeed, it has been several years since we last made an appearance, yet there are still those who remember us. Lingxia Palace, the black-clad man spoke coldly, a wave of dark, spiritual energy emanating from him, creating an overwhelming pressure. Since you are aware of our identity, it would be wise to cooperate. Should anyone play tricks, do not blame me, Mo Shi, for being merciless. As he spoke, a serpent, emblematic of Mo Shi, suddenly extended its tongue, which was pink at the base but bore a hint of verdant green at the tip. Yi Chen distinctly sensed a rich metallic scent of blood wafting forth as the serpent's tongue emerged, causing the crowd to cover their noses and retreat with grim expressions. The stench was reminiscent of long rotting flesh. Once everyone had quieted, the black-clad man slowly articulated their intentions. That I believe everyone is aware that the teleportation array leading outside has been sealed. His voice, bolstered by spiritual energy, resonated. Coincidentally, we, Lingxia Palace, have discovered an ancient relic that has yet to be explored. Such vague statements failed to win hearts, and many, trembling with fear of Lingxia Palace, questioned, "And so what? What does this have to do with our ability to leave? I suspect this is merely your insidious scheme." "Bah! What nonsense is this about an ancient relic? If such a treasure existed, would you share it with us?" Yichen observed the unfolding scene with silent amusement. This group of avaricious individuals remained unflinching in the face of an ancient relic. Clearly, the power of Lingxia Palace was formidable. Yet at that moment, Yichen sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet, causing him to feel an inexplicable tension, as if something monumental was about to transpire that a chaotic battle would likely ensue soon. He urged Nansheng to seize the opportunity to depart. "What do you mean?" Nansheng grasped Yichen's arm, unconsciously applying more force than intended, to why Yichen frowned at his arm, gently patting her hand. "Your divine eye has awakened. The divine king's palace will soon detect the anomaly here, and you should leave." Though Yichen's words were veiled, the implication was clear. Their journey together had reached its conclusion. "Did we not agree to face everything together until the very end?" Nansheng's voice quivered slightly, tinged with urgency. Abandoned by her retinue, she found herself alone in this unfamiliar and perilous place. Having experienced multiple ambushes and betrayals, Yichen's arrival had been her salvation. Although Yichen's protective presence was tied to Nan Wentian's promise, she understood the essence of Yichen's character. "Are you hiding something from me? What exactly do you intend to do?" Nansheng's agitation escalated, her voice rising uncontrollably, immediately drawing the attention of the hovering black-clad man. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The dark serpent, startled, darted forward, leaving a flurry of afterimages in its wake. Yichen instinctively reached out to shield Nansheng, intending to position her behind him. However, Nansheng clearly had other intentions. She glared at Yichen. "Let me show you the consequences of angering this young lady." With a graceful leap, she spun elegantly in the air, her palm revealing a slowly blooming white lotus. Exploding cloud strike. Her playful admonition shattered the eerie silence. Nansheng's appearance astounded everyone. Two immaculate white lotuses emerged like streams of purity in the mortal realm. The dark serpent opened its mouth wide, effortlessly swallowing one of the lotuses that then pivoted to pounce upon the other. Yet in the next instant, bursts of light erupted from the serpent's emerald green scales. Contorting its body as it twisted into a knot, a piercing cry of pain escaped from the serpent's mouth, and moments later, under Nansheng's increasingly crimson gaze, it exploded into countless pieces that a gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All eyes fixed on the young maiden perched upon the treetop, their admiration palpable as they swallowed hard. Such decisive and brutal methods were astonishing. Who is this person? So formidable, it's impossible that I haven't heard of her before. Did you not see? That white lotus is the emblem of the divine king's palace, and the exploding cloud strike is a profound-level martial technique that many covet, though many were aware of the pampered princess of the divine king's palace. Witnessing her prowess firsthand was a first for them. That moment, they all shared a singular thought. The rumors had misled them. A woman so beautiful, so powerful, with a temperament that could be deemed eccentric, was entirely justifiable. The dark serpent was a symbol of Lingxia Palace's identity, holding immense significance for every protector. "You seek death." As the serpent perished, the black-clad man was also affected, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion visibly waning. Moments later, the exposed skin began to rapidly sag, and aging white Yichen's brow furrowed slightly. This transformation was not indicative of a mere human skin mask, before he could fully comprehend. The man launched a fierce assault toward Nansheng. The opponent's cultivation was at least in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, rendering Nansheng unable to contend. "Nansheng, come back," Yichen called out urgently. Yet Nansheng remained resolute, determined to engage in battle with the man. Sighing deeply, Yichen had no choice but to intervene, swiftly wrapping his arms around her just as the black-clad man was about to strike. "I was only speaking casually. Can we consider this a mistake on my part?" Nansheng was truly willful, that in such a dire moment, she dared to provoke a confrontation, seemingly oblivious to the precariousness of her own situation. The feeling of being indulged was rather pleasant, and Nansheng thought to herself that since he had offered an exit, she would take it. In truth, she had been afraid. The overwhelming pressure from the black-clad man had nearly forced her to kneel. Fortunately, Yichen had arrived in time. The black-clad man, who had been overlooked by the two, wore an increasingly grim expression to a hoarse voice. He pointed a massive black hammer at Yi Chen. Who are you? State your name. I, Lei Bao, do not tolerate nameless souls. With a disdainful gaze fixed upon Yi Chen, the individual exuded an air of arrogance, as if convinced that Yi Chen was destined to meet his demise that very day. Yi Chen extended his hand, drawing Nansheng behind him. This time, she did not shy away, standing obediently in the back with her chin held high in defiance. The remark was truly amusing. What kind of place was the Void Wasteland? Everyone was going to great lengths to conceal their true identities, even resorting to wearing human skin masks. Why would he reveal his own? Moreover, an aura of strength emanated from Yi Chen. Despite his lower position, he exhibited no inclination to look up at his adversary. With a mere glance, he could penetrate the defenses of his opponent. Do you dare to show disrespect to my Lung Xia Palace? Upon witnessing Yi Chen's blatant insolence, the person's expression tightened, fury boiling within him. Yet, Yi Chen merely chuckled coldly. Lung Xia Palace. Just a bunch of cowardly ants hiding in the shadows. What is there to fear? His demeanor caused many onlookers to gasp in shock that to this day, numerous major sects, even the Divine King Palace, had not dared to confront Lung Xia Palace openly. Who was this nameless individual, with cultivation merely at the 7th level of the Shattered Stone realm, that granted him such audacity? Indeed, what was Lung Xia Palace, if not a group of timid rats unwilling to show themselves? Nansheng stepped forward, positioning herself beside Yi Chen, equally dismissive. Perhaps the man's cultivation was indeed formidable, surpassing that of many present. But if his true form was that of a frail old man with white hair, there was little to take pride in. Generally, at such an age, further cultivation was improbable. This meant that this thunderstrike might very well be the peak of his abilities for his entire life. However, they were different. Being youthful and having already reached such heights, their futures were boundless. Hearing this, Lei Bao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he swung the hammer in his hand towards Yi Chen. Just as Nansheng intended to step past Yi Chen to engage, he intercepted her. With a tone laced with authority, Yi Chen commanded, "Step back. I shall handle this." If this lady did not stir up trouble, Yi Chen believed he could avoid a great deal of hassle. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Nansheng pouted, muttering, "If you're not going to fight, then don't act so fierce." With a swift motion, Yi Chen's gaze sparkled as he declared loudly, "A hammer, you say? Perfect. I have one as well." As he spoke, a silver hammer materialized in his hand, growing larger until it matched the size of Lei Bao's colossal hammer. Yi Chen swung the hammer with a flourish, asserting, "Let us see whose hammer is mightier." Chapter 37. Overlapping. Breaking the Heavens Hammer. The silver hammer gleamed with a radiant sheen, its oppressive aura surging like a tidal wave. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. This is actually a mid-tier mystic technique. Who could he be? The martial skill he wielded surpassed even that of the Divine King Palace's little princess. The accompanying abilities of the 10,000 Calamities Emperors were indeed extraordinary. And the resulting upheaval was anticipated by Yi Chen, by producing this hammer. He was indirectly instilling fear in those below, but he understood human nature's ugliness better than anyone. Having a common enemy does not guarantee allies. Only by presenting sufficient benefits can one secure everlasting friendships that go for it. Beat him to a pulp. Below, Nansheng was exuberantly cheering Yi Chen on. Lei Bao felt a sting of humiliation. Being publicly slapped in the face and ignored in his provocation was a disgrace he had not experienced since joining Lung Xia Palace. With a cold expression, Lei Bao declared, "I care not who you are. Today, for daring to provoke Lung Xia Palace, you shall pay a heavy price." Thunder God's hammer. He swung the massive hammer, its rotation creating a thunderous roar. Each swing generated a minuscule shockwave, yet over time, these would accumulate into a terrifying force. This was the essence of overlapping martial techniques, allowing one's seemingly insignificant strength to unleash power far exceeding tenfold. Overlapping, you say? I possess that as well. Yi Chen murmured softly, casting his gaze to the heavens, stating, "Perfect, I'll use you as an offering to the heavens." Storm of thunder. The ancient dragon-scaled beast's inherent skill, after days of cultivation, allowed Yi Chen to summon an increasing amount of thunderous power. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened so suddenly? Quick, look, it's a thundercloud. The appearance of thunderclouds heralded a tempest of bloodshed. Typically, such clouds appeared only when formidable beings transcended significant barriers, indicating that this was no ordinary occasion. Wait, look, that kid also has lightning flickering around him. It did not take long for observers to notice the anomaly. Although Yi-Chen remained suspended in midair, doing nothing, the intensity of his aura was steadily escalating. Meanwhile, Lei Bao continued to swing his hammer, still not having completed his accumulation. Though Yi-Chen had no idea how many swings it would take for Lei Bao to finish. He was, however, nearing his own completion. The thunder arrived even quicker than he anticipated. Perhaps freed from the valley's constraints, Yi-Chen's storm of thunder succeeded more than ever before. Nansheng, however, wore a troubled expression, her body trembling slightly. Memories from the valley surged back, causing her emotions to fluctuate violently. Previously, whenever Yi-Chen practiced the storm of thunder, he kept his distance from her, but this time, he was too preoccupied to consider Nansheng. The jade pendant around his neck radiated a faint glow, and soon, a phantom emerged. Nan Wentian had weakened considerably in just 3 months, with noticeably more white hair. Suddenly summoned, he gazed at Nansheng, filled with a sense of relief, as if he had survived a calamity, that my little ancestor, finally showing some response. This fluctuation. Before Nan Wentian could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by a surge of thunderous power. Even as a mere shadow, the force was overwhelmingly potent, seemingly able to contend with the heavens and the earth at that moment. Nan Wentian felt a loosening of the bottleneck that had plagued him for years. It is known that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to break through. Only through comprehension can one soar to great heights. Having been stagnant at the bottleneck for several years, he now sensed signs of a breakthrough upon feeling even the slightest hint of thunderous power. 81st hammer. Meanwhile, Lei Bao had completed the accumulation of his enormous hammer, his face flushed and his arms swollen. Appearing on the verge of bursting vessels that die. He intended to mock Yi-Chen, but was met with the sight of the young man standing with his hands behind his back. A silver hammer hovering above his head, connecting with the lightning crashing down from the thunderclouds that as their eyes met. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow, sneering. Is that all you've got? He had expected Lei Bao to possess some formidable technique. After all that build-up, the energy fluctuation was barely half of what Yi-Chen's storm of thunder could generate. Finally, Yi-Chen grasped the true power of the ancient dragon-scale beast. You're merely bluffing. Let us see whose skills prevail. Undeniably, upon seeing Yi-Chen's hammer, a primal fear stirred within him, especially with the thunderclouds overhead and the incessantly flashing lightning. Although his thunder god's hammer also contained lightning, it was merely a result of using a thunder attribute demon core during its forging, not comparable to the heavenly thunder Yi-Chen commanded. Yet pride prevented him from retreating, and the reputation of Lung Xia Palace forbade him from showing fear before a boastful youth. Yi-Chen raised his brow, seemingly unfazed by Lei Bao's bravado. Lifting his arm to slowly grasp the hammer's handle, Yi-Chen chuckled lightly. Is that so? With the breaking the heaven's hammer in hand. The massive weight did not hinder his speed. He moved so swiftly that his form became a blur. Darting past the crowd in mere moments that in the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen stood before Lei Bao. Boom! The colossal hammer came crashing down, colliding with the surface of the thunder god's hammer, that a powerful shockwave erupted from their clash, sending the onlookers staggering backward. Such a fierce upheaval was far beyond what a mere shattered stone realm youth should possess. In contrast, Lei Bao, clearly at the late stage of the mountain-opening realm, should have been able to easily overpower Yi-Chen. Yet under one strike from Yi-Chen, he was sent hurtling backward, his massive hammer beginning to splinter from the handle. No poo! Lei Bao let out a harrowing scream, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi-Chen looked on, somewhat surprised. So, it's your life weapon. Weapons come in a multitude of forms. They can be custom forged or painstakingly crafted through sheer dedication. A weapon of destiny embodies the essence of its master during the forging process, demanding immense time and effort. Once it reaches completion, the weapon becomes one with its wielder, much like Lei Bao, whose weapon shattered. He too suffered significant backlash. Observing his woeful downfall, the other members of the Lingxia Palace clad in yellow remained inactive. Yi-Chen furrowed his brows in confusion, gradually moving closer to Nansheng. Unbeknownst to them, Yi-Chen and Nansheng had become part of the foremost group, with countless individuals sheltering behind them. Astonished by the fallen Lei Bao, their mouths agape in disbelief. while they had previously coveted Yi Chen's mid-level Xian stage martial arts. This battle instilled a newfound respect, leaving them no longer daring to underestimate the youth. To single-handedly inflict heavy damage on a practitioner at the late stage of the opening mountain realm, and to belittle the threats posed by the Lingxia Palace suggests either remarkable skill coupled with audacity, or a formidable background. Such individuals are not ones they can afford to provoke. Chapter 38. Greed. In a mere span of half an hour, the lofty protector of the Lingxia Palace was unceremoniously cast down from his pedestal by an obscure junior. His thunderous methods rendering the once vibrant secret realm a topic of hushed whispers. Once more, do you think the secret realm mentioned by that protector truly exists? There may be a possibility. The Lingxia Palace is known for its erratic actions and would never stoop to deceiving us with falsehoods. The group deliberated. Their fear of being trapped yielded to their insatiable greed for the secret realm. In unison, their gazes fixed upon Nansheng and Yi Chen, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Was Yi Chen's annihilation of Lei Bao motivated by a fear of secrets being leaked? If Yi Chen's identity were lacking, then the presence of the little princess from the Divine King Palace, recklessly appearing here, undoubtedly carried a mission, one likely intertwined with the secret realm. Something felt amiss. Yi Chen's expression darkened, the avarice radiating from the crowd nearly spilled over. He grasped Nansheng's hand and turned to leave, only to be obstructed by a few quick-reacting individuals. Stand aside. A flash of crimson ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as a piercing aura of killing intent erupted forth. Ugh! The obstructing individuals faltered, unable to withstand even a breath before being injured by the malevolent energy Yi Chen unleashed. Behind him, Nansheng frowned, realizing that Yi Chen had held back. She had witnessed his unbridled killing intent before. Anyone below the opening mountain realm would be dismembered by it, if not killed outright. Yet these fools, instead of being grateful, had the audacity to delay him. Stop. None of us can leave now. You have extinguished our last glimmer of hope. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? One individual, slightly older, stood at the forefront, his features obscured. Clutching his chest, still reeling from the shock, he demanded an explanation from Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he gathered his spiritual power and struck forward with a palm aimed at the man's chest. Oof. You dare to provoke a junior. Today, let me teach you a lesson about decorum. The leading man bellowed. Everyone, let us join forces and subdue this lunatic, driven by shared interests, regardless of who issued the command. Their collective target remained Yi Chen. Multiple waves of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, causing Yi Chen to squint. Among them were four at the initial stage of the opening mountain realm, while the others were at the pinnacle of the shattered stone realm. In their shamelessness, they sought to overwhelm him with numbers, taking advantage of their elder's status. Just as they prepared to launch their assault, a delicate figure forced her way into their midst. This is utterly nonsensical, Nansheng exclaimed, stepping forward to confront them. Were you not just calling for the protector of the Lingxia Palace to be slain? Now you seek an explanation. What sort of nonsense is this? The moniker of the unruly little princess of the Divine King Palace was not casually bestowed. When Nansheng adopted her domineering stance, no one could successfully counter her bizarre logic. Once again, her words left the three opponents speechless. However, it was futile. Even without a verbal victory, their objectives had been met. Yi Chen tugged at Nansheng, shaking his head in resignation that if we wish to escape. It seems increasingly difficult that a multitude of brilliant lights surged toward them in an instant. Witnessing their wounded allies, the crowd immediately turned their ire toward Yi Chen and Nansheng. This is outrageous. Merely two juniors, yet they display such utter disregard for propriety. An elder spoke, his cultivation unimpressive, yet his act convincing, berating Yi Chen and Nansheng mercilessly. Nansheng rolled her eyes. Are you about to say that only by killing us can you set an example? She had long grown weary of such rhetoric, as if every aging man relished lecturing others with such phrases. Remembering her grandfather, the phantom from earlier suddenly vanished, leaving her feeling unsettled. Throughout it all, Yi Chen remained silent, acutely aware of these individuals' inherent flaws. Once rebutted, they would concoct a myriad of excuses, ensuring you were left speechless. Accusations could be fabricated without cause, especially from those resolute in extracting useful information from Yi Chen and Nansheng. Everyone, let us not waste our breath on them. Let us act decisively and subdue them. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle two juniors. The leading elder raised his arm, calling for action. Yet the surroundings fell eerily silent, with not a single soul responding that if it were merely Yi Chun, they might have acted. Even if his backing was formidable, he was still an unfamiliar entity, and killing him could be dismissed as ignorance. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. Should anyone attempt to capitalize on the situation later, they would have justification. However, Nansheng was different. Her striking appearance and unique skills were unmistakable. The fact that the leader of the Divine King Palace cherished his granddaughter's life was common knowledge. Anyone foolish enough to act against her would find themselves pursued relentlessly by the Divine King Palace. The Wai-Chen cast a discreet glance at Nansheng, contemplating the advantages of their sect. Just her reputation alone could intimidate countless ruffians. Yet, compared to others' protection, he placed greater trust in his own strength, believing that personal power could forge a lasting sense of security. Sensing his thoughts, Nansheng turned her head and met Yi Chen's intense gaze. She paused, tilting her head to ask, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," Yi Chen shook his head, suppressing his negative emotions, and stated solemnly, "We cannot escape now." Encircled by dozens, even his extraordinary abilities could not ensure an exit. While Nansheng's notoriety might provide temporary respite, it would crumble under the weight of insatiable greed that A.S. anticipated. Voices soon emerged from the crowd. "Fear not. What of the Divine King Palace? Nan Wentian is not present. As long as we remain silent, who will know?" Though even they didn't believe their own words. There is no wall that doesn't leak. Murder always leaves traces. Yet, at this moment, their yearning for the secret realm dulled their inner trepidation. "Indeed, you speak truth. We shall extract the whereabouts of the secret realm and eliminate them together. Let us act swiftly and ensure they cannot escape." The unfolding scene ignited a fury within Nansheng, her fingers trembling as she contemplated her response. Ultimately, under Yi Chen's calming presence, she huffed in indignation. "Fine, if you believe we possess knowledge of the secret realm's whereabouts. So be it." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone cold and defiant. "However, should you seek our lives, feel free to try." Chapter 39. The Deceiver in a Sunken Hollow. Yi Chen and Nansheng clasped hands tightly. Sprinting forward, not far behind them, a dozen or so individuals pursued relentlessly. These rabid dogs. Yi Chen, battered and bruised, bore a gash across his face from a sharp blade, enduring the tumult of his innards and injuries. He searched for the optimal hiding spot while fleeing. After hours of combat, his spiritual energy surged violently. The number of lives he had taken exceeded 30, if not nearing 100, that upon breaking free from the encirclement. He had been consumed by bloodlust. Were it not for Nansheng's assistance at his side, he would likely have transformed into a mindless killer by now. The after effects of overusing his blood demon form were becoming apparent. Yi Chen felt as if his consciousness were in turmoil, with only endless slaughter remaining in his mind. Blood clouded his vision, and without Nansheng's constant reminders, he might have lost his sanity altogether. "Quickly, capture them. Do not let them escape." The shouts of pursuit grew ever closer. Yet Yi Chen's pace faltered as he pressed against Nansheng's back, urging her forward. "You go ahead." The force behind him was overwhelming. Coupled with Yi Chen's immediate release of killing intent, it rendered Nansheng unable to even turn around. "Deceiver! You liar!" Nansheng turned her head with great difficulty, her neck strained with visible veins from anger. They had clearly agreed to walk together, so why, in the end, must this ungrateful man abandon her? In the throes of intense fury, subtle changes began to manifest in Nansheng's body, as a faint pearly glow emanated from her half-embedded jade pendant and surged into her eyes. Yi Chen, regulating his strength, sent Nansheng to a precipice below. The cliff was not particularly high, a fall would not be fatal, and the crevice was not large. Yi Chen exerted force, and a massive stone rose from the ground with a resounding thud. The stone filled the gap of the cliff, completely concealing Nansheng beneath it. Yi Chen let out a long sigh, considering this a repayment for Nansheng's earlier loyalty. Gazing at the place where Nansheng had vanished, he murmured, "I hope you will always remain a headstrong little princess, never to experience the anguish of separation or the burdens of forced growth." They had reached a dead end. Everyone, hurry and pursue. The clamorous voices behind resurfaced, and Yi Chun, no longer hesitating, swiftly turned and fled in another direction. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, the crowd beheld only a solitary silhouette, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to act. Instinctively, they looked to the elder at the forefront, who had previously commanded them. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the elder felt a tremor of fear, yet there was no turning back at this juncture. Pursue that man! He must know where the secret realm lies. With the elder's renewed command, a dozen skilled practitioners surged towards Yi Chen's direction, eyeing this life-and-death escape. Every step was crucial. The void wilderness was not solely inhabited by humans. Countless beasts lurked within that if ensnared, Yi Chen's life would be forfeit. Typically, one would avoid areas frequented by beasts, yet Yi Chen chose to do the opposite. Before him lay a fork in the road. One path led to the already searched secret realm, while the other ascended a beast-infested mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun veered towards the mountain. The secret realm had been meticulously studied countless times. Its traps were well known. Venturing there would only lead to a dead end. So it was better to gamble on the mountain. As the group reached the fork, they hesitated, observing Yi Chen's determined advance towards the beast mountain, reluctant to pursue further. Beasts were unlike humans. Their bodies were armored with sharp scales, capable of turning them into mere pulp with a single swipe. Do you not wish to find the secret realm? Do you not desire to escape? Noticing the group's retreat, the elder spoke again. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized each individual. Upon seeing any hint of reluctance in their eyes, he would ardently persuade them. Ultimately, through his efforts, the group yielded, even unbeknownst to themselves, having been subtly hypnotized into compliance. Navigating the rugged mountain path, Yi Chun moved with such agility that he appeared almost blurred. Upon entering the beast mountain, he maximized his speed. More often than not, the beasts were caught unawares as he swiftly traversed their territory. Yi Chun relied on his small number and swiftness, allowing him to traverse freely. However, the rabid pack pursuing him was a different matter entirely. Their target was exceedingly vast. Since entering the beast mountain, the beasts had repeatedly issued warning roars, indicating their territory. Should they not retreat soon, they would be met with a wave of minor beast tides. Yet human greed is insatiable. After risking their lives for so long, how could they simply abandon their pursuit? Yi Chen stood atop a lofty hill, surveying the scattered figures employing flanking tactics. They guarded one another's backs, suppressing their presence to the utmost degree. Cautiously, they advanced. Now merely 100 meters away from him, that a glint of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he murmured, "So you truly have managed to breach my defenses." Roar, deep within the mountain. A thunderous roar echoed. Almost simultaneously, all beasts lowered themselves in submission. That it must be him. The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he shouted to the remaining individuals. It's at the source of the roar. Fueled by fervor, several figures swiftly closed in on Yi Chen. That moment, Yi Chen found himself in a dire predicament, being relentlessly pursued by a 600-year-old howling tiger. Nearby lay a spacious cave, presumably its lair. How foolish to trespass in the territory of a tiger, the elder scoffed, gesturing for the others to observe. They had no intention of intervening, although a mere 700-year-old beast could be defeated in unison. Why assist a dying man in battle? The elder coldly regarded Yi Chun as he faltered, his lips curling into a deeper sneer, and one could escape his grasp. The plan disrupted by this nameless boy would ultimately return to its intended course. The howling tiger's increasingly frantic breaths betrayed its growing frustration to onlookers. It appeared as if the tiger were toying with a captured mouse, delaying its kill for amusement. However, from Yi Chen's perspective, it was the mouse that had rendered the others powerless. Yi Chen controlled the domain to perfection. Only the howling tiger could perceive the narrow confines of its territory. Moreover, Yi Chen feigned exhaustion, leading the observers to miss any discrepancies. Chapter 40. The Royal Secret Realm. It was not until a muffled grunt sounded that Yi Chen was sent flying by the howling tiger's paw. In that fleeting moment, the beast paused, seemingly bewildered, as if questioning how it had managed to send its prey soaring when it had always been the one in control. Yet before it could capitalize on its advantage to eliminate the audacious human trespasser, the elder led the group in a decisive leap downward. Now's the time. Attack. Several individuals unleashed their powers, and within moments, the 600-year-old beast was stripped of its beast core. Just then, someone shouted, "The human is gone." The group quickly turned, realizing that the frail and bloodied figure had vanished without a trace. Search! Quickly find him! He is injured and cannot have gone far. The elder nearly roared, treating the others as mere subordinates. Dissatisfaction brewed among the group, but the elder's next words compelled them into action, that if he escapes, you can forget about concealing the incident involving the princess of the Divine King Palace. At that point, a flicker of malice crossed the elder's face as he hissed, "You can weigh the consequences for yourselves. Having already committed to their course of action, they could leave no loose ends." Those who traversed the external world understood this principle all too well. Thus they had no choice but to seek the whereabouts of the youth. However, as they turned, none noticed the bloodstains on the ground swiftly evaporating, leaving no trace behind in the shadows. Yichen observed them with cold eyes, a faint smirk of derision playing at his lips. Moments later, piercing screams echoed through the Beast Mountain, echoing the chaos as countless figures fled in terror. They glanced back as if pursued by some monstrous flood. Soon, they found themselves herded back to the very spot where they had slain the howling tiger. Roar, roar! Two massive howling tigers gazed mournfully at the cold, lifeless body of their kin. They approached, nudging the small tiger's body with their heads, issuing cries of lament. In that moment, the realization dawned upon them. They had stirred a hornet's nest. Surely, this was the cunning plan of that young rascal, who, despite his youth, had proven remarkably shrewd. Some gritted their teeth in anger. Yet in the face of life and death, their only thought was why they had been so greedy for the secret realm, entangling themselves in this unwarranted calamity. The elder, however, bore a countenance marked solely by resentment and fury. Just as the two howling tigers prepared to exact vengeance, a sharp pain pierced through their minds. Domain. Intent to kill. A crimson light flared in Yi Chen's eyes, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. While he could not slay the millennium-old beasts instantly, he could induce a temporary paralysis of their consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen grasped the elder by the collar and pulled him from the range of the tiger's attack. In a concealed and profound cave, Yi Chen's palm crackled with lightning, a finely crafted dagger spinning within the electrical currents, absorbing their power. Nearby, a mangled body lay on the ground, covered in numerous wounds. The hands reduced to mere bones from beastly gnawing. Did I ask you one last time? Where is the secret realm? What is your true objective in luring people here? Yi Chen leaned slightly closer, his gaze icy, his tone laced with impatience and menace. The dagger in his hand glimmered ominously. Should the man utter another no, he would undoubtedly take action to end him. You must know that now the void wilderness is influenced by a mysterious force. Once your spiritual form perishes, your corporeal body will remain in eternal slumber. Or do you believe yourself to be an exception? In this scenario, the majority of individuals exhibit a remarkable indifference to death. Even if they were to perish, it would merely render them weak for a month. However, the current circumstances have shifted dramatically, as they no longer possess their previous composure. Yi Chen discerned that during his earlier discourse. The elder's expression had unmistakably shifted, revealing a profound emotional response. That he scoffed, "Humph, I thought you were made of sterner stuff, yet you fear death." Acknowledging their trepidation, the conversation became significantly more manageable. With a sudden, sharp sound, the dagger pierced flesh, transmitting a jolt of electricity into the elder's body. A cacophony ensued as steam began to emanate from the elder's abdomen, the flesh within having been thoroughly seared. The elder bit down fiercely on his lip, his lower lip now a bloodied mess, and the resolve in his eyes wavered considerably. Yi Chen recognized that his moment had arrived. He withdrew the dagger, idly toying with the electrified weapon before the elder, inquiring, still unwilling to speak. As Yi Chen prepared to plunge the dagger once more, the elder, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "No, no, no, I shall speak." Yi Chen inwardly mocked, "Coward, speak of the location of the secret realm and your plans." Under the weight of Yi Chen's threat, the elder swallowed hard and divulged their intentions. "I, like the esteemed Zuan of the God King Palace, belong to this batch of immortals seeking to join the Lingxia Palace." Yi Chen remained silent, urging him to continue. The elder, cautiously observing Yi Chen's demeanor, continued in a fragmented manner. "Ziyuan's mission is to capture the spirit of the God King Palace's princess alive and turn her into a puppet, while my task is to offer 100 lives as a sacrifice to the Huangtian secret realm." "The Huangtian secret realm?" Yi Chen inquired, never having heard of it before. "What is its precise location?" And why the need for 100 sacrifices? As he pressed for the crux of the matter, his emotions heightened, inadvertently intensifying the aura he exuded. The elder, unable to withstand the pressure, coughed violently, expelling fragments of his internal organs. Yet, Yichen merely regarded him with cold indifference. They both understood that the elder's fate was sealed. It was merely a matter of how painfully he would meet his end that I do not know. I merely accepted the task. The elder protested. However, the Huantian secret realm is undoubtedly richer than any other realm, requiring countless lives to be sacrificed for its activation. Its location is right beneath, as he spoke. The elder's expression twisted into madness, his eyes widening. Right beneath your feet. With a thunderous laugh, the elder's final words echoed as he spontaneously exploded, flesh and blood scattering in all directions to why Yichun found himself caught in the aftermath. Despite quickly enveloping himself in the blood demon body for protection, he still bore significant injuries. His expression darkened. The elder's desperate self-detonation was undoubtedly linked to the Huantian secret realm, and the sacrifices he mentioned were certainly not mere fabrications. It was evident that these sacrifices did not have to be human. Beasts could suffice as well. Since Yichun had entered this place, he had relentlessly hunted beasts, particularly that group, who, relying on their profound cultivation, easily crushed low-tier beasts without a second thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated nearly 100 kills, and that elder was clearly the last. The ground began to shake violently, and Yichun could not entertain the notion that such fortuitous events would transpire. The elder activating the secret realm would hardly allow him to gain an advantage without consequence. Chapter 41. The tomb, as the final sacrifice was made, the entire demon mountain trembled violently. Cracks spread across the ground, dividing the mountain into several insurmountable sections. The Yi-Chen's agile form leaped deftly among the branches, relying on his keen perception and swift movements to avoid being swallowed by the abyss. This, Yi-Chen squinted, noting the eerily familiar narrow and bottomless fissures before him. Was it not the very path where he had previously pushed Nansheng? Alarm surged within him. Nansheng was in peril. Gazing toward the entrance of the demon mountain, Yi-Chen propelled himself upward once more. However, upon reaching a certain height, an inexplicable weight bore down upon him, as though countless hands were gripping his legs, causing him to hover momentarily before plummeting. The descent was unfathomably swift, with the wind howling in his ears and a veil of white mist enveloping his vision. Just before his body would collide with the ground, a tendril of black mist emerged from below, extending to ensnare his limbs, restraining his movements. With a muffled groan, Yi-Chen felt a sharp pain radiate through his body. His sidelong glance revealed the black, spiked objects coiling around his arms, their surfaces bristling with fine barbs. The black mist had caught him, yet it siphoned his blood through the wounds inflicted by the barbs. As he realized this, Yi-Chen's strength began to wane, that a flash of white light flickered before his eyes. And just as his consciousness began to fade, a crimson aura emanated from within him. Upon contact with the red glow, the black tendrils recoiled as if scorched, retracting hastily. Yi-Chen's form drifted gently to the ground, his head still spinning in disorientation. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he was met with a swirling void. Reaching out to grasp a nearby branch for stability, his arm fell limply as he succumbed to unconsciousness. As he lay in a stupor, the ground beneath him began to corrode steadily. Soon, wisps of black mist reappeared, enveloping Yi-Chen and dragging him into the unfathomable depths of the earth. "Hey, wake up! Can you hear me?" A familiar voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by vigorous shaking. His already foggy mind became increasingly muddled. After a brief moment of rest, Yi-Chen silently restored his internal energy. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by darkness, save for a few flickering green candles on the walls, diligently burning. "That you're awake." A delicate, pale face suddenly loomed large before him, causing Yi-Chen's pupils to constrict as he sprang upright. Nansheng. He surveyed his surroundings and the rocky ceiling above, quickly realizing they had both fallen underground. "You frightened me. I thought you wouldn't wake up," Nansheng said with a sigh of relief, leaning back slightly. Since you're fine, I suppose I should settle the score with you." The thought of this man who had disregarded her warnings and dared to ambush her, albeit with good intentions, irked her. After all, as the esteemed princess of the God King Palace, how could she possibly need protection from someone weaker than herself? "Sure. Yi Chen interrupted, signaling for silence. Listen carefully. Nanxing paused, her expression hardening as she strained to hear, but discerned nothing. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Chen's focused demeanor, she refrained from further comment. Let it go for now. I shall temporarily overlook your transgressions. This cavern plunges deep into the earth, and judging by its scale, it was likely intended as a tomb. Yi Chen surmised that hidden beneath the Demon Mountain lay the so-called Huangtian secret realm, which was merely a tomb requiring sacrifices of life. The sound of stones clattering against the ground echoed intermittently, faint yet persistent, barely audible through the stone walls. Yi Chen held his breath, straining to discern even a basic direction, but the eerie atmosphere left him unable to linger longer. We should seek an exit. We can address our concerns once we are outside. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease crept into Yi Chen's heart, as if something was gradually unfolding in a manner he wished to avoid. Nanxing, putting aside her previous irritation, recognized the gravity of the situation and placed her trust in Yi Chen. Currently, they found themselves at the outermost edge of the tomb, with the heavy stone walls behind them and the ground above sealed tight. The slick, flat rock walls offered no footholds, making it a futile endeavor to climb. The only path before them lay straight ahead. What dangers lurked deeper within the tomb remained a mystery, and the previous valley had left a significant impression on Nanxing. She feared that stepping forward might lead them into countless unknown perils. Sensing Nanxing's hesitation, Yi Chen candidly remarked, "If we do not continue forward, you will remain trapped here forever." Not only would they be unable to return to the surface, but their spiritual forms would also be ensnared in the void forever. The man before her, tall and resolute, bore an unwavering gaze. Nanxing observed him intently. Throughout their journey, he had consistently led the charge against danger, effectively becoming a comrade who had shared life and death with her, entrusted with each other's backs. Since their goals aligned, she felt no further apprehension. "I will follow you." After a prolonged silence, Nanxing resolutely spoke. Yi Chen imperceptibly nodded and took the lead, walking ahead. Along the spacious corridor, candles flickered on both sides of the stone walls at intervals. The green glow cast eerie shadows, rendering the entire space somewhat sinister. Yi Chen pressed forward, encountering no danger along the way. Yet he dared not lower his guard, for the sound of knocking grew increasingly pronounced. It seemed to be right beside them. "Be careful." Almost instinctively, Yi Chen pushed Nanxing aside. A withered, yellowed hand emerged from the stone wall, brushing past Nanxing's eyelid. The sharp nails left a deep mark on her ethereal visage. Nanxing cried out, but in the next moment, Yi Chen swiftly covered her mouth. "Don't scream," he whispered while fending off the hands that suddenly lunged from the walls. "That something's not right. We need to retreat." The two of them hastily withdrew, seizing the moment before those hands fully emerged. Returning to the safest area, after a few breaths, the hands flailed for a moment before retracting from Yi Chen's view, and the breached stone wall quickly regained its original smoothness. Had it not been for the wound on Nanxing's face, he might have believed it was merely an illusion born from excessive tension. Chapter 42. Withered Hand. Yi Chen and Nanxing exchanged glances, both reflecting a grave intensity. They must have sensed something for this to occur. Yi Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. But what could it be? Body temperature, sound, even breath. These could all serve as mediums for detection. Since they were uncertain, they would try each one in turn. Nanxing's eyes ignited with determination. She touched her face, where the crimson blood had smeared. Over the years, few had dared to lay a hand on her, and those capable of marring her face were already dead. To dare defile this young lady's visage was tantamount to courting death. Yi Chen had no retort. Nanxing's words rang true. Apart from repeated attempts, they had no alternatives in the dimly lit corridor. Yi Chen's state of readiness peaked. Nanxing, too, was fully prepared. She softly chanted, and suddenly a piece of soft armor surged forth. A milky, white luminescence flowed across the armor, seamlessly merging with her form. "Are you ready?" Yi Chen inquired, to which Nanxing nodded. "I'm ready. This time, let us hold our breath." Yi Chen had observed that the hands bore no pulse, evidently lifeless. The most common method for the dead to discern the living was through breath. "Go!" At Yi Chen's command, the two figures dashed forward swiftly. Upon reaching the spot where the withered hand had appeared, Yi Chen distinctly felt a foreign energy at work. Yet this energy was exceedingly faint. leaving him unable to discern any traces. Crack! The stone wall was again breached, with withered hands emerging from all directions, this time at a speed far exceeding the first encounter. Almost before Yi Chun could react, a hand was already stretching towards him. His pupils dilated as he saw the hand approaching, and he quickly summoned his blood demon form. Blood demon form. A red mist enveloped his body, emanating a faint green glow from his chest. An ancient dragon scale's protective barrier was at play. But even with such defenses, the hand, during its initial hesitation, pierced through Yi Chen's clothing. Blood dripped down from the sharp nails, and Yi Chun froze in place the next instant. His eyes widened in realization. Destruction soared, a blade of light sliced through, severing the withered hand at the root, allowing Yi Chun to swiftly retreat. Behind him, Nansheng hastily followed back to their original position. Both were in poor condition. Yi Chun bore a deep gash from the withered hand, while Nansheng's armor was riddled with tears. Their first attempt had ended in utter failure. No, they are not triggered by breath. Nansheng shook her head. Still slightly panting, Yi Chen's voice was hoarse as he suppressed the metallic taste in his throat. Moreover, their speed has increased. Not only were their strikes more ferocious, but they were also markedly faster than before. If the attacks compounded, their chances to test would not be infinite, but if I'm not mistaken, we have only 2 opportunities left. Yi Chen's gaze gleamed with a spectral light that I end the heat of the moment. He hadn't had time to closely observe, yet certain details had caught his attention. Hands emerged from both walls, but during the first encounter, they had only extended to the wrist. However, in the recent trial, they had reached the elbow, and if they were to encounter this 2 more times, entire arms would emerge, leaving them with no escape. Nansheng had not observed as meticulously. She had been running the whole time. Those hands seemed to possess eyes, consistently targeting her vital points. The damaged areas of her armor were all critical spots. Upon hearing Yi Chen's explanations, Nansheng's expression grew increasingly serious. What shall we do next? Should we continue testing? According to Yi Chen's reasoning, persisting would only lead them closer to death, but if they ceased testing, they would remain trapped. Thus, they had only one choice, without Yi Chun needing to elaborate further. Nansheng quickly reached the conclusion. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she turned to Yi Chun. What should we test next? Body temperature or sound? Perhaps body temperature, Yi Chun suggested. Throughout our previous encounter, we made no sound. Yet even so, they had triggered the mechanism. Yi Chun nodded. Then let us test body temperature. With that, he raised his hands to press on various acupoints across his body, hastily cooling down. This was a unique technique that could alter the flow of blood, allowing his body to gradually chill. Once their bodies had entirely lost warmth, they commenced their second trial. Yi Chun and Nansheng locked eyes, signaling each other with a nod to go. Their forms flickered once more, akin to meteors, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, despite this, they triggered the mechanism upon reaching the central area. The withered hands shattered the stone wall and emerged as Yi Chun had anticipated. This time, they extended well past the elbows, their speed doubling. Swish, swish, swish. The withered hands, like ghostly reapers, struck with precision and ruthlessness at Yi Chun and Nansheng. Initially, they could manage, but as the number of hands multiplied, Yi Chun gradually found it harder to cope. Attacks came from all directions, and even the blood demon form could not withstand it. Nansheng's situation was even more dire. Her armor was tattered and provided no substantial defense. Attack! Yi Chun shouted. If defense proved futile, they would resort to offense. He refused to believe these withered hands had no weaknesses. Destruction soared. The sharp blade swept across, severing a row of withered hands at the elbow with ease. On the other side, Nansheng was equally formidable, unleashing a flurry of pure, white lotus blossoms, engulfed in searing flames, towards the withered hands. The sounds of burning flesh echoed vividly, under the might of the king's fire lotus. The withered hands were reduced to ashes in mere moments. Both acted in unison. The number of withered hands on either side dwindled significantly. Now, Yi Chun exclaimed, taking the initiative to forge a path for Nansheng. Behind them, the severed and incinerated hands rapidly began to regenerate, once again lunging at Yi Chun and Nansheng. Just as they neared their destination, a considerably larger, withered hand descended from above. Boom! The ground bore a deep imprint of the palm, stirring up a cloud of dust. The starting point. Yi Chun grasped Nansheng's arm. unable to suppress a cough, blood spewing forth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Chapter 43. Stone Chamber. Hey, are you all right? Yi Chen suddenly collapsed, startling Nansheng, who hurried to support him. In the critical moment, Nansheng had been rendered almost dumbfounded. She thought they had nearly made it, only to discover a leading hand. That withered hand was colossal, descending with overwhelming force. Thankfully, Yi Chen reacted swiftly. Otherwise, she might have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. Yet, Yi Chen had sustained grave injuries. Internal wounds were as perilous as external ones, demanding careful recuperation. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. However, at this moment, they had no conditions to rest. Nansheng retrieved a vial of medicine from her spatial pocket, pried open Yi Chen's mouth, and poured it in without hesitation. Please, please, you mustn't die. What will I do if you die? Nansheng was on the verge of tears, as she was a precious daughter who had never encountered such ordeals. Standing here without fainting was solely due to her unyielding pride. Fortunately, her medicinal concoctions proved effective, and soon Yi Chen regained consciousness. The excruciating pain coursing through his body forced him to furrow his brows tightly. Lying flat on the ground, too afraid to move an inch, after ensuring that Nansheng was unharmed, he finally sighed in relief. The pain he endured was not in vain. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? I have all kinds of medicines, she exclaimed hurriedly, pulling out an array of colorful vials that a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air as Yi Chen assessed the options and selected several bottles beneficial for his injuries. After swallowing the pills, he propped himself against the stone wall and began to meditate, realizing that his current condition was dire and required immediate adjustment. As for Nansheng, she was relatively unscathed, suffering only minor external injuries that would heal with ointment. She watched Yi Chen intently, fearing that the man might perish at any moment, leaving her utterly alone. Thankfully, Yi Chen's constitution seemed resilient. In the dimly lit cavern, time became irrelevant, and Nansheng lost track of how long Yi Chen remained in meditation. When he finally opened his eyes, she was so overjoyed that she nearly embraced him. You finally awakened, Nansheng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a dependence she herself was unaware of. Yi Chen cleared his throat and immediately glanced at the area where the skeletal hands had appeared. I have figured out how the mechanism was triggered, he stated suddenly. Just moments before, while meditating, his consciousness had spread out, silently infiltrating every crevice around them, that he dared not venture deeper, and what he observed was quite limited. However, one thing was certain. The skeletal hands were not activated by breath or body temperature, but rather by the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them. During his earlier meditation, Yi Chen had taken a risk to probe with his consciousness and found it surprisingly easy to pass through. Moreover, even when they had restrained their breath and cooled their temperature, the operation of their defensive spiritual energy had persisted. This explained why the consciousness could pass through while the physical body could not. Conveying his findings to Nansheng, though it seemed bizarre, it served as the best explanation. We must seal our spiritual energy. We cannot use anything that requires it to activate. Understood? Yi Chen urged her seriously, hoping she would heed his counsel. Yet, Nansheng hesitated. Will that really work? Spiritual energy is something every cultivator values more than life itself. If we seal our spiritual energy, it's akin to entrusting our lifeblood to someone else's hands. This notion was exceedingly uncomfortable, but under Yi Chen's grave gaze, Nansheng slowly, yet resolutely raised her hand and pressed it against her spiritual veins. The boiling energy within her body came to an abrupt halt. Yi Chen similarly sealed his own spiritual energy, nodding at Nansheng. I will go first. You wait a moment before following. If it truly does not work, at least someone will be on the outside to assist. He lifted his foot, each step taken with utmost caution and contemplation. As he approached the territory of the skeletal hands, he took a deep breath to steady his mind, glancing back at Nansheng before stepping forward. Crack! A sound echoed, causing Yi Chen's heart to leap into his throat. However, after waiting for a moment, nothing appeared. He cautiously took a few more steps, and the skeletal hands still did not materialize. Turning back, he looked at Nansheng with delight. Though he said nothing, his eyes sparkled with triumph. They had succeeded. Yi Chen strode forward, and upon fully exiting the domain of the skeletal hands, he tapped his spiritual veins once more, allowing the surging energy to flow through his body. He beckoned to Nansheng. It's fine, come over. Taking a deep breath, Nansheng slightly lifted her skirt and began to run, with her eyes tightly shut. She exerted her utmost speed, ultimately losing control and crashing into Yi Chun. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her soft waist, quickly steadying her by the shoulders, that it's all right, it's all right. With that, they had completely entered the tomb, leaving no path of retreat. Bang! Suddenly, a massive stone fell from above, crashing loudly onto the ground. With this, they had fully entered the tomb, sealing off their escape route. Nansheng looked at Yi Chun, both of them sharing a resolute determination in their eyes. Let's proceed and see what lies ahead. After surpassing the skeletal hands, the passage began to narrow, and as they ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly dim. At some point, the flickering flames that had illuminated the walls had vanished. Yi Chun glanced at Nansheng, who understood his cue and conjured a blazing fire lotus in her palm, instantly illuminating the dark space. Before them lay a simple stone chamber, furnished with a table and chairs, at the center of which rested a stone coffin. Upon entering the chamber, the massive door behind them crashed shut, trapping them inside. Nansheng had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The sound startled her, but she displayed no further change in expression upon realizing their exit had been blocked. "It seems we have reached the second layer," she murmured. They were unaware of the map of the Imperial Heaven's secret realm, but they sensed they were descending into a lower terrain. Here, they stood on the second floor. Yi Chun tread lightly toward the stone coffin, the most striking feature in the room. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the coffin contained nothing but a resplendent green dress that, if she guessed correctly, this must pertain to the person buried alongside. In ancient times, prominent families indeed practiced such customs, requiring kin to accompany the deceased in burial. Nansheng instinctively frowned, disdainful of such practices. Drag others down with you even in death. How vulgar. Yi Chun remained noncommittal, meticulously observing the details around them. Chapter 44. The blood-sucking dress. The empty stone chamber stirred slightly with the arrival of Yi Chun and Nansheng. The first sound of knocking quickly resumed, echoing as if bursting in their ears. Unconsciously, Nansheng drew closer to Yi Chun, finding solace in his sturdy presence. Crack. Following the knocking, a series of crisp bone sounds resonated. Yi Chun's first instinct was to look toward the stone coffin, urging Nansheng to step back. Inside, only a pale green dress remained, now seemingly supported by a skeletal frame, struggling to rise unsteadily. Each step appeared laborious, as if its bones were on the verge of crumbling. Yi Chun shielded Nansheng with one hand, his gaze locked on the apparition. So far, the skeletal figure had not made any movements. Yet in the next instant, a swift rush of pale green flashed before them. The speed was too rapid. Before Yi Chun could react, Nansheng had pushed him forcefully. Turning around, he witnessed the pale green dress seemingly finding its form, joyously attaching itself to Nansheng. It emitted childlike coos as if learning to speak. Nansheng stood rigid, helplessly looking at Yi Chun. I can't move. Her body was no longer under her control. She watched in horror as her hand reached out, and the dress, as if possessing its own consciousness, climbed her arm and enveloped her. Get off me. Yi Chun's eyes flared crimson, and the soul-devouring sword slipped from his grasp. The sound of fabric tearing resonated sharply in the empty chamber. Half of the dress had already enveloped her, and the soul-devouring sword cleaved through at her waist. A piercing cry filled the chamber, accompanied by an excruciating headache. Initially, Yi Chun could endure it, severing his hearing at once, but his expression grew increasingly grim. This sonic wave attack was not dispersing through sound. Damn it. Even Yi Chun could not suppress his fury. How many more traps does this cursed place hold for us? Nansheng was not faring much better. Perhaps due to the connection with the dress, she felt as if her waist were being severed. The pain was unbearable, yet the sonic assault had no effect on her. I hurt so much. Nansheng gradually crouched down, her hands gripping the stone coffin with great force, causing her fingers to break under the strain. Blood flowing profusely, Yi Chun watched her in agony, feeling utterly helpless. Every time he attempted to rise and approach Nansheng, the headache intensified. Recalling the previous encounter, those withered hands had been animated by spiritual energy. This attack was surely not initiated through ordinary means. Amidst the throbbing pain, Yi Chun anxiously pondered. If he could not find a solution, Nansheng would likely suffer to death, but he pressed his sword against the spiritual vein. And suddenly, the pain receded like a tide. Wai Yichun was momentarily taken aback. He had merely tried his luck. Logically, it should not have worked this way. From the very beginning, this tomb had exuded an air of the extraordinary. 100 souls sacrificed. It was evidently a man-eating fortress. Each mechanism was intricately designed to ensure that lives would be lost here, always employing methods that defied common sense. The same approach could not be utilized twice. Yet, the reality was that after sealing the spiritual vein, the piercing pain had indeed vanished. After enduring a wave of pain, Nansheng collapsed to the ground as the next wave overwhelmed her. She pressed her hands tightly against her waist, though there were no visible wounds or traces of blood. The pain was excruciating that a similar situation had arisen in the valley before, but that was due to the dragon's inherent skill. Star shifting. However, this time was clearly different. The immediate priority was to alleviate Nansheng's suffering, even if it meant rendering her unconscious temporarily. But as Yichun slowly approached the stone coffin in the center of the stone chamber, the surrounding walls suddenly shifted, as if turned inside out. What had once been marble instantly transformed into dark, blackened walls, adorned with eerie, yet orderly symbols. Within these symbols ran deep crevices, flowing with bright red blood. Kill me! It hurts so much. After the stone chamber changed, Nansheng's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Wai Yichun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The blood on those stone walls. Surely it could not belong to Nansheng? Reality soon confirmed this suspicion. Before long, her cries of pain dwindled to a faint whisper. Her complexion rapidly turned pale, and in just a few breaths, her body deteriorated to the brink of death. Yichun grasped Nansheng's wrist and felt for her pulse, only to discover that her body was severely depleted of vitality, having fallen into hypovolemic shock. Flipping over Nansheng's wrist, Yichun raised his palm, placing it against hers, channeling a continuous stream of dense, abundant spiritual energy. However, this was met with a resurgence of intense headache, far more severe than before. Ugh! Yichun groaned, enduring the excruciating pain as he maintained the flow of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, his other hand brushed against her green skirt, the hem of which had been severed by Yichun, lying nearby like a heap of refuse. Had Nansheng not fainted from the pain, who would have suspected that such an ordinary dress could be so lethal? Buzz! A deafening roar echoed in his mind. Wai Yichun felt as though a rope in his head had suddenly snapped. Blinding flashes of white light danced before his eyes, and his consciousness began to blur. The sustained output of spiritual energy had caused his headache to persist to the point of damaging his awareness. His mind's sea was tumultuous. With a sudden thrust, he jabbed the sword into the spiritual vein, forcing himself to halt the healing process to maintain his clarity that if he were to succumb as well, they would truly be in peril. Whoa! Yichun's eyes widened as the surging spiritual energy within him gradually subsided. However, the tormenting headache continued unabated, even more intense than before. Without the protection of spiritual energy. The pain crashed upon him like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an instant. His body curled tightly on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, desperately wishing to break through and uncover the truth within. Could it be that the previous disappearance of his headache had been an illusion? The second defeat forced Yichun to question himself. Had he merely imagined the pain? No, that was impossible. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the time of the withered hands. Each injury seemed to compound, and it was highly likely that the pain he had evaded by sealing the spiritual vein was merely a ploy by the stone chamber to numb his resolve. With spiritual energy ineffective and his body beginning to decay, Yichun found himself at a dead end. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and he unwillingly thought, is it truly destined to end here? Linga Chapter 45. Resonance in the forbidden grounds of the Yi family. A group of people gathered. Surrounding the forbidden area, faint waves of light flowed, a mysterious barrier protecting them within. Wai Yiling sat weeping silently, her eyes swollen and red. The elder beside her, unable to bear the sight, urged, rest a while. You are causing the family head great concern. Wai Yiling shook her head silently, her lips parched and cracked from lack of water. Yet her gaze remained resolute. The elder sighed in resignation. Oh, why put yourself through this? Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Yi Linger's heart suddenly constricted, followed by violent gasps for breath. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet she fought to suppress it as a wave of sorrow surged within her, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of her eyes. She reached out, gazing at her crystalline nails, murmuring, "Brother, is that you? Are you in pain?" A faint green light emanated from her eyes, and within her spiritual sea, a crisp sound of cracking resounded. The seal suppressing her cultivation within her body had shattered. In another realm, Yi Qin's head felt heavy, his consciousness unraveling amidst the excruciating pain. Yet at a certain moment, a peculiar energy surged from deep within him, forcefully breaking the seal on his spiritual veins. His eyes snapped open, the Empyrean eye manifesting in its fullest extent. Domain, obliteration sword. The overwhelming intent to kill solidified almost tangibly, suffocating the already lifeless stone chamber with an oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, there were no living beings present. Otherwise, they would likely be driven mad by this murderous aura. With the obliteration sword in hand, Yi Qin's crimson pupils locked onto the stone coffin. He advanced step by step. The long skirt bore no formations. It must have relied on something else. This was it. Ah! Crack! Yi Qin raised the obliteration sword high, gripping the hilt with both hands as he brought it crashing down upon the stone coffin. The lime-forged coffin was not particularly sturdy, under the might of the obliteration sword. It split in two. Consequently, the remnant of the long skirt that had tightly bound Nansheng began to disintegrate into dust, vanishing completely. Amidst the faint green light, a hazy figure gradually emerged that was a breathtaking beauty. Her demeanor and visage unparalleled. The beauty smiled gently at Yi Qin, slightly bowing in a deep reverence. Then, she transformed into a radiant light, rushing into Nansheng's body. Yi Qin sensed instinctively that this woman was likely the companion buried alongside. Forcefully sealed within the coffin by an array, for countless years she had repelled intruders on behalf of the tomb's master. Even as her corporeal form decayed, her soul remained trapped, destroying the coffin. He severed the chains binding her. Yi Qin could feel the joy of liberation emanating from her as the radiant light entered Nansheng. Her once pallid visage, drained from excessive blood loss, gradually regained its rosy vitality and fullness. When Nansheng's eyelashes fluttered open, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes in a cascade. After a long pause, she murmured, "You have finally been freed." Yi Qin watched in silence until the sharp headache returned. Yet, swiftly, that peculiar sensation arose. The pain seemed to have transferred elsewhere through some medium. Seeing that Nansheng was unharmed, he surmised that it must be due to the woman, who belonged to the stone chamber and whose soul should not be subject to backlash. Yi Qin grasped Nansheng's hand, urging, "Let us leave this place." Without the coffin, without the array, the surrounding stone walls became mere ordinary stones to them, as the obliteration sword swung. Large sections of the walls crumbled away, and they successfully exited, re-entering the familiar passage. Meanwhile, chaos enveloped the Yi family. Yi Linger suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from her mouth and nose, her pulse faint to the point of nearly vanishing. The group, in a flurry, had no choice but to leave the protective barrier of the array in search of a divine healer capable of treating Yi Linger, the elder, possessing the highest cultivation. Instructed everyone to remain and care for Yi Linger while he ventured out alone. Yet, he was unaware that the Yi family had become a coveted prize in the eyes of others. With ambushes laid throughout, waiting for someone to emerge for capture and glory at the Heavenly King's residence. Familiar pathways, familiar eerie candlelight. After surviving 2 life-and-death crises, their perception of this tomb had fundamentally shifted. Every secret realm within the void wilderness concealed dangers. This place, having remained untouched for millennia, surely held unknown wonders. Perhaps they have entered before, yet failed to find the opportunity to leave this place alive. Yi Qin's hoarse voice slowly emerged as the two stood close together, feeling the powerful heartbeat of the other resonating softly. Nansheng, feeling uncomfortable, instinctively retreated, and Yi Qin noticed, merely casting a glance in her direction. The dangers that lie ahead, I fear, are far more severe than those we have previously encountered. We must be thoroughly prepared. As he spoke, fine scales began to emerge on the surface of Yi Qin's body, quickly covering most of him. His actions served as a reminder to Nansheng that at this juncture, all trump cards must be played. That soft armor may have been commendable, but as the little princess of the divine king's palace, embarking on her first journey of training, the treasure she possessed undoubtedly exceeded this. Indeed, after a moment of hesitation, Nanxing muttered softly, and a sheer veil materialized out of thin air around her. The veil, light as a feather, perfectly adhered to her form, adorned with countless crystals. These crystals, cut into tiny fragments, took Yi Chun by surprise. They were crafted from high-grade spiritual stones. One must recognize the rarity of spiritual stones. Even within the divine king's palace, the quantity of high-grade ones is exceedingly limited. It seems that the master of the south truly cares for you, Yi Chun remarked with a sense of wonder, laying bare her wealth, more precious than his own heart. However, Nansheng remained silent, her expression a blend of sweetness and bitterness. She caressed the jade pendant hanging from her neck, softly stating, "Yes, my grandfather has always treated me the best. But I can't shake the feeling that he seems to be facing some predicament." Nansheng's heart was in turmoil, recalling how Nan Wentian had suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving her anxious. A warm touch brushed against her head. Yi Chun, unbeknownst to her, had placed his hand atop her head, gently stroking her hair. "Do not worry. The divine king's palace is the sovereign of the four realms. It will be safe. If even the divine king's palace were to fall, it would spell doom for the entire eastern spirit continent." Perhaps influenced by Nansheng's unease, Yi Chen's thoughts wandered to Yiling. Previously, in the stone chamber, time had been too fleeting for him to ponder deeply. Yet now, reflecting back, he recalled a very familiar aura that had enveloped him, continuously supplying him with spiritual power. Were it not for that, he would not have had the strength to break through the seal of the spiritual veins, that he was entirely convinced that the source of that spiritual energy came from Yilinger, who was in an alternate space. Nonetheless, Yi Chun felt no joy at all that he understood better than anyone the condition of Yilinger. Perhaps a bond between siblings had stirred the seal within her. The seven-colored glazed grass must be found swiftly. Chapter 46. Two stone coffins in the heavenly king's mansion. The corpulent and greasy Guanhai was reveling in the company of beautiful women when he was startled by the sudden appearance of a shadow. "Ah, who are you?" the fair-skinned beauty gasped, covering her smooth shoulder, leaning into Guanhai's embrace with a wronged expression. "Master, look at him." She managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, creating a scene that was both stunning and pitiable. "Useless! Get out of my sight!" Guanhai's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he shoved the oblivious woman aside, saying obsequiously, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence and have failed to offer a proper welcome. I hope plans have changed. Immediately dispatch an elite team to the Void Wilderness." The shadow interrupted coldly, cutting off Guanhai's sycophantic words, filled with frustration. "You can't even capture a brat. Is this how you operate?" A flicker of humiliation crossed Guanhai's eyes, but soon he succumbed to the terrifying pressure emanating from the shadow. "Yes, I will reinforce our numbers at once, but the Void Wilderness is a one-way road to death." Cold sweat beaded on Guanhai's forehead. Logically, he should not defy orders, yet the Void Wilderness was a perilous place from which one could neither enter nor exit. To send his loyal subordinates to their deaths would be a grave waste. The shadow said nothing further, merely casting a glance, causing Guanhai to bend his knee and kneel. Any doubts? No, none at all. Within the Void Wilderness, a heavy atmosphere of death prevailed, with the corpses of both humans and beasts scattered across the mountains. A group of elite individuals moved swiftly, their formation precise as they quietly approached. They headed straight for the Demon Mountain, guarding various exits. Inside the tomb, as the passage widened, Yi Chun became increasingly vigilant. He understood that the third trial was imminent. The cold scales and the shimmering veil seemed to sense the impending danger and began to activate, serving as the most direct warning for both Yi Chun and Nansheng. After a brief moment, the candle flames on either side transformed from an eerie green to a brilliant yellow. Before them lay an extraordinarily spacious stone chamber, featuring 3 doors that in front of them stood one door, behind which lay 2 stone coffins. That Yi Chun exchanged glances with Nansheng, and they nodded at each other. Moments later, they stepped into the stone chamber together, with a resounding crash, as before once they entered. The stone door behind them slammed shut, raising a cloud of dust. The two stood back to back, providing support for each other. The two stone coffins were positioned side by side, separated by a broad stone platform adorned with bizarre runes. Identical to those previously seen on the walls of the stone chamber. Do you recognize these runes? Yi Chen inquired. Having traveled far and wide, he had never encountered such strange runes before. Not only can they drain blood, but if one stares at them too long, they can even ensnare the soul. Nansheng averted her gaze after a mere glance, shaking her head in regret. I have never seen such runes. The Divine King's palace houses a library, and Nansheng had loved reading since childhood. Having nearly absorbed all its knowledge, it chronicled thousands of years of history, yet still lacked any runes of this nature. Nansheng refrained from voicing her suspicions. She felt that the tomb's master likely belonged to a time long past. Since they were unaware of its origins, they could only proceed cautiously. Yi Chen gestured to Nansheng, signaling for them to act separately. They needed to ascertain what lay within the stone coffins. The left coffin bore exquisite carvings of peonies, suggesting it belonged to a favored concubine. In contrast, the right coffin appeared unremarkable, devoid of any embellishments. Yi Chen, wary of a repeat of previous events, directed Nansheng to inspect the right coffin. They moved together, quickly glancing inside, then retreated to a safe distance, after a brief moment of silence. Nothing occurred. Inside my coffin is a beautiful woman, her visage intact, her body uncorrupted. Yi Chen reported first, detailing every aspect. She wears a wide-sleeved gown of crimson peonies, with a peony flower ornament adorning her forehead. Nansheng's expression darkened, struggling to articulate. Inside the left one, there is... Ugh. Nansheng's face turned pale, and she doubled over, unable to suppress her urge to vomit. Her body trembled, her eyes reddening. Yi Chen's heart sank, fearing the left coffin concealed something sinister. After several retches, Nansheng regained some composure, suppressing her nausea as she continued. Inside, there is a pool of decaying flesh, seemingly quite fresh. It appears the time of death was near. The body has just begun to rot. However, this was evidently impossible. The entire tomb exuded an air of antiquity, making it unlikely that any living person could remain, unless someone had inadvertently trespassed and was forcibly dragged into the coffin as a new sacrifice. Yi Chen involuntarily envisioned the scenario, his expression growing grim. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, brows furrowing. Wait, if it's decaying flesh, why is there no stench of death? The odor of a rotting corpse cannot be masked by anything. Nansheng, catching on belatedly, thought of her first-hand observation. Surely, it couldn't be false. Yi Chen stroked his chin in contemplation, various possibilities flashing through his mind, even considering formations and illusions. Yet he soon dismissed those thoughts. Everything around them felt too real, devoid of any traces of formations. Each mechanism was intricate and unique, and Yi Chen dared not recklessly pry open the coffins. He looked at Nansheng, who remained pale and evidently shaken. Just then, the door behind the left coffin began to slowly creak open. Yi Chen and Nansheng warily turned to look, only to see darkness within. Fire Lotus. Nansheng spread her hands, two fire lotuses advancing into the stone door, one in front of the other. With a whoosh, as soon as they entered the door, the fire lotuses extinguished instantly. Nansheng's face fell. The Ming Wang fire lotus was a skill bestowed by her divine eye, capable of igniting all things in the world, nearly unmatched by any foe. Even ordinary water could not extinguish it. It was evident that immense danger lurked behind that stone door. She instinctively glanced at Yi Chen, seemingly seeking his input. Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed on the stone door, which stood ajar, as if beckoning them to enter. Mingshen's sword. Yi Chen extended his arm, directing the Mingshen sword to pierce into the depths of the stone door. The sword, imbued with a murderous intent and a fierce sword aura, surged forward with the force of a raging torrent. However, after a considerable period, when the Mingshen sword finally emerged, its brilliance had significantly dimmed. As if it had endured a fierce battle, Yi Chen placed his hand upon the blade, attentively sensing, yet apart from the echoes of combat, he could discern nothing else. Within this realm, the danger possibly exceeded their wildest imaginations. What should we do? Nansheng, noticing the peculiar state of the Mingshen sword, felt increasingly anxious. The oppressive darkness rendered visibility null, yet the peril within loomed ominously. Yet, if they chose inaction, would they be condemned to languish here indefinitely? Chapter 47. The might of thunderstrikes in the sealed stone chamber. The air was thin. The longer they hesitated, the more unfavorable their situation became. Dawei Yichen glanced at Nan Sheng, whose body trembled instinctively in fear, and spoke softly. I shall venture forth to scout ahead. You wait for me here. With that, he transformed into a radiant beam and plunged into the inky blackness of the stone door. Nan Sheng stared blankly at the now closed door, momentarily at a loss. Boom! The stone door gradually shut, and in the pitch-black surroundings, the crimson imperial eye quietly rotated. Everything appeared as though draped in a veil of red, yet at least he could discern some semblance of his surroundings. The corridor bore no resemblance to the previous one. There were no ghostly green flames flickering on either side, nor were there terrifying murals. Yet Yichen understood that what he perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg. Inside the stone door, the truly terrifying entities had yet to reveal themselves. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of knocking echoed once more, causing Yichen's steps to slow involuntarily. The sound seemed to beckon him towards a specific direction. Eventually, Yichen arrived at a fork in the path. Each route extended similarly, and after a thorough inspection, he found no suspicious traces. Just then, the intermittent knocking resumed, this time more pronounced and urgent than before. With his eyes closed, he concentrated intently and turned his gaze towards the far-right passage. Compared to the other two, this one appeared unremarkable, save for the fact that its entrance was somewhat smaller. Perhaps during its initial construction, a slight deviation had occurred, leading this entrance away from its intended course. Since you are calling for me, I shall see what it is you wish for me to discover. Having weighed his options, Yichen swiftly made his decision and strode purposefully towards the right passage. Upon entering, the previously dim light weakened further. Dawei Yichen's Wanjie Tong seemed to be suppressed in that instant. Hesitantly, he extended his hand, instinctively groping in front of him, a reflex common to all who lose their sight. Splash. His fingers encountered a slimy, viscous substance, reminiscent of aquatic life. Dawei Yichen's body stiffened momentarily before he quickly retracted his hand and activated the blood demon form. The strangeness of this place compelled him to exercise utmost caution. Tap, 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 tap. The knocking grew more frantic this time, as if urging him onward. Yet when Yichen strained to listen, he could not discern even the most basic direction. It was highly probable that something deep within this place was suppressing his senses. Domain. Activating his domain, he felt the surrounding energies diminish and darken, while his dimmed Wanjie Tong regained its brilliance. However, the sights available to him remained exceedingly limited. Looking down, he noticed what appeared to be puddles forming at his feet, while the walls oozed with the same slippery substance. Suddenly, Yichen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a crocodile hanging above him. Its corpulent body sprawled across the ceiling, sharp teeth eager to tear flesh from Yichen's form. Damn it! Yichen reacted instantly, retreating swiftly to widen the distance between himself and the crocodile. It was too close. The fetid tongue seemed poised to ensnare his head at any moment. Yet as Yichen moved, the crocodile sprang into action, its four limbs gliding forward, swiftly closing the gap between them. In that moment, Yichen could not even ascertain its level. Moreover, the aura emanating from the crocodile was unlike that of an ordinary beast. It seemed to resonate harmoniously with the sinister energy of the tomb. Mingshin's sword. A flash of crimson surged forth as the Mingshin sword was swiftly unleashed. With a sharp crack, the sword rebounded, and Yichen's arm trembled slightly from the impact. That's so tough. The scales of the crocodile were impervious to even the Mingshin sword, which could slice through iron like mud. Yichen's expression darkened. This challenge was likely more formidable than those he had faced previously. Maximizing his speed, Yichen sped towards the exit, but the outcome was predictable, just like every previous instance. The moment he chose a direction, the stone door would seal shut. Despite his earlier ignorance regarding the door's hidden location, the current situation forced Yichen to remain calm as he faced the crocodile, whose bulging eyes glistened hungrily, eyeing him as a delectable meal. Glancing at the Mingshin sword in his hand, Yichen realized that in such a predicament, the incomplete sword would be of little use. He felt the heat radiating from his right palm as a silver hammer shape gradually materialized. Yet, in the next moment, Yichen clenched his fist, and the silver hammer vanished from sight. The The Poti hammer demanded a tremendous amount of energy. It could not be utilized unless faced with life or death. Similar to the blood demon form, the Poti hammer side effects left him weakened, sapping his strength, and even leaving his consciousness feeling unusually fatigued. The scales on his body began to glow, and purple lightning flickered across his surface. Since the Poti hammer was off the table, he would resort to the ancient dragon scale beast techniques instead. Assimilation. Song Lei Ju. Yichen first employed the skill of assimilation, blending his body seamlessly with the surrounding stone walls, then summoned the purple lightning, which steadily grew in his hands. This skill required continual refinement. The deeper he delved, the more thunderous power he could summon. Thus far, Yichen could summon at least 3 bolts of lightning as thick as a thigh. With both arms raised, Yichen gathered the lightning in his palms. With a low shout, he brought his hands together, merging the 2 bolts into one. Boom. The violent impact sent sprays of water cascading around him, and the viscous substance on the stone walls was scattered by the residual force. Water conducts electricity. As the lightning struck the droplets, the entire passageway soon shimmered with a purple glow. Illuminated by the light, the pitch-black crocodile retreated warily, seemingly intimidated by the electricity. Afraid of lightning? Perfect. Time for a thorough strike. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The lightning surged towards the crocodile, and under Yi Chen's concentrated assault, the creature was soon enveloped by the electric discharge. Accompanying this was the crocodile's anguished thrashing within the passage, its 4 short limbs scrambling chaotically. Bouncing from wall to wall in a frenzied bid to escape, the Yi Chen assimilated with the environment. The crocodile could not even locate its target, flailing about like a headless fly. Meanwhile, within the 3rd stone chamber, fierce lightning crackled from the stone door, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered. She recognized the master of the lightning, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The fact that even this bizarre stone door could be cleaved open was indeed remarkable. Chapter 48. Soul-capturing formless tap. In the eerily silent atmosphere, faint rhythmic knocking resounded. The Yi Chen lightened his footsteps and restrained his breathing, inching closer with caution. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. Yi Chen halted abruptly, then continued his casual stride, only to suddenly thrust the Mingxian sword forward. "It's me." A familiar voice suddenly emerged as a fiery lotus ascended slowly into the air. Yi Chen instantly turned the Mingxian sword towards it, recognizing Nansheng's face, which bore an expression of relief after a narrow escape. She raised a finger, gently pushing aside the Mingxian sword, taking a deep breath. "You almost got me killed." Yi Chen sheathed his sword, gazing at her in confusion. "How did you get in?" He distinctly remembered that the stone door should have sealed shut after his entry. Nansheng took a couple of steps forward, matching his pace, and casually replied, "Isn't it because of you?" That lightning was exceptionally fierce. It even cleaved through the stone door. Impressive. As she spoke, she gave him a thumbs up, playfully winking as if to convey an understanding without further inquiry. Only then did Yi Chen recollect that the ground had been drenched. Perhaps the lightning had traversed the water, allowing it to strike her side as well. "All right, since you're here, let us proceed together." After their reunion, perhaps due to the added strength, Yi Chen felt less on edge than before. Nansheng, meanwhile, busily surveyed her surroundings, justifying her actions as exploration. "This is it." Yi Chen suddenly stopped. Before them lay an elliptical chamber. At its center stood a colorful glass lamp. The knocking sound ceased at this point. Nansheng stepped forward, squinting to examine it before proclaiming, "This should be the 7-colored glass lamp." With that, she cast a glance at him. Legend has it that once the wick burns for a century, it will break, allowing the 7-colored glass grass to sprout. This is precisely what you have been seeking all along. Observing the hue upon the wick, it is evident that the glassware will soon flourish. One might say, their arrival is impeccably timed. Yet, Yi Chen remains considerably calmer than Nansheng. Standing resolutely in place, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes, that he grasped the eager Nansheng, shaking his head at her. "That is not a rainbow glass lamp. It is merely a trick of the eye." With that, he waved his hand, and a burst of white light flashed by. When Nansheng reopened her eyes, the radiant rainbow glass lamp had metamorphosed into a desiccated skeleton. The skeleton sat upright upon the stone platform, its knees crossed, palms facing upwards, as if cradling a tome. Nansheng gasped in shock, turning her head away. The skeletal visage bore a peculiar grin, directed towards Yi Chun and Nan Sheng, an unsettling sight indeed. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and took 2 steps forward, inadvertently obstructing Nan Sheng's view. Confronted with that eerie smile, a suppressed tempest of rage surged within him, as if incited to overwhelm his senses. Suddenly, a momentary daze clouded his mind, prompting Yi Chun to vigorously shake his head. "What is wrong? Are you all right?" Nan Sheng, noticing Yi Chun's unusual state, instinctively reached out to check his pulse, a gesture they had repeated countless times in the face of peril, a means of confirming the vitality of those nearby. However, this time, Yi Chun subtly evaded her touch. "I am fine. Merely a bit fatigued." He was acutely aware that his pulse was tumultuous, his spiritual sea turbulent. Nan Sheng, being timid, should be spared further fright. "Look, this individual was likely poisoned in life." Nan Sheng was about to say more, but Yi Chun shifted the conversation, pointing at the skeleton to analyze it. The throat area is blackened, indicating that poison was ingested in life. Moreover, there are no signs of injury on the skeletal frame, suggesting no struggle prior to death. Nan Sheng, easily swayed, had previously fallen for Yi Chun's tactics. But this time, they proved ineffective. "What is truly wrong with you? Must you conceal everything from me? Is this how my grandfather was, and now you too? Are you going to leave me silently, just like my parents?" Observing Nan Sheng, who was on the verge of tears, Yi Chun belatedly recognized the gravity of the situation. From the moment they entered this place, the suppressed fury within him had become uncontrollable. Given Nan Sheng's disposition, she would internalize even the gravest of matters, never confiding in a stranger such as him. This indicated that the environment amplified their innermost emotions. Yi Chun's rage, Nan Sheng's fear, intending to torment them with their own negative sentiments to the brink of despair. With a swift counter, Yi Chun unleashed his domain, a chilling intent to kill coalesced into a solid form, materializing as a long sword aimed directly at Nan Sheng's brow. A searing pain radiated from her mind as Nan Sheng clutched her forehead in agony. Her blurred vision gradually sharpened amidst the pain. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Yi Chun withdrew his assault. "Control your mind. Do not let those things take advantage." Yi Chun whispered, succinctly informing Nan Sheng of their predicament. Realizing she was being manipulated, Nan Sheng's countenance darkened. Struggling to suppress her incited emotions, Yi Chun's gaze returned to the desiccated skeleton. "That I believe the opportunity to escape this place may lie within this very skeleton." He approached it, clasped his hands in reverence, and bowed respectfully before extracting the tome it held. The ancient tome bore 2 significant characters: bewildering heart. Yi Chun muttered in confusion, flipping through its pages until a beam of golden light suddenly pierced his vision. Thud! The tome fell to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Yi Chun stood rigid, his mind ensnared by a labyrinth of intricate phrases. Bewildering heart, confounding the eyes, peering into the soul, invulnerable, soul-seizing, without form. The absence of a rank martial skill led Yi Chun to ponder those words repeatedly, savoring the phrase, soul-seizing without form. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. "Not good." Yi Chun pivoted sharply, only to witness Nan Sheng's expression, vacillating between dazed and ferocious. Meanwhile, the skeleton had disintegrated into a handful of ashes, soul-seizing without form. He realized was akin to parasitism. Yi Chun's epiphany struck him, but it was already too late. Before him, Nan Sheng erupted into a maniacal cackle, her movements unnaturally jerky as she waved her arms towards him. Flesh! I want flesh!" So hungry, her delicately featured face appeared grotesquely distorted, her mouth agape to an alarming extent, fragments of flesh barely discernible within. This skeleton, through parasitism, had compelled Nan Sheng to bite her own tongue. "Get out!" Yi Chun bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his palm. The crackling energy ensnared Nan Sheng, yet amidst the lightning, only her youthful screams and pain moans could be heard. The previous maniacal laughter vanished. Yi Chun hastily withdrew his lightning power, but Nan Sheng had already curled into a ball, trembling intermittently, devoid of her earlier ferocity. "How are you?" "You're not." Yi Chun rushed forward. But Nan Sheng suddenly leaped up, her arms raised, bouncing with glee. "I'm electrocuted, electrocuted." Then, with a blissful grin, she added, "Not dead, not dead. Keep going." Yi Chun furrowed his brow deeply, If he continued to attack, it was only Nan Sheng who would suffer. This individual was exceedingly cunning. Even in death, she left a fragment of her spirit to wreak havoc. Chapter 49. The cycle of endless tribulations within the oval stone chamber. Two figures chased each other relentlessly, until a means to safeguard Nan Sheng was discovered. Yi Chen found himself in a position of utter defensiveness. Behind him, Nan Sheng remained in a frenzied state, her bloodied mouth agape as she clamored to consume Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen was in disarray. His clothes were disheveled, and his skin bore several scratches from clawing that as he leaped about the stone chamber. Even he, a grown man, felt utterly exhausted, while Nan Sheng seemed to possess boundless energy. It was likely that the skeleton had unleashed all her latent potential. This cannot continue, Yi Chen thought, shaking his throbbing head. The fury within him grew, increasingly unmanageable, if they did not escape soon. Their fates would undoubtedly culminate in mutual destruction. Whoosh! A shadow darted past him, prompting Yi Chen to widen his eyes and swiftly pivot. However, he was a moment too late. Nan Sheng had already leaped upon him, pinning him to the ground, boldly straddling him. Her delicate hands tightened around his throat. Die, just die, she incessantly cursed, applying more pressure. Veins pulsed upon Yi Chen's forehead as he found himself gasping for air. Yet at that moment, his endless tribulation I activated instinctively, that I in moments of life-threatening peril, where he could not summon it. It autonomously commenced its protective function. Red reflected in Nan Sheng's eyes, causing her irises to shift hue as a beam of light penetrated deep into her consciousness. Intense pain overwhelmed her, causing her to lose her balance and roll off Yi Chen, writhing in agony. Her long skirt accumulated layers of dust, obscuring its vibrant colors. Much like Nan Sheng herself, the princess of the clouds had been dragged down from her pedestal. Rendered a pitiable puppet, Yi Chen observed as her expressions fluctuated between anguish and insanity, an indication that the fragment of her soul was being extricated from her body. Yet, it appeared that a little more force was required. He grasped the palm-sized silver hammer, feeling an immense power surge through him. Raising the hammer, he brought it crashing down upon Nan Sheng's head. Boom! As the hammer neared her head, it collided with a wave of residual energy. This was the manifestation of Yi Chen's spiritual power. The hammer's formidable force could have shattered her skull, yet his intention was merely to alleviate some of the overwhelming impact, allowing a fraction of energy to penetrate her consciousness, delivering a momentary strike. With each strike, Yi Chen meticulously observed her. Clarity began to dawn in Nan Sheng's eyes. This affirmed that his method was effective. Bang bang, with several successive blows. Though Nan Sheng appeared to be in excruciating pain, her awareness grew ever clearer. Finally, just as Yi Chen was poised to continue, she hastily pleaded, "Stop. If you hit me again, I might lose my life." Nan Sheng lay weakly upon the ground, her hair disheveled against her face, cold sweat beading upon her brow. She had just endured the most excruciating battle of her life, witnessing her body being commandeered by an alien spirit while being rendered helpless to intervene. Fortunately, Yi Chen's swift response had caught her attention. She instinctively gazed at the hammer in his hand. Her curiosity about his origins piqued. Yi Chen did not approach her, but instead instructed, "Close your eyes and focus. Force that fragment of the spirit out completely," that he merely weakened the spirit, allowing Nan Sheng to seize the opportunity to regain control over her body. However, this does not imply that this fragment of spirit was entirely shattered. Nan Sheng truly wished to avoid experiencing this ordeal once more, and she hurriedly followed Yi Chen's instructions. With her legs crossed, she embraced the unity of her essence, steadfastly guarding her heart and expelling the malevolent entity. Nan Sheng's body trembled slightly, her forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat that cascaded down her sharply defined profile. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke emerged from above her head, signaling the expulsion of her spirit. Yi Chen watched vigilantly, raising his hands as a barrier gradually took shape. He was determined not to let this fragment of spirit escape. Time passed slowly. The spirit residing within Nan Sheng's consciousness suddenly surged forth in an instant. Its speed was astonishing, relying on its current ethereal state to flee rapidly. Yet no matter how it attempted to escape, it could not evade the intricate net of traps Yi Chen had laid. A foundational barrier encapsulated it, while an overwhelming aura of murderous intent suppressed it further. diminishing the spirit's strength to ha. Overestimating itself, the Yi Chun let out a cold scoff, drawing in his palm, ensnaring the weakened spirit within a confined space. Nansheng, Fire Lotus. Without pause, Nansheng swiftly altered her hand gestures, conjuring a resplendent fire lotus directed at Yi Chun. The Ming Wang Fire Lotus could incinerate all things in existence, including spirits, after tormenting me for a millennium. Today I shall bring your end. The spiritual energy ensnared the struggling spirit, propelling it towards the fire lotus. Moments later, the sounds of burning crackled incessantly. As that fragment of spirit dissipated, the agitation that had lingered in Yi Chen's heart gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, relieved to have navigated this perilous challenge unscathed. First, let us recuperate. The road ahead will undoubtedly be arduous, and we must prepare thoroughly. Both Yi Chun and Nansheng bore injuries, their spiritual and conscious realms suffering to varying degrees. Particularly for Nansheng, the repeated strikes from the breaking heaven hammer had left significant aftereffects, even after being weakened. The previously purged stone chamber was safe. Yet Yi Chun remained uneasy. He constructed layer upon layer of barriers, with a Mianshin sword standing nearby, emanating a commanding aura. In a state of meditation, Yi Chen's cultivation began to multiply exponentially. The breakthrough he had long suppressed finally erupted after an exhausting battle. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in frantically, forming an almost imperceptible vortex. Yi Chen stood at the vortex's center, sensing the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. Nansheng opened her eyes, acutely aware that the man before her was experiencing rapid changes in his cultivation. In the past, had someone been so reckless in absorbing spiritual energy, Nansheng would have certainly scoffed. Yet now, it seemed that all formerly improbable feats were entirely reasonable when pertaining to this man. With a flash, Yi Chen opened his eyes, the crimson hue of his imperial pupils shining even more vividly, interspersed with glimmers of golden light. Ninth realm of the fragmented stone. He had surged across 2 levels in one go, feeling the invigorating essence flood through him, his expression flashing with surprise that energy within him clamored to be unleashed. A sensation Yi Chun was not unfamiliar with. It was the precursor to a life-and-death breakthrough. 3 revolutions of 10,000 calamities, ice slaughter, capable of preemptively defending against enemy attacks at a certain level of cultivation. It could even transform into ethereal ice, freezing vast expanses. At its pinnacle, it could potentially freeze an enemy's very blood. Chapter 50. The bronze coffin within the elliptical passage. Frost clung to the stone walls. The sudden drop in temperature caused Nansheng to shiver as she wrapped her arms around herself, casting a hesitant glance at Yi Chun. This man's technique was indeed peculiar. She could discern not a trace of its essence. It resembled the methods employed by rogue cultivators. Yet, she had never encountered a young figure like Yi Chun among the renowned rogue cultivators she was familiar with. As the source of the frost. Yi Chun experienced the chill in manifold intensity, akin to plunging into an icy lake, the cold water enveloping him entirely. His breathing slowed, the flow of his blood gradually becoming sluggish under the influence of the frost. Were Nansheng to touch him at that moment, she would be astonished to find him indistinguishable from a cold corpse. Within his consciousness, a smooth, hard ice surface reflected Yi Chen's figure. The diminutive Yi Chen sat cross-legged in midair, emanating a radiant azure glow. Before him, a blue sword hilt danced joyfully, occasionally swirling around him as if celebrating Yi Chen's breakthrough of the 10,000 calamities imperial pupil once more. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes flew open, his blood-red pupils mirroring an endless expanse of frost. As he opened his eyes, the mist drifting in the air solidified into sharp ice spikes. Pierce! Yi Chen uttered sharply, the spikes shooting forth in a singular direction. A multitude of spikes launched simultaneously, their trajectories discernible as they froze the very air around them. Buzz! An invisible barrier appeared, colliding with the ice spikes. After a faint rumble, the spikes astonishingly pierced through the barrier. Whoosh! Yi Chen's palms spread wide, his fingers curling slightly, causing the spikes to halt abruptly. Boom! The ice spikes exploded into countless shards, cascading down like snowflakes. As the crimson tide in his eyes receded, the swirling frost quietly vanished. With Yi Chen closing his eyes, all within his consciousness returned to its original state. You have finally awakened. Just as Yi Chen emerged from his meditative state, he heard Nan Sheng's trembling, hoarse voice. As he prepared to inquire about the situation, he was met with the sight of frost blanketing the surroundings, the stone chamber chilling to the bone. Waving his hand, the frost receded like a tide, coalescing into a stream of light that flowed into Yi Chen's body. Then he rubbed his nose and said, "Apologies, I just broke through and lost control that I in truth." Yi Chen had entirely forgotten that he was still within such a perilous tomb. Each breakthrough brought forth by the 10,000 calamities imperial pupil represented a qualitative leap for him. Nan Sheng furrowed her brows, struggling to shake her head, though her gaze towards Yi Chen grew, increasingly profound and perplexed. "Well then, since we have recuperated, let us proceed forward." Yi Chen rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, his every movement betraying an unmistakable excitement that he could hardly wait to test the true power of ice slaughter. Crack! The moment they stepped onto the stone platform, it began to sway beneath their feet, detaching from the surrounding tiles and carrying them downward. The descent was long and shrouded in darkness, with 2 fire lotuses illuminating their path. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as their feet landed softly. The stone platform had settled upon a surface of water. Yi Chen and Nan Sheng exchanged glances, and more fire lotuses blossomed from Nan Sheng's hands. Soaring in various directions 0.5 miles, 10 miles, the expanse surrounding them was all water. This indicated that the danger they were about to face lay beneath their feet. Recalling the crocodile from earlier, everything had already begun to reveal itself. Yi Chen tentatively extended his foot, gradually channeling spiritual energy, causing the water beneath to freeze. Yet, each time he froze the water, the area was minuscule, insufficient to support 2 figures. Yi Chen turned to Nan Sheng, who seemed to fear the water, huddled in the center of the stone platform, peering out cautiously. "Stay on the stone platform. I'll scout ahead." Yi Chen did not expect much from this young lady and stepped out, creating patches of frost beneath him as he ventured further. Simultaneously, Yi Chen released his spiritual awareness, covering a radius of 5 kilometers. However, the farther he extended, the narrower his detection range became, as he focused his attention beneath the water. Since the area was surrounded by water, it was certain that a water-dwelling beast resided here. Yet upon delving 1,000 meters deep with his spiritual awareness, he encountered a bronze coffin, instantly overturning his previous conjecture. What lay beneath the water could also be a creature adept in aquatic skills. The bronze coffin was adorned with a 4-clawed divine dragon, its sturdy, elongated body coiling around the entire coffin. The dragon's head rested upon the lid, its crimson eyes glaring intently at Yi Chen. A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine. The entity he was about to confront was undoubtedly tied to the bronze coffin, which was directly beneath the stone platform. Yi Chen swiftly darted forward, his movements tracing a line of ice upon the water's surface, and he noticed that with each motion, those blood-red eyes were ceaselessly following him. Ultimately, those blood-red pupils fixed upon the stone platform, as if they had already detected the presence of living beings above. "Nan Sheng, jump over here." Yi Chen spread his arms wide, signaling for her to leap into his embrace. If his conjecture was correct, the dragon would soon make its move. From the moment they had arrived here, they had been marked. Yi Chen's expression turned frantic, his tone urgent. Nan Sheng had always trusted him. Without a second thought, she leaped gracefully into the air. Just after she did, the stone platform was pierced by a massive dragon head, its gaping maw wide open as if anticipating a meal to fall right in. Warmth enveloped them as Yi Chen swiftly retreated, the frost blooming beneath their feet. Nan Sheng glanced back in trepidation, realizing how close she had come to becoming the beast's next meal. The dragon's head loomed heavily, its adversary belatedly realizing that the prey had fled, slowly turning its gaze towards Yi Chen, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated upon them, unblinking. Within those frigid, emotionless crimson orbs, Yi Chen seemed to witness countless deathly visages, mangled limbs floating upon the water's surface. The entire expanse stained a deep crimson. Nan Sheng experienced a similar sentiment. Many lives had perished here before. Yi Chen refrained from acting hastily. This dragon evidently possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of the crocodile encountered earlier. Though cumbersome, its strikes were remarkably fierce. He had previously attacked the stone platform, and even the Min Shin sword failed to cleave it, indicating its formidable hardness. Yet, with a gentle nudge, the dragon's head effortlessly split the platform in two. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the water, a robust dragon tail was subtly oscillating. While the dragon's head was indeed heavy, its body was surprisingly agile, each movement generating minimal waves. Heightened tension clouded Yi-Chen's awareness. And it wasn't until the azure dragon surged from the depths, ensnaring them, that he began to struggle in realization. The dragon's form was sinewy and powerful, akin to a predator constricting its prey, relishing the torment before the eventual consumption. Both dragons and serpents derived pleasure from the suffering of their quarry. Da! Nanshan cried out as deep gashes appeared on her arm. The dragon's scales were densely packed, their edges sharp and gleaming. Even a gentle scrape could inflict severe injury. The Yi-Chen fared little better as he held Nanshan close, much of his body exposed beneath the dragon's form, sustaining even greater wounds. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped him, ancient dragon scales gradually covering his entire body. That a sinister glint flickered across Yi-Chen's face as he declared, "Let us see which scales are tougher, yours or mine." The dragon scale beast was an ancient deity, its scales capable of transforming in form. They could be smooth and supple or razor-sharp. Faced with a fellow of its kind, the sharper, the better for severing the opponent's scales. As Yi-Chen's expression grew increasingly menacing, his own scales morphed from fan-like to diamond-shaped, sharp protrusions aimed outward as he pressed forth with force that a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the tomb, causing stones to tumble. Debris rained down, and Yi-Chen shielded Nanshan's head, crouching beneath the dragon's body, which was robust enough to shield them from the falling rocks. However, the dragon seemed unwilling to relent, enduring its wounds to tighten its grip on Yi-Chen with even greater ferocity. Humph! A mere dragon yet to ascend to divinity, utterly deluded. A glimmer of green flickered in Yi-Chen's eyes. And before he could react, the dragon's body was suddenly torn, leaving it battered and bloodied. That a deluge of blood poured into the water, turning the surface a deep crimson, mirroring the scene previously reflected in the dragon's eyes. Yet this time, it was not human blood that stained the waters, but the dragon's own. Roars of defiance and rage echoed as the dragon's cry resonated, reverberating through the narrow cavern. The water churned violently, and stones plummeted. Nanshan remained in a daze, not fully grasping the situation until her feet finally touched solid ground. The water was littered with large stones, and Yi-Chen deftly stepped upon them, causing the areas beneath to freeze into solid ice, supporting their weight. "That it's all right now," he gently reassured, patting Nanshan's back, though his gaze remained fixed in the distance. "That in agony." The dragon sank once more into the depths. Yi-Chen's consciousness closely pursued, witnessing its body emerge from the water, revealing grievous wounds, an injury reminiscent of a canyon, nearly cleaving the dragon in two, while Yi-Chen gazed at the now retracted scales, still in disbelief. Yet he understood that for a fleeting moment, his consciousness had been commandeered by another, controlling his body, maximizing the potential of his scales, thus enabling their escape. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Yi-Chen's eyes flickered with sincerity as he bowed slightly. Ancient dragon scale beasts endure throughout time. Their essence does not dissipate immediately upon death, but rather their lingering souls disperse throughout the cosmos. Clearly, it was those dissipated remnants that had coalesced once more due to the scales. With a resounding crack, the sound of the stone coffin shifting echoed, and Yi-Chen directed his consciousness towards the bronze sarcophagus, but he observed as half of the coffin lid slid aside, revealing a pale figure slowly rising. The individual appeared to be a youth of tender years, his bare upper body alabaster and slender, with long azure hair cascading over his shoulders. The youth seemed roused from slumber, rubbing his eyes in mild irritation. "Shao Qing, what are you making such a racket for?" The boy effortlessly descended from the coffin, walking through the water as if on solid ground. Approaching the fallen dragon, Yi-Chen held his breath, fixating on the youth, who appeared to possess some ocular affliction. The whites of his eyes tinged with a silvery gray, devoid of awareness towards Yi-Chen's presence. Throughout, the youth remained remarkably composed. Until he neared the azure dragon and detected a pungent scent of blood, he stumbled back, paling, and raised his hand, a milky luminescence emanating from his palm. The pristine light enveloped the azure dragon, and those grievous wounds were astonishingly beginning to heal autonomously. Yi-Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a level of regeneration transcended the abilities of an ordinary individual. Nan Sheng, less observant than Yi Chun, though slightly more adept in cultivation, possessed a frail consciousness. She noticed Yi Chen's body tense in an instant, her anxiety mounting inexplicably. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" she inquired softly, unaware that the sarcophagus had opened. Believing only the azure dragon remained. Yet unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, the previously expressionless youth suddenly lifted his gaze, as if peering beyond the water's surface, locking his eyes upon them. "Run!" Sensing an anomaly, Yi Chen swiftly embraced Nan Sheng, propelling them forward with a flick of his toes. In the next moment, the stone they had just occupied erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments. It was evident that had they remained, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Nan Sheng's complexion shifted dramatically. What other entity lurked beneath the surface, potentially more formidable than the azure dragon? Yi Chen's expression darkened, taking a moment to inhale deeply. "I fear that this individual is the true master of this domain." With a sudden whoosh, a column of water shot skyward, seemingly manipulated by an unseen force, aiming directly at Yi Chen and Nan Sheng, and no matter how they shifted their positions, the waterspout unerringly locked onto them. Evading was futile. They needed to strike back. Yi Chen pushed Nan Sheng aside, positioning her amidst a cluster of fallen stones. Surrounded by debris, her agility would allow her to navigate easily. Meanwhile, Yi Chen levitated effortlessly in the air, occasionally stepping onto the water's surface, freezing it upon contact. The waterspout, sensing their movements, swiftly bifurcated, targeting both Yi Chen and Nan Sheng. Yi Chen maneuvered rapidly. Yet the waterspouts grew increasingly powerful, capable of carving out vast cavities in their wake. While Yi Chen managed to maintain his footing atop the water, Nan Sheng was less fortunate. Already uneasy in the water, she struggled to contend with the spouts amidst her panic, sustaining several blows, yet managing to avoid being shattered thanks to her array of treasures. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. This could not continue. This was the enemy's territory, with an inexhaustible supply of water at their disposal, while their own spiritual energy would inevitably wane. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront the adversary directly. With a swift leap, Yi Chen plunged into the water. The waterspout in pursuit veered towards the surface. The impact of the water and the spout collided, sending waves surging. Yi Chen's legs propelled him rapidly, perhaps aided by the dragon-scale beast's advantages, allowing him to breathe freely beneath the water. His gaze fixated on a singular target, the orchestrator of it all, the youth. Water conducts electricity. Since they were submerged, he could not resist seizing the advantage. Song Lei Ju. Violet lightning crackled around Yi Chen, swiftly enveloping the entire water's surface. Above, a pale green halo encircled Nan Sheng, ensuring her safety while allowing her to move unimpeded. Shielding her from the lightning's wrath, the thunderous flashes erupted. The dim cavern was illuminated in an instant. The youth was ensconced within the cascading lightning, but as the tempest subsided, a formidable azure wall emerged. An unexpected guardian. The azure dragon had arrived, encasing the youth within its protective embrace. Having been healed by the youth, the dragon was now impervious to the lightning's full potency. Its blood-red eyes coldly scrutinized Yi Chen, as if awaiting the youth's command to strike. Yi Chen's expression darkened. If even lightning could not prevail, then a direct confrontation was inevitable. The Min Shin sword was quietly gripped in his hand, and the domain silently unfurled. All was now prepared. Roar! The azure dragon raised its head and roared defiantly, seemingly attempting to intimidate Yi Chen. Then, inexplicably, the dragon's blood-red eyes dimmed for a fleeting moment, and its body began to gradually relax. The protected youth finally revealed himself, his complexion pale and feeble, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. "Master Qingmi," he addressed, unexpectedly placing his right hand upon his left chest in a gesture of submission towards Yi Chen. For an instant, Yi Chen felt a pang of confusion, yet he remained vigilant, unable to fully trust a stranger. The youth, however, did not seem perturbed. Apart from that faint smile, his expression remained serene. Suddenly, he reached towards his spiritual sea, and a green demon core began to levitate slowly. Roar, roar! The azure dragon seemed to sense something amiss and started to roar hoarsely, desperately trying to thwart the youth's actions. Yet the young man merely shook his head gently. His gaze lowered. "Little Qing, have you chosen not to heed my words?" The colossal azure dragon, akin to a reprimanded child, lay low against the ground, its proud head utterly bowed. Please do not take offense, Master Qingmi. This is my tamed dragon, still devoid of spiritual wisdom, and thus unaware of hierarchy, the youth explained nonchalantly, urging his demon core towards Yichun, a hint of relief illuminating his features. The annihilation of the dragon clan shall not be forgotten. Since you are the one chosen by Master Qingmi, I beseech you to avenge us. The youth's expression turned fierce, revealing the only semblance of color he possessed. The Wei Chen's understanding dawned upon him as he placed a hand over his heart. The three heart-protecting scales seemed to resonate with something, gradually glowing and radiating warmth, as if responding to the youth's loyalty. However, this loyalty was not something Yi Chen desired. The demon core was once again retracted back into the youth's body, leaving him bewildered, gazing at Yi Chen in confusion. The senior you mentioned, Master Qingmi, granted me a legacy. I shall fulfill his wishes. There is no need for such gestures. The demon core shimmered with a rich luster, possessing nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, that if Yi Chen were to accept it and absorb it gradually, a breakthrough in his cultivation would be inevitable. Yet, he was unwilling to accept such a favor. Are you confined here? Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the youth's ankle, where a deep mark lingered, as if left by years of wearing shackles. The youth, however, paid it no mind, persistently offering his demon core. As if entrapped by an obsession, the Yi Chen, perplexed, shifted his focus to the azure dragon. It too seemed reluctant to see the youth degrade himself, its body oscillating as it sought to intervene, yet was at a loss for how to do so. Until a fragment of a lingering soul burst forth from Yi Chen's chest. A young figure stood tall before them, receiving the youth's demon core with outstretched hands that I never imagined that a member of the dragon clan still survives in this world. The young man proclaimed, his voice tinged with a melancholic resonance. The Yi Chen recognized him and bowed respectfully. Master Qingmi. He recalled that fragment of a soul had seemingly vanished in a thin air. How could it emerge from within him? There were countless tales of soul transference and rebirth, and Yi Chen did not wish to unwittingly become a vessel for another. Qingmi turned to Yi Chen, as if sensing his doubts, and spoke softly. It appears there is a most mysterious power within you that, at the moment of my soul's dissipating, absorbed me into your being. After days of nurturing with spiritual energy, his once fading soul had gradually stabilized. Akin to spotting a glimmer of hope at the end of a desolate journey, the Yi Chen understood that this enigmatic force capable of influencing a mighty soul was likely connected to that altar. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Since it was the divine altar at play, it would likely not harm him. After all, according to that elder, he was indeed the master. May I handle this matter personally? Qingmi's tone was exceedingly earnest, devoid of the grandeur one might expect from an ancient being. Yi Chen was unaware that after millennia of tribulations, Qingmi had experienced madness and obsession. Now, apart from hatred, little could stir his emotions. Nodding lightly, Yi Chen entrusted the matter entirely to him. For were it not for Master Qingmi, he would still be entangled with a creature that had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Nansheng beneath the water, she found herself inexplicably immobilized after a flash of lightning, no matter how she attempted to break free. The youth gazed earnestly at Qingmi, as if witnessing the dawn of a new day. Moments later, Qingmi's hand rested upon the demon core, a flicker of green light illuminating the atmosphere as a red chain quietly severed from the demon core. Crack! The youth instinctively looked down, noticing a broken chain falling from his once blank ankle. Sinking into the depths below, Master? A flicker of joy crossed the youth's face, but it was swiftly replaced by concern. Do you believe little Qing's bloodline to be impure? Qingmi's silence ignited his anxiety, prompting him to hastily clarify. I am a pure dragon-scaled beast, merely subjected to the cruelty of that old wretch, who skinned me alive and bound me with a chain that siphons my soul, thus diluting my bloodline. That I assure you, I am neither ordinary nor worthless. The youth's words were hasty, yet he remained oblivious to the growing turmoil in Qingmi's expression, while Yi Chen felt a jolt of alarm within. What kind of depravity could lead one to skin and torment another, even their very soul? It seemed this tomb was far more complex than he had imagined, that a place that would drag a young maiden into burial and torment the dragon clan was certainly the domain of a soulless beast. After a prolonged silence, as the youth's spirits waned, the dimly glowing demon core was once more returned to his body. Immediately, a green light enveloped him, visibly restoring the pallor of his complexion. "Master," he exclaimed, astonished to find that his years of soul damage were beginning to mend. However, he felt unworthy of such grace. "Master, you must understand. My time is nigh. What use is saving me?" The dragon clan was fated for longevity. Yet with the 3 heart-protecting scales plucked away, he was no different from an ordinary demon core, rendered even weaker due to years of torment. Qingmi, however, shook his head. The excessive consumption had left his soul unable to endure. And with a mere nod, he once again merged into Yi Chen's chest. The heart-protecting scales flickered briefly before melding with Yi Chen's skin, while Yi Chen pressed against his chest, experiencing a most peculiar sensation. With Master gone, the youth's expression turned sorrowful, seemingly unable to move past Qingmi's refusal of his demon core. Chapter 53. The heart of the tomb. In a long and dim corridor, the icy river glimmered with a frigid hue. Yi Chen stepped lightly upon the frost-laden ground, cradling the unconscious Nansheng in his arms. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and Yi Chen sighed in resignation. "Since Master Qingmi has granted you rebirth, you are free to go. There is no need to accompany me." As his words fell, a wisp of azure light hovered before him. The youthful figure tilted his head, confusion etched upon his face. "You do not require my assistance." Yi Chen found himself momentarily speechless. The tomb was vast and fraught with peril. Having someone to guide him was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet he could not act under the guise of another's authority. After a brief pause, he offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Do as you wish. Do not let anything bind you." Perhaps taken aback by the youth's repeated rejections of temptation, the boy remained silent for a considerable time. Until Yi Chen's toes barely brushed the ground once more, the youth transformed into the Azure Dragon, lowering his head in silent affirmation of his stance. "Alas," Yi Chen sighed, "if that is the case, then I am most grateful." With a firm push against the icy surface, he leaped gracefully over the dragon's head, landing lightly upon its back. But he patted the dragon's spine, his gaze deep and contemplative. "Guide us to the heart of the tomb." Before them lay an ancient mausoleum, a grand construction steeped in history, filled with countless mechanisms of which Yi Chen had never heard. As he sat astride the Azure Dragon, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Many mechanisms were subsequently obliterated, and various specters and monsters within were sent reeling, their souls scattering at the sound of the dragon's cry. Nansheng awoke midway. Discomfort etched upon her face as she grimaced at the pain in her neck. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a massive serpent's crimson tongue. "Da!" She screamed in terror, retreating hastily, only to lose her footing and tumble backward. In that moment, she beheld the churning lava below. But fortunately, a hand seized her just in time to be cautious. Yi Chen's voice was deliberately subdued, imbued with an air of mystery. Bathed in the dim light, Nansheng gazed blankly at the familiar face before her, realization dawning upon her. "The Azure Dragon is dead. How else could we have escaped?" Yi Chen hesitated, touching the cold scales with uncertainty. "There is something I must tell you." Bang! The serpent's colossal body crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. As they traversed the searing heat, Nansheng faced the composed youth, her expression troubled. "Young Master friend." "Greetings," the Azure Dragon spoke, its voice a blend of maturity and innocence, complemented by its flawless visage that elicited protective instincts from many. The young lady found it difficult to tear her gaze away. Striving to regain her composure amidst the overwhelming gentleness, she looked towards Yi Chen, her expression reflecting a myriad of unsaid words. "Are you saying that the robust Azure Dragon was but a fragment of his being?" The Azure Dragon kindly clarified, "To be precise, it is my soul." His body had long been sealed within the coffin, while his spirit enjoyed a relative freedom. This was precisely why, at the slightest movement, the injuries of the Azure Dragon could heal swiftly. Observing Nansheng's troubled expression, Yi Chen interjected, "Little Qing, transform into your dragon form. We are prepared to depart." The young boy, vexed, pursed his lips, but ultimately, with a flicker of his form, a towering dragon appeared. Its azure scales shimmered with a soft glow, and its head circled around Nansheng before bowing down. Yi Chen grasped Nansheng's hand and leaped onto the dragon's back. Landing steadily, After such a lengthy period of companionship, Nansheng had grown immune to Yi Chen's touch. She merely felt a tinge of confusion. "What are we doing?" Yi Chen's gaze flickered with a hint of madness. "We are heading to the heart of the tomb to rescue countless puppets." Along the way, they encountered numerous dangers. Yet each assailant, whether human or beast, was akin to little Qing, sealed or suppressed. From the moment they stepped into the center of the tomb, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable calling, as if countless spirits were moaning in agony around him, clamoring for him to save them. Dawai Yi Chun had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, but the experiences he endured in the Yi family had extinguished any notions of empathy, especially when witnessing those trapped in the abyss, unable to save themselves, reminiscent of his own time in the dungeon. Nansheng, unusually silent, observed the fierce determination emanating from Yi Chun, a side of him she had never seen before. The azure dragon soared swiftly, reaching the tomb's center in mere moments. With a resounding thud, its massive form collided with an invisible barrier, sending ripples across its surface. Dawai Yi Chun and Nan Sheng exchanged glances before leaping off the dragon's back. A flash of azure light transformed the dragon into a graceful young man. "Can it be broken?" Yi Chen inquired, his heart already harboring an answer. If even the dragon's true form could not breach this barrier, it must be formidable indeed. Little Qing shook its shoulders, a barely perceptible frown forming, ready to charge again when Nan Sheng exclaimed, "Look!" She pointed towards a corner where several stones were stacked, covered in moss. Yi Chun and Little Qing locked eyes. With a swift motion, Little Qing darted to the stones. However, nothing happened when he reached out to touch them, only a slick sensation, devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, Yi Chen understood that cultivators would not easily err, especially in such a perilous moment to know. There was truly light flashing just now, a dazzling light. Nan Sheng exclaimed urgently, fearing Yi Chen might doubt her. At that instant, the radiant light reappeared from her lips, flickering like a shooting star. This time, Yi Chen and Little Qing both witnessed it clearly. Unconvinced, Little Qing stepped forward to investigate. "Wait!" Yi Chen shouted, but it was too late. Little Qing's foot sank down as if weighed by lead. Immovable, that a sticky, clammy sensation began to creep up from beneath his feet. "What is this?" Little Qing frowned uncomfortably, shaking his leg vigorously, yet not only could he not lift his foot, but his entire body began to descend, as if the gravitational pull here had intensified. Just as he was about to be pressed against the stone surface, Yi Chen suddenly grasped him, red energy coursing down his arm. Crack! The crimson glow collided with the stone, causing a fissure to form on its surface, from which the fleeting, radiant light emerged. The residual light cast upon the barrier, instantly suffusing it with color, and ripples slowly spread from its center. Under Yi Chen's intense gaze, the barrier was torn open that he looked at Little Qing, then at the mysterious stone, as if it had been waiting there to act as the key to the barrier. Little Qing shook his head. "I do not know. I seldom come to this center. The one buried here was inherently suspicious, enslaving countless capable beings and beasts to guard his tomb, and he set numerous restrictions within the secret chamber of his coffin." Chapter 54. The Tomb Master Ultimately. The three of them entered the barrier. Regardless of the purpose behind its opening, this path was one they had to take. Upon entering, they found themselves before a tranquil pool, its azure waters rippling gently, with a towering spire rising at its center. The coffin of the tomb's master lay within that spire. The waters reflected a silvery glow, and the surrounding stone walls were embedded with bright yellow candlesticks, as well as countless smooth, lustrous mirrors. From the moment Yi Chun stepped into this place, his focus was drawn to the mirrors that in the reflections. Their every move was replicated, yet there was one notable difference. In the mirrors, they appeared somewhat pallid. Below lay Mercury, and a barrier hovered above, rendering passage impossible. Little Qing searched around, his expression unchanged, but the information he conveyed weighed heavily on their hearts to ascertain how to escape. The crucial information must undoubtedly lie with the tomb's master. "I believe I may have a solution." Nan Sheng, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in. Why Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "You have a solution?" Although Nan Sheng was the little princess of the divine king's palace, having been excessively pampered, her talent was high, yet her cultivation was modest. To break such an aerial barrier would require either a Yuaniing realm master or a powerful artifact. If she truly possessed such means, she would have utilized them in their previous life and death situations. Unless, in mere moments, countless thoughts raced through Yi Chen's mind, yet he said nothing, his gaze growing solemn as he fixed it upon Nansheng. What is the solution you speak of? Nansheng's eyes remained vacant, well concealed by the dim candlelight. She turned to the azure dragon and whispered, "There is an ancient saying that divine dragons can traverse heaven and earth, rendering barriers mere trifles to them." Before she could elaborate further, Yi Chen had already grasped her intention. Though the aerial restrictions were formidable, if a dragon scale were used as a conduit, he could employ secret methods to break through. Nansheng spoke decisively, without a hint of remorse for her suggestion. The Wai Yi Chen seamlessly joined in, his gaze appraising little Qing, and he gradually nodded. "Indeed, you are correct." However, at the moment their eyes met, a fierce glint erupted within him. The two moved simultaneously, flanking Nansheng. Wai Yi Chen, what are you doing? Nansheng's eyes reddened, looking helplessly at Yi Chen, her expression pitiful. Yet Yi Chen merely smirked coldly. "You have gravely misjudged, Nansheng. You do not know my name." In the desolate void, Yi Chen had never disclosed his identity. Nansheng stared wide-eyed, retreating swiftly like lightning, finding herself atop the spire in an instant. Both little Qing and Yi Chen missed their grasp, standing opposite her slender figure atop the tower. Damn it, he escaped again. Despite his careful coaxing to avoid alarming the snake, he had not anticipated that both he and little Qing would be unable to seize this soul. The entity that could silently inhabit Nansheng's body and control her without detection was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful spirit, and it was highly likely to be the master of this tomb. Ha! After 6,000 years, I thought these fallen realms utterly incapable. But today, I have finally found a desirable vessel. The voice, ambiguous in gender, emanated from Nansheng, as the petite girl displayed an unexpectedly grand demeanor, surrounded by a torrent of black mist. Underneath the encroaching darkness, little Qing trembled uncontrollably. Wai Yi Chen positioned himself in front of him, the blood demon form silently activating, crimson mist enveloping them, isolating them from the threat. He is Garo Fun, the master of this tomb. An invisible pressure radiated, mercilessly bearing down on little Qing, making each breath a torment. The words dripped with hatred, as if he longed to devour his very soul. "Stay calm." Yi Chen sensed his agitation and issued a low admonition, a chill erupting from his being. The sudden drop in temperature starkly contrasted with the heat within, allowing little Qing to regain a semblance of rationality through the divine power of his lineage. "It is a mental interference," he gasped, alerting Yi Chen. Wai Yi Chen nodded gravely. It was evident the violent emotions within little Qing had been provoked. The androgynous voice sneered once more, mocking them. "Do you know how to escape? Do you think your chill can withstand my mental influence? Truly wishful thinking." As the low, hoarse voice resonated, the stone chamber was seemingly filled with countless vengeful spirits, extending sharp claws towards Yi Chen. Wailing for their release, a ghostly figure draped in crimson gauze glided forward, exposing swathes of pale skin as she moved. "Hero, why treat a mere girl with such disdain?" The ghost floated closer, her garments fluttering, her silhouette ethereal, exuding a charm that could entrap souls. Such base tactics. Yi Chen's pupils flickered with a glimmer of coldness as a magnificent beam of light surged forth, instantly piercing through the female ghost's form. A single drop of crystalline blood was gradually absorbed by the scarlet tip of his sword. The ghost's body was rent asunder by the piercing sword intent, ultimately dissolving into a myriad of drifting dust. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the azure dragon, its formidable bloodline surging forth, obliterating the surrounding phantoms and specters. The two allies stood back to back, vigilant against the malevolent spirits that incessantly encroached upon them. These apparitions were undoubtedly the burial offerings of this Galifan. Suppressed within the tomb for millennia, their torment had irrevocably stripped them of their sanity, rendering them as weapons for this villain. Being malevolent spirits, they were unable to escape their fate. No matter how they were dispersed, they would swiftly coalesce once more, enduring the relentless torment and annihilation time, and again was the tragic fate of these burial offerings. Was there any way to put an end to this suffering once and for all? Yi Chen cleaved through a row of souls with his sword, only to watch in frustration as they twisted and reformed before his very eyes. Xiao Qing's gaze was fixed intently on the tower, murmuring darkly, "That wretched creature, the only force capable of countering the malevolent spirits, the Fire Lotus, is now under his control." Following her line of sight, Yi Chun beheld Nansheng, her visage contorted in agony as she pounded her head in desperation. Her consciousness was battling against the tomb's master. With a flash of determination, Yi Chun unleashed his domain. A vast and pervasive killing intent weaving an invisible net that enveloped the tower above. Being formless, even the aerial restrictions could not perceive it, and soon it had enveloped Nansheng inescapably. Perhaps sensing Yi Chen's presence, the familiar killing intent bore no threat. Nansheng exerted herself to divert the tomb master's attention. That opportune moment, the intricate net penetrated Nansheng's form, leaving trails of crimson wounds in its wake. Shortly thereafter, a milky white light erupted from her brow, transforming into an ethereal figure that glared malevolently at Yi Chun. Chapter 55. The red net. The emaciated spirit fixated its gaze upon Yi Chun, its sunken cheeks and one eye exhibiting an abnormal gray hue. "You, insolent junior, you have entered my domain and must obey my every command." As its hoarse and venomous words fell, an invisible pressure descended, freezing the air itself. Yi Chun and Nansheng gasped for breath. Being closest, blood began to seep from Nansheng's orifices. "Damn it!" Yi Chun cursed, astonished that this spirit, having been dead for so long, remained so formidable. However, it was merely a wisp of a soul, and he refused to believe he could not subdue a spirit unanchored to flesh. Sky-breaking hammer. A silver glimmer flashed as a palm-sized hammer whirled in Yi Chen's palm. Accompanied by the surging and fluctuating spiritual energy within him, the hammer grew in size, soon towering over him. It was enveloped in purple lightning, intermittently emitting brilliant white flashes. Galafin's pupils widened in disbelief as he beheld the massive hammer. The oppressive aura emanating from it made his very soul tremble. "Who are you?" Galifin gritted his teeth, compelled to erect a barrier in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the lightning's might. Yi Chun sneered, exerting force as the lightning thickened. He grinned wickedly. "Do you not find my lightning familiar?" Having been long entrenched within the tomb, the Azure Dragon had developed immunity to Galafin's oppressive aura. Yet, he stared blankly at the lightning, realizing that while he had known Yi Chun carried the remnant soul of a divine dragon, he had not anticipated that he could also wield the heavenly thunder controlled by the Dragon Clan. Heavenly thunder was a celestial phenomenon, an unparalleled symbol of the divine dragon's dominion. Since the dawn of creation, the to be acknowledged by the heavenly thunder was no trivial matter. The stone chamber, saturated with oppressive energy, began to tremble beneath Yi Chen's heavenly thunder, and Nansheng slowly recovered from her suffocating agony. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, she had been closest to death. If not for Yi Chun, Nansheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the stalwart youth. Despite being of similar age, he consistently astonished her time and again. Nansheng, use the Fire Lotus. The Mingwang Fire Lotus could incinerate all things in the world. Even souls would not endure long beneath its flames. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Nansheng disregarded her discomfort and forced herself upright. Two resplendent fire lotuses gradually ascended, their crystalline petals swirling with a faint, delicate purple flame. With heavenly thunder in the forefront and the fire lotus in the rear, Galifin, who had boasted moments ago, was suddenly reduced to a frantic state. His soul darted in every direction, impossible to capture with the naked eye. Trying to escape? Yi Chun raised his hand, guiding the sky-breaking hammer in pursuit of Galifin, its speed leaving behind countless purple afterimages in the stone chamber. Meanwhile, Nansheng's fire lotus stood ready. The moment Galifin appeared, it would obliterate him into nothingness. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Qing had remained motionless, as though his existence had been overlooked by Yi Chun and Nansheng. Yet, he dared not let his guard down. Having been enslaved for so many years, he was acutely aware of Galafin's cunning nature. There was no way he could be cornered so easily by two youths. The azure pupils emanated a ghostly green light, shrouding the entire stone chamber in a veil of verdant hue. As his gaze swept over Yi Chun and Nansheng, red specks began to materialize. This was the Dragon Clan's unique ability to scout through space and barriers that in his multifaceted gaze. No hidden secrets could escape detection. Before long, Xiao Qing's eyes widened in alarm. Quick evade! In his vision, an invisible net had ensnared Yi Chun, every connection point marked by a crimson soul imprint that on Yi Chun's wrist, a red line glimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. It turned out that from the moment they entered this place, they had already fallen into Galafin's trap. This individual had been fixated on Yi Chen's vessel from the very beginning. Upon receiving Xiao Qing's warning, Yi Chen sprang into action. Though unclear about the nature of the warning, he understood the importance of caution. His body swiftly darted away, transforming into a brilliant flash. However, having meticulously laid his trap, Galifin would not allow Yi Chen to escape. "Since you have come, do not think you can leave. My vessel." The concealed crimson net activated prematurely, converging from all directions to ensnare Yi Chen. The red net gradually closed in, its points of connection intertwining, drawing strands of milky white essence from above Yi Chen's head. That essence was Yi Chen's spiritual energy. Once his spiritual energy was drained, his soul would become unstable, providing the perfect opportunity for the Tomb Master to invade. Damn it! How is this possible? Yi Chen felt the energy within him waning as he swung the spirit-devouring sword down against the red net, only to produce a shower of sparks upon impact. This seemingly easy-to-break barrier was as resilient as iron. If the spirit-devouring sword could not suffice, then he would wield the sky-breaking hammer. The colossal hammer crackled with lightning as Yi Chen swung it relentlessly, striking blow after blow. With each strike, Yi Chen staggered back, his arm trembling, nearly losing grip on the hammer's handle. Alarm surged within him. What manner of entity was this red net? How could it withstand both the sky-breaking hammer and the spear-devouring sword? His body grew increasingly feeble, and the heavenly thunder upon the hammer began to fade, ultimately vanishing from sight. His trump cards were nearing exhaustion, save for Yi Chen placed a hand upon his awakened postnatal one, Jie Di Tong, casting a glance at Nan Sheng and Xiao Qing, who were desperately attempting to unravel the red net. Suddenly, a fierce determination ignited within his gaze that no, it was not over yet. I, Yi Chen, will not submit to a scoundrel. Ice assassination. Piercing strike. Yi Chen's pupils glimmered with a crimson hue, time appearing to slow around him. Even Nan Sheng's frantic attempts against the red net were dissected into segments for precise analysis. All of Yi Chen's focus converged upon the red net, each red connection point. A milky white halo pulsed, signifying Galafin's soul's division. With the accompanying skill of piercing strike, the surrounding air suddenly coalesced into dense mist, transforming into humid vapor and ultimately solidifying into cold, hard ice spikes. This entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, as Yi Chen found himself ensnared within the red net, while an ethereal white ice wall formed around him. After forcibly employing ice assassination and piercing strike, Yi Chen's complexion paled dramatically, his lips matching the pallor of the surrounding ice wall. The red net fully formed, and Yi Chen's spiritual energy was being rapidly siphoned away. Galifin, who had deemed himself victorious, revealed his form once more, gazing down upon Yi Chen with derision that I must concede, you have indeed surprised me. But so what? Youthful arrogance, a hint of self-satisfaction, and you believe you can dominate the world. Chapter 56. Self-cutting scales. The emergence of Garo Fan undoubtedly ignited the fury of all present. Nan Sheng, with reddened eyes, raised her hand and unleashed 2 fiery lotuses. However, this time, Garo Fan effortlessly intercepted them. A more formidable energy, severing the connection between her and the fire lotuses. The delicate, luminous white lotuses, in Garo Fan's grasp, were gradually tainted by a dark energy. Ultimately, he flung the fire lotus back to Nan Sheng. A wave of scorching and foul energy surging toward her. Not only did the opponent maintain the offensive of the fire lotus, but he also infused it with his own energy, caught off guard. Nan Sheng was struck directly by the first fire lotus. Her body violently slammed against the stone wall, her thin garments charred away in large patches. Her snow-white skin was exposed, marred by mottled black marks. Had it not been for the protective aura that mitigated much of the assault, she would have surely been reduced to a charred corpse. Yet, before she could catch her breath, the second fire lotus came rushing in. This time, there was no armor to cushion her, nor any protective aura. If it truly struck her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Garofan wore a look of regret, his gaze lewdly roving over Nan Sheng's exposed skin. He lamented, "If you were more sensible, I would have taken you. I cherish beauty above all. Alas, you are but a dim-witted fool." Bah! Nan Sheng's voice trembled, yet she did not conceal her disdain for this villain. "You shameless creature! Have you no self-awareness? Dream on if you think you can have me." She crossed her arms defensively, conjuring a small barrier. Even if she were to perish here today, she would not yield to an ugly monster. Upon hearing Nan Sheng's words, Garofan's expression shifted noticeably. He caressed his own face, and his gaze toward Yi Chen grew even more brazen. "Just wait, I will soon have a new vessel." Nan Sheng closed her eyes, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a flash of light appeared. When she opened her eyes again, Xiao Qing's massive form had enveloped her entirely. "You." Nan Sheng stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never encountered this dragon before. Was it merely due to that man, Yi Chen? She had overheard the conversations outside while being controlled by Garofan, and had finally learned the real name of the man with whom she had faced life and death several times in the Void Wilderness, that in its dragon form. Xiao Qing exuded an air of authority with every movement. Its cold eyes glared at the fire lotus, and a powerful aura emanated from its being, causing the flames to considerably weaken. Eventually, the fire lotus crashed into them, singeing a considerable portion of the azure scales. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to life. "Thank you," Nan Sheng awkwardly said. While she was not well acquainted with this dragon, she felt indebted and thus set aside her haughty demeanor. Xiao Qing paid no mind to her words. It shifted its form, entwining itself within the red net, that a piercing sound erupted as its body made contact with the red net, akin to the crackling of flames or flesh being seared. Swoosh, 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 Xiao Qing lowly groaned, its anguished cries stifled within its throat. The fine scales revealed their sharpest points, fiercely battling against the red net. "You have been chosen by Lord Qingmi. You must not perish in this wretched place." Inside the red net, Yi Chen, encased in an ice wall, slowly opened his eyes. Every movement he made was agonizingly slow, even his breath appearing as white mist, and as he stirred, the frost on his body fell away in flurries. Taking a long time to regain mobility, that he raised his arm high. In the crimson pupils, a beam of white light spanned across. Concurrently, the ice wall meant to prevent the extraction of his spiritual energy began to crumble and fracture. However, these shards of ice did not descend to the ground. Instead, they transformed into sharp spikes, poised to launch an attack at Yi Chen's command. What? How is this possible? Outside the red net, Garofan was entirely shrouded by the azure dragon. Garofan displayed no signs of concern. He sensed the connection with the red net, dismissing the small dragon he had enslaved thousands of years ago, believing it lacked the power to disrupt his creation. Yet, as Yi Chen's spiritual energy waned, he sensed something was amiss. The expression of certainty began to fracture. Nevertheless, he silently reassured himself that it was merely this foolish creature interfering with the connection. Once he dealt with it, all would be well. Black mist surged upward, forming a whirlwind that rushed toward the azure dragon. Wherever it passed, the winds uprooted tiles from the ground. However, undeterred by danger, the azure dragon stood its ground, unyielding against the encroaching black tempest. "Get out of the way! Move!" Nan Sheng exclaimed in a panic. She repeatedly threw herself against the azure dragon, attempting to coax it away from the red net. But each time, she was unceremoniously tossed aside. The dragon's resolute demeanor indicated it intended to withstand the assault with its own body. Xiao Qing knew precisely what it was doing. After millennia of yearning for freedom, it was within reach, yet now it bore a heavier burden. The tragic downfall of the Dragon Clan remained etched in memory, and the remnants of Lord Qingmi's soul lingered, a testament that one day their lineage would rise again. Yi Chen was no ordinary man. He must not falter here. The last hope of the Dragon Clan must not perish in this place. Garofan, after thousands of years. The time for reckoning for the grievances of your skinning and flaying has arrived. The deep voice echoed like a wraith seeking retribution, resonating throughout the stone chamber. The scales upon the azure dragon radiated a brilliant light, its heart-protecting scales glowing a mesmerizing crimson. The dragon's heart-protecting scales could not be willingly removed without force that I in the past. Garofin had gone to great lengths to acquire these scales, but had failed to subdue this wretched creature. Now, after millennia, witnessing the scales gradually separating from the skin, the greed and covetousness in Garofin's eyes remained undiminished. He pressed his lips together, exclaiming in excitement, "If I possess the heart-protecting scales, even without a vessel, I can achieve immortality." Once, Garofin's cultivation had not reached the level that would grant him eternal life, the brink of death. He resorted to forbidden arts to preserve his soul, transforming himself into a wretched being, and devised a means of devouring the life force and spiritual energy of others to sustain the red net. While this ensured the survival of his soul, his condition deteriorated day by day. Yet with the powerful heart-protecting dragon scales, all these issues could be resolved. Just then, an even more intense light emanated from the gaps in Xiao Qing's body. Sensing the familiar energy of that light, Xiao Qing instinctively shrank in size, swiftly transforming back into a fair and youthful boy, though his eyes held no glimmer. His azure robes were drenched in blood. Chapter 57. Ascension of Power While Outside. Chaos reigned. Within the red net, tranquility reigned. Yichen targeted each connection point of the red net with his icy spikes, as the white light within his crimson pupils burgeoned, precisely piercing through these junctions. The black halo flowed through the red threads, forming a seamless web. Under Yichen's frost, he could accurately redirect the swirling black energy and, at their connecting points, thrust his ice spikes with force. Whoosh, 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 the white spikes continually shot forth. This red net, resilient as it was, often required 2 or 3 ice spikes to breach a single connection point. Initially, Yichen worried whether these ice spikes would fulfill their purpose. After all, creating them demanded immense mental focus, and given his current state, he could not endure a second bout of strain. However, unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, a gentle yet familiar energy penetrated the red net, accurately transmitting into his body. This energy carried the familiar essence of the dragon and even bestowed upon Yi Chen an exceptionally pure force. With Xiao Qing's assistance, Yi Chen's body rapidly regained strength. His parched spiritual sea replenished. Even the martial essence he had nearly exhausted began to surge forth once more. As he secretly rejoiced at Xiao Qing's timely aid, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within him. Yi Chen had always trusted his instincts. Something significant must have transpired. He could not afford to squander any more time here. Launching the spikes, with a new source of energy replenishing him, Yi Chen began to transform mist into ice once more. Countless sharp ice spikes coalescing together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under repeated assaults, the red net began to reveal signs of collapse. Yi Chen surmised that Xiao Qing and Nansheng were not idle outside. They were likely holding Garofin at bay, preventing his situation from worsening. The fragmentation of the red net was unmistakable. Strands of white light pierced through, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Nansheng, supporting Xiao Qing, remained vigilant against Garofin, ready to unleash her fire lotuses should he make any move. She refused to believe that, with the sheer number of fire lotuses at her disposal, this man could control them all. Garofin initially approached Xiao Qing with an expression of avarice, yet the sudden surge of agitation within him served as a stark reminder that the red net posed a significant problem. Consequently, Garofin was compelled to alter his strategy, recklessly activating the Heart Protector Dragon Scale as he advanced step by step towards the damaged red net. With his hands clasped together, he continuously shifted his palm's position, summoning dark mist that coalesced beside him before ultimately launching towards the red net. Once destroyed, the red net could no longer serve its purpose that he aimed to strike while Yi Chen was still disoriented from his emergence. Having witnessed Yi Chen's formidable strength, Garofin discerned that a surprise attack was his most prudent course of action. A figure burst through the red net, and a sinister grin spread across Garofin's face as he raised his hand, striking down with force. Die. Just as Yi Chen stepped out, his vision remained somewhat blurred. An energy projectile approached from his left side, prompting an instinctive reaction from him. His mental energy enveloped the surroundings, and in the state of ice slaughter, all of the adversary's attacks appeared to slow significantly, allowing Yi Chen to evade swiftly. He bent at the waist and pivoted to the side, positioning himself directly beneath Garofin. And without hesitation, he thrust the Soul Annihilation Sword into him. With a piercing sound, the Soul Annihilation Sword, not of ordinary make, easily penetrated even the soul, Galowen stared in disbelief at the wound in his abdomen. His spiritual sea pierced, spiritual energy leaking, and his soul beginning to dissipate that no, impossible. I am in a soul state. How could a mere sword harm me? Yet, as he gazed at Yi Chen's sword, which radiated a crimson glow, terror filled his eyes that Yi Chen's gaze flicked between him and the soul annihilation sword, his instincts suggesting that this individual likely understood its origins. However, before he could inquire further, Galowen completely disintegrated that Yi Chen frowned, suppressing his questions as he approached Xiaoqing. Upon observing Xiaoqing's current state, his expression changed dramatically. How could you be so injured? The red net not only restricted him, but also siphoned off a substantial portion of Galowen's power. It was inconceivable that Xiaoqing could have sustained such injuries. Nansheng pursed her lips and explained, just now, he forcibly broke through the energy barrier surrounding the red net with his own body. He paid a grievous price. Otherwise, Yi Chen alone would have been unable to breach it. Yi Chen abruptly turned, noticing that the remaining layer of the red net indeed had a very thin membrane. Had it not been for Xiaoqing, he too might have fallen victim to Galowen's devastating assault due to this membrane. As he beheld Xiaoqing's condition, he fell silent for a long while before releasing his spiritual energy to heal him. However, Xiaoqing severed their connection, shaking his head. It's futile. Don't bother. He then looked down at his chest, pulling aside his clothing to reveal 2 gaping wounds. The original 3 heart protector dragon scales had diminished to 1. The other 2 had been violently removed, still oozing blood. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled the exceptionally pure energy Xiaoqing had transmitted to him. If what Nansheng suggested was true, Xiaoqing had sacrificed his own body to destroy the red net. Then it was highly probable that he had even dared to pluck the heart protector dragon scales to save him. Why are you so foolish? Yi Chen was profoundly shaken, aware that he did not possess such influence, that it was likely that Xiaoqing acted out of consideration for Lord Qingmi and the Dragon Clan's legacy. For the revival of the Dragon Clan, I would sacrifice anything. Xiaoqing's face was as pale as death, his lips trembling as he spoke. All these years, trapped here, unable to avenge my kin, flayed and tormented. And now, even if I escape, my cultivation will be drastically impaired. In this state, I cannot even seek vengeance for my people. Yi Chen's fingers found Xiaoqing's pulse, which was exceedingly faint. Without the protection of the heart scales, he resembled a critically wounded patient devoid of remedies, left to fate's mercy. How can I save you? Although Yi Chen posed the question, he understood that individuals like Xiaoqing were resolute. Once they had made a decision, it was immutable. He suddenly thought of the pure energy residing within him. What if I returned that energy to you? Would it help? Without hesitation, Yi Chen raised his hand, allowing the pure energy to surge into Xiaoqing's body. However, a far greater force of energy simultaneously flowed back into Yi Chen, propelling his realm closer to the peak of the Shattered Stone realm, almost grazing the threshold of the mountain opening realm. What are you doing, Xiaoqing? Stop it. The last heart protector dragon scale on Xiaoqing's chest visibly dimmed. Yi Chen surmised that the pure energy within him originated from the heart protector scales. Chapter 58. Emerging from the tomb, a faint light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Intertwined threads of energy flowing into Yi Chen. Ever since entering the void wasteland, all of Yi Chen's hidden injuries had been healed. Yet the price for this was Xiaoqing's demise. You need not feel guilty. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. In his final moments, Xiaoqing appeared to see Lord Qingmi, a look of tranquility gracing his face. My lord, take care. Xiaoqing is departing. His emaciated figure gradually became transparent, ultimately dissolving into countless specks, merging with the surrounding air. With all 3 heart protector dragon scales extracted, the culmination of his injuries erupted violently, claiming his life. Only when the last vestige of energy entered Yi Chen's body did he finally stir. He had intended to return the energy from the heart scales to Xiaoqing, yet the surrounding space seemed to freeze, rendering him immobile. Nansheng, with crimson eyes, regarded Yi Chen, her heart brimming with unspoken words. Yet ultimately, she could only watch in silence. Yi Chen remained silent for a long while, staring at the place where Xiaoqing had vanished, before finally rising and declaring, "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your wishes." After a prolonged silence, Nansheng tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. "What shall we do now?" Each time they overcame an obstacle, a door emerged to guide them forward. However, after such a lengthy duration, and being in the very heart of the tomb. How could they possibly escape? Yichen closed his eyes deeply, suppressing all emotions, and when he reopened them, they were as tranquil as a still pond. He surveyed his surroundings, a flash of red light flickering in his gaze. Examining the area with meticulous attention, suddenly, his eyes rested upon the coffin within the central tower, where he sensed faint ripples of spiritual energy that he exchanged glances with Nansheng before deftly leaping into action. Without the hindrance of Gallowin's aerial constraints, the tower was no longer an unattainable goal. That Wei Chun ascended the tower with ease, bending down to scrutinize every inch of the coffin. Abruptly, his eyes widened, and he retreated sharply, pulling a bewildered Nansheng into a corner. Run! It's a self-destruct array. It's going to obliterate the entire tomb. Nansheng's eyes widened in disbelief, just as Yichen yanked her into the corner. The entire tomb began to tremble violently. Massive stones rained down from above, and fortunately, they were sheltered in the corner, suffering minimal impact. However, all their escape routes were firmly blocked by fallen debris. The Wei Yichen crossed his arms over his head, creating a barrier to shield them from the collapsing stones. Yet, this could not serve as a long-term solution. What do we do? After all this effort, I refuse to die here. Nansheng fretted, her words spilling forth in a flurry. Yi Chen's face darkened. He concealed his own anxiety, but internally, he cursed that if death was imminent, he would not allow Gallowin to drag them down with him. Such a wretch as Gallowin deserved to be obliterated. Yet lamenting now was futile. Yi Chen urged himself to remain calm, knowing that panic would not resolve their predicament. There must be a way out. Gallowin was too cautious to leave himself without an escape route. The self-destruct array on the coffin clearly required a catalyst to activate, which in turn demanded time. That it was likely that Gallowin had initiated the self-destruct sequence the moment they appeared, intending to bury everything within once he procured Yi Chen's body. Little did he anticipate his demise at the hands of a mere youth. That do not worry. There must be an exit. That I will ensure your safety. That Wei Yichen shielded Nansheng behind him, single-handedly maintaining a relatively intact space. However, the cascading stones, primarily comprised of heavy granite meant for the tomb's construction, were immensely weighty. The Wei Chen's arms trembled violently, the veins on his forearms protruding prominently. Suddenly, a beam of intense natural light cascaded down. The ground's collapse within the tomb had created their only potential escape route. The pressing question remained: how could they traverse the chaotic debris to reach the heights above? Cough, cough. Behind him, Nansheng suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, the internal injuries resurfacing as she expelled copious amounts of black blood. Yi Chen. Her eyes lost focus, trembling as she reached out to grasp Yi Chen's clothing. You mustn't abandon me. Dying here would be utterly disgraceful. Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon her, then abruptly bent down, enveloping her in his arms while bracing the precarious barrier with his other hand. With unwavering determination, he stared at the fissure, declaring, "Rest assured, I will not leave you behind." Nansheng managed a faint smile before her head drooped. With a powerful push, Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Domain, I slaughter. The overwhelming intent to kill slowed the falling rocks, as if the very air had been infused with lead. Under the icy onslaught, he meticulously tracked the descent of each stone at Wei Chun, cradling Nansheng in one arm, used the other to brace against the barrier. With a powerful leap, he deftly landed on a suitable stone and propelled himself towards higher ground. Thus, his agile form continued to shift and change, and Yi Chen found himself suspended in midair, seemingly a mere breath away from the exit, yet it felt as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Casting a glance at the pale-faced Nansheng in his arms, he gritted his teeth and leapt once more. The void of the desolate realm had undergone a transformation. First, there had been 2 waves of beast tides, followed by widespread collapses. With the exit sealed, the spirits of the deceased no longer vanished, leaving a grim landscape littered with corpses. In a valley of the Demon Mountain, a fissure spanned the entire gorge. Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerged from the crevice, fingers digging deeply into the ground. Following this, a blood-stained arm leveraged itself out. With a forceful push, 2 figures materialized. Wei Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body riddled with wounds, his garments soaked in blood. In his final dash, a stone had struck him, nearly costing him everything. Fortunately, Nansheng, awakening in a dazed state, used her spiritual energy to assist Yi Chen. enabling their escape from peril. Yet, the exertion of her spiritual power while gravely injured only exacerbated Nan Sheng's condition. She lay on the grass, struggling to survive not far from Yi Chun. Enduring his own wounds, he staggered over, plucking nearby low-grade herbs and forcing them in her mouth. "What are you doing?" Nan Sheng protested, the earthy taste overwhelming her senses as she pushed him away. Dwight Yi Chun replied sternly, "If you wish to survive, be compliant and stop resisting, will you?" The pain from his wounds flared intermittently, making his discomfort palpable. He stuffed herbs into his own mouth as well, prioritizing survival above all else. Recognizing their dire situation, Nansheng swallowed her disgust and began to chew. Chapter 59. The hunt. The Demon Mountain was the territory of beastly creatures, where even a hint of blood could provoke an onslaught. Fortunately, with the recent ground collapse, numerous vengeful souls had emerged, causing the beasts to hesitate. After nursing their injuries for several days, when they finally stepped out of the valley, they were taken aback. Not a single living creature could be found. The ground was strewn with corpses, both human and beast, all bearing the marks of horrific torment, their faces frozen in terror. How could this be? Nansheng lamented, having witnessed the gruesome fates of all those she encountered on their journey. Some even dismembered. Dwight Yi Chun remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding. The deaths of these individuals were likely tied to them. His memory served him well, and he recognized that more than half of the deceased were from the last group they had seen. "Let us move. This place is no longer safe, that we must head north." The north was an unsearched territory, and thus the most perilous. Initially, Yi Chun had evaded the pursuit of the Lingxia Palace by hiding here, though uncertain which group had come after them this time. It was evident they were not here by coincidence, that it was even possible they sought the master of the tomb. But why? That tomb held nothing but countless vengeful souls. What could they desire? Unable to contain her curiosity, Nansheng pressed on, striving to keep pace with Yi Chun while grappling with the enigma. Dwight Yi Chun placed a hand over his heart and murmured, "Perhaps they are after the heart shield scales." Aside from the scales that could resurrect the dead, he could think of nothing else that would warrant such elaborate efforts from the Lingxia Palace. The Demon Mountain lay to the south. Contrasting sharply with the far north, to reach the northern lands, they would need to traverse a dense forest in between. However, they soon realized that the area had been meticulously ensnared with traps. Dozens of five-man teams, fully equipped, were forming a tightening circle, gradually expanding their search radius to the heart of the forest. A camp had been established that the stillness of the night. Flickering flames danced, casting shadows that revealed a figure clad in armor. Entirely encased in metal, he bore a resemblance to Yi Chun, a scar slicing from his left brow to his right chin, adding a sinister edge to his visage. "What is happening?" "We searched for 7 days and found not a single trace." "What are you all doing?" The leaders of the 13 teams bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. Receiving no response, the armored figure struck the nearest one with a powerful slap. "Useless. What good are you to me?" His hand, forged from crimson metal, was astonishingly heavy, and with one blow, he crushed the man's skull into fragments. The others cowered, burying their heads lower, terrified that they might be next. "No one is permitted to rest. You have 3 days. If you fail to find anyone, you will all perish here." The 12 immediately set off to re-establish their search perimeter. Once they departed, the metallic figure growled, "Yi Chun, for the murder of my father and the destruction of my cultivation, I will settle the score with you." At the same time, a wisp of milky white energy circled the camp before drifting 10 miles away. On a small hillock concealed behind a large tree, Yi Chun abruptly opened his eyes. How could it be him? What's wrong? An old acquaintance. Nansheng, huddled nearby, felt her heart sink at the sight of Yi Chun's troubled expression. They had arrived here 2 days prior, and for safety's sake, Yi Chun had always utilized his mental prowess to scout ahead before moving forward. This time, by chance, they had encountered 2 patrol teams. Yi Chun, growing uneasy, expanded his mental scanning range, discovering that every direction was under precise control by this group. There was not even a crack left unguarded. It was a fanciful notion to think they could pass unnoticed. Yi Chun's expression hardened, and after a moment he stated, "Indeed, it is an old acquaintance." However, the animosity between them could not be succinctly explained in mere words. It seems we have no choice but to turn back and return to the Demon Mountain. Yi Chun made a decisive choice that if escape was impossible, they would find another route. The terrain of the Demon Mountain was intricate, filled with caves and fissures, and numerous traps laid for hunting beasts. Moreover, the landscape would facilitate their concealment. Nansheng complied with Yi Chen's directives without hesitation. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Tian seemed to sense something and cast his gaze towards the direction of the Demon Mountain. Gather everyone. Search the Demon Mountain with full force. Not a single fly is to escape. The sound of heavy armor clanging echoed as Yi Chen gestured to Nansheng, who was hidden behind a tree trunk. Upon arriving at the Demon Mountain, Yi Tian had stationed 2 members from each of the 13 teams at every exit, while the rest delved deep into the mountain to conduct a thorough search. Their initial approach had been to indiscriminately eliminate all living beings without detailed examination. But it was possible that Yi Chen was hiding in some obscure corner, that Yi Tian took a commanding position at the entrance of the Demon Mountain. Convinced that Yi Chen, that wild seed, was surely lurking inside, search for him. If you can't find him, all of you will pay the price. The vast expanse of the Demon Mountain saw the 3-member teams from the 13 groups sweeping through, while Yi Chen remained concealed not far from the entrance, well hidden from ordinary eyes. Once the 13 teams had entered, he silently followed behind them like a wraith that as they ventured deeper, the Demon Mountain expanded in scale, necessitating that the search teams split up. That Yi Chen grinned slyly. An opportunity was at hand. 3 individuals stood back to back, cautiously advancing through the underbrush. But in the next instant, a sharp tree branch swung down upon them. The branch, tied with a rope, was clearly rigged by someone. Initially oblivious, they only heard the sound of air slicing. Before they could react, 2 of them were impaled by the thick branch. The remaining individual, sword in hand, frantically searched for an enemy, trembling in fear. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, and his body froze. That Yi Chen had inexplicably materialized behind him, his finely crafted dagger poised at his throat. Why choose the path of wickedness when you could have chosen otherwise? With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as Yi Chen severed his artery. He likely never realized how silently his demise had come. Seeing her companion succeed, Nansheng leapt down from the tree, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rubbing her hands together, she exclaimed, "Who is next? I can hardly wait." Experiencing this for the first time, the thrill of pursuing others like prey was exhilarating. Yi Chen, equally invigorated, lowered his voice. "Do not rush. Today, none of those who entered here will escape." Chapter 60. Lily purple fire off. Whoosh. In the depths of the Demon Mountain, in disparate locales, the identical cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Here, one had ventured deep enough that even the loudest shouts would go unheard by those outside. This hunt, from its inception, had been fated to end in tragedy. Observing the pile of corpses at his feet, a chilling glimmer flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. "Soon, it will be your turn, Yi Tian. None of those who once harmed him shall escape." Nansheng counted the bodies, a glint of determination flashing in her gaze. "Just 3 more, and we will be done with them." Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he fixed his gaze in a determined direction. They cannot flee. Half an hour later, the final screams rang out one after another. To date, the 30-odd individuals who had come to hunt them down had been systematically vanquished. "Let us charge forth now. Leave no trace of him." The once delicate princess of the Divine King Palace had undergone a drastic transformation. Her body was now smeared with blood, no longer resembling the refined maiden she once was. Yet, she seemed indifferent to her appearance, following Yi Chen as if she no longer wished to adhere to the constraints of her former princely life. She aspired to be the most formidable hunter, making all who crossed her path think twice. However, Yi Chen shook his head. "There is no rush. We have taken many lives, and our own strength has diminished. We must first recuperate. As for everything else, we must proceed with caution." Outside the Demon Mountain, Yi Tian was gradually losing his last remnants of patience, having received no response. Damn it. Have they all perished inside? Not a single sound for half a day. This mountain, no matter how vast, should have yielded results after a day of searching by over 30 men. "You all, enter at once." Yi Tian commanded those stationed at the various exits. Preparing to take action himself, he was eager to discover just how capable Yi Chen had become. Could a mountain truly conceal him beneath its depths, in a clearing at the heart of the Demon Mountain? Yi Chen's spiritual energy surged and roiled, a manifestation of immense power that left Nansheng unable to concentrate on her own cultivation. She gazed in astonishment at the vortex of energy forming around Yi Chun, exclaiming, "He is on the verge of a breakthrough." It was only a few months since she had first encountered Yi Chun, then merely at the 6th level of the Shattered Stone realm. Yet now he was already on the threshold of the Mountain Opening realm. Such rapid advancement in cultivation was beyond the reach of even the most gifted individuals that are in the practice of cultivation. One absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their spiritual sea, refining it through daily practice to condense it into martial essence. The more abundant and pure the spiritual energy, the more vibrant and saturated the martial essence becomes, leading to the ultimate enhancement of one's strength. As Yi Chun entered a meditative state, he sensed that the moment for his breakthrough was upon him. With the foundational support of the thick and pure heart protecting scales, achieving his breakthrough would be effortless. Silently, Nansheng stood guard for Yi Chun, aware that the commotion would inevitably attract attention. She hoped fervently that Yi Chun would hasten his efforts, not wanting to wait too long. Meanwhile, as Yi Tian traversed the dark night, his expression grew increasingly grave upon encountering the bodies of numerous comrades. The severity of their injuries testified to Yi Chen's handiwork. However, he had not anticipated that, after months of absence, Yi Chen had become so formidable, able to kill without a trace. Over 30 men had perished under his watch. Silently and without a trace at that moment, the spiritual energy in the air began to converge towards one specific location. Yi Tian squinted, a mocking glint appearing in his eyes as he surveyed the area. "Ah, it seems fortune favors me, that Yi Chun. Since you wish to break through, I shall accompany you on your journey." In the stillness of the night, not a single sound of cicadas or birds could be heard. Only the chilling winds howling through the trees that Yi Chun had been in his breakthrough for 2 hours, and as dawn approached, lingering any longer would soon expose them. Nansheng had set up layer upon layer of protective barriers around Yi Chun, her eyes unwaveringly vigilant, ever alert to the slightest disturbances. Her mental acuity was not as sharp as Yi Chen's, limiting her range of detection, and her need for occasional rest allowed Yi Tian and his men to seize the opportunity. By the time she sensed the disturbance, Yi Tian had already brought over 20 subordinates to her side. His gaze immediately fell upon Yi Chun, filled with a tangible hatred, as if he wished to devour him alive, to slash him to pieces. The moment Nansheng laid eyes on them, her expression darkened, and she discreetly positioned herself in front of Yi Chun, grasping a long sword that a few drops of blood fell from the sword's tip onto the ground. A signal that prompted Yi Tian to gesture for his men to charge forth en masse. Nansheng swiftly retreated, casting her long sword, which soared through the air like a shooting star, with a piercing sound. It struck true, piercing the hearts of the 3 foremost attackers. Yet, it was not enough. More than 20 men surged forward relentlessly, employing a tactic of attrition that could wear her down as she hurled her sword. Nansheng brought her palms together, summoning forth a mingling of red and blue spiritual energy that manifested into a blossoming lotus, half red, half blue, with wisps of deep purple flames spiraling upward. The glazed purple fire. The second level of the 1000 Buddha Divine Eye, the glazed purple fire, burned with the intent to seal all spiritual entities under the might of the bright king fire lotus. As the purple lotus emerged, the temperature around it seemed to rise several degrees, and each individual as pupils reflected the image of the lotus, momentarily paralyzing them with fear. "What are you all dawdling for? Charge!" Yi Tian snapped out of his stupor, barking orders to push his men forward. "What is just a lotus flower and a woman? How long can they hold out? Go!" As Nansheng released the lotus, it floated gently and gracefully, moving with the wind. The foremost man, confronted by the ethereal flower, found himself immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. When the lotus finally made contact, flames erupted from his body. "Ah, help! It burns! It burns!" In that instant, none dared to underestimate this girl. They activated their protective barriers and donned their armor, believing themselves well shielded. Yet Nansheng was poised to demonstrate the futility of their efforts. The purple fire melted through their metal armor upon contact, transforming the delicate blossoms into lethal chains of fate. However, despite the staggering offensive power, Nansheng was not without her own struggles, having recently broken through to the 3rd level of the Mountain Opening realm. Her 1000 Buddha Divine Eye had also ascended, but she was still unaccustomed to wielding such power, and the strain on her spiritual energy was considerable that it was not long before fatigue began to show on her face. I can't hold on much longer. Charge and kill her. Yi keen eyes recognized her dwindling stamina and incited his men to advance. Meanwhile, he himself stealthily approached Yi Chun, shielded by the throng of attackers. His expression was a mask of malice, and as he raised his metallic arm, a sound echoed ominously that Yi Tian licked his lips, his heavy, cold fist clenched tightly as he aimed it at Yi Chun. Roaring Die, Chapter 61. Mountain opening realm, the frigid winds howled as the forest groaned. The metallic scent of rust mingled with the biting gusts of wind at Yi Chun. Nansheng cried out in alarm. Momentarily distracted and allowing an opening for the enemy to exploit. Surrounded by over 10 assailants, she found herself unable to break free from the encirclement. As she watched helplessly, Yi Chun appeared on the verge of being struck down. Her tightly shut eyes flew open in a moment of clarity. Yi Chun's eyes glowed crimson, and with a piercing gaze, he sent a shiver down Yi Tian's spine. The traumatic memories of his previous torment resurfaced at the sight of Yi Chun's cold stare, making him feel as though the agony of that moment was about to be relived. With a resounding crash, Yi Chun seized Yi Tian's arm with a vice-like grip. The touch was icy. Devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, Yi Chun suddenly smiled. A mere waste relying on armor dares to dominate before me. Yi Tian's complexion paled in an instant, his eyes bulging with fury. Whose hands and whose cultivation have granted you such audacity? Yi Chun, you will pay for this. With one hand caught by Yi Chun, Yi Tian utilized his remaining hand. The armor he wore, a lavish creation commissioned by the Northern Territory's lord, crafted from a mid-grade spirit stone. Its hardness surpassed that of iron and weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, capable of inflicting grievous harm. Moreover, the armor was inscribed with defensive formations, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Yet he had forgotten that Yi Chun was no ordinary adversary. As Yi Tian raised both hands to strike, the vulnerable area of his abdomen was inadvertently exposed. Yi Chun inwardly scoffed at his foolishness and delivered a powerful kick. The forceful impact coursed through the armor and into his belly, causing Yi Tian to emit a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters, his heavy armor carving deep furrows into the ground, colliding with several trees along the way. His face flushed crimson, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chun's kick had struck deep, robbing him of half his life. The weighty armor bore down on him, rendering him breathless. At that moment, he resembled a turtle turned on its back, all four limbs helplessly flailing, unable to right itself. Yi Chun, however, paid him no heed, dismissing him as nothing more than a useless wretch incapable of even rising to his feet. His gaze was fierce as he advanced slowly towards the encirclement formed by Nansheng. With each step he took, the air around him seemed to thicken, the temperature plummeting. The expressions of Yi Tian's subordinates soured, their necks swollen with tension as if invisible hands were tightening around their throats. Outnumbering the few, bullying the weak. Truly, Yi Tian's minions were all the same, utterly devoid of conscience and utterly ungrateful. Yi Chun's voice echoed like the soul-snatching chains of a hellish fiend, each word a dagger to the heart, each utterance a threat to life. As he drew near, several of them, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, crumpled to their knees. One of them collapsed before Yi Chun, revealing a crimson mark on his wrist. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sight, before gritting his teeth and declaring, "The Heavenly King's Manor? What a splendid establishment, persistently pressing me time and again." With that, he raised his foot and stomped down upon the man's wrist with a slight force. A resounding crack echoed through the air. When Yi Chun lifted his foot, the man's wrist lay shattered beneath. He stared, eyes wide and dulled, and after a long moment, he began to scream. The piercing, desperate wail reverberated through the valley, echoing relentlessly in the hearts of all who heard it. They had all been hastily summoned, accustomed to merely languishing in their ranks, and had only arrived here upon hearing of the generous rewards, believing it a trivial task to capture a mere boy. Yet who could have anticipated that not only would they be unable to leave, but the target they sought was a veritable hellish fiend. At that moment, Yi Chun wore an expression of indifference, which only intensified their terror. Which youth could kill without a flicker of an eyelid? Which youth could crush another's wrist with a mere step? Ironically, their leader possessed no skill whatsoever, unable to withstand even a single attack from the opponent. Yet he had the audacity to command them. With a sudden clatter, the remaining few hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees before Yi Chun, exclaiming, "Hero, spare us! We were blind to your greatness." Several older individuals, their dignity entirely forgotten, wept and begged for mercy, shifting all blame onto Yi Chun. It was he. He was the one who ordered us. We had no desire to remain in this cursed place any longer. Nanshan clutched her chest, faint scratches marring her visage, and staggered towards Yi Chun, sneering, "What utter uselessness!" Yi Chun observed their performance with cold eyes. A gaggle of useless gluttons dared to confront him. He raised his hand, and a massive silver hammer began to materialize, swelling to a size that rivaled a several-kilometer-wide pit, just the right size to encompass them all. With an icy gaze, Yi Chun declared, "Since you had chosen the wrong path from the outset, you must now face the consequences." With that, he forcefully brought his arm down, the weighty hammer crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep crater, blood pooling around the impact site. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Yi Chun wished desperately to vanish into the earth, despite having previously witnessed Yi Chun's terrifying prowess. He had never imagined that, with so many under his command, he would still fall at the hands of his opponent. As Yi Chun approached, wielding the bloodied hammer, Yi Chun was nearly paralyzed with fear. In that moment, he resembled a turtle, his soft body unable to bear the extraordinary weight of the armor. He flailed his limbs desperately, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Yi Chun, I warn you, the elders of Lingxia Palace will arrive shortly. If you dare to kill me, the Heavenly King's manor will not spare you." His only remaining hope rested with the Heavenly King's manor. The Heavenly King's manor? Yi Chun scoffed. "Do you truly believe that if I spare you, the Heavenly King's manor will show me mercy?" Such naive delusions, setting aside the fact that Yi Chun was nothing more than a stray dog, having clung to life by betraying his own secrets. Even if he were to disperse the shadow of the northern region's ruler, he would undoubtedly face retribution. You and your utterly inept father are indeed cut from the same cloth. Selfish and scheming, willing to cast aside your dignity and principles for the sake of survival. As Yi Chun gazed upon Yi Chun's face, memories of the humiliations he had endured in the dungeon resurfaced, and the heaven-splitting hammer unconsciously emanated an oppressive aura. But at that moment, Yi Chun's eyes flickered with a hint of green, and Yi Chun abruptly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Stumbling back a few steps, Yi Chun's visage twisted into something sinister. "Yi Chun, you may be formidable, but Lingxia Palace is not a force you can provoke." While Yi Chun was unable to move, his eyes bore an enchanting allure, a reward bestowed upon him by Lingxia Palace after Yi Chun forcibly removed his divine eye. He had become a pawn of Lingxia Palace, strategically placed within the Heavenly King's manor, with the potential to become the master of the entire northern region, provided he completed his tasks for Lingxia Palace, provided Yi Chun met his end here. Chapter 62. Illusory Shadow. Nanshan had sensed the impending danger the moment Yi Chun retreated. Just as she was about to step forward, a familiar aura suddenly erupted from afar. As it approached, the two energies split, one surging towards Yi Chun while the other advanced toward her. Upon sensing the cataclysmic energy contained within, her expression shifted dramatically. Phoenix feather soft armor. Golden feathers enveloped her form. Pure spiritual power coursing through it. The center of the armor lay a high-grade spirit stone, tirelessly providing restoration. Most importantly, this was a high-tier spiritual artifact, mere moments away from becoming a rare primordial artifact. Yet, in the next instant, even with the armor shielding her, the overwhelming energy surged forth, shaking her insides violently. After bracing against the initial blow, she immediately turned her gaze towards Yi Chun's direction. The energy that had just assaulted her was merely a fraction of the original force, not the most potent aspect. The brunt of the attack was surely directed at Yi Chun. "Be careful." As she shouted, Yi Chun's awareness snapped back, but the attack had already arrived at his doorstep. Yi Chun raised the colossal hammer, its weight akin to a mountain, and brought it crashing down to the ground, unleashing a wave of overwhelming force that collided with the oncoming energy. Swish, swish, the titanic energies clashed, generating shockwaves akin to the mightiest strikes of the mountain-opening realm. Nanshan managed to withstand the initial wave, but as the second wave struck, she was directly hit, staggering back several paces. a cough of blood escaping her lips. Meanwhile, the immobile Yi Tian, devoid of any protective energy, met a grim fate. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices. A wretched sight indeed. He glared fiercely in Yi Chen's direction, as if even in death, he wished to witness the downfall of his nemesis to end the aftermath of the colossal hammer's impact. Yi Chen's complexion turned ashen, his lips devoid of color. The metallic tang of rust surged into his throat, which he swallowed down, that a heavy weight settled in his heart. The opponent's cultivation level was likely at the mid-stage of the mountain opening realm, and the weapon in his hands was undoubtedly a high-tier spiritual artifact. As the dust settled, the heaven-splitting hammer diminished in size, and Yi Chen's garments billowed, rustling in the wind. Before him, a striking figure clad in black began to emerge clearly. The figure was adorned with a thin black veil. Her long purple gown split to reveal her long, fair legs, captivating all who beheld her. Most alluring was her waist-length purple hair, swaying in the breeze, undeniably beguiling. Yet such a deadly beauty was not someone to be easily entrapped by mere desire. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Chen immediately noted the ink serpent mark upon her brow, that a member of Lingxia Palace. This ink serpent was strikingly familiar. It had belonged to the individual who had once rallied the masses under the banner of Lingxia Palace, marked similarly, albeit on their wrist. Nanxing silently moved closer to Yi Chen, whispering, "This is the purple-robed venerable of Lingxia Palace." They assess individuals based on task completion, and the latter part of her sentence faltered, but Yi Chen's keen eyes gleaned from the palpable malice and murderous intent emanating from the purple-clad woman. What was left unspoken, and the number of lives taken. His expression darkened. Regardless of whether she pursued her tasks or sought ascension through bloodshed, both were against the natural order. Oh dear, do refrain from staring at me with such eyes. It might make me feel bashful, the purple-robed woman teased, her eyes sparkling with a playful glimmer. In an instant, her gaze ensnared the souls of those who beheld her. Even Nansheng, a woman herself, found it hard to resist the allure. She firmly closed her eyes, a surge of purple flames erupting around her, warding off the enchantment. This woman was named Yao Ji, a figure of considerable stature within Lingxia Palace, renowned for her charm, having slain numerous peak experts of the mountain opening realm. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Nanxing felt compelled to caution Yi Chen. This one is cunning and has a way with men. You best be careful. After all, the opponent's prowess was formidable, and her alluring form was one that even Nansheng felt dwarfed by. Yi Chen, however, merely grinned. Best be careful. I believe it is she who should retreat while she can. The silver war hammer shrank into a mere mark, vanishing into Yi Chen's palm. Yet in the next moment, the malevolent Min Shin sword abruptly appeared before him. Upon its emergence, the surrounding air seemed to thicken with a palpable tension. Ever since entering the void wilderness, this sword had been drenched in blood, its murderous aura fully ignited. Yao Ji covered her face with her hand, marveling at the Min Shin sword. "Young sir, this sword of yours is brimming with malevolence and exudes a killing intent that pierces the heavens. However, it is regrettable that it is merely a broken sword." The blade had yet to take form, sustained only by a thin line of blood. The Yi Chen, however, remained unfazed, gripping the hilt as a dazzling flourish unfolded like flowing clouds. What of a broken sword? It can still bring you to your knees. Domain. The dual killing intent of the Min Shin sword and the domain coalesced, forming an indistinct gale as Yi Chen's cultivation grew, enveloping him and Yao Ji in an invisible barrier. Within this barrier, countless transparent blades surged towards the stationary beauty, slicing through the air with precision. Swish! The blades formed an encirclement, shredding the motionless Yao Ji to pieces. Yet, in an instant, that figure began to fade, revealing itself to be merely an afterimage. Yi Chen remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this, his form unyielding as he positioned the Min Shin sword behind him. Clang! The clash of blades sparked a flash of fire as iron met iron. Impossible. Yao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you see through my illusionary shadow? The illusionary shadow utilized sorcery to separate her own shadow and create a new avatar. For years, she had claimed countless lives with this technique, and none had ever seen through it, unless their cultivation far surpassed hers. Yet, the young man before her appeared to be merely a fledgling who had recently broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Yi Chen bent low in a swift spin, the Min Shin sword poised at her throat, its edge angled dangerously. With a mere exertion of strength, he could easily spill her blood. Illusionary shadow. How intriguing. Yet, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he brought the blade down forcefully. You are but a mere avatar. The sharp blade descended, and the terrified Yao Ji once again dissolved into nothingness. Yi Chen's gaze lowered slightly, a smile gracing his lips as a glimmer of white light flickered in his eyes. The next moment, he abruptly raised his head, thrusting the long sword forward, this time. The clash of blades was genuine, as Yao Ji appeared suspended above him, her hands wielding crescent-shaped blades, her eyes shimmering with violet light. Yet, her beguiling charm, which had always worked on men, faltered for the first time in the presence of Yi Chen. As Yi Chen's sword fingers swept before him, his deep brown eyes gradually transformed into a vivid red. Under my icy gaze, all your actions are laid bare. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left palm flipped downward, a silver giant hammer materialized unexpectedly, crashing down toward her head. Chapter 63. Deep within the demon mountain, Yao Ji's eyes widened as her body swiftly twisted, raising her crescent blades to shield her head. Boom! The violent impact generated no shockwaves. Yi Chen had precisely concentrated the attack within a confined space. Yao Ji's expression shifted multiple times before she could no longer withstand it, stepping back several paces. A mouthful of blood spewing forth. The crescent blades in her hands bore faint cracks. Watching her long-time weapon suffer damage, her complexion darkened, yet she had no choice but to suppress her fury. But after a brief moment, she feigned a delicate demeanor, placing her hand against her chest, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Young sir, do you intend to be cruel to a flower? Yao Ji pouted, am I not worthy of your gentleness? It must be said, Yao Ji truly excelled in her seductive arts. Every movement of hers, even her tone, ensnared the heart of any man. Nan Sheng, watching with concern, glanced at Yi Chen, fearing he might be soft-hearted toward this unscrupulous woman due to his youth. However, Yi Chen's demeanor was quite the contrary. He remained expressionless, as if the enchanting figure before him was nothing more than a mere statue. After a prolonged silence without a response from Yi Chen, Yao Ji's facade faltered, feeling like a second-rate performer whose audience remained indifferent to her act. Moments later, she regained her composure, coldly stating, Ling Xie Palace holds no grievance against you, and you are not on our list. Depart now, and I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. With that, she revealed her cultivation at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, her aura surging dramatically. Nan Sheng's eyes narrowed. During the previous encounter with Yi Chen, Yao Ji had not utilized any spiritual energy. It was unimaginable how they could counter a woman so formidable without her employing her full strength. Yi Chen's silence suggested he was contemplating this very issue, causing Nan Sheng to feel a surge of anxiety. She understood Yi Chen's purpose for being here. He sought the 7-colored glass grass for his sister. For her, an inconsequential individual, to assist him thus far was already a significant gesture. Yao Ji noted the tension in Yi Chen's muscles as he grappled with his dilemma, and the sense of control surged once more within her. With a graceful gait, she approached Yi Chen, a fragrant aura trailing her, intoxicating the senses that a purple mist emanated from her form, transforming into a replica of herself, more delicate and pitiful than the original. Nansheng wanted to rush forward to intervene, but from the onset, Yi Chen had isolated her with a barrier. Should she force her way in, only they would suffer. Casting a glance at the anxious Nansheng, Yao Ji grew bolder, tentatively placing her fingertip against Yi Chen's chest. When he did not resist, her confidence swelled. With her forehead gently resting against his broad chest, she sensed the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. A hint of herbal fragrance wafting up to her nose, causing her cheeks to flush. Lowering her voice, she spoke sweetly, as a young princess of the Divine King Palace. I have been spoiled since childhood. If you would grant Yao Ji a favor, I could ensure your happiness 1,000-fold. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. Leaning closer to Yi Chen's ear, she softly blew a breath. Why not join the Lingxia Palace? The Palace Master will surely reward you, and soon, the Divine King Palace will be within your grasp. With a radiant smile, Yao Ji understood human nature to be inherently selfish. Who could resist the temptations of immediate gain? This young man, no matter how loyal, could hardly be expected to sacrifice himself for the sake of a mere girl. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Yao Ji rose on her tiptoes, intending to plant a gentle kiss on Yi Chen's handsome visage. Yet before she could finish her thought, a sudden gasp escaped her lips as she felt a jarring pain. Looking down, she saw a gaping hole had appeared in her abdomen. Turning back, she glimpsed her original form. Where a man with a dark expression stood, the transparent blade piercing her body, staining the ground with crimson drops. How can this be? The phantom's lips trembled, and she soon dissipated. Yao Ji's original form swayed unsteadily. Unable to comprehend the reality before her, she glanced back at the spot where Yi Chen had stood moments ago, only to find him still standing as stoically as ever. Yet, the next second, that figure transformed into a medicinal herb, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. A low, mocking voice echoed in her ears. Illusions are not solely your domain. Illusions are often the first skill every cultivator encounters. While they may not turn stone into gold, creating semblances of ordinary objects is relatively simple. The true challenge lies in imitating the essence and pulse of living beings, a feat only those who master illusions to perfection can achieve. To her surprise, Yi Chen, though youthful, exhibited considerable prowess in this art. Yao Ji lowered her head, offering a bitter smile. I underestimated you. But do you believe you can escape unscathed? As the body pierced by the Minshin sword dissipated like smoke, Yao Ji's voice echoed from afar. Come to the depths of the Demon Mountain. I will await you at the exit. With a wave, she dispelled the barrier, and Yi Chen staggered slightly. Nansheng rushed to his side, offering support. In that brief confrontation, although he had struck Yao Ji with his sword, he too had not emerged unscathed. Yao Ji's seductive techniques were formidable, and Yi Chen had relied on spiritual energy to reverse his blood flow. Enduring intense pain to maintain his consciousness, he exchanged a glance with Nansheng before turning his gaze toward the depths of the Demon Mountain. From the beginning, they had discussed that since the people of Lingxia Palace had gone to great lengths to awaken the tomb beneath the earth with blood, the restrictions preventing the spiritual bodies from leaving were undoubtedly initiated by them. It seemed that to find a way out, they must delve deeper into the Demon Mountain. Yi Chen's gaze deepened, as if it could ensnare anyone who lingered too long. Very well, what I seek is surely hidden within the depths of the Demon Mountain, whether in the past or in the future. The seven-colored glazed grass remains a treasure beyond compare. It blooms for a century and bears fruit for a century, yet among 100 stalks of the seven-colored glazed grass, only one can miraculously survive. Yi Chen has scoured the vast expanse of the void wilderness, exploring every secret realm, but he found no signs of the seven-colored glazed grass. Thus, he is convinced that it must reside deep within the Demon Mountain, a place seldom trodden by others. The Demon Mountain has always been regarded as a forbidden ground by practitioners, not merely due to the concentration of demonic beasts and the pervasive aura of malevolence, but also because it was once an ancient battlefield. Countless souls perished on this land, their grievances lingering, and one must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared in a relentless cycle of torment. Moreover, the deeper reaches of the Demon Mountain see even fewer visitors. Perhaps in the past, it was due to the presence of tombs. Whenever someone attempted to traverse the central region to venture deeper, they would be devoured by a horde of malevolent spirits lurking in the stillness of the night. It is likely that the Lingxia Palace had long since devised a plan, placing the final exit deep within the Demon Mountain. Chapter 64. Vertical Pupil. Under the blazing sun, the sparse trees cast dappled shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, two beams of light swiftly darted past, stirring the fallen leaves around them. As they delved deeper, the speed of these two figures gradually decreased until they halted at an endless high ridge. Yi Chen and Nansheng concealed themselves behind the trees, gazing at the deliberately severed tree on the steep slope, their hearts sinking that on the other side of the mountain, it was highly probable that an ambush awaited them. Nansheng gritted her teeth, unable to suppress her disdain. What a pity, resorting to underhanded tactics when they cannot win fair and square. Yi Chen remained silent, his mental energy sweeping across the hillside like an impenetrable net. Aside from the felled tree, he noticed certain areas deeply sunken, with the soil still bearing a fresh HU. It was evident that something had once pressed down here, likely something that could conceal their presence. Furthermore, Yichen discovered patches of ground that appeared distinctly out of place, even exhibiting signs of recently disturbed soil. It seemed that beneath this slope lay countless traps awaiting them. As he pushed his mental energy further, it became increasingly difficult, as if something were obstructing his probing. After a lengthy pause, Yichen withdrew his mental energy. They might consider setting traps too troublesome and plan to eliminate us when we ascend the slope without cover. Compared to Nansheng's assessment, Yichen found his own conjecture more precise. Moreover, a crucial point remained. There may not be as many opponents as they had imagined. What do you mean by that? Nansheng tilted her head to look at him. Her handsome brows furrowed deeply, yet her eyes shone brightly to why Yichen's certainty stemmed from the fact that their adversaries did not allow them to cross the ridge. Though their encounter had been brief, Yichen felt that based on Yao Ji's temperament, she would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Just as they had once been forced to set traps and utilize the terrain against the soldiers of the Heavenly King's mansion at the Demon Mountain. Yet he could not fathom who could command Yao Ji and arrange such a strategically advantageous terrain in such a short time. Nansheng, too, found herself at a loss, while she had some understanding of the Lingxia Palace. The organization was shrouded in mystery, and her knowledge was limited. What shall we do next? We cannot possibly remain hidden here indefinitely, can we? However, if we charge out, no matter how swift we are, we cannot outpace their premeditated plans. Yichen's brows knitted tightly together. As Nansheng had pointed out, they could not remain concealed here forever. The depths of the Demon Mountain were shrouded in miasma. Under the scorching sun, it had diminished somewhat. But once night fell, it would thicken, enveloping the entire mountain in a blanket of white fog. Yichen glanced up at the sun and suddenly grinned. Wait. Indeed, wait for an opportune moment, for when their adversary's vision is utterly obscured. A ridge separated two entirely different factions that Yichen and Nansheng sat cross-legged, sheltered by the trees, recuperating while using their mental energy to probe the traps laid out. Meanwhile, on the other side, 5 disciples of the Lingxia Palace, including Yao Ji, were crouched low, constantly observing the situation below. What is going on? It has been so long, and they still haven't arrived. Even a turtle would be faster than them. Aside from Yao Ji, who bore the mark of a black serpent on her brow, the other 4 were merely ordinary yellow-clad messengers, their cultivation barely having entered the stone fragment realm. However, the yellow-clad man on the far left spoke with startling audacity. Visibly agitated, he seized the hair of the person beside him and kicked him out. Go, see where those people have gone. Yet the next moment, that individual accidentally triggered a trap set by their own side. A scream pierced the air as a large pit appeared on the slanted slope, revealing numerous sharp spikes impaling the unfortunate soul who had just fallen. Blood flowed profusely as his defiant gaze stared up at the sky. Yao Ji's delicate brows furrowed in frustration, unable to contain herself any longer. Jiu Xiao, we currently lack sufficient manpower. I implore you to refrain from childish antics. The one referred to as Jiu Xiao abruptly turned his head, his youthful face displaying impatience and provoked anger. Say that again? Yao Ji, caught off guard, locked eyes with his emerald-green pupils, feeling as though her very blood had turned to ice, her breath hitching repeatedly. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, as if her neck were ensnared by something slick and viscous. Just as Yao Ji was on the brink of suffocation, the sensation vanished, and observing her gasping desperately, Jiu Xiao coldly scoffed. Useless, mind your own business. Yao Ji dared not speak further, silently retreating a few steps, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. As night fell, the full moon hung high, with a few stars faintly visible. White mist surged forth as if responding to an unseen signal, quickly enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of white. Just as the mist reached its densest point, Yichen abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing across them. Ice slaughter. The flowing mist suddenly stilled, and Yichen's eyes could distinctly perceive the gray energy within, a mixture of miasma and the grievances of countless restless souls. His gaze pierced through the fog, fixed upon the mountain's summit, where a few heads were slowly moving. One unmistakably green-haired, undoubtedly Yao Ji. Yet this time, Yao Ji was overshadowed by someone in front of her. Yichen was eager to discern the identity of the individual commanding Yao Ji, but upon glimpsing their eyes, he was taken aback. Those were serpent-like eyes, green vertical pupils flecked with black, reminiscent of a true predator. Their pupils unblinking at that moment. Yichen felt as though his sea of consciousness had sustained a grievous blow, staggering back several paces. Supporting himself against the tree bark with one hand, he placed the other over his wildly beating heart, striving to regain his composure. The brief glance they had exchanged felt as if his very essence had been laid bare, as though his sea of consciousness had been thoroughly ransacked. The intangible pain left Yi Chen in a state of disarray. Nan Sheng, noticing Yi Chen's retreat, immediately stepped forward to support him, her eyes brimming with concern. Only when he gradually regained his color did she cautiously inquire, "Did you discover something?" She was well aware of Yi Chen's formidable sea of consciousness. Even Yao Ji could not contend with him. It was clear that whatever could harm Yi Chen without direct contact was no ordinary threat. Yi Chen swallowed hard, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate what he had witnessed. Green vertical pupils, serpent eyes, each utterance seemed to resurrect the shock of that moment, leaving even Yi Chen in a state of turmoil. Nan Sheng's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless, her entire being frozen in place. Sensing her unease, Yi Chen's expression shifted. "Do you know? What kind of person is that within the Lingxia Palace?" Chapter 65. The Serpent as a Petite Princess of the Divine King Palace. Nansheng had been informed from a young age about those whom she must not provoke. Among the names frequently mentioned by her elders was the elusive and malevolent Lingxia Palace. This palace lacked a defined organization and had not established a sect. Its members communicated solely through a token shaped like an ink serpent. However, the most feared of all was the serpent. A creature bred by the enigmatic master of Lingxia Palace, as the name suggests. The serpent is the result of the palace master implanting her own cells into a serpent's egg, which is then hatched by the serpent. Such beings are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one in 1,000 seeds maturing into a human form. Yet, once successful, they possess an innate prowess that renders them nearly invincible. Their striking emerald vertical pupils serve as a clear indication of their power, capable of freezing the blood within others' veins in an instant, even solidifying their consciousness into a block of ice. Yet, there exists a grave flaw. After the mingling of bloodlines, their cultivation talent plummets dramatically, with many destined to remain at the stone fragment realm for their entire lives. Lacking any means of self-protection, each serpent is invariably accompanied by formidable guardians. Upon hearing this, Yichen fell into a prolonged silence. Such a miraculous feat could only be attributed to the legendary master of Lingxia Palace. To his dismay, he had encountered one amidst his misfortunes. What shall we do? Facing a serpent head-on would surely mean death. Nansheng initially held some faith in Yi Chen, but after hearing his description, she felt that their struggles were in vain. But it isn't hopeless. Since they lack self-protection, it stands to reason that Yao Ji would serve as her guardian. I had previously engaged with Yao Ji, and she was already injured. Her strength must have diminished significantly, and she will surely exercise caution in her actions that we can exploit this. And what of the serpent? It can take our lives at any moment. Nansheng remained unconvinced by Yi Chen's plan. 1 Yao Ji might be manageable, but with multiple adversaries present, especially a serpent, they could very well turn into mere ice sculptures before even a confrontation ensued. The name of Lingxia Palace was far too imposing, and Nansheng could no longer maintain her composure, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Yi Chen placed his hand atop her head, the chilling power of ice permeating her. Bestowing clarity upon her muddled thoughts, Nansheng remained calm. He uttered in a deep, hoarse tone, the coldness radiating from her crown to her very core, followed by a resurgence of warmth. Nansheng inexplicably felt her heart race. Yet, she quickly realized that her earlier outburst had been utterly unseemly. Moreover, that restless emotion could expose their presence at any moment. That it's Yao Ji's enchanting technique. She is influencing my emotions. The situation was quite apparent. Yao Ji's allure was almost instinctive, making her ability to achieve this unsurprising. Yi Chen nodded slightly. With his ice-slaying ability, he could not only decelerate his enemy's movements, but also maintain his own clarity at all times. Ordinary enchantments would have little effect on him from such a distance. Yi Chen deduced from Nansheng's series of unusual reactions that there was likely someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Embarrassed, Nansheng lowered her head, realizing she had almost endangered Yi Chen. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was not one to dwell on such matters. quickly redirecting his focus back to the surrounding mist. Tomorrow, they may employ other tactics. We cannot remain idle, that he stated candidly, as if reminding Nansheng while also organizing his own thoughts that in an instant, he unleashed his mental energy, though it was concentrated to a mere fraction of its usual range. Glancing back at Nansheng, he extended his hand. Come, follow me. I will protect you. Thump. Thump. That familiar heartbeat returned, causing Nansheng's cheeks to flush, her heart racing as she gently placed her hand upon his. Her voice softening significantly. I trust you to Yi Chun grasped her icy fingertips and pulled firmly, their bodies swiftly moving like shadows. His concentrated mental energy meticulously scanned every inch of their surroundings, enabling him to deftly evade all traps. Due to the haste of their escape, many traps were not executed flawlessly, leaving numerous vulnerabilities. Yet Yi Chun harbored lingering doubts. These flaws were too conspicuous, almost as if laid bare for them to see. As they traversed the undulating terrain, Yi Chun reached a half-slope, allowing his mental energy to slightly expand its reach, revealing several individuals stationed atop the ridge. Poised at ACT.AS, he drew nearer. He discerned their cultivation levels. 3 at the stone fragment realm, and 1 at the mountain opening realm, the latter presumably being Yao Ji. Throughout, Nansheng had kept closely behind Yi Chun, cautiously treading in his footsteps, fearful of triggering a trap that might lead to her own demise and, consequently, jeopardize Yi Chun. Fortunately, they had navigated safely thus far. Aside from a close call earlier when she nearly stumbled into a hornet's nest, after covering a considerable distance, they found themselves perilously close to the ridge, and Nansheng's heart raced as she activated her highest defense. However, Yi Chun suddenly halted, prompting Nansheng to crouch alongside him. They had reached the base of the ridge, mere moments away from their adversaries. Anxiety gripped Nansheng. Yi Chun, what are you doing? They are right above us. At that moment, a wave of coldness pierced through her, as though her skull had been pried open, icy winds and mists swirling within. Nansheng's body stiffened, paralyzed by fear, as she trembled, wanting to reach out and pull Yi Chun. At that instant, Yi Chun felt the same chill. It was unlike the cold of his eyes slaying, radiating an air of superiority, regarding them as mere prey. Above them, a somewhat youthful voice echoed, I've caught you. Ling Long had been aware of their movements from the moment they began to stir. Biding her time without rushing to strike, she witnessed them skillfully evade traps time and again. Her expression darkened. She glared fiercely at Yao Ji, rebuking, You traitorous wretch! How dare you tip them off? Though their traps had been expertly devised, they now lay riddled with flaws. Yet Ling Long suddenly smiled. Very well, since you refuse to choose a straightforward path to death, prepare to be tormented by me. Yao Ji's face turned pale. Ninth young master, the palace master has decreed that they must remain alive. From the very beginning, their mission had been to capture Nansheng, the petite princess of the Divine King Palace. However, an unexpected twist had led to an additional task, and they had not anticipated that the incompetent Ziyuan would fail to capture a mere girl, inadvertently attracting the formidable Yi Chun instead. Ling Long's expression turned cold for a brief moment as she bared her teeth. Do not invoke the palace master to intimidate me. You are nothing. Yao Ji, holding her ground, seemed convinced that her opponent would not dare harm a member of the palace master's entourage. After a tense standoff, Ling Long took a step back. Fine, I shall spare the girl. But Yi Chun will not escape my grasp. Chapter 66. Frozen, a bone-chilling cold surge from the depths of his heart, rendering Yi Chun's body as if it were no longer his own. Only his eyes could move, and upon witnessing Nansheng's gradually relaxing expression, he knew his gamble had paid off. It appeared that Nansheng held significant importance to them when he first encountered her. The yellow-clad envoys had repeatedly stressed the need to preserve her life. With no further concerns for her safety, his only worry was for himself. The Yi Chun silently endured the agonizing stiffness pervading his body and the suffocating sensation of his blood freezing. His breathing becoming increasingly labored. The experience of ice slaying was entirely different. The spontaneous chill that coursed through him felt like a stream of icy water, cleansing the remnants of grime from his being. If his ice slaying represented a gentle haven, then the cold emanating from the serpent was akin to a frozen dungeon, designed to torment him to the brink of death. It seemed the adversaries reveled in their cat-and-mouse game. Unwilling to kill him immediately, instead manipulating the pace of his blood's coagulation, intent on subjecting him to endless suffering. Yet this very notion played into Yi Chen's hands. His martial blood had accumulated to an astonishing 10,000 drops through countless chases and escapes, theoretically enabling him to unlock the fourth transformation of a life and death tribulation. However, it had yet to respond to why Yi Chen surmised that with the increasing amount of blood, his own resistance had grown stronger. While the refining process of the 10,000 Tribulations Imperial I had been neglected, it was likely that the lack of external stimuli had delayed the second transformation of ice slaying. Feeling the relentless cold intensifying, Yi Chen's gaze grew clearer. His facial muscles trembled slightly, his teeth clattering together, and despite the oppressive weight pressing down upon him, he slowly yet resolutely lifted his head. What is this? Is the esteemed serpent truly so lacking in ability? Ling Long was taken aback that someone could still speak under her oppressive pressure, and furthermore, that he dared to provoke her. Unbelievable. Such audacity. Ling Long's vertical pupils narrowed, the green light in her eyes fading, yet the surrounding temperature plummeting further. Yi Chen resolutely withdrew his protective aura, allowing his body to make direct contact with the oppressive force of his adversary. A chilling sensation seemed to penetrate to his very bones, causing him to gasp involuntarily. As a thin layer of frost enveloped his skin as time passed, the frost rapidly crystallized into ice, encasing Yi Chen within an icy sculpture. Nansheng's mind was overwhelmed by the cold, her vision filled with blinding white light. By the time she regained her senses, Yi Chen had already fallen completely under the control of his opponent. "What do you intend to do?" Nansheng demanded, brandishing her sword, her body staggering forward only to falter and collapse to the ground. Under the weight of the frigid ice, it was nearly impossible for anyone to fully recover in a short span. A momentary paralysis of action was inevitable. Yao Ji's expression remained indifferent, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen while her hand quietly clenched within her sleeve. "You are the first to withstand my charm arts. Do not perish so easily." Ling Long's face contorted into a snarl, dismissively glancing at Nansheng before returning her gaze to Yi Chen, her interest intensifying. This man was unexpectedly formidable, managing to endure the second wave of pressure at his age and level of cultivation, making him truly remarkable. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. With layer upon layer of oppressive force being unleashed, the ice thickened, obscuring even Yi Chen's hazy silhouette. Should the opponent display even the slightest resistance, Ling Long would relentlessly intensify her suppression, watching as he struggled, seeking a breakthrough, only to plunge him back into despair, filled her with a thrilling sense of control over life and death, causing her to tremble with excitement. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? Whose heartbeat is that? Yi Chen's eyes had already closed, delicate lashes adorned with a glistening frost. His breathing slowed and elongated, returning him to his most primal state in the profound silence. The sound of his heartbeat crescendoed, as though it might leap forth from his chest. His consciousness transformed into a vast expanse of azure ice. Each time a fissure appeared, before he could widen it, a snowflake would fall, freezing his body further, leaving him helplessly watching the fissure close. After several iterations, it seemed his heart had reached its breaking point. Another snowflake would surely be his undoing. Yet, he discerned a glimmer of hope. His body was gradually acclimating to the frigid temperatures. The numbing cold that had rendered him rigid began to lighten, and from the depths of his being, a flicker of warmth emerged. This warmth sustained him as he ventured deeper into his consciousness, enduring the agony of being encased in ice, until the vital essence within him began to resonate. Countless crimson light points scattered throughout his body. From his brow, they spread down to his feet, intertwining in red threads. With each cycle, they emitted a vibrant crimson glow. The aura intensified, ultimately enveloping Yi Chen like silken threads, completely isolating him from the external world. Ling Long, who had been eagerly anticipating Yi Chen's resistance, suddenly furrowed her brow. Her emerald vertical pupils sparkled repeatedly, but the results were not what she desired. Bored, she tossed aside the stone in her hand. "Teach, I thought you were something special. Dying so quickly is quite dull." The stone she discarded shattered upon impact, for it had long since been frozen solid within her. Yi Chen was akin to that stone, fragile and easily crushed. "Let us go. Take her back." Yao Ji's gaze turned forlorn, but she quickly masked her emotions with an icy demeanor. She produced a spirit stone from her bosom, its luster radiant, revealing it to be a high-grade spirit stone. The stone floated before her, its form shifting with the motion of her palm, as a rift slowly tore open in the surrounding space. Yet Nansheng was oblivious to the exit she so desperately sought, her gaze fixed in a daze upon the icy sculpture encasing Yichun. Suddenly she sprang forward, fists clenched, pounding against the icy Yichun. Yichun, speak to me. Can you hear my voice? You cannot be harmed, whether due to the cold or some other reason. Her nose turned red, and tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes. Before long, crimson droplets began to appear upon the surface of the ice. Her cherished hands were already bloodied, yet she never ceased her attempts. Throughout this journey, no one understood better than her the significance Yichun held. He was her bastion in moments of despair, a guiding sun illuminating her path. Without Yichun, she might have perished long ago at the hands of Zhu. Linglong found such false sentiments utterly distasteful. Waving her hand dismissively, "What are you dawdling for? Take her away. I have no desire to linger in this godforsaken place." With that, she stepped into the rift, vanishing from sight. The two yellow-clad envoys grasped Nansheng's arms, forcibly thrusting her into the rift before departing in succession. Inside the ice sculpture, the crimson threads enveloping Yichun dimmed further, their energy continuously replenishing his body. Gradually, he began to regain his perception of the external world. The first sound he discerned was Nansheng's helpless and despairing cries that Yichun furrowed his brow, his lashes fluttering. Yaoji cast a final lingering glance at Yichun, sighing deeply before stepping into the rift. Unbeknownst to her, a wisp of milky white had silently climbed her skirt, following her into the rift, while the ice sculpture imprisoning Yichun rapidly melted, turning into water that pooled upon the ground. Chapter 67. The plunge on a desolate mountaintop. The landscape stretched bare and unadorned that a solitary pine tree stood tall against the wind. Suddenly, a black fissure appeared in the sky, widening as several figures staggered down to the ground. Nansheng, her spiritual veins sealed, had her hands bound behind her back and was carelessly shoved to the ground. The two yellow-clad envoys silently flanked her, restricting her movements. Linglong and Yao Ji landed one after the other. But Linglong's expression suddenly twisted into something sinister. "Indeed, you possess remarkable prowess to break through my initial 3 layers of pressure. Yet alas, you overestimate yourself and underestimate the might of our Lingxia Palace." As soon as the youth finished speaking, a milky white mist drifted down from Yao Ji's gown, gradually elongating to reveal a familiar silhouette. Nansheng's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the figure. "Yichun, how could you?" She had witnessed Yichun being sealed within the ice sculpture, utterly devoid of breath. Yet the reality before her compelled Nansheng to acknowledge that in this game of wits, she was the most foolish of all. That as Yichun coalesced into a complete form, he helplessly addressed Nansheng, "I apologize, but I had to conceal the truth to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities." Not only had he concealed it, but he had done so with such meticulousness that Nansheng had believed him entirely. Puffed. Nansheng chuckled, shaking her head as a weight lifted from her heart. "It's fine, as long as you're safe." Their current predicament was far from optimistic. That Yichun's peripheral vision scanned their surroundings, realizing they were still within the void wasteland. The so-called rift in space was likely a trap set by their enemies to force him into revealing himself. He had to admit, Lingxia Palace excelled at manipulating human emotions. Yao Ji's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Yichun remained where he was, perhaps she would have found a way to aid his escape. But now it was all too late. Linglong was volatile and capricious, detesting deceit above all. However, Yao Ji, having protected Linglong for many years, understood the dark whims of such individuals all too well. Sure enough, an envoy drew a sword from his waist and tossed it before Yichun. The familiar oppressive force suddenly descended, causing Yichun to involuntarily sink lower. He looked up to meet a pair of emotionless, chillingly cold eyes that Linglong's green vertical pupils fixed upon him as she spoke slowly. "If you wish to live, I can grant you that opportunity, but of course, I have my conditions that go. Use this sword to sever her ear, then gouge out her eyes. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Yao Ji was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Linglong indeed spared Nansheng's life, albeit at the cost of her ears and sight. At least she would still be alive. Yichun's face darkened as he silently released his icy aura. alleviating the pressure upon him, while his spiritual energy coalesced into countless delicate strands, enveloping Nansheng from all directions. None present possessed a spiritual force greater than Yi Chen's, remaining entirely unaware of his actions. Yet Nansheng felt something brushing against her body, a familiar sensation prompting her to look up at Yi Chen. Their gazes met silently, his eyes radiating a gentle reassurance, but in Ling Long's eyes, they were merely posturing. With a swift motion, she drew the sword into her grasp. Since you cannot bear to do it, then I shall let you witness how your beloved suffers and pleads for death at my hands. Ling Long, wielding his sword, advanced step by step toward Nansheng. A mocking smile twisting his already sinister lips, he raised his arm high, ready to sever Nansheng's ear, when suddenly, a fierce gale erupted. The violent sandstorm obscured his vision, and instinctively, Ling Long sensed that a twist of fate was imminent. Ignoring the stinging in his eyes, he shielded his face with one hand while the other thrust downward with resolute force. At that critical moment, Yi Chen's mental energy manifested as several ropes, binding Nansheng's limbs and waist. As Yi Chen summoned the power of the divine dragon to conjure a whirlwind, he forcefully yanked, wresting Nansheng from Ling Long's grasp. Immediately thereafter, cloaked by the swirling dust, Yi Chen propelled himself downward, disappearing into the forest to be by the time the others managed to regain their composure amidst the sandstorm. The two figures had vanished without a trace. Ling Long's mouth twitched in agitation as he stared at the bloodstains on his blade and the long trail of crimson on the ground. Commanding fiercely, "Find them! They cannot escape!" The wind howled past Nansheng's ears. She had braced herself for the imminent cleaving, but upon opening her eyes, she met Yi Chen's worried gaze that a chill enveloped her. Yet the warmth radiating from Yi Chen's palm seared her heart. Nansheng, Nansheng. As Yi Chen descended rapidly, he grasped a branch to break their fall, while his other hand carefully shielded Nansheng's ear. Blood seeping through his fingers, frustrated, he thought that had he acted just a fraction faster, Nansheng would not have been injured. Noticing that she was fixated on a single point after opening her eyes, Yi Chen was startled. He tightened his grip, the sharp pain jolting Nansheng from her daze, causing her to gasp in shock. The acute, numbing pain surged through her, and as she furrowed her brow and turned her head, she caught sight of the blood on Yi Chen's palm. In that moment, realization dawned upon her. Despite Yi Chen's swiftness, he had been grappling with the treacherous Ling Long for her sake, and how could she emerge unscathed? However, at that moment, the injuries were inconsequential to her. Glancing at the precarious branch that seemed ready to give way, Nansheng's face fell with concern that it's about to break. What do we do? Yi Chen looked up at the branch, which had begun to splinter at its base. The two of them were indeed too heavy. How resilient could a tree growing on a cliff be? Below them lay a veil of mist, obscuring what awaited them. Having extensively utilized his mental energy, even if he strained to probe their surroundings, his range would be severely limited. Minshin's sword. Yi Chen tightened his embrace around Nansheng and summoned the Minshin sword, its azure hilt emanating a gentle glow. I entrust this to you. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy into the Minshin sword beneath their feet, swiftly releasing the branch. The sensation of plummeting was so intense that Nansheng could not open her eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, but recalling their dire situation, she bit her lip to stifle her voice. Once that group discovered their escape, they would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, even if it meant traversing mountains and earth to find them. Yet this feeling of freefall did not last long. Yi Chen stepped onto the Minshin sword. His weight shifted, causing his body to tilt precariously. Fortunately, the Minshin sword reacted swiftly, redirecting itself towards Yi Chen. Gripping the cold hilt tightly, Yi Chen's veins bulged as he thrust the sword into the cliffside. The blade sliced through the hard rock, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks, gradually stabilizing Yi Chen's descent. At that moment, they broke through the clouds, revealing a clear view below. A patch of low shrubbery, its tender green leaves basking in the sun's brilliance. The sight was a vivid tapestry of green, etching itself into their minds. Chapter 68. Extreme Demon. Thanks to the cushioning effect of the Minshin sword, they landed without turning into a mere heap of flesh, merely a few meters from the ground. Yi Chen released the hilt as the Minshin sword transformed into a radiant light, merging with his body. In the instant of landing, he embraced Nansheng's waist, executing a few spins before they firmly touched down. Only when Nan Sheng's feet met the solid ground did her heart finally settle. She had almost believed she would perish in that place. But fortunately, Yi Chen was by her side. That it seemed that as long as she was with this man, every peril would be averted, as he always appeared when despair loomed. Noticing the intensity of Nan Sheng's gaze, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and retrieved a medicinal herb from his spatial pocket. The deep green leaves exuded a pungent scent, and after crushing the juice between his fingers, he unceremoniously applied it to the tip of Nan Sheng's ear. The sting finally drew her attention back, causing her to retreat a few steps, glaring at Yi Chen with a playful pout. "That hurts." Ling Long had intended to sever her ear completely, but thanks to Yi Chen's swift action, only a small portion of her ear was grazed. Under the influence of the raw medicinal herb, the wound quickly ceased bleeding, and Yi Chen continuously channeled his spiritual energy to ensure it healed properly. They remained in place after landing, and having learned from past experiences, Yi Chen understood the importance of caution before fully grasping the situation. "Please guard me. I need to recover my mental energy." With that, Yi Chen seated himself cross-legged without granting Nan Sheng a chance to object. Nan Sheng, indeed, had no retort, meekly murmuring, "You just like to command me." Yet she dutifully stood watch, enveloping herself and Yi Chen in a protective barrier. Yi Chen closed his eyes, sinking into his consciousness that on the surface of a vast ocean within, a thin layer of frost formed, like a delicate membrane safeguarding the entire SIDS. Yi Chen appeared. This membrane vanished, and with a glimmer in his lowered gaze, the surface transformed instantaneously into solid ice. However, the ice did not form abruptly. Rather, it was a gradual process. Yet under Yi Chen's imperial gaze, the unfolding scenario was perfectly predicted. Witnessing the instantaneous activation of his skill, a flicker of joy crossed Yi Chen's face. Success. 10,000 calamities, 4 transformations. Extreme Demon Eye. If eyes could hinder an opponent's movement, the Extreme Demon Eye allowed foresight, enabling Yi Chen to deduce the trajectory of an opponent's attacks based on their every movement. With this ability, Yi Chen could accurately gauge the range of pressure emitted when Ling Long activated his Serpent Eye, locating vulnerabilities to evade the assaults. This technique was born from the comprehension attained under the most intense pressure and was the best adaptation to Yi Chen's physical prowess. Yi Chen's recovery spanned 5 days. Nan Sheng was on edge, fearing that at any moment, that group might emerge. Thankfully, Yi Chen did not give her cause for concern. When he finally opened his eyes, he stood abruptly, a serious demeanor enveloping him, a flicker of blue light dancing in his eyes. Nan Sheng discerned that he was utilizing his divine eye and refrained from interrupting. Her curiosity piqued as she watched him intently. After all this time, she knew Yi Chen possessed a divine eye but had never learned its true nature. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, Nan Sheng's fascination with his divine eye had intensified. Under the manifestation of the Extreme Demon Eye, everything around seemed cloaked in frost. The tender leaves swaying in the wind moved in slow motion, while faint afterimages trailed their movements. Indeed, when Yi Chen deactivated the Extreme Demon Eye, the leaves resumed their swift motions, their range nearly identical to the previous afterimages. Success. Even after having tested it in his consciousness, the thrill of breaking through with the 10,000 calamities Imperial Eye was overwhelming, stirring excitement within Yi Chen. For every cultivator, this was a moment of immense significance. Yet Yi Chen concealed his elation, maintaining a facade of composure. As his mental energy enveloped the entire thicket, Yi Chen's brow began to furrow. This appeared to be a cliff deep within the Demon Mountain, notorious for its lurking dangers. Every flower and blade of grass could harbor venom. However, whether before or now, Yi Chen sensed no danger, leaving him perplexed. "What is it? Any discoveries?" Nan Sheng approached eagerly, unsure if she genuinely sought information about their surroundings or not. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, refraining from hastily voicing his thoughts. Nan Sheng had sustained injuries multiple times, and her cultivation remained somewhat stagnant. Recovering her spiritual energy, having been frozen by ice, was no simple feat after all. Not everyone possessed the 10,000 calamities Imperial Eye, perfectly suited to counter the frigid forces. "Are you going to speak? Is something amiss?" Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Nan Sheng's earlier excitement waned, her expression growing solemn. Every step they took now held immense significance. That Yi Chen shook his head. "I can't quite articulate it. There is no immediate danger, but something feels off. This does not seem like the Demon Mountain at all." Upon hearing this, Nansheng recalled in the earlier crisis, she had not had the time to ponder. But now that she looked again, it indeed felt somewhat unusual. Despite the prowess of the Ling Xie Palace members, it was impossible for them to eradicate all the demon beasts. Nansheng stroked her chin, surveying her surroundings cautiously as she followed Yi Chun, refraining from wandering aimlessly. It is precisely in places that appear exceedingly safe that one must exercise utmost caution. That Yi Chun, too, remained unperturbed, scanning the area with keen awareness. His mental energy perpetually radiating, precisely attuned to every subtle shift around him. However, as time passed, nothing out of the ordinary materialized. Yet in such a setting, an absence of anomalies was the greatest peculiarity. It was entirely possible that the vanished beasts were not driven away or hunted by the Ling Xie Palace, but had simply disappeared for some unknown reason. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced this sensation became, and an inexplicable dread compelled Yi Chun to activate his highest defense state instinctively. His mental energy expanded outward in concentric circles. Suddenly, Yi Chun came to an abrupt halt. Nansheng immediately prepared for battle. Her dagger gleaming coldly in her grip, Yi Chun raised a hand to signal her to refrain from acting impulsively as he cautiously advanced, directing his mental energy toward a specific direction 0.3 kilometers ahead of them. An unusual surge of energy erupted, infused with raw ferocity. It was likely the very beast that had vanished. Yet under Yi Chun's mental scrutiny, not a single beast could be detected. Could it be that all the beasts had cloaked themselves? This seemed implausible, and Yi Chun understood this, which is why he restrained Nansheng from taking action. Sensing the rising agitation of the aura upon Nansheng revealing her dagger, Yi Chun hastily gestured for her to remain still. Although she was bewildered, Nansheng unconditionally trusted Yi Chun. Chapter 69. The Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast. Yi Chun crouched alongside Nansheng, maintaining a level with the underbrush as they approached the source of the anomalous energy. Upon witnessing the sight before them, both Yi Chun and Nansheng halted in their tracks. Before them lay a colossal beast, surrounded by countless smaller beasts that were engaged in some form of ritual. They could see numerous bloodlines being extracted from the smaller creatures, gradually flowing toward the massive beast that lay on the ground. The enormous beast exceeded 10 feet in length, its tail occasionally flicking. Each movement stirring up a powerful whirlwind that appeared to be at the brink of exhaustion, its eyes half closed, revealing a hint of noble arrogance that a mere glance from it seemed to disdain all life. This was the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast, rumored to be the guardian of the demon clan's sacred sword, capable of obliterating the entire Eastern Spirit continent with a single swipe. What was it doing here? Nansheng exclaimed, her voice involuntarily rising in pitch, startling Yi Chun, who quickly covered her mouth. Fortunately, none of the beasts lifted their heads. However, the so-called guardian beast suddenly opened its eyes slightly, its gaze probing toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun mistakenly believed it to be in a feral frenzy and instinctively shielded Nansheng behind him. Nansheng retreated repeatedly, her pupils dilating, torn between the desire to observe and the fear of provoking the beast's primal instincts. Their caution was justified, for the name of the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast was indeed formidable. Though Yi Chun had never seen its likeness, he had heard countless tales about it throughout his life. Besides guarding the demon clan's sacred sword, it had fought alongside the demon emperor, slaying numerous divine generals. There was even a version of the story that linked it to the tragic massacre of the dragon clan. Yi Chun had once dismissed such tales as mere exaggerations meant to frighten children, but upon encountering the beast in person, those memories resurfaced. Whether true or false, the sight of the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast stirred a profound indignation within him, not for the dragon clan, but for the vengeful spirit of the elder Qing Mi residing within him, whose fury threatened to erupt. "Calm down, elder," Yi Chun silently communicated, aware that should the elder manifest, their demise would be imminent. Besides, the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast appeared to be on the verge of its demise. Whether it truly heeded Yi Chun's plea or not, Qing Mi seemed to have settled down considerably. Unaware of the turmoil within Yi Chun, Nansheng felt as though her entire being was trembling. She could not shake the sensation that the gaze of the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast had sharpened, as if it had found its long-sought prey. Nansheng's intuition was not unfounded. The Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast indeed exhibited a change, though not in the manner of considering them as prey. "Young one, step forward," a deep, gravelly voice suddenly resonated, emanating from the beast without its mouth moving, that a creature that had fought alongside the demon emperor could hardly be a mere beast lacking intelligence. After all, nearly 10,000 years had passed. It must have attained a semblance of sentience that Wei Yichen furrowed his brow, uncertain of its intentions. Nansheng tugged at the hem of his garment, urgently shaking her head. Don't go. It might want to devour you. Yichen never undertook endeavors without confidence. Without understanding the other party, he would not take risks. Observing that Yichen remained stationary, the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast seemed unperturbed. Its eyes fully opened, that it regarded Yichen with a hint of uncertainty, scrutinizing him up and down, before a beam of light shot forth that Wei Yichen, having kept his extreme demon eyes activated, sprang into action the moment the light approached. The beam swept toward him with little room for evasion. As Yichen leaned back, he suddenly remembered that Nansheng was still behind him. Reacting swiftly, he executed a rapid spin, propelling both himself and Nansheng into the air, narrowly avoiding the beam as they landed on the ground. The Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast was taken aback, not angered by Yichen's evasion, but rather amused, exclaiming, "You were able to predict the trajectory of my light beam. Young one, you possess remarkable skill." This acknowledgement felt akin to a senior's recognition of a junior, yet Yichen did not share in the delight. This was the first time he had employed his extreme demon eyes against a formidable adversary, brushing perilously close to danger while exercising utmost caution. While others might merely view him as quick-witted, the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast seemed to see through him entirely, that a sense of unease gripped Yichen. Given the beast's extensive lifespan, could it also discern his myriad Tribulations emperor eyes? In the next moment, a sudden pain pierced his consciousness. The Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast, unhesitatingly, unleashed its power, sensing not only a familiar aura emanating from Yichen, but also a formidable energy that made it tremble. Yet, as it attempted to penetrate Yichen's consciousness, it encountered only a blinding whiteness. Confused, it surveyed its surroundings, its eyes widening in realization. Illusion, before the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast could delve deeper. A more potent wave of darkness surged forth, enveloping it and expelling it from Yichen's consciousness. Its mental energy was severely wounded, and its already weakened body could scarcely endure the strain. The moment its keen eyes, which had regained clarity for a brief moment, began to close once more, the smaller beasts surrounding it seemed to sense their guardian's plight, each one raising its head to howl at the sky. Meanwhile, Ling Long and her companions, who had been trailing the bloodstains, finally arrived at the cliff's base. Observing the deep gouges etched into the stone wall, Ling Long's expression darkened. Damn it. Even jumping down from such a height didn't kill them. Yao Ji remained silent, her brow slightly furrowed, concerned for the unfortunate soul who had fallen into such misfortune. They were at a complete loss, as the area resembled a labyrinth, with dense underbrush surrounding them. They had spent 2 days here, retracing their steps multiple times, always circling back to the same spots. Lacking powerful mental guidance and the meticulous analysis that Yichen provided, it was exceedingly difficult for them to navigate through this endless thicket. Just then, a series of beastly roars echoed throughout the valley. Ling Long's gaze abruptly shifted toward one direction, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Found you. Yao Ji shook her head in disappointment, lamenting the unfortunate fate that had befallen them. Though she wished to spare them, Yichen's luck had never been particularly favorable. Unbeknownst to him, as he endeavored to escape with Nansheng, the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast appeared to take a keen interest in him. As he sensed an intrusion into his consciousness, that it was only due to the elder bound to the altar that it had not succeeded. However, there was no guarantee that it would not attempt a second strike. No matter how they maneuvered, they were continually rebuffed by an invisible barrier that propelled them back to their original position. The Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast, struggling to survive, reveled in their predicament, relishing their repeated failures. After several attempts, Yichen finally realized that without the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast command, they would likely remain trapped in this domain. Elder, we mean no disturbance. Please allow us to depart. Or else, Yichen's temper, not easily riled, had simmered with frustration from being toyed with, and he was now seething with indignation. His spiritual energy surged violently, his gaze cold and profound as he locked eyes with the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger beast. Maintaining a stance of neither servility nor arrogance despite the vast disparity between them, Chapter 70. The Spirit of the Oblivion Sword. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the colossal beast bore down on Yi Chun, causing his breathing to quicken and his body to instinctively react. His protective aura was forcibly breached from the outside, and 3 protective scales on his chest emerged, radiating a lustrous glow. Upon witnessing the scales on Yi Chun's chest, the 9 Heavens Thunder Tiger Beast seemed momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "After 10,000 years, I never imagined you would still be alive." That Yi Chun felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively covering it with his hand. At that fleeting glance, he sensed as if he had been completely seen through. Useless. Under those piercing eyes, nothing remained hidden. The voice of Qingmi echoed in Yi Chun's mind, cautioning him against futile efforts. Even though he had long been aware, he could not help but feel a jolt of fear. How could he be so unfortunate, emerging from one perilous situation only to plunge into another, consistently treading the fine line between life and death? Suddenly, amidst this tense stalemate, a familiar aura crept closer. Nansheng also sensed it. The force capable of freezing her very blood was growing stronger. With an anxious expression, she turned to Yi Chun, exclaiming, "They are coming for us." Damn it. Yi Chun cursed under his breath. It must have been that beast's roar that drew them in. This place was a labyrinth, riddled with illusory formations. Navigating it with mere eyesight was impossible. The 9 Heavens Thunder Tiger seemed somewhat taken aback that in a single day, 2 groups had intruded. Did they truly believe this was an uninhabited realm? Coming and going as they pleased, with the furious authority of its voice reverberating, the air around them felt as though it had been compressed, making it difficult to breathe. However, this suffocating sensation quickly swept past Yi Chun and Nansheng, moving toward the more distant regions. "What is happening?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, exchanging a silent glance with Nansheng. Was this creature not planning to strike at them? It dawned on Yi Chun that, as an ancient beast capable of contending with the divine, ending their lives could be accomplished in a mere breath. The only reason they were still alive and well was that the entity had never intended to harm them. But why? Yi Chun could not help but glance at the 9 Heavens Thunder Tiger, now collapsed on the ground like a frail elder awaiting death. "You do not wish to kill us?" The Thunder Tiger offered no reply, merely gazing deeply at Yi Chun, remaining silent. The prior oppressive aura entirely dissipated. Whether it was focusing all its energy on confronting Ling Long and her companions, or having chosen to spare them, it was unclear. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind. Yi Chun and Nansheng turned in unison, instinctively guessing what had transpired. An inexplicable energy had emerged, and the surrounding space seemed to be under someone else's control. First, it compressed their space, making it impossible to breathe, and then it began to cleave the space into countless shards. Instead of falling to the ground, they came hurtling toward them. Fortunately, Yao Ji reacted swiftly, creating clones to confuse the enemy, allowing the bewildered Shizi to narrowly escape disaster. However, that sinister energy followed them relentlessly, no matter where they fled. This sense of being manipulated ignited Ling Long's reckless fury toward Yao Ji. A chilling wave swept over Yao Ji, and her already injured body could not withstand it, causing her to collapse to the ground. "It is all your fault, you self-righteous fool. Your moment of selfishness has left us utterly passive." Ling Long kicked Yao Ji in the abdomen, showing no mercy, treating her as a mere punching bag for her emotions. Under the oppressive gaze of those serpent-like eyes, Yao Ji could only endure the blows. Her head lowered to hide her vengeful glare. If the day ever came when she could turn the tables, she would undoubtedly repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. Yi Chun and his companion were unaware of the exact events unfolding, but they knew that Lingxia Palace had undoubtedly suffered a loss. Yet when they turned back, the Thunder Tiger had completely closed its eyes, its presence faint. Surrounding them, a small circle of demonic beasts lay weeping on the ground. They had sacrificed all their vitality, yet still could not reclaim the dominance of the Demon Mountain. For centuries, the reason the Demon Mountain had remained untrampled by those cultivators was due in part to the intimidation of this very ruler. With its demise, would the mountain not become vulnerable to humiliation? Nonetheless, no matter how deep their obsessions ran, they could not defy the heavens. The 9 Heavens Thunder Tiger was not immortal. After 10,000 years, it had reached the limits of its lifespan. Yi Chun, unwilling to become embroiled in this tragedy, retreated to the outermost edge of the barrier with Nansheng. The last gaze of the Thunder Tiger was directed at Yi Chun. As if peering through him to another being. 10,000 years have passed. Demon Emperor, I have fulfilled my promise. The ancient, slow voice reverberated in Yi Chun's mind, leaving him perplexed as he glanced at Nan Sheng, who appeared calm. He feared this message was meant solely for him. The fates of all the demonic beasts were intertwined with that of the Thunder Tiger, and as the Thunder Tiger faltered, countless beasts began to show signs of aging. Yi Chun stared in shock as over 100 demonic beasts perished before him. The impact profound. After the demise of a demonic beast, its demon core would remain intact for a period. However, before Yi Chun lay a resplendent sky, supported by various colored demon cores. Leading the spectacle, the crimson demon core of the Thunder Tiger floated gently toward Yi Chun, exuding a furious aura that made his scalp tingle simply from proximity. Meanwhile, something within him seemed to stir, yearning to absorb the power contained within the demon core. Then a deep blue light erupted from Yi Chun, as the Min Shun sword stood before him, the crimson demon core swirling around it, as if it had found its rightful home. Countless red threads of energy emerged from the demon core, entwining the sword's body. The transparent blade gradually turned bright red, reflecting the bloodline that surged within Yi Chun. With wide eyes, Yi Chun beheld the transformation before him. The Min Shun sword, shrouded in mystery, bore the marks of time. The cracks hinted that it had been shattered in the past, its spirit forcibly dispersed. Yet he had never anticipated encountering its spirit once more. And this spirit was anything but ordinary. The essence contained within the demon core was completely drained, resulting in a brand new metamorphosis for the Min Shun sword at the hilt. A red orb radiated warmth, and the sword's crimson body was pierced by a line of blood that ran from tip to hilt. The Min Shun sword whirled around Yi Chun joyously, its malevolent aura subdued and well-controlled. The urge to connect with the bloodline was irresistible, prompting Yi Chun to reach out and grasp the hilt gently. In that moment, a searing heat surged through his chest, igniting a fervor within him as if he were about to ascend. Simultaneously, a miniature version of the Nine Heavens Thunder Tiger began to materialize within Yi Chun's consciousness. The palm-sized creature remained curled up within a translucent shell, its body adorned with a radiant red glow. Chapter 71. The treasure is this. The Yuan Ling, following the spirit weapon. A Yuan Ling artifact, possessing its own consciousness, was born. Across the eastern spirit continent, Yuan Ling artifacts were exceedingly rare. Each instance of their emergence would incite fierce competition among the major factions. For possessing a Yuan Ling artifact was akin to having an unparalleled master. Nothing could rival the mastery of a Yuan Ling, however. It was evident that the Yuan Ling of the Min Shun sword was still quite fragile, weaker than a newborn infant. Yet despite this, the sword, now imbued with its spirit, wielded power beyond comparison. Yi Chun swung the sword carelessly, and the thickets before him fell away, severed at the roots, extending beyond the limits of the naked eye. Initially, Nan Sheng held reservations, but upon witnessing Yi Chun's effortless display, she was left utterly speechless. This was simply beyond words. Even the little princess of the Divine King's palace had never encountered a weapon of such immense power. It seemed that merely standing there instilled fear. A sword of this caliber could only be tamed by a warrior like Yi Chun. What shall we do with these demon cores? Once Yi Chun sheathed his sword, Nan Sheng cast a glance at the vast array of demon cores before them, a twinge of desire stirring within her. Demon cores were hard to come by, and high-tier ones were especially coveted, even igniting her own greed. Yet Yi Chun shook his head. Let them dissipate on their own. After a demonic beast's demise, its core would only exist for 3 days, without spiritual energy to sustain it. It would vanish completely from the realm. These beasts had sacrificed their lives for the Thunder Tiger, and now that it had become the spirit of the Min Shun sword, Yi Chun could not bear to exploit them. However, as he moved, his heart raced, an intense yearning to absorb the power within the demon cores igniting within him. He paused, glancing once more at the egg within his consciousness, which was on the brink of hatching. The crystalline shell radiated a dazzling light, seemingly urging Yi Chun that it required nourishment. Yi Chun's gaze flitted between the young Thunder Tiger and the demon cores, realization dawning upon him that I understand now. It's you who desires this. Reflecting on the sacrifices made by the demonic beast for the Thunder Tiger, he mused that this might be a form of closure. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the power from the demon cores into his consciousness. Take your time to digest. Watching as the cores transformed into countless beams of light and surged into the egg, Yichen felt assured that his understanding was indeed correct throughout the ordeal. Nansheng had remained silent, recognizing that some matters were best left unspoken. As the Thunder Tiger faded from existence, the surrounding barrier dissipated. Ling Long would soon be on their heels. They had no intention of lingering here. Yet, as Yi Chun prepared to move, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something dazzlingly colorful. Instinctively halting, his heart raced once more, this time purely from excitement. Seven-colored lioli grass. Nansheng naturally noticed the radiant hues seeping from the earth, akin to the resplendent sun at dawn, increasingly dazzling and captivating. Such an intensity of light could only signify the fruition of the seven-colored glass grass. This extraordinary plant flowers once every century and bears but a single fruit among 100 stalks. Due to its extreme rarity, the world has yet to witness the seven-colored glass fruit. Only the grass itself. As they approached, Yichen finally discerned the true nature of the seven-colored glass grass. On the swaying, delicate branches hung a singular, multicolored fruit, expanding in the breeze, noticeably enlarging in mere moments. Just as Yichen reached out to pluck it, Nansheng swiftly restrained him. "Do not be hasty," she cautioned, gently patting the back of his hand. "The fruit of the seven-colored glass grass requires 3 full hours to reach complete maturity. Otherwise, its medicinal properties will be compromised. Such a rare treasure must not be mishandled." Yichen was not entirely certain, yet he trusted Nansheng's words implicitly. However, the people from Lingxie Palace would not allow them to pass these 3 hours unscathed. Almost as soon as Nansheng finished speaking, another voice interjected. 3 hours, you say? How unfortunate. It seems this treasure is beyond your reach." The finely dressed young master, his garments tattered and hair disheveled, emanated an increasingly sinister and malevolent aura that Yichen rose with a cold expression. Positioning Nansheng protectively behind him and murmured, "You guard the glass grass. It must not be harmed. That is the medicine that can save Ling Er." He then advanced step by step toward Ling Long. At that moment, Yao Ji had lost her graceful demeanor, resembling a refugee in dire straits that as she caught Yichen's scrutinizing gaze, she instinctively averted her head, not wishing for him to witness her current disheveled state. Yi Chun, indifferent to her plight, quickly shifted his focus back to Ling Long. That it was unclear what the Thunder Tiger beast had done to reduce the once arrogant young master to such a pitiful state. The mocking glimmer in Yi Chen's eyes was perceived by Ling Long as blatant derision. That he clenched his fists. Those who claw their way out of hell seldom concern themselves with the nuances of humanity. Ling Long's emerald eyes flickered with a chilling light, a wave of frigid air sweeping over them once more. Having experienced the previous encounter, he unleashed the full extent of his serpent eye's power. Exerting a cold pressure that transcended his own limits, in a moment of haste, Yichen managed to push Nansheng out of the attack range, but took the brunt of the blow himself. Ugh! Yichen could not suppress a muffled groan as the blood surged violently within him. That sudden strike had nearly shattered the energy he had painstakingly gathered. After enduring the initial agony, his body quickly acclimated. Those who had previously developed an immunity to the cold of the serpent, I found it significantly easier to withstand its oppressive force once more. Nevertheless, the pain contorted Yi Chen's features into a grimace. He grinned maliciously at Ling Long, as if mocking his audacity. "You are far too young and weak. Do you truly believe that your serpent eye can still pose a threat to me?" Extreme Demon Eye, a similarly formidable icy power, erupted from within him, countering the serpent eye's force. That if the serpent eye's power was brutish and direct, Yi Chen's extreme demon eye manifested as a subtle force, silently permeating the opponent's energy, gradually eroding it away. Initially, Ling Long observed Yi Chen's energy being devoured by his own serpent eye's power with a smirk of scorn and delight. Yao Ji, feeling the tension, instinctively clenched her fists, gathering her spiritual energy that if it truly came down to dire circumstances, she would not hesitate to intervene. Whether for the man who had first captured her admiration or to avenge the humiliation she had suffered at Ling Long's hands. However, she soon realized that Yi Chen's demeanor was amiss. Even in the face of such a formidable foe, he remained unfazed and composed, just as he had been during their earlier encounter. Initially, Yao Ji had assumed he was merely putting on a facade. But reality delivered a harsh slap to her face. Did this not imply that Yi Chen had already devised a strategy to counter Ling Long? The Serpent Eye's power remained an enigma. Even the palace master of the Divine King Palace would need to exert considerable effort against it. How could a mere novice, merely at the stone-breaking realm, possess such capabilities, though it sounded almost ludicrous? It was not entirely unfounded. While Yao Ji was uncertain about others, she had witnessed too many miracles unfold in Yi Chen's presence. Chapter 72. Turning the tide, two streams of transparent, icy power fluctuated between them, neither party yielding an inch. However, overall, it appeared that Ling Long had the upper hand. Nansheng felt a wave of anxiety for Yi Chen. Should he falter now, it would mean the loss of her sister's life-saving remedy. Others may not grasp the depths of his dedication, but after traveling alongside him for so long, Nansheng understood his relentless spirit and willingness to risk everything for his sister, despite her own entourage of no fewer than 10 skilled protectors. Even her grandfather could not bear to see her in such peril. With her gaze resolutely fixed on the 7-colored glass grass, Nansheng stepped forward, removing the jade pendant from around her neck. Channeling her spiritual energy to forcefully activate its protective array, IT had been imbued with her grandfather's consciousness for her protection, capable of withstanding a devastating blow from a formidable foe. Now, she repurposed it to safeguard the 7-colored glass grass. Yi Chen, catching a glimpse of Nansheng's actions from the corner of his eye, felt a swell of warmth in his heart. This little princess had a commendable spirit. With that in mind, he vowed not to let her down. The steady output of spiritual energy suddenly surged with newfound strength, causing Ling Long's initial confidence to waver. His expression began to betray cracks of disbelief. Impossible! In just a few short days, how could you possibly improve so rapidly? Having been trained from a young age to analyze both his opponents and his own strengths, Ling Long had anticipated that Yi Chen would not withstand the pressure of his 4th level. Yet now, though he appeared to have the advantage, he felt the Serpent Eye's power being infiltrated by another form of coldness. It was a chilling sensation that seemed to burn him, fluctuating between warmth and cold, rendering his body almost uncontrollable. Yao Ji sensed Ling Long's distress but feigned ignorance. This arrogant fool was in dire need of a lesson that in the blink of an eye, the tables turned from despair to dominance over Ling Long. Nansheng watched in awe, her perceptions of Yi Chen consistently challenged. Foolish woman, why are you still standing there? Help! Finally, after her attempts to resist failed, Ling Long roared in frustration. Yao Ji's eyes darkened, yet her movements were swift as she conjured a cloud of mist to obscure their vision. Hoping to use the chaos to escape with Ling Long with a flash of purple, she intended to induce a momentary daze in Yi Chen. But unexpectedly, her plan backfired. Yi Chen's mental strength had surged dramatically. Bolstered by the presence of the Thunder Tiger beast, that moment, Yi Chen's mind was fortified like an impregnable fortress, and Yao Ji unwittingly collided head-on with it. Clutching her bleeding eyes, Yao Ji stumbled back a few steps. The mist she had conjured dissipating rapidly. Ice slaughter. Under the dual onslaught of coldness, both Yao Ji and Ling Long felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Shivering uncontrollably, Yi Chen swiftly darted past, targeting their spiritual veins before making a rapid retreat. One must maintain a safe distance from such individuals. Who knows how many concealed weapons they might possess? Yi Chen. Nansheng rushed toward him. Standing before him with adoration radiating from her eyes, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the jade pendant around her neck. With a flick of his wrist, it floated toward him. Leaning down, he personally fastened the pendant for her and gently admonished. Such a precious item should not be carelessly utilized, do you understand? The sheltered princess had yet to face the harsh realities of the world, much like his naive sister. Yao Ji observed the interaction between them, her expression dimming momentarily. Indeed, a woman such as herself might find her life consumed by hatred. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow loomed over her, and she gazed up in astonishment. Yi Chen, his expression cold, knelt before her, holding a porcelain vial. With a flick of his power, he sent it toward her. Apply this to your wound. Scars do not lend themselves to beauty. His concern stemmed purely from a fondness for beauty. Yet, as Yao Ji grasped the vial, feeling its lingering warmth, it felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Shameless vixen. Ling Long, rendered immobile, glared at Yao Ji with a murderous intent that Wei Chen cast a glance at Ling Long. And with a flick of his sword, the Mian Shun sword emerged, its icy blade radiating a sharp glimmer. Just the proximity felt akin to being placed upon a searing blade, where a mere touch could lead to a river of blood. What are you planning to do? I warn you, if you harm me, Ling Xie Palace will not let you off. He was a prized instrument, painstakingly nurtured by Ling Xie Palace. They won't let you off. Yi Chen chuckled coldly, looking down upon him. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? If I were to release you, would you not seek revenge against me? Such individuals are vengeful to the core, and it is inevitable that they shall seek retribution in the future. Yet, Yi Chen had no intention of ending his life. The master of Lingxia Palace likely had better things to do than scouring the world for someone merely due to the face of a mere snake. However, should he truly eliminate the snake, he would inevitably face adversaries far mightier than the Tianwang mansion. He was well aware of the choices before him. Moreover, escaping this wretched place required the cooperation of this very snake. Bah, don't expect me to lead you out. You might as well wait here for death. Upon discerning Yi Chen's intentions, Ling Long seemed to regain the upper hand, disdainfully snorting at him. Indeed, let us see just how resilient your tongue is. Yi Chen had no desire to engage in further banter. This pampered young master was not made of iron. With a swift thrust, the Minshin sword pierced Ling Long's thigh, a gaping wound appearing instantaneously. Blood gushed forth, and Ling Long groaned in agony, arching his neck, "That I will kill you! I swear I will kill you!" Ling Long gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Chen, the veins in his neck standing out in a painful bulge. This reckless madman dared to lay hands on him. Yi Chen not only dared but relished the act. Thrust, 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 for more wounds appeared on Ling Long's limbs. The cold tip of the sword pressed against the position of his spiritual C with this strike. Your cultivation will be rendered useless. Do you think Lingxia Palace would still have any need for a cripple? Yi Chen's voice was low and gravelly, each word landing precisely on Ling Long's most sensitive spots. Beside them, Yao Ji could not help but turn pale. Cultivation was of paramount importance in Lingxia Palace. In such a perilous forest, it was their only reliance. Even as a snake, Ling Long was no exception. Otherwise, he would not be clad merely in the garb of a yellow-clad messenger. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ling Long's complexion shifted dramatically. His neck stiffened, unable to utter a single curse or retort. Feeling the cold gradually seep through his thin clothing, goosebumps rose on Ling Long's skin. His mind incessantly replayed the fates of other snakes who had been reduced to ruins, their eyes gouged out, limbs severed and thrown into snake pits as fodder. Ling Long shuddered, his face paling. I will tell you everything. Chapter 73. Fully matured Nanshan City. Yi family outside the towering walls, circles upon circles of well-equipped soldiers surrounded the Yi residence, sealing it off completely. The corpulent Guan Hai sat comfortably within a spacious palanquin, surrounded by beautiful women. He slammed his hand on the table, and a bunch of glistening, delectable green grapes instantly transformed into lethal projectiles. Whoosh! The plump fruits shot forth like sharp arrows towards the mansion's entrance. However, in the next moment, an invisible barrier materialized, and the grapes seemed to collide with an impenetrable water wall, spinning wildly before plummeting to the ground. This attack had been unleashed countless times, and the barrier was beginning to show signs of strain. It was only a matter of time before it would be forcibly breached inside the Yi residence. A group of individuals armed with various weapons glared intently at the main gate. The scholar, draped in a large black cloth, revealed a slender, pale wrist amidst his erratic movements. "Elder, it's bad. The secret passage has been blocked." A disheveled Yi Qing'an limped forward, panic-stricken, pointing behind him as he gasped for breath. "Those people, they released tear gas in the secret passage, trying to force us out." The scholar's expression changed dramatically, nearly losing his grip on the unconscious Yi Linger in his arms. How? How could this happen? How did they know about the Yi family's secret passage? Faced with such a grave threat, the secret passage was their only chance for escape. But now, it was all over. After a brief moment of panic, the scholar forced himself to calm down, handing Yi Linger to the nearby Zhang Chuwei. "Elder Zhang, your cultivation surpasses mine. You are swift of foot that I will lead the disciples out. You take the young lady and flee. Zhang Chue instinctively took hold of the unconscious Yi Linger, his expression momentarily stunned. You trust me? He had nearly betrayed the Yi family and had constantly mocked the scholar as a fence-sitter. Why would this man still place his trust in him? Even suggesting he would pave the way for him. Shouldn't he be the one to step forward as a shield? The scholar gazed at Zhang Chue in silence until the sound of the barrier trembling echoed from outside once more. No matter what has transpired, you are now a part of the Yi family. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The barrier threatened to collapse. The scholar hurriedly gave him a push, boom. With Guan Hai launching another attack, the protective barrier that had safeguarded the Yi family for years finally shattered. The resounding echoes reverberated endlessly, waves of ripples cascading down, transforming into a mist that filled the air. And the grand doors of the Yi residence opened once more after half a year. With a crash, the redwood doors splintered into fragments. The scholar bore the brunt. A surge of immense energy erupting from his body, his robes billowing fiercely. Shards of wood became sharp projectiles, launching towards the myriad of enemies before him. That moment, a figure hunched over and fled from the side door of the Yi residence. Under the cover of the scholar and the remaining defenders of the Yi family, they managed to escape in a disheveled manner to in the depths of the Demon Mountain. The resplendent colors grew ever more vibrant. As time passed, the plump fruit became increasingly translucent. Yi Chun stood vigil, unblinking, even employing his spiritual energy to meticulously observe every growth and change of the seven-colored glazed fruit. Beside him, Yao Ji, her spiritual veins sealed and fed with a softening powder, reclined amidst a thicket of bushes. The other individual fared far worse. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and his body bore numerous wounds, still oozing blood. Nansheng discarded the broken vine in his hand, shaking his arm. Phew, I'm exhausted. Let's see how you carry yourself now. If only Ling Long would behave, but he often resorted to cursing Yi Chun. His gaze was one that seemed to wish to devour Yi Chun whole. Utterly repulsive. Unable to bear it any longer, Nansheng scolded him a few times, casting a helpless glance at Yi Chun. Since the seven-colored glazed fruit had entered its maturation phase, Yi Chun had not moved an inch. Nansheng pouted, utterly bewildered by how significant Yi Chun's sister seemed to him, prompting such unwavering attention. Finally, at noon, the crystalline fruit reached full maturity. It's done, Yi Chun exclaimed, hastily wrapping the seven-colored glazed fruit with his spiritual energy. It was said that once fully matured, the fruit would detach from its stem. If it fell to the ground, it would be nearly impossible to locate again. Yi Chun surrounded the space with his spiritual energy, slowing the fruit's descent. He formed a barrier below with his spiritual power. After tremendous effort, he finally secured the most vital item of this journey, sealing the glazed fruit within a porcelain bottle with his spiritual energy. A weight lifted from Yi Chun's heart. Nansheng approached, smiling. Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled. Yi Chun returned the smile. And congratulations to you. We shall soon depart this wretched place. They made their way towards the struggling Ling Long. Just as their forms began to fade, Nansheng looked at Yi Chun and murmured softly, Yi Chun, we shall meet again. Soon. A flash of light enveloped the area, restoring tranquility once more. Meanwhile, in other realms of the void wilderness, long-deceased corpses began to fade away. Spirits that had been trapped here for so long could finally return to their physical forms. However, having endured such profound damage, it would be challenging for many to progress in their cultivation thereafter, and countless others would become mere foolish remnants of their former selves. All of this was part of Lingxia Palace's machinations. Following this incident, Lingxia Palace would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the entire Dongling continent. This moment, the Yi family, a high-ranking noble clan, was engulfed in thick smoke as the tear gas exploded, causing those hidden within to flee in tears. Yet, every individual who stepped out of the gate was met with a rain of arrows. Guan Hai, embracing a beauty, laughed heartily as he watched these people flee like lost souls. Kill! Slaughter them all! I want to see what capability this Yi family possesses. Not only did they dare to take his life, but they also openly challenged his authority as the Northern Territory's sovereign, displaying a blatant disregard for their own mortality. A multitude of onlookers had gathered, including the other four families from the 5 great cities. Previously, they had refrained from intervention, only to be intercepted by Yi Beixian. This time, They had no choice but to participate. The Tianwang mansion was exceedingly tyrannical, practically summoning all factions, great and small, from the Northern Territory. The echoes of their arrogant proclamations still reverberated in the minds of the attendees. Watch closely, anyone who dares to defy the authority of the Tianwang mansion. Today, the Yi family shall serve as a harbinger of your fate. Such brazen declarations were the harsh realities of a world governed by the law of the jungle. Observing the one-sided massacre, many turned away, unable to bear the sight. Even if Yi Chun had provoked the wrong individuals, the remaining members of the Yi family were utterly innocent. Chapter 74. The broken leg, a scene of bloodshed and incessant wails greeted Yi Chun as he opened his eyes. Having traversed vast expanses of space to return to Yi Manor, he was met with a sight that was utterly unrecognizable. From the ancient grounds outward, the air was thick with acrid smoke, and the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Suddenly, Yi Chun halted, his feet carrying him swiftly towards Yi Linger's chamber. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door open, only to find the room desolate and devoid of any presence. "Ha ha! Do you see this? This is the fate of those who dare oppose my heavenly king manor." A boisterous laugh echoed from outside the estate, causing Yi Chun's hurried steps to falter, in the blink of an eye. His body transformed into a wisp of green smoke, reappearing before the entrance of Yi Manor. The corpses piled at the entrance nearly obstructed the path. Familiar faces were now marred with blood, their eyes fixated in a direction filled with resentment. Following the blood trail and these unwilling gazes, Yi Chun soon spotted a familiar specter from a past encounter. Beneath the rotund figure lay a person being crushed. As the first to charge forth, Master Hua bore the brunt of the fiercest assault. Hundreds of arrows arched through the air from the opposite side, hurtling directly toward him. Fortunately, Master Hua's formidable cultivation allowed him to evade most of the projectiles. Yet, he had not anticipated the treachery of Guan Hai, a man devoid of any sense of honor or morality, who launched a sneak attack. Overwhelmed, Master Hua found himself seized and used as a stepping stone. His limbs, exposed beneath the palanquin, began to swell with blood. His head lay directly beneath Guan Hai's descending foot, as Guan Hai, in front of numerous sects, callously trampled the dignity of the Yi family. In that instant, Yi Chun's eyes ignited with a crimson fury, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. From the depths of his constricted throat, his voice emerged, heavy with murderous intent. "Guan Hai." Each syllable was enunciated with a ferocity that felt as though he were gnashing the flesh of his adversary. With every step Yi Chun took, his killing intent intensified by the time he reached Guan Hai. It had solidified into a tangible force, manifesting countless colorless blades that surged towards Guan Hai. The air was filled with the sound of slicing winds, yet Guan Hai merely heard the sounds without perceiving the threat. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed a torrent of energy, erecting an impenetrable barrier to deflect Yi Chun's murderous aura. However, two beautiful maidens nearby were suddenly reduced to mere corpses, their screams stifled before they could escape their lips, their bloodied heads leaving distinct imprints upon the ground. The onlookers gasped in horror. Though they had not witnessed Yi Chun's actions, the ease with which he extinguished the lives of Guan Hai's companions was undeniable. It was remarkable that these two women were cultivators of the mid-fractured stone realm. Yet they fell to Yi Chun's invisible onslaught, a display of power akin to that of the mountain-splitting realm. In a mere 6 months, Yi Chun had transformed from an inexperienced novice in the initial stages of the fractured stone realm to a formidable opponent in the mountain-splitting realm. Such rapid advancement was enough to instill envy in those around him. However, even with such prowess, facing Guan Hai, who was already in the earth-splitting realm, remained an insurmountable challenge. The clash between Yi Chun's murderous intent and Guan Hai's barrier was palpable, while Yi Chun's gaze remained locked onto Guan Hai. Unwavering that if looks could kill, Guan Hai would have been reduced to nothingness. Soon after the initial shock and fear subsided, Guan Hai regained his composure. The thick barrier thwarted all of Yi Chun's attacks. And seeing that his defenses were unbreakable, he sneered. "You certainly caught me off guard, but is that all you have?" He even went so far as to tauntingly grind his foot against Master Hua's head. Relishing in the muffled sounds of pain, Yi Chun's lips curled into a cold smile. Observing the arrogance in Guan Hai's eyes, he suddenly chuckled. "Is that so? Are you certain?" A shiver ran through Guan Hai's heart. an instinctual warning rising within him. Yet, dismissing the notion that this mere boy could pose a threat, he steadied himself, preparing to deliver a scathing retort. But then, a sudden chill enveloped his feet. Looking down, Guan Hai was horrified to find his legs encased in a thick layer of ice. What is happening? In a panic, he attempted to rise, but the frigid grip rendered his limbs powerless, causing him to collapse once more. In a moment of realization, he glanced up at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "It's you, what are you trying to do?" Yi Chen's grin was menacing, his eyes icy as he replied, "What am I doing? I am here to ensure your demise." As the words left Yi Chen's lips, the celestial hammer fell into his grasp, laughing ominously as he prepared to strike. With a powerful swing, he aimed directly at Guan Hai's frozen leg. Delivering a devastating blow that a scream, as piercing as that of a slaughtered pig, resonated through the air as the ice shattered beneath the weight of the silver hammer, severing Guan Hai's leg in the process. The other leg remained standing, but after such a traumatic encounter, it would likely never serve him well again. Utilizing the moment of chaos, Yi Chen swiftly grasped Master Hua by the shoulders, pulling him free and retreating rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the palanquin smashed to the ground, stirring dust into the air. Guan Hai's corpulent form became trapped beneath the splintered wood while Yi Chen placed his palm against Master Hua's back, gently channeling his spiritual energy. Gradually, the blood that had pooled in Master Hua's limbs began to recede, though his complexion remained pale. Grasping Yi Chen's hand, Master Hua shook his head. "No, do not concern yourself with me. I instructed Elder Wu to lead Mist to the southeast. You must find them." With that, Master Hua expelled a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, clinging desperately to life just long enough to reveal Yi Ling's whereabouts. Yi Chen instinctively lifted his arm, cradling Master Hua's limp head. He proceeded into Yi Manor, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. The billowing smoke froze in midair as Yi Chen flicked his wrist, a fierce wind sweeping away the bodies of all the Yi family members at the entrance. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, Yi Chen inhaled deeply, declaring, "You all watch closely, for you shall witness how I exact my vengeance." As he turned, his expression was as frigid as ice, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Each person who met his gaze felt as though their very essence was being encased in frost. A chill creeping up from their feet, while Yi Chen's eyes swept across the gathered crowd, filled with disdain and mockery. The onlookers, unaware of their imminent peril, would soon find themselves engulfed in the flames of retribution. It was only a matter of time before this inferno consumed them all. Chapter 75. The inheritance of the body in the resplendent chambers of the divine king palace far in the central continent. A delicate figure lay serenely upon the bed, her hands gracefully resting upon her abdomen, exuding a tranquility reminiscent of a beauty from a painting. An elderly figure sat beside her, sighing heavily, periodically reaching out to check the breath of the slumbering maiden. After a considerable time, the door creaked open, and a maidservant entered, balancing a porcelain bottle in her hands. She bowed to the elder. "Master, it is time to attend to the young miss." Nan Wentian waved his hand dismissively. "I shall do it. You may leave. Do not disturb her rest." As the maid set down her burden and exited, she cast a lingering glance at the hunched figure of the elder, her heart heavy with sorrow. Nearly 3 months had passed since the young miss had gone missing. The void wasteland, for reasons unknown, seemed to have severed its connections with the various sections. Being long separated from her spiritual body would inevitably inflict irreversible damage upon her consciousness. The young miss was likely. The maid shook her head, her expression filled with regret as she closed the door behind her. Nan Wentian wore a pained expression, gently wiping the youthful face of the girl with a handkerchief. "Your parents left too early. Your grandfather relies on you now. You must not come to harm. That if you abandon me too, how shall I live? When I die, how will I face your parents?" While the elder lamented at the bedside, he was unaware that Nan Sheng, who had been in a deep slumber for over 3 months, had finally opened her eyes. "Grandfather, I'm back."